When a person is out of luck, even drinking cold water can make them choke. Suhao originally thought this was just an exaggerated joke, but unexpectedly, reality proved the old saying to be true. Just a moment ago, he was typing a document when he casually picked up a glass of water to drink. Suddenly, the computer screen popped up a horrific ghost face, startling him so much that he choked and sprayed water onto the company's old, damaged monitor. With a crackling electric sound, the worn-out all-in-one machine instantly went black. Shit, what about my business report? Suhao's eyes widened as he skipped wiping the water off the screen and hurriedly reached out to press the computer's power button. Unexpectedly, the power button malfunctioned due to water damage. A flash of current passed through the screen to his arm, causing him to convulse uncontrollably like someone having a seizure, on the verge of foaming at the mouth. Luckily, a colleague nearby noticed in time and swung a plastic folder down hard, knocking Suhao to the ground. "Are you okay? Do you need me to call an ambulance?" the colleague asked with concern. I'm fine." Sitting helplessly on the ground, Suhao rubbed his head, surprised to find himself completely unharmed. The hand he used to press the power button wasn't electrocuted, nor was there any sign of an electric shock. It seemed as though nothing had happened just moments ago. "What is everyone doing?" I could hear strange noises from the office. "Suhao, what kind of trouble are you causing this time?" The office door was pushed open, and a chubby man in his 30s wearing a suit walked in with a frown, his eyes scanning the blacked-out monitor and the fallen Suhao. "Manager Liu, the monitor leaked electricity and shocked Suhao," a colleague quickly explained. "Leaked electricity? He looks more energetic than I am." Supervisor Liu sneered. "First, explain what happened with the glass of water." "Suhao, you're the one who broke the company computer, aren't you?" "It wasn't me, I didn't do it. Don't accuse me unfairly." Suhao hurriedly stood up and defended himself. "I was working on the report earlier when the computer screen suddenly popped up with a ghost face. Someone must have tampered with my computer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sprayed water all over the screen. I don't have time to listen to your excuses. The computer repair cost will be deducted from this month's salary. Finish the report before the end of today." "But the report data is still in that all-in-one machine. Figure it out yourself. If you can't finish, don't even think about leaving work." Supervisor Liu showed no expression, gave a cold smile, turned around, and left without showing Suhao any kindness. "Damn Liu the Skinner." The office door closed, and Suhao slammed the table hard. "This crappy computer should have been replaced long ago, and now they want me to pay for the repair? Who knows, that Ghostface virus might have been secretly installed by him." He had worked at this company for over a year and got along quite well with his colleagues, except for Supervisor Liu, who always targeted him. Being deliberately made things difficult like today wasn't the first time. Not only was he given the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks, but even his sick leave and personal leave requests were rejected. Any small mistake at work would immediately lead to threats of a bonus and performance deduction. Suhao never understood who he had offended, but later he found out that the receptionist woman Supervisor Liu liked just so happened to like him, which he was completely unaware of. Using this as an excuse, she rejected Supervisor Liu's advances, and as a result, Suhao inexplicably became the target of his grudge. Truly got hit while lying down. This guy is simply a petty person who got his way, always looking for trouble to take revenge. Suhao grew angrier the more he thought about it. "No, I really can't stay in this company anymore. I have to resign." A colleague advised, "Don't be impulsive. The month is almost over, and Liu the Skinflint definitely won't pay you. Just bear with it for now. Quickly switch to another computer and finish the report. There's only an hour left until the end of the workday." Ding! Side quest triggered. Compile a report. Task requirements. Complete the report before 6 o'clock. Task rewards, 1 experience point, 1 training point. Accept the task? Automatically accepted if not chosen within 20 seconds. A string of mechanical sounds suddenly rang in Suhao's ears. He froze for a moment and asked his colleague in confusion, who's playing games with the speakers on. "Where would our crappy computers get speakers?" the colleague retorted. "Then where did the sound just come from?" Suhao was a bit baffled. Could it be that the electric shock made me hallucinate? Does this count as a workplace injury? Did you mishear? The colleague gave him a strange glance, didn't answer again, and directly sat back down to continue working. 20 seconds had passed. Task automatically accepted. The mechanical sound echoed in his ears again. Suhao plopped back into his chair, picked up a cup of water to calm himself down, and after waiting a few minutes, the mechanical sound didn't appear again. Why is it gone? Could it be that I misheard? Although puzzled, he didn't think much of it and quickly put it out of his mind, focusing instead on the fact that his paycheck hadn't been issued yet. He decided to obediently switch to another computer and continue working hard to rewrite the report. 1 hour later, Suhao worked tirelessly, and finally, a brand new report was completed. Side quest completed. Rewards issued, 1 experience point, 1 practice point. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, level 1, for attribute points gained. Here we go again? Suhao stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Experience points? Leveling up? This auditory hallucination is way too bizarre. Could it be that I've really been possessed by a system? But why can't can't I see the system interface? How am I supposed to allocate attributes? Just as he was puzzling over it, a bright blue system interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Character, Su Hao, Level 1. Physique, 9 points. Strength, 10 points. Agility, 10 points. Spirit, 11 points. Allocatable attributes, 4 points. The average attribute for ordinary people is 10 points. Next level experience points, 10 points. Damn, is this really a system? Su Hao stared blankly at the interface and shook his head sharply. No, I can't get excited too soon. What if it's just hallucinations again? He was always calm and composed. Even when he felt excited inside, he wouldn't jump to conclusions easily. Just happened to have 4 attribute points on hand. Let's see if this system is real or not. Su Hao's eyes scanned the interface, noticing that his physique was slightly below average, so he decided to allocate 2 points to it. He tapped twice on the screen, a flash of white light appeared, and his physique increased to 11 points. Instantly, he felt his fatigue disappear completely, and his chronically stiff neck finally relaxed. Excited, he stood up and stretched his limbs. Hearing his bones crackle, the sensation of relief was indescribable. The system is real. Adding attribute points can actually enhance physical fitness. Su Hao clenched his fists excitedly, thinking to himself that after so many years of hard work, a breakthrough had finally arrived. Why are you standing there daydreaming? Is the report done? Supervisor Liu, who had unknowingly stepped out of the office, sarcastically said, if it's not finished, stay and work overtime. This is your responsibility, so don't expect any overtime pay. All done. Su Hao snapped out of his excitement, pointed to the screen, and started packing his things to leave work. He planned to go home and thoroughly study this unexpected system, envisioning a bright future. For instance, using the system to make big money, saying goodbye to poverty once and for all, buying luxury cars, building villas, becoming a CEO, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. No, you can't leave yet. I just want to beat you up right now. Su Hao snorted coldly, slapped him a few more times on the face, and casually threw him back onto the chair. If he weren't afraid of losing control, he might have added a few punches and kicks. Just as Su Hao was getting ready to pack up and leave work, Lu Bapi suddenly stopped him. Not beating you up would be a waste of that punchable face of yours. What is it now? Su Hao turned back irritably. The report is done, and my pay has been docked. What more do you want? Reward issued, 5 experience points, 3 training points. Supervisor Liu snorted coldly, turned around, and entered the office, carrying out a thick stack of documents. These are the projects left behind by Xiao Wang, who resigned last month. You had a good relationship with him, right? All of these are now your responsibility. All my responsibility? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, fury surging in his heart. Projects from a resigned colleague are usually assigned to new hires. Even if that's not feasible, they should be divided among everyone. Why dump everything on me? Why? Because I'm your boss. Supervisor Liu sneered. If you've got guts, quit your job right now. Don't expect to get your salary this month either. Liu the Skinflint, don't push me too far. Su Hao could no longer suppress his anger and stepped forward furiously. Even a clay bodhisattva has a touch of fiery temper. Especially with Liu Skinflint's face looking so punch-worthy right now, it's enough to make anyone grit their teeth in anger. Unless he gets a proper lesson, there's just no swallowing this bitterness. A few colleagues who have a good relationship with Su Hao hurried forward to intervene. An older colleague lowered his voice and said, Xiao Su, don't stoop to Liu Skinflint's level. This guy's uncle is the company's vice president, and we simply can't afford to mess with him. Another colleague echoed, exactly. How about we privately take on Xiao Wang's workload between us? Don't let it get to you. Under everyone's persuasion, Su Hao slightly calmed his emotions. Thank you all. Humph, coward. Supervisor Liu, who had initially been intimidated by Su Hao's aggressiveness but then saw others intercede, immediately became arrogant again. You useless wimp. I'm standing right here. If you've got the guts, hit me. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, I'll make sure you can't survive in this city. What did you just say? Su Hao's barely suppressed anger was instantly reignited. Ding. Side quest triggered. Beat up Liu the Skinflint. Mission requirement. The harsher the beating within the scope of minor injuries, the higher the reward. Mission reward, 15 experience points, 13 training points. Ding. Main quest triggered. The eve of the meteor shower. Mission requirement. The world is undergoing drastic changes, and a wave of superpower awakenings is imminent. Please reach level 5 within 48 hours. Resignation is strongly recommended. System task? Su Hao was momentarily stunned, glanced at the task information, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just what I wanted. Manager Liu was still over there yelling and cursing when Su Hao stepped forward and delivered a right hook straight to his fat face. The previously arrogant and domineering Supervisor Liu was instantly dumbfounded. He fell back heavily onto the ground, clutching his swollen face, staring at Su Hao with terror, completely unable to believe that this guy actually dared to hit him in public. You dare hit me. So what if I hit you? I'll kick you too. Without another word, Su Hao raised his foot and fiercely kicked him in the stomach, his fists raining down on his face and soft areas, deliberately targeting pain painful spots without causing serious injuries. Stop hitting me. Supervisor Lu's nose was streaming with blood as he curled into a ball, urgently shouting to his co-workers, "What are you all doing? Hurry up and stop him. Do you still want your performance bonuses?" Suhao acted too quickly, and his colleagues couldn't react in time. They hurriedly tried to pull him away from behind. "Suhao, that's enough. Yeah, Lu Skinflint is almost beaten into a pig's head by you. Stop now, be careful, or the security guards will come." "Stop? What kind of joke is that?" After just a few punches, Suhao still hadn't had enough fun. He said nothing, opened the system interface, and added the remaining 2 attribute points to strength. A surge of immense power instantly filled him, and for a moment, he felt he could arm wrestle a bull. Of course, this was just an illusion. In reality, adding 2 points to strength would at most make him 20% stronger than an average person. However, with this burst of energy, it was more than enough to break free from his colleagues' restraint. With a sudden burst of strength, Suhao forcefully shook off the few colleagues clinging to his arm and grabbed manager Lu by the collar, lifting him up like a chicken and slapping him twice. "Lu Skinsucker, aren't you trying to force me to resign? Fine, I quit. But before I leave, we need to settle the score. PL, please don't hit me. Suhao, let's talk this out. I'll give you whatever you want." Manager Lu was beaten until he was dizzy, his face covered in tears and snot. If he hadn't been dangling in midair, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy already. Side quest completed. Accompanied by the pleasant sound of the system notification, Suhao left gracefully under the astonished gazes of his colleagues, waved his sleeves, and didn't take a single cent of salary with him. Took the elevator downstairs. At the company reception desk, a cute and cheerful receptionist girl said to him dazedly, "Suhao, you're off work? A new restaurant just opened nearby, and the food is really good. Wanna go together?" "I quit." Why? Nothing. Suhao shrugged, said no more, and turned to walk out of the company. This receptionist, named Wenxing Lu, was the girl whom manager Lu couldn't win over but secretly had a crush on Suhao. Suhao naturally wouldn't lose his temper with her. She hadn't done anything wrong. The one at fault was Lu Boppy, that petty scumbag who abused his authority for personal vendettas and targeted him. Still, being implicated left Suhao feeling gloomy, and he couldn't muster the energy to chat with her for the time being. Walking on the bustling street, Suhao felt an unparalleled sense of relief after venting his anger. He wasn't worried that he would be summoned by the police for hitting Supervisor Lu. First, although the punches and kicks were exaggerated, they only caused minor injuries and did not constitute criminal liability, at most a civil dispute, with a fine of a few hundred yuan at most, and detention could still be granted bail pending trial. Second, he dared to guarantee that Supervisor Lu absolutely wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of this. That guy already had a bad reputation in the company, and if it were exposed that he forced an employee to resign and got beaten up, the company, for the sake of face, definitely wouldn't sit idly by. Even if his uncle is the deputy general manager, there's no way they'd let him keep his position. Too bad about this month's salary. Suhao scratched his head but didn't dwell on it too much. With the system backing him up now, what's the big deal about a few thousand yuan? Anyway, the system also suggested I quit my job. There are quite a few secrets hidden in the main quest before the meteor shower, and I need to spend some time figuring them out. He walked to the bus stop, preparing to take a ride home. Grabbing the handrail with one hand, Suhao's gaze kept drifting across the system interface as he repeatedly revisited those few lines of the main quest, his thoughts running wild. Mission requirement: the world is undergoing drastic changes, and a wave of superpower awakenings is imminent. Please reach level 5 within 48 hours. Resignation is strongly recommended. A wave of superpowers? It sounds like something big is about to happen. Could it really be like in the novels, where a sudden emergence of superpower awakeners occurs, creating so-called superpowered individuals? The system urging him to level up to level 5 as soon as possible is probably for the sake of his safety. Logically, each level grants 4 attribute points. By reaching level 5, he would possess 20 attribute points. Even if the points are evenly distributed across the 4 attributes, his physique and abilities would still surpass those of ordinary people by more than half. If he puts all his attribute points into strength or agility, he could easily achieve twice the speed and strength of an average person, practically deserving the title of a little superhuman. By then, even if this world truly experiences an awakening of extraordinary abilities, he would definitely not be a weakling. Moreover, he could continue to level up by completing tasks, earning more attribute points, and steadily enhancing his physical fitness. And he vaguely felt that this system was far more than just simply improving physical fitness. After all, apart from experience points, there was also something called training points, although he didn't yet know what their purpose was. 5 experience points left to level up to tier 2. Where should I find a task? Just as Suhao closed the system interface and pondered with a troubled expression, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something not far ahead. He saw a yellow-haired thug taking advantage of the crowded train carriage, stealthily reaching into the purse of a beautiful woman in a red dress. Ding! Side mission triggered. Uphold justice. Shout to stop loudly. 3 experience points, 1 training point. Stop the pickpocket and call call the police, 10 experience points, 3 training points. Ignore, abandon the mission. It's like a sleepyhead finding a pillow. Farewell, dear thief. I won't forget you. Among the 3 options, Suhao unhesitatingly chose the one with the highest reward. He strode forward, grabbed the wrist of the blonde-haired thief, and lightly patted the shoulder of the woman in the red dress. Miss, you need to be more careful when playing with your phone. Look, there's already a pickpocket in your bag. The blonde-haired man, sensing trouble, tried to break free, but found that the young man's grip was as strong as a vice, impossible to shake off. The woman in the red dress turned around and, seeing the situation, hurriedly moved her bag aside and gratefully said to Suhao, "Thank you so much. Be more careful next time." Suhao smiled, said no more, and called to the driver, "Sir, there's a pickpocket here. Please drive to the nearest police station." With this commotion, all eyes in the compartment focused here, and the blonde-haired thug instantly panicked. "Bro, don't go too far. I'm someone who runs things around here. Let go." Realizing his strength was no match for Suhao, the blonde-haired thug threatened viciously, "Save your strength. If you have something to say, we'll talk at the station." Suhao shrugged nonchalantly. "Even if I let go, with so many people on this bus, there's no way no one would step in." "Exactly. Well said. Standing up for what's right. Young man, you're amazing. We can't let him go. Pickpockets should be sent to the police station." The passengers in the carriage responded one after another, pulling out their phones to report to the police and praise Suhao. Suhao casually glanced at the experience points needed to reach level 4, an impressive 100 points, more than triple the previous requirement. Many passengers had been victims of theft before and deeply hated pickpockets. Without hesitation, the driver immediately turned the bus towards the police station. "Looks like I'll have to give it my all in these 48 hours. Despicable. Kid, you're pushing me to the edge." The yellow-haired man, realizing he couldn't escape, panicked and pulled out a gleaming folding knife from his pocket. He thought with a bitter smile that reaching level 4 required 100 experience points, so wouldn't level 5 need 200 or 300? The main quest demanded he reach level 5 within 48 hours. Although the system didn't indicate any penalties or rewards, this main quest was undoubtedly crucial and couldn't be ignored. "Let me off the bus now, or this knife won't show mercy. I just got out of jail, and I don't want to go back in," he shouted fiercely. Taking out his phone to check the time, it was already late. Suhao decided to head home and rest first, then figure out a plan tomorrow. After all, there were still nearly 2 days left. If he couldn't find any tasks, he could always take the initiative, like finding a few more thugs to fight. Seeing the gleam of the knife, the surrounding passengers quickly retreated, leaving an open space in the carriage. Suhao's heart tightened. He understood that he had never learned combat skills, and with the system just upgraded to level 1, his strength was only slightly better than that of an average person. Facing a knife-wielding assailant in such a confined space could pose a serious threat to his life at any moment. The onlookers, watching the scene, also dared not step forward to help. "Don't panic, I'll stop the bus right away." "Young man, don't act rashly. Safety is most important," the driver said loudly, having seen the situation through the surveillance monitors. He immediately stopped the bus and opened the door, issuing a warning. Hearing the driver's words, the passengers began persuading Suhao, giving him an out. While Suhao hesitated, the blonde-haired man took the opportunity to break free and darted off the bus. "Damn it," Suhao frowned. Failing to take the thief to the police station, he worried whether the mission would be a failure. Side quest completed. Reward issued, 10 points of experience, 3 points of training value. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 2. You have earned 4 assignable attribute points. Ha! The mission is complete? Suhao was momentarily stunned before recalling that the mission only required him to intervene and report the incident, not necessarily escort the thief to the police station. In any case, reaching level 2 brings him one step closer to the main quest. The bus resumed normal operation. The woman in the red dress cheerfully thanked him. "It's all thanks to you just now. If it weren't for you, I guess my wallet would be gone. Although there's not much money in it, all my IDs are in there, and replacing them would be a real hassle." She sized up Suhao and blinked. "To show my gratitude, how about I treat you to a meal someday?" She looked to be in her early 20s, with an oval face, light makeup, shoulder-length black hair, and a delicate charm. Her bright, expressive eyes seemed to speak, radiating mischief. "It's just a small effort, nothing worth mentioning. But since you're treating me to a meal, I won't hold back." Suhao smiled and extended his hand. "My name is Suhao Su from Su Shi. How from vast, looking forward to your guidance." Xiao Miaohan laughed lightly and extended her slender hand to shake his. Her hand was smooth and warm. Suhao released his grip almost instantly, leaving her with a favorable impression. She curiously remarked, "You're really strong. You look so skinny, yet with one hand you pinned down the thief, and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled." Not bad." Suhao retracted his arm, rolled up his sleeve, and revealed his bulging biceps. "I'm the type that looks lean in clothes and I usually like working out." The two chatted while exchanging contact information. Xiao Miaohan's phone suddenly rang. She glanced down at it and said, "I have some matters to handle this afternoon, so I probably can't take you out for a meal today. When are you free in the next couple of days?" "I'm pretty free recently, anytime works." Suhao shrugged. shrugged, having just quit his job, with plenty of time on his hands. How about tomorrow afternoon? Alright, I'll call you tomorrow. I have to get off at this stop. That's a coincidence. I'm getting off at this stop too. Really? Xiao Myohan was surprised. You don't also live in Zhuke community, do you? Su Hao smiled wryly. I've been living in the Zhuke community for over a year now. Through the conversation, he learned that Xiao Myohan had only recently moved here. Coincidentally, they lived in the same building, he on the 5th floor, and she on the 18th. After getting off the car, the two had a pleasant chat until the elevator reached their respective floors, where they parted ways. Today's my lucky day, Su Hao happily hummed a tune as he returned home. The house he rented is only a little over 40 square meters, but it has everything: a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The landlord is generous and only charges 700 yuan per month. He casually ordered some takeout on his phone and lay on the bed to start studying the system. A blue system interface floated in front of him, displaying various current attributes and the fact that it required 25 experience points to reach the next level. Subtracting the 5 experience points gained upon reaching level 2, this means going from level 2 to level 3 requires 30 experience points, triple the amount needed to go from level 1 to level 2. Just like in games, the further you level up, the harder it gets, requiring more and more experience. Su Hao calmly accepted this setup. He also discovered that after leveling up to level 2, a faintly visible small window appeared in the upper left corner of the system interface, seemingly awaiting his click. He reached out and tapped lightly, and the small window popped up with a system prompt box. Specialization module unlocked. A brand new system interface immediately popped up. Currently unlockable specializations: combat, not started; music, not started; culinary arts, beginner level; driving, beginner level; languages, beginner level; calligraphy and painting, not started; computer operation, beginner level. Upgrading each specialization requires experience points. Current experience points, 7. Specialized module? This is really something new. Su Hao was stunned. He tried clicking on the combat option. Do you wish to consume 3 experience points to upgrade combat to beginner level? Yes. Thinking that the experience points weren't much anyway, he figured it was worth spending them, treating it as testing out a new feature. The moment he upgraded to fighting beginner, a slight ache surged deep within his mind. He couldn't help but clutch his forehead, feeling as if something had been forcibly crammed into his brain, though the sensation passed quickly. In retrospect, he realized he had gained plenty of knowledge and experience in fighting techniques. Leaping off the bed, he tried executing a set of freestyle combat moves. His actions were smooth and natural, with no disconnect between theory and practice. It was as if he had been training diligently for an entire year, his body even forming muscle memory. This effect is amazing, Su Hao cheered excitedly. The system truly goes beyond just enhancing physical qualities. Everything can be upgraded. He noticed that the next level for combat mastery was permeation, requiring 10 experience points to upgrade. Just like with general experience, it gets harder as you progress. He glanced at his remaining experience points, only 4 left. Far from enough. Determined, he resolved to take on more tasks and focus on improving his attributes and specializations. The delivery arrived, and by the time he finished eating, it was already evening. Su Hao had no plans to idle around. Instead, he went out to search for system tasks. Walking on the dimly lit street. Since starting work, he seldom goes out at night to wander. Most of the time, after work, he stays home playing on the computer or phone. After all, living alone in a rented place nearby doesn't offer much fun. There's a saying online that goes, 2 people going out is called shopping, 1 person going out is called walking the dog. So here he is, walking himself as the single dog. Based on previous experience, the opportunities for triggering tasks are often related to oneself or unexpected incidents. Su Hao looked around and felt that finding a task would be quite challenging. His life was already plain, having just resigned, leaving him with even fewer matters to deal with. As for unexpected incidents, this city wasn't Gotham where every little thing stirred up trouble. Hey, isn't that the kid from the bus? A heavily accented voice called out. Su Hao turned around and saw that it was the blonde-haired thief from the bus coming straight toward him. Enemies are bound to meet against all odds. The two crossed paths twice in the same day, perhaps proof that fate exists in this world, though in this case, it was a bad one. Behind the blonde-haired man were 3 of his accomplices. Brothers, grab him. This is the guy who ruined my plan. Let's drag him into the alley and teach him a lesson. The yellow-haired man shouted loudly, and the 3 punks behind him, with menacing expressions, swarmed forward, trying to subdue Su Hao. Ding! Side quest triggered. Justified self-defense. Quest objective: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Be the only one left standing. Task reward: 25 experience points, 8 cultivation points. Tisk: 1 against 4. Not easy at all. Su Hao said this, but his expression remained unchanged. He stepped to the left, dodging an ambush from one thug, and instinctively delivered a sidekick, sending the attacker to the ground. Fortunately, he had upgraded his combat specialization to the beginner level earlier. As the ancient saying goes, even a hero cannot fend off 4 strikes, let alone a 1-to-4 street fight. If it were just brute brute force, he would definitely be pinned down and beaten up. Watch out. This kid knows how to fight. Get something to take him down. The thug on the ground shouted in pain, clutching his stomach as he struggled to get up. The other three grew increasingly cautious at the sight. Two of them pulled out expandable batons, flicking them open into black short sticks, and swung them fiercely at Su Hao's head. Damn, they're armed too? Su Hao hurriedly blocked the blows, but bare-handed combat ultimately left him at a disadvantage. Coupled with being outnumbered, his arms were struck multiple times, leaving painful wounds. The situation suddenly became critical. System, allocate all points to agility. The interface flickered, and agility soared to 14 points. Su Hao instantly felt incredibly light, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted off him. The movements of the little thugs in front of him seemed much slower. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, swift as the wind. He rushed to the nearest thug, reached out to grab the baton, and delivered a fierce elbow strike to his chin. Ah! Su Hao delivered a heavy elbow strike, making the thug cry out in agony. His grip on the baton loosened instantly, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his jaw and wailing in pain. Taking advantage of his weakness, Su Hao showed no mercy, swiftly swinging the confiscated baton fiercely at another thug holding a baton. Seizing the moment when his opponent panicked and dodged, Su Hao rushed forward and punched him square in the face, easily taking him down. With two left, Su Hao simply targeted their abdomens, hitting each of them once with precise and fluid movements. Both men turned pale, clutching their stomachs and curling up on the ground, writhing in pain. In less than 3 seconds, all four were subdued. Side quest completed. Task reward, 25 experience points, 8 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 3 for allocatable attribute points gained. Su Hao crouched down, coldly staring at the blonde-haired thief clutching his stomach and wailing. He reached out and lightly patted the thief's cheek. Who was it that just now wanted to drag me into the alley for a beating? Speak! Bro, it was my fault. Please have mercy and forgive me. Huang Mao forced a smile that looked worse than crying, deeply regretting in his heart. If he had known earlier how skilled Su Hao was, he wouldn't have dared to pick a fight even if it cost him his life. Today, he really hit a tough wall. This guy took down the four of them as if it were child's play. He must be a trained fighter, definitely not someone to mess with. If an apology worked, what would we need laws for? Su Hao coldly took the knife out of Huang Mao's pocket, twisted both of his arms behind his back, and pulled out his phone to call the police. Since he ran into him by chance, it was the perfect opportunity to send him to the police station for re-education. As for hitting these four guys, what a joke, it was self-defense. Besides, it doesn't even count as minor injuries. Ever since upgrading his combat specialization, his strikes have become increasingly measured. Wait, hold on, big brother, don't call the police. The blonde-haired guy struggled frantically. I've been in the station twice already, and if I go in again, I'll be charged with multiple thefts. Big brother, I'll give you money, just spare me. Oh, Su Hao said with interest. He was indeed short on cash recently. How much are you planning to give? Well, the blonde-haired guy's eyes darted around. I only have $200 left on me. I'll give it all to you. Su Hao shrugged. Forget it, I'll just call the police. $200? Are you kidding me? Seeing Su Hao start dialing, the guy with yellow hair panicked. Big brother, I remembered wrong. There's still $800 in my pocket. Can't give any more. This is all I brought. It's all in the left side pocket. Su Hao reached into his pocket and indeed found $800 in cash. Alright, I'll let you off the hook this time. Don't do it again. He casually stuffed the money into his pocket, released Huang Mao's hands, and signaled with his eyes for them to get lost. Those 2 batons and the knife will be my souvenirs. Take care. Su Hao wasn't worried about being accused of extortion after taking the money. After all, the police station's case threshold is at least 1,000 yuan, and he had confidence in his knowledge of the law. The group of small gangsters breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly helped each other up, and quickly left. Su Hao watched them leave, a heartfelt, radiant smile appearing on his lips as he waved and said, if you're not convinced, bring a few more people next time. I live nearby and am always ready. The thugs felt a chill down their spines, quickened their steps, and disappeared in a flash. Su Hao was not bluffing earlier. He genuinely hoped they would come a few more times, so he could trigger more system tasks and reach level 4 as soon as possible. This thief turned out to be quite considerate, delivering experience and money. He wouldn't mind going easier on him next time. By the way, the experience points are just enough for 10 points. I can level up combat by 1. After this battle, Su Hao deeply realized the importance of combat specialization. Upgrading it as soon as possible is definitely the right choice. Do you want to consume 10 experience points to upgrade combat to the proficient level? Yes, he confirmed without hesitation. The next second, more combat knowledge flooded into his mind. Techniques from Sanda, Taekwondo, Karate, and other styles merged seamlessly, forming a brand new set of practical combat skills. He tried throwing a few punches and felt his strikes become more precise. As he moved, countless techniques came effortlessly to him, as expected of the mastery level, integrating all combat techniques without being confined to specific moves. I bet even many top freestyle fighters can't reach this standard. Su Hao's heart was surging with excitement. With this set of skills combined with his extraordinary physical fitness, if he were to participate in a free fighting competition, there was an 80 to 90% chance he could achieve a good rank. Winning the championship might be uncertain, but the top 3 positions would definitely be secure. He casually glanced and saw that the next level after combat specialization was the elite level, which required 30 experience points. Leveling up by 3 stages requires 30 more experience points. It's getting harder and harder. Su Hao pondered for a moment, thinking about the 4 attribute points he had just gained from reaching level 3, hesitating over where to allocate them. His current attributes were Constitution 13 points, Strength 12 points, Agility 14 points, Spirit 11 points. Let's add to Agility. Not only will it increase speed, but it will also significantly enhance reaction time and dynamic vision. However, I'd better study these 4 attributes more. For now, it's best to leave them untouched. He closed the interface. Forget it. Let's run a few laps first to test the body's limits. Due to the improvement in agility, Su Hao's so-called jogging appeared almost like sprinting in others' eyes. Passers-by watched in surprise as he ran 3 blocks without stopping, yet felt no significant exhaustion when he paused. It seems the 2 points he added to physique earlier made a big difference, turning his physical condition from deficient to surplus and now 10% stronger than the average person. Physique, strength, and agility complement one another. Su Hao mused, without sufficient physique to support them, even the strongest strength and agility will falter. I'll add 2 points to physique first. I can't let stamina become a weakness. Ding dong twice, physique increased to 15 points. He turned his head to look at the mental attribute. Among the 4 attributes, mental was the only one he hadn't touched yet, and he wasn't sure what it specifically represented. Is it intelligence, mental strength, or the elusive power of the soul? Forget it, the mental attribute is probably not needed for now. I won't add to it yet. I'll keep the remaining 2 attribute points as a reserve. Back home, I had a good sleep. The next morning, the doorbell suddenly rang at the entrance. Su Hao groggily got out of bed to open the door and saw a little girl in a white dress standing outside. She had a doll-like face, a petite frame, and her small head just reached his chest, probably around 13 or 14 years old. Brother Su Hao, good morning. The little girl cheerfully waved, hopped into the house, and sat on the sofa. Oh, it's little E. No one home at your place today? Su Hao habitually took a drink from the refrigerator and handed it to her. This little girl was the neighbor's child, named Yi Mengjun. Despite her baby face, she stood at 1.5 meters tall and was actually a second-year high school student. My parents are on a business trip, so I'm here to freeload. Today's meal is up to you. Fried eggs and bread for breakfast, and shredded pork with fish flavor over rice for lunch. Su Hao glanced at the ingredients in the fridge, took out eggs and lettuce, and began preparing to chop vegetables. Living alone and renting a place, cooking is an essential skill for him. In the skill module, his cooking and driving are both beginner level. Although his cooking isn't top-notch, his homemade dishes are passable. Yesterday, he didn't cook simply because he was feeling lazy. Xiaoyi's parents are busy with work and often travel. Half a year ago, she became acquainted with Su Hao and started coming over on weekends for meals. Making 1 extra portion is no big deal, and the neighbors also often send over some local specialties, fostering good relations. 2 fried eggs were prepared, along with whole wheat bread and milk. After breakfast, Xiaoyi occasionally glanced at the PS4 next to the TV and excitedly suggested, Brother Su Hao, let's play King of Fighters. Today, I'll definitely beat you. Normally, Su Hao would almost always agree, but today the main storyline mission wasn't completed yet, so he couldn't afford to waste time playing games with her. No way, today I. Just as the words left his mouth, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Side mission triggered. King of Fighters expert. Task requirements: win while maintaining more than half health. The more victories within 30 rounds, the higher the reward. Task rewards: 130 experience points, 110 training points. Playing games can trigger tasks too? Su Hao was both surprised and delighted, quickly changing his tone. Alright, let's play King of Fighters. The loser of the first round will wash the dishes at noon. No problem. Xiaoyi cheerfully jumped around, turned on the PS4, connected the controllers, and handed one to Su Hao. He brought up the King of Fighters game, casually picked a familiar character, and calmly waited for the fight to begin. He was completely unconcerned about this task. The two of them often played PS4 multiplayer games, especially King of Fighters, and Xiaoyi had never beaten him. She was always KO'd with him at full health. Brother Su Hao, don't underestimate me. Last week, I went to the arcade and practiced a lot. This time I will definitely beat you. Xiaoyi sat on the sofa, swinging her legs and chose Iori Yagami. After the battle began, Su Hao discovered that she was indeed more skilled than before, capable of countering moves, making it slightly difficult to defeat her within half health. But that's all there was to it. With Su Hao's agility reaching 14 points, his reaction speed was nearly doubled. Combined with extraordinary dynamic vision, he was like a fish in water while playing fighting games, effortlessly breaking through Xiaoyi's counters and delivering a combo to KO her. At first, Xiaoyi tried to attack, but later she focused entirely on defense, which still couldn't withstand Su Hao's fierce onslaught. Almost every round ended in 1 or 2 minutes. Watching the character lose again on the screen, Little Yi's eyes filled with tears, and she was about to cry in frustration. Losing 5 or 6 times is normal, but being crushed for 30 consecutive matches without any chance to fight back is no longer just about winning or losing a game, it's a devastating blow to the spirit. Normally, Su Hao would occasionally go easy on her, letting her win a few rounds to make her happy, but for the sake of the mission rewards, he had no choice but to let her suffer for now and plan to make it up to her later. In less than an hour, 30 matches quickly concluded, and Su Hao achieved an almost effortless series of victories. Side quest completed. Mission rewards, 30 experience points, 10 practice points. Mission accomplished. Su Hao let out a long breath, secretly glanced at the puffed-up Xiaoyi, and deliberately revealed a few flaws to let her KO him. I won! Xiaoyi jumped up excitedly. Seeing her finally break into a smile, Su Hao gently patted her head. Let's not play this anymore. Let's switch to something else. But reality is cruel. Okay. Little E nodded repeatedly. After all, it wasn't easy to win one round, and she didn't want to keep getting crushed. The two played several PS4 games, such as Sekiro, Zelda, Dark Souls, and Mario for 2, but no system tasks were triggered again. Su Hao thought about whether switching games could trigger a new mission. Experience points really aren't that easy to earn. Being able to trigger a gaming task once was already very lucky. This 1 hour of King of Fighters had earned him 30 experience points, with generous rewards. If this happened a few more times, leveling up to level 4 would be just around the corner. Soon, it was noon. Su Hao's lips curved slightly upward as he casually upgraded his cooking skills by 1 level. A wealth of recipe knowledge and experience instantly flooded his mind. The next moment, he came back to his senses. With a light twist of the kitchen knife in his hand, his movements were nimble and effortless, as if the knife were an extension of his body. Placing a carrot on the cutting board, he sliced it into thin pieces in an instant, then made a few light strokes to turn each piece into fine shreds. Steaming rice, heating the pan, and preparing ingredients all done in one smooth flow. Countless seasoning combinations flashed through his mind, and at this moment, he mastered dozens of techniques to completely eliminate the peculiar taste of carrots. Before long, a steaming plate of fish-flavored shredded pork was ready. Wow, the food smells amazing today. Seeing the word death flash on the screen of Sekiro, Su Hao reluctantly handed the controller to Xiaoyi and stood up to prepare lunch. Little E, who was playing games in the living room, caught a whiff of the aroma and couldn't help but put down the controller, running to the kitchen door to peek inside. Brother Su Hao, don't put carrots in my portion. Su Hao smiled without saying a word, divided the steamed rice into 2 portions, scooped the dishes onto the rice, and the aroma quickly spread along with the fragrance of the rice, sweet and enticing. No picky eating. He placed the rice bowls on the dining table and took out 2 cans of cold drinks from the refrigerator. Su Hao refused the little girl's request. The carrots were added especially for you, to ensure a balanced diet. Delicious. Today's dishes are amazing. Even the carrots are so fragrant, it's simply incredible. But carrots are just so unappetizing. Xiaoyi buried her head in the food, occasionally sipping her drink, her eyes curving into happy crescent moons. Little E pouted. Although she wasn't throwing a tantrum or refusing to eat, she angrily gripped the controller, venting her frustration on the innocent little monsters in the game. Eat slowly, don't choke. Ding. Side quest triggered. Sumptuous lunch. Task reward, 15 experience points, 3 practice points. Quest requirement, prepare a lunch so delicious the little girl can't stop praising it. Must include carrots. Su Hao tasted the dish he made himself, and sure enough, the flavor was excellent, with perfect color, aroma, and taste, completely comparable to the creations of top chefs in high-end restaurants, even though he only used the most basic ingredients and seasonings. Task reward, 15 experience points, 3 training points. Even without a chef's certificate, with this skill, he could easily land a high-paying chef position at any prestigious restaurant. Cooking a meal can be a task too? Brother Su Hao, did you secretly go to a culinary school for special training? Today's cooking is worlds apart from before, it's explosively delicious. Su Hao was stunned. The system's task trigger range was indeed quite wide. Xiaoyi quickly finished her plate and looked at Su Hao with admiration. But this task is a bit challenging. Is there really such a big difference? I used to cook pretty well too. Xiaoyi didn't like carrots to begin with, and combined with the fact that his cooking skills weren't particularly good, it was almost impossible for him to make a lunch that would earn her unreserved praise. Su Hao stubbornly retorted, but he had to admit to himself that compared to today's meal, his previous cooking skills were indeed far inferior. Wait, almost forgot. I'm a man who can level up. What's a mere meal to me? Xiaoyi sipped her drink and asked, Brother Su Hao, did you get a girlfriend? Is that why you're working so hard to improve your cooking skills? Su Hao patted his forehead, pulled up the system interface, and selected cooking specialization. Girlfriend? What's that? Is it more fun than a PS4? Would you you like to consume 2 experience points to upgrade cooking skills to mastery level? Suhao rolled his eyes. I haven't even made any money yet. How would I have time to talk about a girlfriend? Such high-cost luxury items are out of my reach. Upgrading cooking skills consumes so little? His monthly salary used to be just over 4,000. After deducting rent and utilities, there was almost nothing left. If he got a girlfriend, he'd probably have to live on dirt. He remembered that upgrading beginner-level combat yesterday cost 3 experience points, and upgrading to mastery level required 10 points. But now with the system, money is no longer a problem. Maybe there's really a chance to find love? But now, upgrading cooking skills to mastery level only requires 2 experience points? The girl in the red dress I met on the bus yesterday was pretty nice. This afternoon, I even asked her out for a meal. Maybe there's hope. Could it be? Just as Suhao was lost in his thoughts, Xiaoyi giggled, obediently tidied up the 2 sets of dishes, and hummed a tune as she ran to the kitchen to wash them. It was the bet they made while playing King of Fighters this morning. Suhao developed a suspicion in his heart, immediately upgraded his cooking skills to the mastery level, and continued to upgrade. You stay home and play PS4 for now. I have something to take care of outside. Would you like to consume 6 experience points to upgrade cooking skills to the elite level? Xiaoyi was washing dishes while Suhao dressed neatly, preparing to go out. Indeed, upgrading different specializations requires varying amounts of experience points. For example, upgrading cooking takes far fewer points than upgrading combat. At this time, there shouldn't be any new tasks triggered. Wasting time at home is not an option. To test his theory, he clicked on driving and discovered that upgrading to the mastery level only required 1 experience point. Xiaoyi blinked. Huh? Then I'll go with you. I happen to want to go out for a stroll too. It seems that the lower the threshold for upgrading a specialization, the less experience points are consumed. Since it only takes 6 experience points anyway, I might as well upgrade to the elite level in one go. This time, it's sure to make the little girl cry with envy. Suhao hesitated and said, the place I'm going to isn't very suitable for you. His trip this time was to look for various tasks, and if he couldn't find any, he might even have to fight with street thugs. Not to mention the level of danger, it was definitely not suitable for Xiaoyi to follow. What kind of thing isn't suitable for me to be present at? Xiaoyi asked suspiciously. It's not a date with a girl, is it? How is that possible? It's just some unimportant matters. Suhao thought for a moment and added, but in the afternoon, there is indeed a girl who wants to treat me to a meal. Ha? Your girlfriend? I already said I don't have a girlfriend. That girl is treating me to a meal to thank me. Suhao simply told Xiaoyi about what happened on the bus yesterday. I helped her chase away a pickpocket yesterday, so she wants to treat me to a meal. She seems to live in this building too, on the 18th floor. Really? What a coincidence. You act heroically and then find out you live in the same building. Xiaoyi blinked, her thoughts unclear, and suddenly said, why not take me along for the meal this afternoon? That doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? Suhao said hesitantly. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's just one more person eating. At worst, I'll share a portion with you. Xiaoyi leaned closer, blinking her big eyes and acting cute. Otherwise, I'd be so lonely eating leftovers at home by myself, right? All right. In the end, Suhao couldn't resist Xiaoyi's pitiful little face and had to compromise, deciding to take her along for a meal. He also believed Xiao Myohan wouldn't mind. Hee. Suhao, you're the best. Xiaoyi giggled as she threw herself into his arms. Wait for me, I'll go change my clothes and be right back. I only promised to take you out for lunch in the afternoon, but I never said you could follow me. Seeing her dart back into the house, Suhao helplessly covered his forehead. This little girl was becoming more and more troublesome, like having a clingy younger sister. The plan to go find some street thugs for a fight hadn't even been implemented before she prematurely ended it. Is there any task that aligns with the core values of socialism for me to do? Suhao felt like his brain cells were about to burn out, so he decided to take it one step at a time and head to the nearby Qingfeng Park for a stroll. About 15 minutes later, Xiaoyi changed into a pink spaghetti strap dress and wore a coffee-colored felt hat, looking pure and adorable. Brother Suhao, where are we going? Xiaoyi asked. The park. Suhao answered decisively. Don't ask him why they're going to the park, he couldn't explain it himself. The two took a bus to Qingfeng Park, bought 2 ice cream cones, and strolled around while eating. The spring sunlight was bright, flowers were blooming in competition, and the scenery was delightful, though there were quite a few tourists. At the center of the park was a large lake. Many middle-aged and elderly people were fishing by the lakeside. Small rental boats glided across the water, and occasionally a few swans could be seen leisurely swimming by. The atmosphere is quite calm, not even a trace of trouble in sight. Suhao, however, was eagerly hoping for some commotion. The livelier, the better. Brother Suhao, there's a child crying over there. Could he be lost? Xiaoyi pointed to the depths of the woods beside the path. Side quest completed. Sure enough, a little boy around 6 or 7 years old was sitting on the grass, sobbing. If you didn't look closely, you really wouldn't have noticed him. Suhao, who was worried about having no tasks to do, brightened up and walked over to ask, hey little one, what's wrong? Did you get separated separated from your family? Wah, wah, my dad was taken by bad people. The little boy cried as he spoke indistinctly. Your dad was taken by bad people? When did this happen? Suhao frowned deeply. He had initially thought it was just a case of getting lost, but unexpectedly, it involved a kidnapping. Could it be the work of criminal gangs? How dare they kidnap someone in such a public place? Just a few minutes ago. The little boy wiped his tears. A few minutes ago? Suhao looked around, but found no trace of a struggle. Which way did they go? Suhao asked. The little boy pointed in a direction. Suhao followed his gaze and saw only a trail of adult male footprints on the ground, continuing for nearly 10 meters before vanishing. Where the footprints ended, there was an extremely well-hidden hole, about the size of a human head, pitch black inside, with no way to tell where it might lead. Why are there only one set of footprints? Why did the footprints suddenly disappear? Why is there a big hole there? Before Suhao could think further, the system notification sounded. Ding! Side quest triggered. Lost child. Mission requirement. Leave the park as soon as possible and take the little boy to the police station. Task reward, 20 experience points, 5 practice points. Friendly reminder, do not delve into any supernatural phenomena before level 5. Cherish your life and act within your means. Supernatural phenomena. Staring at the black hole not far away, Suhao suddenly felt as if several pairs of eyes were staring at him through the opening. A chill ran down his spine, and he quickly grabbed the little boy, called out to Xiaoyi, and hurriedly walked back to the path, leaving the park in haste. Xiaoyi asked curiously, Brother Suhao, what's wrong? I think I just saw something over there. You saw it wrong. Let's take the child to the police station first, Suhao interrupted her. If his father really has been kidnapped, staying there would be very dangerous for us. In this kind of situation, it's best to rely on the police. Xiaoyi nodded hesitantly, following him as they left the park and handed the little boy over to a nearby mobile police station. The officers asked detailed questions, and the little boy repeated what he had said earlier. The officers were stunned and immediately used their radios to call for reinforcements to investigate the scene at the park. They also praised Suhao and Xiaoyi for their prompt actions, assuring them that the police would handle the matter from there. With the system's prompt, Suhao had no intention of getting involved further and quickly left with Xiaoyi. Task reward, 20 experience points, 5 practice points. Although it was full of twists and turns and thrilling moments, at least one task was completed, leaving only 15 experience points to reach level 4. Qingfeng Park is temporarily off limits, so they could only stroll around nearby crowded attractions with Xiaoyi. The two bought a skewer of candied hawthorn and ate as they walked, almost as if they had come out specifically to have fun. When Suhao saw the ring toss booth by the roadside, he had a sudden idea. It's the kind of game booth where various prizes are laid out on the ground, and people throw plastic rings to win them. Xiaoyi, is there any gift you want from that booth? Suhao asked. Xiaoyi blinked and pointed at the biggest stuffed bear in the prize area. I want that one. Or, this one would be fine too. She hesitated for a moment and then pointed at a smaller, easier to win toy. Ding! Side quest triggered. Plush bear. Task requirements, use no more than 3 rings to win the plush bear. Task rewards, 10 experience points, 3 practice points. No problem, watch me. Sure enough, the task was triggered. Suhao smiled slightly and walked to the stall to buy 3 rings. Although he usually doesn't play this kind of game, with the agility attribute bonus, he was confident that his coordination far surpassed that of ordinary people. In games that test strength and precision, he had a clear advantage. Standing behind the yellow line, he adjusted his breathing in tentatively through the first ring. The plastic ring grazed the head of the plush bear, slightly off target, bounced once, and ended up landing on a metal fidget spinner in front and to the left of the plush bear. Roughly getting the feel, Suhao didn't pause and immediately threw the second ring. The ring traced a graceful arc and this time landed right on the stuffed bear's ear, swaying slightly but barely managing to stay on. The onlooking tourists gasped in amazement, and even the stall owner glanced at Suhao in disbelief. This stuffed bear was the most expensive and hardest prize to win at the stall, costing 400 to 500 yuan just to stock. Its head was larger than the plastic ring, and it was placed at the farthest distance, making it nearly impossible for anyone to hit it. Since the stall opened, only a handful of people had managed to win it, let alone someone like Suhao who got it with just the second ring. Brother Xiaoyi is amazing. Xiaoyi cheered excitedly, hugging the stuffed bear taller than herself from the boss's hands, her eyes curving into crescent moons with joy. Task reward, 10 experience points, 3 practice points. This is just a small feat. Listening to the system prompt, Suhao smiled, touched his nose, and casually tossed the last remaining ring toward the panda plushie Xiaoyi had just pointed at. The plastic ring spun and traced a beautiful arc, perfectly hitting the target. So, Xiaoyi had another cute doll in her arms. The onlookers cast envious glances, and Suhao was planning to buy a few more rings to continue playing. Unexpectedly, the stall owner gave him a complicated look, then awkwardly smiled and quickly pulled Xiaoyi away with 3 prizes in her arms. Playing games is just for fun, and the stall owner has it tough too. One should have a bit of conscience. Unknowingly, it's already 4 o'clock. Time really flies when you're outside. By the way, Suhao, what exactly were you planning to do when you came out. Xiaoyi, holding the stuffed bear, secretly smiled and stared at him. This. Suhao was momentarily at a loss for words, just as the phone rang. Hello? This is Chiu Miaohan. A clear female voice came through the phone. I've reserved a spot at Donglai Hot Pot near the neighborhood. Are you free at 5? Yeah, I'm free. I'll be there at 5. Suhao added, oh, by the way, my little sister wants to come along too. You don't mind, do you? Chiu Miaohan smiled and said, of course I don't mind. I actually quite like kids. Is she your biological sister? She's the little girl from next door. Suhao glanced at Xiaoyi, who was hugging a stuffed toy, and teased, this little girl always comes to my house for meals on weekends. I didn't cook today, so she almost went hungry. You can cook? Chiu Miaohan looked slightly surprised. Just a little bit, Suhao said modestly. With his current elite-level cooking skills, if that counted as a little bit, most restaurant chefs would probably feel ashamed in comparison. Chiu Miaohan joked, then next time, I'll come over to your place for a meal and try your cooking. You're welcome anytime, Suhao replied with a smile. After a light-hearted chat, the call ended, and Suhao noticed Xiaoyi pouting and glaring at him. Are you saying I'm freeloading for food? Xiaoyi grumbled discontentedly. I was just joking, don't mind these little details, Suhao said with a smile, changing the subject. Alright, let's head home first and get ready to eat hot pot. Carrying such a large stuffed toy on the bus would be too troublesome, and since he was financially comfortable at the moment, he simply took a taxi back to the neighborhood. He placed the stuffed toy at Xiaoyi's house, rested briefly, and then set off again for Donglai Hot Pot Restaurant. Donglai Hot Pot Restaurant is one of the more well-known places nearby. Suhao had been there before with colleagues, so he was quite familiar with the environment. Walking into the store, Chiu Miaohan was waving at him, leading Xiaoyi to the dining table to sit down. This child is so adorable. Is she in elementary school or middle school? Chiu Miaohan's eyes lit up when she saw Xiaoyi wearing a felt hat. She affectionately reached out to rub her head, but Xiaoyi deftly dodged. Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a high school student. Xiaoyi protested. High school student? Chiu Miaohan looked at Suhao in surprise. Really? In front of him stood a little girl, with a slightly chubby oval face under a brown felt hat. Her petite figure was less than 1.5 meters tall, and she looked at most 12 or 13 years old, even more youthful than most middle school students. Really? Her name is Yi Mengjun, a second-year high school student. Suhao reached out to take off her felt hat and teased, but this girl's mind and appearance are still stuck in the elementary school stage, so it's not wrong to treat her like a child. Brother E, you're talking nonsense. Little E puffed her cheeks and lightly tapped his arm with her small fists. Though it didn't hurt, it was quite amusing. Chiu Miaohan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I really envy you. When I was little, I really wanted to have a younger sister, but unfortunately, my family didn't allow it. The waiter quickly brought the hot pot base and dishes. Chiu Miaohan thanked Suhao again, and the three of them ate and chatted. During the casual conversation, Suhao learned that Chiu Miaohan was a recent graduate, only 22 years old, 2 years younger than him, working as an accountant at a small company nearby, and currently single. Ahem, this girl is pretty, lives nearby, maybe there's a chance to try and develop something? While eating, Suhao noticed that Chiu Miaohan was particularly attentive to Xiaoyi, frequently helping her with slices of lamb. However, Xiaoyi seemed indifferent toward Chiu Miaohan. Could it be because she was unhappy about being treated like a child? The dishes were not even halfway finished when a commotion suddenly erupted behind him. Suhao turned around curiously, only to see a man at the table behind him, completely drunk, holding a shattered wine bottle and swinging it back and forth on the table, teetering on the edge of falling. Several waiters and security guards were flustered as they surrounded him, trying to persuade him to calm down, but they dared not approach the wine bottle in his hand. They all knew that a drunk person could do anything crazy. Some drunkards act as if they've lost their minds, and the next moment they might swing the bottle to hit someone. The drunkard seemed to be drinking alone in frustration, muttering curses under his breath, downing one bottle after another, and casually tossing the empty bottles to the ground, shattering them into pieces. The tables were very close, and shards of the broken bottles scattered near the trio's feet. Chiu Miaohan frowned and said, how about we move to another spot? Suhao was about to agree when a crisp ding sound rang in his ears. Ding! Side quest triggered. Drunkenness is shameful. Task requirement: subdue the drunkard and hand him over to security. Task reward: 15 experience points, 6 training points. Triggered another task? Drunk brother, thumbs up for you. Suhao smiled and said, no need to change seats, you all stay seated, I'll handle it. Chiu Miaohan and Xiaoyi looked at him in surprise as he stood up and turned to walk toward the table behind them. The waiter, seeing this, thought Suhao couldn't stand it and wanted to change tables. He quickly said, we sincerely apologize for disturbing your meal. We'll arrange a table change for you right away, and we'll handle the situation over there as soon as possible. No need to change. Suhao waved his hand and looked up at the drunken man, saying, come down, buddy. Aren't you afraid of falling and hurting yourself standing so high? Fall? Fall? What fall? My stocks have all hit the limit down and are locked in. What the hell am I afraid of? Didn't expect this guy to be into stock trading too? Judging by the looks of it, he's lost quite a bit. No wonder he's out here drowning his sorrows and alcohol. Who are you? The drunkard's face was flushed red. He glanced at Su Hao and slurred, turns out you're just a pretty boy. Get lost, don't get in the way of my drinking, or I'll smash a bottle on you. Oh, then I'd like to see how you plan to smash me. Su Hao's lips curled into a smile as he stepped onto the table. Combat specialization at the penetration level activated. His right fist shot forward like an arrow, feinting toward the drunkard's face. As the man reflexively covered his face, Su Hao's left hand formed a knife hand and struck down hard on his wrist, forcing the shattered beer bottle to drop. Before the bottle hit the ground, his right hand suddenly changed its move, transforming from a fist to a palm. He grabbed the drunkard's right shoulder, while his left palm tightly gripped the man's right wrist. With a sharp twist, the drunkard's arm was pinned behind his back, rendering him immobile. This grappling move, though a common trope in cop and robber films, often proves unexpectedly effective. Su Hao's movements were executed in one fluid motion, completed in almost a second, as fast as lightning. The drunkard had no time to resist, and the onlookers, including the security guards and waitstaff, were all stunned. By the time everyone snapped out of it, Su Hao had already subdued the drunkard firmly. You little punk! How dare you ambush me? If you've got guts, let me go and let's fight fair and square. Ow, it hurts, stop squeezing. Bro, I give up, just let go already. The drunk man was still shouting at first, but Su Hao slightly squeezed his arm, and he immediately started begging for mercy. I'll leave him to you. Make sure this guy sobers up properly. Su Hao pulled the drunk man down from the table and handed him over to two security guards nearby. The security guards quickly expressed their thanks and, holding the drunk man on either side, escorted him toward the security room. The onlooking diners were amazed by Su Hao's skills just now, with several even recording the entire scene on their phones. Perhaps his heroic figure will be trending on short video platforms tomorrow. But Su Hao paid no attention to any of this. He was fully focused on the system interface. Task reward, 15 experience points, 6 practice points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, level 4. You have gained 4 distributable attribute points. Leveling up requires 200 experience? Phew, luckily this time it only doubled. Better than expected. Su Hao glanced at the interface and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought the experience required for leveling up would always triple, but it seems that's not the case. Could the increase in experience for the next level follow another calculation method? Or is there simply no fixed pattern? Excluding the 10 experience points gained from this task, he still needs 190 points to reach the next level. With a full 24 hours of task time remaining, completing it shouldn't be a problem. He returned to his seat and sat down, while Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan stared at him in shock. Xiaoyi's big eyes were filled with admiration. Brother Su Hao, you're amazing. You subdued that person with just one move. I never noticed before. Have you specifically trained in martial arts or combat? Am I really that impressive? Su Hao smiled. I just self-taught some fighting techniques before and used them casually. You really are amazing. Don't be modest. Xiao Miaohan said seriously, the move you just made was so stunning that even an outsider like me was amazed. It was so fast that I almost couldn't see what happened, and you had already subdued the drunkard. This isn't a level that ordinary combat techniques can achieve. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue eating. Su Hao chuckled awkwardly and said no more. He didn't want to continue this topic. After all, his combat specialization was a newly acquired ability after the system upgrade, unlike the culinary skills he already had as a foundation. Using this move to show off always made him feel a bit guilty. Women are naturally curious, and the two girls were no exception, chattering away as they asked him where he had learned martial arts. Helpless, Su Hao made up a story, saying that he had loved martial arts since childhood and often practiced moves from movies and martial arts books on his own, eventually becoming self-taught. Although this explanation was somewhat far-fetched, it was flawless. If he had said he learned it at a martial arts school, it would eventually be exposed. Claiming to be self-taught was much broader and harder to investigate. Let's settle it this way. After this little episode, the three of them continued enjoying their hot pot. Not long after, the hot pot restaurant manager heard about the situation and came over, probably worried about the impact. He respectfully thanked Su Hao and said the hot pot meal would be on the house. Ha, that's strange. Xiao Miaohan suddenly realized it was supposed to be my treat. How did it end up being yours? Side quest completed. The three of them exchanged a smile. Side quest completed. Side quest completed. Su Hao laughed and said, then this one doesn't count. Next time, it's your treat again. Sure, what do you guys want to eat? How about seafood buffet? I heard a new place just opened nearby, Xiaoyi tentatively suggested. I don't have anything particular in mind. You guys decide. Then let's go for the seafood buffet. Just as the three were discussing where to eat next, a young man in a white t-shirt walked up to Su Hao. Is there something you need? Su Hao keenly noticed that this young man had been staring at him from the very beginning. This person is approximately 1.9 meters tall, half a head taller than Su Hao, with a clean and neat buzz cut. His sharply defined facial features exude determination, and his muscular physique is faintly visible under his t-shirt, giving off an intimidating aura that makes him seem hard to provoke. But Su Hao didn't didn't care. So what if he's a muscle man? Suhao still had 6 attribute points to allocate. If he put them all into strength, he could transform into a mini Superman in no time. The young man locked eyes with Suhao, pondered for a moment, and seemed to carefully choose his words. Hello, I'm a disciple of Hongfeng Martial Arts School. May I ask which school you're learning from? Could you show me a few moves? Martial arts school? Suhao raised an eyebrow. I've never been to such a place. The fighting techniques are just something I practiced casually. You've got the wrong person. Practiced on your own? The young man's face was full of surprise. That seamless flow of movements just now clearly shows a mastery of the techniques. Multiple consecutive changes in moves within a second. Forget ordinary people. Even most martial arts school elites would struggle to achieve that. What he hadn't voiced was his faint suspicion that the level displayed earlier might only be the tip of the iceberg of this young man's true strength. Could it be? The young man made a few wild guesses and nodded in agreement. This friend probably doesn't want to reveal the martial arts school they come from, right? Many sects have such rules, I can understand. Let's not talk about it then. Whatever you think it is, then it is. Suhao shrugged and said indifferently, if there's nothing else, we're going to continue eating. Take care. The young man straightforwardly said, let's get straight to the point. Can I spar with you? Competition? Do you mean you want to fight me? Suhao looked at him with a doting yet condescending gaze. In a harmonious society, how can we resort to violence so easily? As the old saying goes, a gentleman uses words, not fists. First, give me a reason why I should beat you up, okay? Ding. Side quest triggered. Yang Hongwu's challenge. Quest requirement, defeat him, pin him to the ground, and rub it in mercilessly to show him your strength. Task reward, 60 experience points, 20 practice points. Alright, the young man hadn't even finished speaking when the system laid out the reason first. Such generous rewards are a first. This time, even if he wanted to avoid it, he couldn't. 60 experience points. If he could spar a few more times, wouldn't he be able to level up to 5 directly? Adding 20 training points, plus the points he had accumulated before, he could even upgrade his combat specialization to the elite level. A fierce fighting spirit ignited deep in his eyes. For experience, for training. What will it take for you to spar with me? Young Yang Hongwu was still racking his brains to inspire Suhao's fighting spirit, unaware that Suhao was already brimming with determination. Just as Suhao was about to agree readily, the young man suddenly had a bright idea. How about this? If you win, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. If you lose, you don't have to give anything. How does that sound? Are you willing to compete? Oh, you really are quite the clever one. Upon hearing this, Suhao was overjoyed, finding the young man increasingly pleasing to the eye. Giving both experience and money. Truly a good person, even cuter than that blondie last time. Does that mean you agree? The young man was full of joy. Wait, yes, we can compete, but I have one condition. Suhao raised a finger and waved it. If I lose, I'll also give you 10,000. I'm not someone who likes to take advantage of others. Alright, it's a deal. A trace of admiration appeared in the young man's eyes. My name is Yang Hongwu, a disciple of the Bajiquan Martial Arts School. Brother, what is your surname? He had no idea that Suhao dared to say this purely because the option of losing simply did not exist in his mind. Suhao smiled and said, my name is Suhao, Su as in Su Sure, and Hao as in vast and mighty. So it's brother Su, a pleasure to meet you. Yang Hongwu smiled and extended his hand. Out of courtesy, Suhao also reached out to shake his hand. Just as he was about to withdraw, he realized Yang Hongwu was gripping his hand tightly, gradually increasing the pressure. Suhao looked up and saw the burly man giving him a meaningful smile. Damn it, I don't swing that way. Let go and stay away from me. Suhao trembled all over, suppressing the chill in his heart. Of course, he understood Yang Hongwu's intention, which was nothing more than wanting to test his grip strength in advance. Are you kidding? Do you think my 12-point strength is just for fun? Unwilling to show weakness, Suhao slowly increased his grip and squeezed back. From Qiu Miaohan and Xiaoyi's perspective, the two simply smiled while shaking hands, silently looking at each other, harmonious and calm. In fact, the two were secretly competing fiercely, gripping each other's wrists so tightly it hurt, neither willing to show weakness and let go first. This guy's strength in his Qilin arm is really impressive. His power must be more than 12 points. As the grip strength continued to increase, Suhao was starting to struggle. He had thought that having 20% more strength than the average person was already impressive, but the man in front of him was clearly a fitness fanatic, and his strength was not to be underestimated. It seemed that Yang Hongwu noticed Suhao's grip strength was no longer increasing. He smiled and applied more force, casting a confident and smug expression. TSK, is this guy starting to show off? Fine, I'll admit your grip strength is impressive, but you want me to admit defeat? Not happening. Suhao opened the system interface and simply added 2 more points to his strength. A surge of overwhelming power welled up from within him. He flashed a brilliant smile at his opponent, and his grip strength suddenly skyrocketed. Yang Hongwu's smile instantly froze. Originally, the gap in strength between the two sides wasn't significant, but after Suhao's strength surged to 16 points, the situation instantly turned into a one-sided crush. I lost. Yang Hongwu quickly let go of his hand, glanced at the bruised mark on his wrist embarrassed, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. "Thank you, Brother Su, for showing mercy. I was too overconfident." He thought Su Hao had been holding back all along, his face filled with shame as he sincerely apologized. Beside them, Xiao Miaohan and Xiaoyi looked bewildered, unable to understand why. After shaking hands with Su Hao for a moment, he suddenly admitted defeat. What had happened? Su Hao said, "We'll talk about the competition later, after we finish eating." "Alright, no problem." Yang Hongwu nodded and pointed to the private room area at the back left. "Actually, I came here to eat hot pot with friends from the martial arts school. I just happened to see Brother Su make a move earlier, and feeling a sudden itch for a challenge, I thought of sparring with you. After the meal, just come to room 103 to find me." With that, he turned and left. Xiao Miaohan said, "That guy is really strange." As soon as he showed up, it was like a kung fu movie talking about his lineage and wanting to spar. From the tone of his voice, it doesn't sound like he's joking. Is there really a martial arts school nearby? Seems like there is. The term martial arts school immediately brings to mind period dramas or kung fu movies. Perhaps there were many martial arts schools in the last century, but in modern times this profession has basically declined, gradually replaced by foreign cultures such as taekwondo, karate, sanda, and gyms. Even if there are occasional training classes in the city under the name of martial arts school, most of them are just a facade, teaching only popular fighting techniques. Xiaoyi said worriedly, "Brother Su Hao, are you really going to compete with him?" "Of course, I've already agreed." Su Hao took a sip of his drink and smiled faintly. $1,000 delivered to my door, it'd be strange not to take it. "Brother Xiaoyi, are you that confident?" Xiaoyi was still worried. She knew Su Hao was very skilled at fighting in games, but she had never seen him get physical in real life. He was usually gentle and refined, hardly looking like someone adept at fighting. Besides, that muscular young man looked tough and claimed to be a disciple of a martial arts school, which naturally made people concerned. Xiao Miaohan looked at Su Hao curiously without saying a word. After all, she was different from Xiaoyi and didn't know much about Su Hao. Today was only their second meeting, so it wasn't appropriate to try to dissuade him. Su Hao reached out and ruffled Xiaoyi's hair, his tone gentle. "It's just a competition, not a street fight. Both sides will show restraint, so there's nothing to worry about. Once I earn that 10,000 yuan, I promise to treat you to a big tub of Haagen-Dazs." "Alright," Xiaoyi responded cheerfully. "I want strawberry flavor." Xiao Miaohan also smiled and said, "Can I go and watch?" Of course. More than 10 minutes later, the hot pot meal was finally finished smoothly after some twists and turns. Su Hao wiped his mouth, got up, and walked toward room 103, which Yang Hongwu had pointed out earlier. Pushing the door open, he saw over a dozen burly men inside, all shirtless, sweating profusely as they ate hot pot and drank beer, the atmosphere lively. Most of these men were young adults in their 20s or 30s, with a few teenagers around 10 years old. Each one had well-defined muscles and sharp features. The dozen or so men crowded into the small private room looked like a muscle brother gathering, making Su Hao feel instantly awkward. "Sorry, wrong room." Without hesitation, Su Hao closed the door and turned to leave. "Hey, Brother Su, don't leave." Yang Hongwu, with sharp eyes, stood up and called out as soon as he saw Su Hao, "I'm right here, you didn't go to the wrong door." Su Hao clicked his tongue, really not wanting to step through this door, so he simply stood outside. "Do you have time now? How about we go to the martial arts hall for a match right away?" "Sure." Yang Hongwu's spirit lifted at the mention of a match, his eyes sparkling like a martial arts fanatic. "Let's go, we'll head to the martial arts hall right now." The muscular men at the table, hearing the conversation, also turned their gazes towards Su Hao and began discussing among themselves. "Is this the expert Brother Wu mentioned? Doesn't look that impressive to me." What was Brother Wu thinking? "This guy might be a bit stronger than the average person, but he's far from our level." Don't jump to conclusions. Didn't Brother Wu say that this guy has already mastered his techniques, at least on the same level as him? So what if his techniques are good? The most important thing in martial arts is a solid foundation. Master always said that without strength, no amount of techniques will matter. That's right, techniques without a solid foundation are nothing more than flashy moves, like those martial arts scenes in TV dramas. They look more like dancing. Ha! These muscular men were all disciples of the Bajiquan martial arts school, and Yang Hongwu held a status among them akin to that of a senior brother. In martial arts and combat, he was unmatched, second only to the master himself. Therefore, when Yang Hongwu mentioned encountering someone who might be even stronger than him, everyone's first reaction was surprise and skepticism. Especially after seeing Su Hao's appearance, they were even more incredulous. Being scrutinized by a group of muscular men with piercing gazes, accompanied by inexplicable laughter from time to time, Su Hao felt uneasy and simply turned around to leave the private room, returning to Qiu Miaohan and Xiaoyi's side. Who would want to stand there and be observed by a bunch of burly men when they could be laughing and chatting with beautiful women? As for what those people were muttering about, he couldn't be bothered to listen. Quiet down. The private room was abuzz with discussion. Yang Hongwu raised his hand to quiet everyone and said in a deep voice, "Don't judge a book by its cover. Brother Su's strength is no less than mine. At least in terms of grip strength, we've competed before, and I was indeed no match for him." "How is that possible?" the disciples exclaimed in surprise. Although Yang Hongwu's grip strength strength wasn't the highest, it was at least in the top 3. He could even crush unopened soda cans. How could he be weaker than that seemingly unfit young man? You all go ahead and eat. Brother Su and I will head to the martial arts hall first. Yang Hongwu stepped out of the private room. Everyone exchanged glances, abandoned their meals, and quickly followed, eager to witness the duel between the two. Su Hao and the other two stood outside the hot pot restaurant waiting. Suddenly, they saw Yang Hongwu followed by a large group of intimidating muscular men, their expressions peculiar. Xiao Miaohan whispered, "Why did so many people suddenly appear? Could it be dangerous? Should we call the police first?" "Brother Su Hao, this group of people is so scary." Xiaoyi shrank back and moved closer to Su Hao. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Hao remained calm and asked Yang Hongwu, "What do you mean? Is the competition me fighting against all of you?" Yang Hongwu glanced behind him, feeling a bit awkward, and scratched the back of his head. "Brother Su, don't misunderstand. These are all disciples from our martial arts school. They just want to watch the match between you and me. Don't mind them." Su Hao nodded and said to Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan, "Why don't you head back first?" The two girls exchanged a glance, hesitated slightly, but ultimately shook their heads. "Our martial arts school is right across the street." Yang Hongwu pointed to the opposite side of the road, where a large building displayed a retro signboard reading Baji Martial Arts School. The building was quite sizable, 3 or 4 stories high, clearly more impressive than the average training center or gym, suggesting it was a legitimate business. Su Hao had the system backing him up, so he wasn't afraid of anything. He still had 4 attribute points to allocate. In case of danger, he could increase agility to 18 points and grab any weapon nearby. Even if faced with a dozen strong men, they might not be able to overpower him. The group marched grandly toward the building across the street. Upon entering, Su Hao found the martial arts hall's decor to be more refined than he had expected. The floor was paved with marble, the elevator facilities were complete, and the floors featured a small playground and an archery range. The gym was fully equipped, and there were plenty of traditional martial arts apparatuses, such as wooden stakes, plum blossom stakes, and stone locks. Arriving on the second floor, what came into view was a spacious hall. The hall was about 100 square meters, with nothing but racks of cold weapons placed along the walls. The floor was covered with mats resembling Japanese tatami, and the surrounding walls were equipped with rubber cushioning. Directly ahead hung a large calligraphy piece with the word martial written in a bold and imposing style. "Is this the competition venue?" Su Hao glanced at the tatami and asked, "Do we need to take off our shoes to enter?" "No need. The martial arts school's mats are replaced weekly, so stepping on them doesn't matter." Yang Hongwu made a gesture of invitation. "Brother Su, are you ready?" "Yes, let's begin." Su Hao nodded, stepped to the center of the field, and seeing Yang Hongwu clasp his fists in salute, he returned the gesture in kind. In the dark, Su Hao summoned the system interface and silently allocated the remaining 4 distributable attribute points, 2 to constitution and 2 to agility. Instantly, his whole body felt light and agile, with 3 attributes reaching astonishing levels: constitution 13, strength 16, agility 16. In terms of strength, agility, and constitution alone, he was far beyond an ordinary person. He was confident that, at least in terms of physical fitness, he could now suppress Yang Hongwu and no longer worry about losing in basic physical competition. In the center of the martial arts hall, the two stood about 2 meters apart. Su Hao remained motionless, while Yang Hongwu took the initiative, stepping forward and throwing a probing right straight punch toward Su Hao's chest, with his left hand guarding in front, wary of Su Hao's possible counterattack. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Straight punches are the simplest in combat, almost everyone can do them, but they are often the fastest and most effective, whether for aggressive attacks or probing moves. Su Hao was already on guard. With dynamic vision far surpassing that of ordinary people, he instantly tracked the trajectory of the punch and judged it to be just a probing attack. Combat mastery activated, a dozen countermeasures flashed through his mind in a split second. Almost by instinct, he shifted his body to the side, narrowly dodging Yang Hongwu's punch. The moment Yang Hongwu began to retract his fist, Su Hao stepped forward. His right hand formed a knife hand and struck sharply at the inside of Yang's elbow, instantly neutralizing all the force in his opponent's arm, while his left hand grabbed Yang's wrist in a vice-like grip. Without pause, Su Hao's right arm shifted into an elbow strike. He lunged forward, channeling his entire body's strength as he drove his elbow straight into Yang Hongwu's chest. A series of actions flowed swiftly and seamlessly, like a sudden clap of thunder. Jeet Kune Do? Yang Hongwu's heart trembled, and he hurriedly used his left hand to block. However, unexpectedly, how could just one hand fend off Su Hao's full-force elbow strike? Although he barely managed to grab Su Hao's right elbow, he couldn't deflect much of the force, and the elbow strike hit his chest with a dull thud. Yang Hongwu felt a jolt in his chest, exhaled sharply, his vision darkened slightly, and he clutched his chest, struggling to catch his breath. Seeing this, the surrounding onlookers immediately erupted in excitement. No way? Hit in just one move? Could Brother Wu be holding back on purpose? No, Brother Wu's punches are fast, but I didn't expect that person's reaction to be even faster. A straight punch at such close range was easily caught. His reaction speed is simply beyond human. human limits. His combat experience is terrifying. That elbow just now blocked all escape routes, leaving no room to dodge. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even be able to defend. The disciples of the martial arts school privately discussed in shock, their gazes toward Su Hao shifting from doubt to awe, fully realizing that this man's physique and skills were far beyond what any of them could compare to. Even, it might not be inferior to their master. In contrast, Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan didn't think so much. They simply felt that Su Hao was truly amazing, as he had stunned that burly man in an instant. "Are you okay?" Seeing Yang Hongwu panting heavily, Su Hao released his hand, refrained from pressing the attack, and instead stepped back, quietly waiting for him to catch his breath. "It's just a competition, no grievances or enmity. Being overly aggressive will only lose one's grace. Even if you win, it's hard to truly convince others. Don't worry, everything should be done gradually. Only those on the same level compete for superiority. First, create a calm and composed aura of aloofness, then defeat the opponent with a peaceful mindset to make them genuinely convinced. Give the opponent a few more chances, show off a few more moves, so they can truly experience despair." "Thank you." Yang Hanwu took several deep breaths to barely regain his composure. Seeing that Su Hao did not take the opportunity to launch a fierce attack but instead showed restraint, he couldn't help but feel gratitude and respect. In that brief moment earlier, Su Hao not only intercepted his punch but also effortlessly neutralized the force, following up with an elbow strike to his chest that left him breathless and powerless. If it had been a real fight, he would have already become a helpless punching bag at Su Hao's mercy. "Brother Su specializes in Jeet Kune Do?" Yang Hanwu did not rush to attack but instead asked curiously. "Jeet Kune Do?" Su Hao glanced at Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan nearby, shook his head, and said, "I just practice randomly. Whatever techniques are in the books, I learn them. I only know a little about Jeet Kune Do, and I understand a bit about other styles too." Yang Hongwu's eye twitched, clearly not believing these words. "If you really practiced randomly, what does that make us who've been training for over 10 years? Just messing around? If you don't believe me, forget it. I'll switch techniques and spar with you again." With that, Su Hao assumed a taekwondo starting stance, nodded slightly, and signaled Yang Hanwu to make his move. Yang Hanwu exhaled slowly. Although he did not believe Su Hao had extensive knowledge, he still dared not underestimate him. Learning from his previous lesson, he did not rashly throw a punch but instead adopted the Bajiquan starting stance, stepping forward steadily and cautiously. Bajiquan embodies the concept of delivering force to the farthest reaches in all directions and is a martial art passed down through the dojo. Its close-range techniques emphasize strength, simplicity, and explosive power, with core moves including pressing, supporting, squeezing, leaning, collapsing, and shaking. With each step, Yang Hanwu ensured his heel touched the ground first, channeling power through his waist and shoulders. His body was taut, and the latent explosive force was unmistakably evident. When he got within about 1 meter, he stopped advancing, stared at Su Hao, and moved sideways, waiting for an opportunity to strike. "Tisk, afraid to make a direct move?" Su Hao glanced around and saw through Yang Hongwu's attempt to find a flaw, like a tiger waiting to pounce and kill at any moment. "Then I'll take the initiative." "All right." Su Hao spun on his foot and raised his leg to deliver a side kick toward Yang Hongwu's waist and abdomen. This kick was exceptionally swift and fierce. Even someone as trained as Yang Hongwu would likely find it difficult to stay steady if hit. Yang Hongwu was not alarmed but delighted instead. He twisted his waist with force, quickly dodging to the side, and simultaneously reached out to grab Su Hao's kicking ankle, his face full of joy. He must have thought he had found an opening. Su Hao's lips curled into a smile. Using his left foot to lightly push off the ground, his whole body soared into the air, executing a spinning double kick, with one foot powered by the force of his twisting waist aimed straight at Yang Hongwu's face. Yang Hongwu had no time to counterattack. Seeing another kick flying toward him, he panicked and quickly released his right ankle, crossing his arms in front of his face to block. A loud muffled boom. Both arms suffered a violent impact. Yang Hongwu fell backward, staggered several steps, but still couldn't steady himself, ultimately landing on his backside. He hurriedly got up, only to feel his arms numb and trembling. Though he could move them, he couldn't muster much strength, likely unable to recover for several hours. "Thanks for letting me win." Su Hao sprang up with a kip up. Just now, both legs were in mid-air, kicking back the opponent but also causing oneself to fall. This is the price of the double spinning kick. If it fails to hit the enemy, one is bound to fall into a passive position. "I've learned my lesson." Yang Hongwu cupped his hands in acknowledgement of defeat, willingly conceding, "Brother Su's techniques are extraordinary, and you have held back multiple times. I am not ungrateful. In this match, I lost." He could see that Su Hao's techniques were versatile, his reaction swift, leaving no chance of victory. The Bajiquan techniques could not be executed at all. Once in close range, a crushing defeat is inevitable. The two are simply not on the same level. Task reward, 60 experience points, 20 practice points. Accompanied by the system's pleasant notification sound, Su Hao understood that Yang Hongwu was truly convinced this time. "Well, your martial skills aren't aren't bad either, young Hangwu praised sincerely. Faced with this genuine compliment, Su Hao naturally responded modestly, actually, I only know a few moves. If my reaction had been a bit slower earlier, I probably wouldn't have held up. Ha, brother Su is too modest. Young Hangwu laughed and then shifted his tone, speaking solemnly and respectfully. I wonder if brother Su would be willing to come to our martial arts school as a coach? I'm willing to pay a hefty sum, and you can name your terms, as long as you teach us a move or two. What? You want me to be a coach? Su Hao was stunned and quickly shook his head. No, I'm just a novice. How could I teach anyone? Besides, you already have a master and practice traditional Chinese martial arts like Bajikwan. I wouldn't be of any help. Su Hao's combat specialization mostly consists of modern fighting techniques, with only a small portion involving Chinese martial arts, such as Jeet Kune Do, which incorporates Wing Chun techniques. In terms of intricate moves, Bajikwan is clearly superior. However, Yang Hongwu's mastery of the technique has not yet reached perfection, coupled with the disparity in speed, which led to his easy defeat. In the traditional martial arts community, there is a saying, in literature, Tai Chi brings peace to the world. In martial arts, Bajikwan stabilizes the universe, highlighting Bajikwan's esteemed status in the martial arts world. If given the chance, Su Hao would prefer to learn Bajikwan. If the system specialization offered an option for martial arts upgrades, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, he has never been exposed to it, and the system lacks this specialization. No, martial arts are also very important. Young Hangwu shook his head. It must be admitted that Bajikwan is difficult to master and requires more than 10 years of hard practice. In contrast, modern combat techniques are easier to learn quickly. Learning more techniques can also enhance your martial arts experience. That's true. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Yang Hangwu said earnestly, I see that brother Su has extensive knowledge. If you could come and be a coach, it would naturally be excellent. The martial arts school offers a monthly salary of 50,000, full insurance, and room and board. If the terms are unsatisfactory, we can still negotiate. A monthly salary of 50,000, with room and board included. Su Hao was instantly captivated. Previously, when he worked as a salesman, his monthly salary combined with bonuses was only 4 to 5,000, and his bank account balance had long been in the 4-digit range. But after hesitating for a moment, he still politely declined. I'm really not cut out for the coach role. Su Hao shook his head. However, if you don't mind, I can occasionally come to the martial arts gym for sparring and mutual guidance. To be honest, I'm very interested in your Bajikwan. He dared not easily take on the role of a coach. Although the system had instilled a lot of combat knowledge in him, he still felt somewhat uncertain about truly teaching others how to fight. The latter part of the sentence was heartfelt. Su Hao was indeed very curious about Bajikwan. He was pondering whether he could learn a move or two and see if the system would suddenly grant him Bajikwan specialization. Failing to keep Su Hao as a coach, young Hangwu seemed slightly disappointed. However, upon hearing that Su Hao was interested, he immediately perked up. How could we ever mind? The martial arts school always welcomes brother Su to come by and spar often. Well, no problem. Su Hao nodded slowly. Let's exchange contact information. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. As he spoke, he opened WeChat and displayed a QR code. Yang Hangwu took out his phone and scanned it, puzzled. Huh? Brother Su, this is a payment code. Oh, my memory. With a few taps of his thumb on the phone, the next second, Su Hao's phone showed a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button just now, young Hangwu said with an awkward smile. Su Hao smiled knowingly, calmly switched to the business card code, and added young Hangwu as a friend. After adding him as a friend, he bid farewell to young Hangwu and left the martial arts gym with Chiu Miaohan and Xiaoyi. As the sky darkened, Su Hao simply took a taxi back to the neighborhood. Normally, he wouldn't want to spend this money, but today he easily earned 10,000, so a few dozen for a cab was nothing. Back at the community, Su Hao and Xiaoyi took the elevator down from the 5th floor and said goodbye to Chiu Miaohan. Brother Xiaoyi, you were so cool just now. 2 moves, and you defeated them with a single strike each, just like a peerless master in a TV drama. Back home, Xiaoyi couldn't contain his excitement, waving his little fists and mimicking Su Hao's moves from earlier when he repelled young Hangwu. What do you mean like? I clearly am a peerless master. He. In front of acquaintances, Su Hao no longer held back, laughing heartily as he picked up the petite Xiaoyi and spun her around, feeling elated. I made 10,000 today, it's simply amazing. Don't you think so, baby? Oh, I see. This 10,000 is just the beginning. As long as he keeps completing tasks, upgrading, and strengthening, the income is bound to flow continuously. This is the real reason for Su Hao's excitement. Wow. Being lifted high, Xiaoyi blushed in fear. Put me down quickly. Don't spin. I'm afraid I'll get dizzy. Su Hao calmed his excitement, gently put her down, and said with an awkward smile, sorry, I got too excited. I'll buy you strawberry-flavored Häagen-Dazs tomorrow. Xiaoyi, it's getting late. You should head home now. He still had over 40 experience points on hand and needed to carefully plan which specializations would be the most cost-effective to invest in. Xiaoyi blinked. It's only a little past 9. Let's play PS4 for a while longer. Oh, have you finished your homework? Today is Sunday, you know. Su Hao used his trump card. Xiaoyi was instantly at a loss, dejectedly running back home to do her homework. She had been playing all day without touching her homework, originally planning to secretly catch up during morning self-study tomorrow. Now that she was exposed, she had no choice but to obediently start writing. After sending Xiaoyi off, Suhao returned to his bed and lazily sprawled out in a starfish position. Too much happened today, just the system tasks alone completed 7 or 8. The pace was so fast there was barely any time to catch a breath, leaving him utterly exhausted. Hugh, how can you see the rainbow without experiencing the storm? Hold on. He took a deep breath, leaped up, and summoned the system interface. Character, Suhao, level 4. Physique, 13 points. Strength, 16 points. Agility, 16 points. Assignable attributes, 0 points. Experience points, 41. Next level experience requirement, 130 points. Still need 130 experience points? Just a matter of a few tasks. Suhao's mood instantly lightened considerably. Only the final step remained to complete the main storyline task, and the time limit was generous, with a full 20 hours left. He turned his gaze to the specialization interface, hesitating. Upgrading combat specialization to elite level requires 30 practice points. Although I have enough, should I upgrade? If he hadn't encountered the group from the Bajiquan martial arts school, he might have simply upgraded his combat specialization to the mastery level. But after coming into contact with the Bajiquan school, he suddenly realized that combat was just a relatively common specialization. Although its moves were simple and effective in the early stages, in the long run, it was hard to have much potential for value appreciation. If he could learn Bajiquan techniques and unlock the martial arts specialization, wouldn't it be wonderful to use this batch of experience points to upgrade that type of specialization? Apart from combat specialization, there are quite a few specializations that seem quite valuable. Suhao's gaze swept over music, language, calligraphy and painting, computer operation, and others. Music, language, calligraphy and painting. Let's set aside these purely artistic pursuits for now. Specializing in computer operations is quite interesting. His computer operation skills are at the beginner level. As a modern person, everyone knows a bit, especially since he relies on a computer to write reports every day. How could he not understand some basic operations? Daily internet browsing and spreadsheet creation are beginner level operations. So what exactly qualifies as mastery level or even elite level? Coding, hacking, network intrusion? This computer operations specialization is clearly hacker-oriented. Suhao speculated on the true value of this specialization. His interest peaked and tentatively clicked to upgrade. Would you like to consume 25 experience points to upgrade computer operation to the mastery level? So expensive? It's way pricier than the combat specialization, he exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that upgrading requires a broad knowledge base? Just the foundational coding alone, like C language, needs to be solid. 9 times out of 10, the experience point consumption is proportional to the specialization's strength. Keep the guess in mind. Suhao closed the interface and decided to temporarily put the training aside, planning to use it when urgently needed. The night passed in the blink of an eye. On Monday morning, Suhao got up early, washed up, dressed neatly, and went out to look for tasks. At the entrance of the neighborhood, he happened to encounter Xiao Miaohan. She seemed to be just about to go to work as well, standing next to a Vios with a bag over her shoulder, awkwardly conversing with someone. The two people's eyes met, and Xiao Miaohan's eyes sparkled as if she had seen a savior, quickly walking over. Manager Feng, you can leave first. My boyfriend is here to take me to work. Xiao Miaohan held Suhao's arm, shyly leaning against him. Suhao was completely puzzled, wondering what was going on. Xiao Miaohan leaned in and whispered, "Help me out. Pretend to be my boyfriend." "Oh, alright." Suhao noticed she wanted to avoid Manager Feng, so he didn't say much and stood quietly by, waiting for the car to leave. The window of the Vios rolled down, revealing the face of a slightly chubby man around 30 years old. He frowned at Suhao, his gaze sharp, and upon seeing Suhao's simple attire and lack of a car, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Manager Feng said playfully, "Xiao Qiu, to be honest, your taste is really poor. His outfit is all cheap street stall goods, and he doesn't even have a car. Is he planning to take the bus to send you? Why not get in my car instead?" Manager Feng, what do you mean by that? Xiao Miaohan asked angrily, casting an apologetic glance at Suhao. Suhao remained indifferent, his self-esteem unaffected by such minor provocations. After all, the fact is that he is poor, and in the past, he didn't have a girlfriend because of this. But now that he has the system, he is destined to no longer be poor. As for Manager Feng, there will be no intersection in the future, and he has no interest in competing with him for affection. Suhao remained silent, while Manager Feng continued to provoke with a smug smile. "Young man, if you have self-awareness, don't stand in Xiao Qiu's way. Can you, being poor, give her happiness? Can you afford the things she wants?" Side quest completed. Spirit, 11 points. None of your business. Suhao retorted with a sidelong glance. Manager Feng's face stiffened, and he said angrily, "How dare you insult me? I was advising you kindly." "None of my business." Suhao couldn't be bothered to argue. "Isn't it about time to leave?" He stepped forward and punched the nearby sycamore tree. With a loud bang, the thick trunk trembled, and several pieces of bark were knocked off. Manager Feng's face turned pale, too scared to continue provoking, and he hurriedly returned to the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, he regained his courage and leaned out, saying, "Xiao Qiu, it's already 8:30. I'm afraid you'll be late if you take the bus. Better get in my car." Xiao Miahan awkwardly refused, thinking to herself, if it weren't for your pestering, I would have already taken the bus and left. "Don't trouble yourself, I'll call a taxi to take her." Su Hao shrugged, he could afford the taxi fare. Just as they walked to the roadside to hail a cab, no taxis came, and a Range Rover inexplicably stopped in front of them. The three were puzzled, the car window rolled down, and young Hangwu was sitting in the driver's seat. "Why is it you?" Su Hao asked, puzzled. "Brother Su, I want to ask you for a favor." Young Hangwu scratched his head awkwardly. "I originally wanted to say it on WeChat, but I felt it wasn't sincere enough, so I came to find you in person. What are you two doing?" He looked towards Su Hao and Xiao Miaohan by the roadside. "A favor? What is it?" "It's a long story." Yang Hangwu sighed. "Several martial artists from a neighboring city came to the dojo this morning, claiming they wanted to exchange techniques, but in reality, they're here to challenge us. Master is currently away, and I'm in charge of the dojo. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold them off. So you want me to help?" "Exactly." Yang Hangwu got straight to the point, speaking respectfully, though it may seem abrupt. "I would like to ask Brother Su to temporarily act as a coach for a day to deal with those challengers. The compensation is negotiable." "Brother Su, do you have time now?" Ding! Side quest triggered. Gang up on the challenger. Quest requirements: with just this little skill, you dare to challenge us? Come at me all together. I'll take on 5 at once. Quest rewards: 200 experience points, 50 training points. The quest notification sounded in his ear, and Su Hao was stunned. What the heck? A group fight against the challengers, and I have to take on 5 people alone? So, the whole group on the other side is teaming up to fight just me? But the reward is really generous, 200 experience points in total. Completing this task will definitely level me up to level 5. It's worth the risk. Alright, I'll take it. Su Hao glanced at Manager Feng and Xiao Miaohan. "But I need to call a cab to take my girlfriend to her company first. I'll head to the martial arts gym afterward." "Call a cab? Leave such a small matter to me." Yang Hangwu patted his chest confidently, opened the car door, and said with a grin, "Sis-in-law, hop in. I'll make sure you get to your workplace as fast as possible." Hearing the word sister-in-law, Xiao Miaohan's face flushed slightly. She hesitated and glanced at Su Hao, who was already seated in the front passenger seat, signaling her to get in the car. Manager Feng, sitting in the Vios, was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? This poor guy actually knows such wealthy friends and is even respectfully invited to help? The world has truly changed. After Xiao Miaohan got in the car, Yang Hangwu returned to the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and the Range Rover sped off. Su Hao never once looked directly at Manager Feng, leaving him sitting alone in the Vios, his expression chaotic. "Sister-in-law, where's the company?" Yang Hangwu asked. "Beishao Street intersection." Xiao Miaohan blushed and turned to thank Su Hao. "I'm really sorry for pretending to be your girlfriend just now. Manager Feng from our company has been pestering me, and today he even followed me to the apartment building downstairs. I had no choice but to resort to this." "Thank you so much for helping me. Just a small favor." Su Hao replied calmly. "People like that are indeed annoying, I understand." Speaking of Manager Feng, Su Hao thought of Lu Bapi from the company, feeling disgusted in his heart, not even wanting to spare him a glance. Listening to their conversation, Yang Hangwu turned his head and looked at Su Hao in surprise, his expression seemingly saying, "So, Brother Su, you still haven't won over sister-in-law yet?" Su Hao glanced at him and thought to himself, "We only met the day before yesterday, how could things progress so quickly? First, tell me exactly what kind of help you need." "Well, here's the situation." Yang Hongwu's expression turned serious. "This morning, an old master who practices Tongbei Quan came from a neighboring town, bringing his apprentice to our martial arts school. He said he wanted to open a school nearby and specially came to visit his peers to seek advice on our Bajiquan. On the surface, it sounded polite, but in reality, it's clear they're here to challenge us. That's the way the rules work. A new martial arts school wants to make a name for itself, so they have to challenge an established one. Normally, it wouldn't matter, but I can see they're clearly trying to take advantage of the master's absence to treat our school like a soft target." "I see." Su Hao roughly understood Yang Hongwu's meaning. Someone wants to challenge the Bajiquan martial arts school to establish their reputation, and they've chosen the period when the master is away. Yang Hongwu is worried he can't handle it alone, so he's asking for help to hold the fort. "How many of them?" Su Hao asked. The system task prompted him to face a 1 against 5 situation, with a high probability that the opponents would be 5 people. Yang Hongwu replied, "1 master with 5 apprentices, a total of 6 people." 6 people? Su Hao was slightly surprised but quickly understood. It seems the system's 1 against 5 challenge only targets the apprentices. The master likely won't step in, perhaps out of concern for maintaining face and avoiding bullying the weak. Yang Hongwu scratched his head. "Our martial arts school hasn't been open for long. Although we have many disciples, most have only been practicing practicing for 2 or 3 years at most. I'm afraid they won't be a match. That's why I sought your help, Brother Su. Please don't laugh at me. No problem, Su Hao said sincerely. If the martial arts school has any issues, feel free to come to me anytime. I'm happy to spar with others. These words were heartfelt. With the system backing him, he wasn't afraid of trouble. Every problem was a stepping stone for leveling up. What's more, troubles that could earn him money and experience? The more, the better. Brother Su, I truly consider you a brother now, Yang Hanwu said gratefully. The Land Rover sped along. A bus ride that would take half an hour was covered by them in less than 10 minutes. After dropping Chiu Miaohan off at the company entrance, the Land Rover accelerated again and quickly arrived at the martial arts school. Just as he entered, a martial arts disciple hurriedly ran over. Brother Wu, where did you go just now? That old man and his group have fought us 7 or 8 rounds already. They strike viciously, always aiming for vital points. The brothers are no match for them. Isn't this the guy from yesterday? Yang Hangu said. I invited Brother Su to be a temporary coach. With the 2 of us here, even if they try a relay battle, we won't be afraid, right, Brother Su? Not bad, Su Hao replied perfunctorily. Where's the challenger? The disciple led the 2 to the 3rd floor of the martial arts hall, arriving at a traditional-style wooden tea pavilion. 5 men wearing t-shirts with the words Tongbei sat around an 8 immortals table. The oldest was over 30, while the youngest was 16 or 17. In the center sat an elderly man with graying hair dressed in a tang suit, estimated to be in his 60s or 70s. The elderly man saw Yang Hangu enter and, while sipping tea, said, Your hall's decor is quite nice. My disciples have already warmed up with yours. When shall we begin the match? Yang Hangu replied, My master is out of town and can't return for the time being. The elder smiled and said, No problem. On this trip, I mainly wanted my disciples to broaden their horizons and interact with young people. By the way, this young man looks unfamiliar. I haven't seen him before? Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is our newly hired coach, Su Hao, Yang Hangu said. Brother Su, this is Elder Lu Wannan, a master of Tongbei boxing, Yang Hanwu introduced. Su Hao nodded. I've met Master Lu. Not a master, just call me Old Master Lu. Lu waved his hand with a cheerful smile. Coach Su, becoming a coach at such a young age and teaching disciples in the gym, your martial arts must be quite impressive, right? Just so, Su Hao replied perfunctorily. What he practiced wasn't traditional martial arts. His expertise in combat involved a mix of techniques. While there were punches and kicks, it wasn't related to martial arts styles. Strictly speaking, it was more about fighting skills. Coach Su was truly modest. Master Lu stroked his beard and said meaningfully, Why not spar with my top disciple later? I'd like to see the level of your gym's coach. It shouldn't disappoint. Sure, Su Hao replied with a light smile. This old man's words carried hidden meaning. First, he praised Su Hao's martial arts, tying it to the gym's reputation, and then suggested a match with his top disciple. It was clearly an attempt to gain fame and suppress the Bajiquan gym by defeating him. If Su Hao won, a coach defeating a disciple would be perfectly normal and wouldn't harm the other party's reputation. If it's a draw, the opponent can say, Your coach and my disciple are on the same level, gaining a big advantage. If Su Hao loses, the opponent will be even more pleased. Your coach can't even beat my disciple. No matter what, the opponent stands to benefit. That old guy is truly cunning and shrewd. Su Hao sneered, daring to target me. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Inside the tea pavilion, Yang Hanwu and Master Lu exchanged pleasantries for quite a while before finally getting to the point. The group then proceeded in grand fashion to the practice area on the 2nd floor. According to the old rules, best of 5 matches. Which skilled disciple from your school will take the first round? Master Lu leisurely sat in his chair, his gaze fixed on Yang Hanwu. I'll take the first round. Yang Hanwu was about to step forward when Su Hao suddenly took a step ahead and said, I'll go. The 2 exchanged a glance, and Yang Hanwu nodded trustingly before stepping back to his original position. Under everyone's gaze, Su Hao slowly walked to the center of the hall, his eyes scanning the crowd before finally resting on Master Lu and his group. Since Coach Su is so interested, let my eldest disciple take the stage first, Master Lu said with a smile, signaling the older middle-aged man beside him to step forward. No need, Su Hao said, shocking everyone. He glanced down at his watch. Tisk, it's already past 11. Master Lu, why not let all your disciples come at once? Let's finish quickly so we can catch lunch. As soon as the words fell, the entire place fell silent as death. Then, it erupted. What? The challenger disciple shouted angrily. What did he just say? Does he look down on us? The young man sneered, letting us all go at once? Is his brain broken? The senior disciple snorted coldly. Maybe he's incapable and wants to lose with dignity? Losing 5 against 1 isn't too shameful. The disciples of the Bajiquan martial arts school couldn't help but retort. Although they didn't understand Su Hao's intentions, they firmly supported him. Nonsense. Brother Su's fighting skills are exceptional. If he says all of you should come at once, then all of you should come at once. Exactly. If you've got the guts, step up. Stop talking nonsense feeling guilty, aren't you? Show your skills in action. Don't just talk without substance. Both sides were at each other's throats, and the martial arts hall was was as noisy as a marketplace, with endless verbal clashes. Quiet. Yang Hongwu pressed his hand down, signaling his disciples to keep silent. You all be quiet too, Master Lu said in a low voice, his expression calm as he looked towards Su Hao in the center of the hall. Coach Su, stop making a fuss. Let's start the match quickly. Su Hao shook his head. No, I insist on taking on all 5 at once. The competition is supposed to be one-on-one. How can you bully the few with the many? Wouldn't that break the rules? Master Lu said with a stern face. If Coach Su truly has such intentions, why not spar with my senior disciple first, and then we can discuss further, Master Lu said calmly. That's fine. It won't take long anyway, Su Hao replied indifferently, as if he didn't take the challengers seriously at all. Arrogant. The burly senior disciple couldn't contain his anger, strode forward, raised his leg, and assumed the starting stance of Tongbei Fist. Lu Chunghua, please guide me. Su Hao nodded in return. In fact, before stepping onto the stage, he secretly summoned the system interface and spent 30 experience points to upgrade his combat specialization to elite level. His indifferent expression was not out of disdain for the opponent but rather because he was immersed in the wealth of combat experience he had just gained. His calm demeanor was simply his usual state of contemplation. After the formalities, Lu Chunghua couldn't wait and charged forward. 20-character formula of Tongbei Quan: cold, springy, crisp, fast, hard, deep, long, lively, soft, skillful, heavy, fierce, light, agile, shaking, encompassing emptiness, sticking, connecting, following. A strong man strikes with fists and legs simultaneously, hands and feet forming a single line. His leg techniques feint to distract the opponent's vision, while his fists attack the waist and abdomen from blind spots, swift and fierce, with complex moves. This speed and technique indeed surpass Yan Hanwu by far. But in front of elite-level fighter Su Hao, it is like a child flailing their fists. Facing the feint of leg techniques, Su Hao remained calm and composed, striking out with his left palm, directly hitting the opponent's fist, firmly gripping it, countering force with force, showing no inferiority. Lu Chenghua's eyes flashed with surprise as he hurriedly tried to withdraw his fist, only to find it firmly held, unable to move an inch. Sensing the unfavorable situation, he quickly retracted his leg and changed his move, once again aiming a kick at Su Hao's lower body. Su Hao was even faster, kicking his leg aside and, taking advantage of his imbalance, delivered a straight punch to the face. Lu Chunghua closed his eyes, bracing for the blow, but Su Hao's punch was controlled and stopped steadily right in front of him. I lost. Lu Chunghua sighed deeply, his body completely relaxed. Defeated in one move, the gap in skill was evident even to outsiders. Moreover, Su Hao had held back multiple times. Continuing to struggle would only be embarrassing. Su Hao's decisive victory sparked cheers from the disciples of the Bajiquan martial arts school, who shouted, Coach Su is awesome. The challengers were bewildered, unable to believe that Lu Chunghua had been defeated so decisively. Master Lu's face was grim, clearly not expecting his strongest disciple to lose so easily. Can I take on 5 at once now? Su Hao spoke calmly, yet his words were the most arrogant. Coach Su, are you serious? Fists and kicks have no eyes. Don't end up hurting someone. Master Lu was furious, finding the young man's arrogance nauseating. Of course, I'm serious. Su Hao urged, hurry up. At worst this time I won't hold back either. Let's have a fair fight. Alright, old man, I'll grant your wish. Master Lu snorted coldly and signaled to his disciples behind him, indicating they should teach him a lesson. The 4 disciples, burning with rage, surrounded him, completely blocking any escape route, their gazes fierce. The disciples of the Bajiquan martial arts school saw this and turned their eyes to Yang Hongwu, hinting whether they should step forward to help. No need, Brother Su wouldn't speak without confidence, we trust him. Although Yang Hongwu hesitated, he felt reassured upon seeing Su Hao's confident expression. In the hall, Lu Chunghua frowned, you are indeed impressive, but 5 against 1 is too arrogant. Hurry up and change your tune, don't bring trouble upon yourself. I also don't want to bully with numbers. If I say all of you can come at me, then do it. Stop wasting words. Su Hao shrugged, his gaze sweeping over the 5. Before they could fully encircle him, he stepped forward and charged straight at the youngest one. The first one. Before the words had even faded, Su Hao struck the left side of the young man's neck with lightning speed, rendering him unconscious on the spot. The 4 were utterly shocked, not expecting Su Hao to be so astonishingly fast. They hurriedly lunged forward, not even bothering to assume the starting stance of Tongbei Fist. The closest one even tried to grapple Su Hao directly. Catch me? What a joke. My 16 points in agility aren't just for show. The second one. A smile played at the corner of Su Hao's lips. Before he could be grabbed, he raised his leg and swept a fierce kick into the man's ribs. The powerful impact knocked the man off balance, sending him crashing to the ground with a wail of pain. At that moment, another attacker swung a fist at Su Hao from behind. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Su Hao ducked forward just before the punch landed, then sprang up and drove his elbow hard into the man's abdomen. The man doubled over in agony, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Third one. Seeing 3 people instantly fall to the ground, the remaining ones were stunned and at a loss, even forgetting to attack. Fourth one. Su Hao showed no mercy, quickly rushing forward, feinting a move, and knocking knocking out the terrified disciple with a single strike. In just a few seconds, four aggressive Tongbei Fist disciples were all lying on the ground, groaning or unconscious, leaving only 2 people in the arena. Senior disciple Lu Chunghua hadn't finished speaking when he saw a fist like a sandbag smashing toward him, forcing him to dodge awkwardly. What did you say? The match isn't over yet. Su Hao remained calm and composed. After a feint punch, he launched a spinning kick, causing Lu Chunghua to stagger unsteadily. Following up with a punch, Lu Chunghua had no way to dodge and fell heavily to the ground. Only one person was left standing in the hall. The entire venue fell into dead silence, everyone stunned. The 1-against-5 match ended in a flash. This is the power of domination. Brother Su is mighty. No one knows who shouted first, but the martial arts hall erupted in deafening cheers. Master Lu's face was dark with anger, his fury barely concealed as he gripped the armrest tightly and glared viciously at Su Hao. Su Hao, who had achieved a pentakill, paid no attention and focused solely on listening to the system notification sounds. Task reward, 200 experience points, 50 training points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 5, you have gained 4 allocatable attribute points. Congratulations on completing the main quest ahead of schedule. Ability module unlocked, 1 ability point awarded. Ability module? Su Hao was ecstatic. Could it be those cool abilities from games? The system really upgrades with new features. This is awesome. If only I could have a skill like 10,000 swords return to the sect. Just as he was immersed in his ability fantasies, Master Lu stood up and slowly walked toward the unconscious disciples, heavily patting the tops of their heads. The 2 unconscious disciples immediately woke up, while the remaining 3 stood up in pain. Master Lu squinted and said, Coach Su truly possesses remarkable skills. Today, I have intruded, and this old man should take his disciples and leave. If fate allows, I will come again to seek guidance. Su Hao was puzzled. Not going to spar with me? Master Lu almost stumbled, coughing twice. I am old and frail, how can I compare with young people? If I were 20 years younger, perhaps I could still fight. Others might step forward, but he could see that Su Hao had a solid foundation. Mere techniques wouldn't suffice, and even if he went up, he would only take a beating. Oh, take care, I won't see you off. Su Hao waved his hand, feeling regretful. If he could beat up Master Lu again, who knows how much experience he could earn as a reward. After the challenger left in disgrace, the disciples of the Bajiquan martial arts school couldn't contain their excitement. They surrounded Su Hao, bombarding him with questions about how he managed to do it, whether he had truly become a coach, and showering him with endless praise. Surrounded by a group of muscular men, Su Hao felt a bit awkward. Come on, you're not cute girls. Crowding around me with flushed faces and shouting, Brother Su, you're amazing, can you all back off a little? To celebrate Brother Su's feat of taking on 5 opponents at once, lunch is on me. Let's head to the Honghu Grand Restaurant for a feast. Yang Hongwu excitedly waved his arm, leading over a dozen disciples to cheer and jump for joy. Eat? No need, I still have things to do. Su Hao originally planned to go home and study his abilities, but he was surrounded by the crowd, persuaded to stay as the main character, leaving him no chance to escape. Since it was lunchtime, having a meal wouldn't hurt, so he had no choice but to agree. The place Yang Hongwu chose to treat them wasn't an ordinary restaurant but the nearby renowned 3-star Grand Hotel. A single meal could easily cost tens of thousands, with all kinds of delicacies available. During the banquet, glasses were exchanged as everyone took turns toasting. Perhaps due to his superior constitution, after downing over a dozen glasses of wine, Su Hao ended up drinking his toasters under the table, while he himself was only slightly tipsy. The banquet lasted 2 to 3 hours. Brother Su, it's all thanks to you. Yang Hongwu, overcome by the effects of alcohol, slurred his words. The match just now was so intense. 5 against 1, and the opponents were all skilled fighters. In my life, apart from TV dramas, only you could pull this off. Su Hao said calmly, I just caught them off guard. If I were truly surrounded, I would definitely lose. A win is a win. Brother Su, don't be modest. Come, let's drink. Yang Hongwu poured 2 more glasses of baijiu. Though he was happy, he felt a bit guilty. Yesterday, when sparring with Brother Su, I failed to push you to show your true skills. I feel ashamed. It seems my martial path still has a long way to go. He was unaware that Su Hao had the blessing of combat specialization, with attributes far surpassing ordinary people, making him completely incomparable. Martial arts? Su Hao took the opportunity to ask. Of course. Yang Hongwu beamed with joy. If Brother Su wants to learn, I can teach you the basic fist techniques and footwork anytime, but the essence will have to wait until my master returns to be passed on. He had originally wanted to win over Su Hao, so seeing his interest in learning martial arts, he naturally welcomed it. Thank you. I'll definitely come to the martial arts school to learn boxing when I have time. Su Hao smiled and raised his glass, calculating in his mind that he needed to accumulate more experience points during this period. After getting everyone at the martial arts school thoroughly drunk, Su Hao walked out of the hotel, took out his fitness tracker, and saw that it was already 4 p.m. There were only about 2 hours left until the meteor shower mentioned in the main quest. What kind of drastic changes to the world could the quest be referring to, he wondered, lost in thought. thought when a notification from WeChat suddenly chimed. He opened his phone to see a transfer of 50,000 from Yang Hangwu, along with a message saying this was the first payment of gratitude. Due to the daily transfer limit of 50,000, another 50,000 would be sent tomorrow. Adding yesterday's 10,000, Su Hao has earned a total of 110,000 in the past few days. This figure, while not astronomical to him, is still a huge sum, especially since his usual savings are meager. Sure enough, having a system is great. The money-making channels are endless, and there's no need to worry at all. In high spirits, he casually checked other unread messages. He hadn't browsed WeChat in recent days, and quite a few had piled up. While flipping through, he saw Wen Xingliu's WeChat messages. The receptionist girl who secretly liked him had left dozens of unread messages. The night before last, she said, "I'm so sorry. I heard what happened from your colleague. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been forced to resign. I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble. Yesterday morning, Su Hao, are you there? Hello? I really didn't mean it. How about I resign too? At noon, can I treat you to a meal? Please don't be mad." Similar messages continued until this morning. How am I supposed to reply to this? Su Hao sighed helplessly, staring blankly at dozens of messages. Scrolling to the latest one, his eyes flickered as he noticed Wen Qinglu reminding him to be cautious of Lu Bapi's retaliation. Rumor had it in the company that Lu Bapi had a cousin in the underworld who wanted to settle the score with him. Teach me a lesson? I'd be more than happy to oblige. If it had been a few days ago, he might have been uneasy. Now, he could simply laugh it off. A few punks want to teach him a lesson? Even if a dozen of them showed up with weapons, with his current fighting skills and physique, he's confident he could take them all down. Instead, he's looking forward to how much experience the task will reward. He typed a reply to Wen Qinglu, thanking her for the reminder, reassuring her not to worry, and explaining that he wasn't angry, he just hadn't been on WeChat these past few days. As for the meal invitation, it wouldn't be necessary. That's about it. After all, I quit my job, and I probably won't have any interaction with her anymore. Although he found Wen Qinglu cute and soft, Su Hao had no further plans. Unexpectedly, just after sending the message, Wen Qinglu replied instantly, "I heard there's a meteor shower around 8 tonight. Are you free? Want to go watch it together?" Meteor shower. Su Hao was stunned, recalling the main quest the eve of the meteor shower. Could it be that he wasn't the only one aware of this? Meteor shower? What do you mean? He asked back. When Xinglu said, "Haven't you seen the news? All the hot topics are about the meteor shower." Then came a long message. It said that the space agency observed a cluster of small meteoroids this morning, expected to pass through the atmosphere tonight around 8 o'clock. Though small and harmless, they are widely dispersed and visible across half the globe. A once-in-a-millennium event, truly romantic. Meteoroid cluster? Su Hao pondered, opened the browser to search, and sure enough, the topic of tonight's meteor shower was everywhere. The public's focus is on the romantic scenery. No one thinks this astronomical phenomenon will affect their lives, as it's just a fleeting hot topic. But he learned from the system that the meteorite was far from ordinary. While he was pondering, WeChat chimed again. It was Wen Qinglu asking if he had time to watch the meteor shower. As he hesitated, another message popped up. It turned out to be from Xiaoyi. "Brother Su Hao, there's actually a meteor shower tonight. I secretly made a key for the rooftop gate while the property management wasn't paying attention. Hee. Let's go to the rooftop together to watch it." The rooftop of the residential area had always been locked, prohibiting residents from going up. Unexpectedly, her cleverness led her to secretly make a key. Watching a meteor shower from over 30 floors high would surely be breathtaking. Su Hao smiled knowingly. Compared to the unfamiliar receptionist girl, even a fool would know how to choose the neighborly little sister. He sent a OK cat emoji to Xiaoyi and informed Wen Qinglu that he was busy with something. After finishing with WeChat, he put away his phone, hailed a car by the roadside, and headed straight home. On the way, he didn't forget to stop by the supermarket to buy a tub of Häagen-Dazs for Xiaoyi. After returning home, he placed the ice cream in the fridge, took a sip of a cold drink, collapsed onto the comfortable bed, and opened the system interface, ready to study the newly unlocked ability module. You lost. At the top of the interface were 3 small squares: status, specialization, abilities. He clicked abilities, and a tree diagram instantly popped up, layered and intricate, filled with ability icons. At the top were elemental abilities like wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. On the right were special abilities such as X-ray vision, sword mastery, illusions, and cloning. On the left were passive abilities like absolute balance, weakness insight, and limb regeneration. The abundance of abilities left Su Hao dazzled and overjoyed. Am I seeing this right? Elemental abilities. And cloning, sword mastery. Even the legendary return of 10,000 swords is here. He sprang up from the bed, his arms tightly clenched. Images of the future flashed in his mind, controlling the 5 elements, soaring through the air with a sword, thousands of flying swords surrounding him as he shouted, "Sword, come." The scene was incredible. Calm down, calm down. He suppressed his excitement. That vision is still far off. First, I need to figure out where to allocate this one and only ability point. Most abilities in the skill tree were locked, appearing dim. They required mastery mastering the previous level or fulfilling unknown conditions to activate. There are also some special abilities that are extremely expensive. For example, although the cloning ability has been unlocked, it requires 10 ability points to acquire. Suhao doesn't even know when he will be able to accumulate such a large number of points. After all this fuss, the abilities I can activate are only a mere 9. Suhao stared at the initial abilities at the top of the tree diagram, his brows slightly furrowed. Perspective and invisibility, these two special abilities. Basic control of the 5 major elements, wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder, as well as 2 passive abilities, absolute balance and near-death survival. These 9 abilities each require only 1 ability point to activate, and every one of them seems quite promising, leaving him torn in indecision. The 5 elemental powers go without saying once points are allocated. You can control the corresponding elemental forces, wielding a small fireball or summoning thunder, both stylish and powerful. X-ray vision and invisibility are also incredibly powerful. In God of Gamblers, the character with X-ray vision is practically invincible in the casino. You could even sneak a peek at a girl's underwear color, ahem. Invisibility is even more versatile, allowing you to come and go without a trace. Whether it's escaping or ambushing, it's extremely effective. If I could turn invisible, I'd sneak back to the office and give Lou the Skinflint a good beating, much more ruthless and discreet. Absolute balance may sound ordinary at first, but it allows a person to maintain perfect equilibrium at all times. Even if your posture is off, you can instantly adjust. It's a perfect match for martial arts and has countless other special applications. Near-death survival is a must-have skill. It lets you stay in a near-death state for 3 minutes after sustaining a fatal injury. For instance, even if your heart is pierced or half your body is obliterated, as long as your head is intact, you can hold on for at least 3 minutes. Suhao carefully examined these 9 special abilities, but doubts arose in his heart. When the time for the near-death life-saving ability runs out, what should he do? After all, if his head is gone, even a hospital can't save him. He suddenly recalled the limb regeneration ability he had glimpsed earlier and came to a realization. Perhaps the near-death life-saving ability needs to be combined with other abilities or treasures to achieve its maximum effectiveness, primarily to prevent instant death. In the short term, the most valuable ones are still the 5 elemental abilities. Thinking of those flashy skills in games, Suhao couldn't help but feel excited and decided to first unlock one of the elements: wind, fire, water, earth, or lightning. Among the 5 elements, which one is the most powerful? No doubt, lei. In modern cities, what is the most indispensable? Electricity. Thus, Suhao chose the primary control of the lightning element without hesitation. A sudden electric-like spasm surged through his body, as if a current flowed from the top of his head to his limbs and meridians, lasting for more than 10 minutes. It was both tingling and subtly comfortable, ultimately gathering its energy deep in his chest cavity. Whoosh! He exhaled lightly, startled to find that the breath he released carried a faint trace of smoke. Rushing to the mirror, he saw himself looking as if struck by lightning, his hair standing on end, his entire body charred black. Isn't this too exaggerated? Adding a superpower makes it feel like being roasted alive. If you learn fire element, wouldn't you become a live barbecue? Suhao muttered to himself, then simply took a shower to wash off the charred skin on his body. After showering, he found that his skin had miraculously improved quite a bit. His complexion became fairer and smoother, like newly rejuvenated skin, and his already slightly handsome face appeared even more striking. Getting electrocuted can whiten skin? Suhao touched his face. It's practically like a whitening and smoothing treatment, but being too fair might make people call me a pretty boy. I'm a true talent who relies on real skills to make a living. Where is the thunder element? He raised his hand, and an unusual feeling surged in his mind. His palm slightly clenched, blue currents flashed between his fingers, resembling sudden lightning, illuminating the dim room. It really can unleash thunder. Suhao was extremely excited, his muscles tensed up. Lightning as thin as hair covered his entire body, accompanied by crackling sounds. His whole body emitted a faint glow, creating a strong visual impact. This feeling, it's amazing. In the mirror, his reflection surrounded by lightning appeared, and Suhao was so thrilled he almost shouted out loud. Possessing mysterious powers is completely different from simply enhancing physical fitness. Everyone dreams of having special abilities, soaring through the skies and being omnipotent, and now this path is truly laid out before them. This joy is beyond words. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Just 10 seconds after the lightning appeared, a strong sense of weakness surged from within. The light suddenly went out, his legs went weak, and he almost fell, barely steadying himself by gripping the sink tightly, feeling as if he had run over 10 kilometers and was utterly exhausted. Releasing thunder is way too draining. Just a few seconds and I'm almost done for. Leaning against the wall, Suhao returned to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath. So it turns out using superpowers consumes physical strength. Overusing them leads to exhaustion. Is there no advanced energy like spiritual power or magic power? He had a thought and opened the ability tree diagram to examine it closely. Sure enough, he found the mana source ability, which required 3 ability points to condense the first elemental vortex within his body. 3 ability points, huh? He didn't know how to acquire ability points, so he made a note of it to prioritize this in the future. Since superpowers consume physical strength to prevent exhaustion during combat, it's better to increase physique first. He allocated all 4 attribute points gained from leveling up to physique, instantly raising it to 17 points, surpassing strength and agility, far exceeding the average person by a significant margin. The feeling of weakness quickly faded, his stamina recovered rapidly, his whole body was filled with energy, with only a slight sense of hunger, and he even felt an unprecedentedly excellent state. Take out the breakfast bread, eat 10 slices in one go, greatly increasing appetite and digestion. After regaining his energy, Suhao once again attempted to control the lightning element. This time, he didn't dare to release lightning all over his body but instead spread out his right hand, concentrating a palm-sized lightning. Thin blue lightning as fine as hair danced between his fingers, crackling like the arcs of an electric baton, weaving into a net, its glow illuminating his handsome face. Looks good, but I wonder how powerful it actually is. Suha glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on the cutting board in the kitchen. It's decided. Cutting board. He walked into the kitchen, raised his right hand glowing with lightning, palm facing down, and mischievously shouted, "Raisingan," before slamming his palm forcefully onto the cutting board. The cutting board let out a crisp sound, and a wisp of scorched smoke rose from between his fingers. Suhao raised his hand to inspect it closely. The wooden board was only slightly scorched in a small circle, and it seemed the power wasn't very strong. Am I using it wrong? He scratched his head in confusion, an arc of electricity jumping between his thumb and index finger as he tried to zap his own arm. His whole body immediately convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, nearly collapsing from weak knees. Goodness, this power is intense. Lightning elements are highly lethal to living beings but have limited destructive power against non-conductive objects, at least in the early stages, Suhao concluded after testing the lightning on himself. Despite being severely electrocuted, he still enthusiastically delved into the mastery of lightning elements, like a child playing with a new toy. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. After repeated research, Suhao concluded, with my 17 points of constitution, I can probably release lightning 9 times that would render an ordinary person unconscious. The lethal count is still unknown, but it's estimated to be around 2 or 3 times. The easiest parts to release thunder are the hands, followed by the legs. Releasing thunder from other parts increases difficulty, consumes more energy, and reduces accuracy. Currently, thunder can only be confined to the surface of the body and is as thin as a strand of hair. It cannot penetrate the air or be thrown remotely like in games, perhaps due to my lack of ability. After summarizing, Suhao opened the ability tree diagram again. The control of the thunder element can still be upgraded. It requires 3 ability points to advance to the intermediate level, which will enhance power, reduce consumption, and improve accuracy. There are many lightning element skills yet to be unlocked in the branch, such as Thunder Spear, Thunder Thorn, Lightning Elementalization, Thunder Teleportation, and more, each requiring varying amounts of ability points. The Lightning Elementalization skill requires 10 ability points and demands that lightning element control be upgraded to advanced level before unlocking. Clearly, it's a powerful lightning-based skill. Side quest completed. Suhao recalled the elementalization ability from anime, which allows the entire body to transform into an element, rendering it nearly immune to fatal injuries, with astonishing attack and mobility capabilities, while also absorbing similar elements to enhance strength and heal. The road ahead is long and arduous. Close the ability interface. Suhao continued practicing the release of the lightning element. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 p.m. The doorbell rang at the entrance. He went to open the door, and sure enough, it was Xiaoyi returning from school. Xiaoyi, you're back quite early today. Qiu Miahan? Opening the door, it was Qiu Miahan holding a covered tray. She blinked and asked, "What, am I not welcome?" "Of course, you're welcome." Suhao invited her in and curiously asked, "Why did you suddenly come to my house? Is something the matter?" "Thank you for helping me out this morning. It just so happens that I've been learning to make pastries recently, so I baked some egg tarts to thank you." Xiao Miahan smiled as she set down the tray and lifted the cover, revealing 10 fragrant little egg tarts inside. It was just a small favor. Suhao picked one up and tasted it. Not bad at all. "This is my first time visiting your home, just dropping by." Xiao Miahan glanced around the living room. "I heard that single guys' homes are usually messy, but I didn't expect yours to be so tidy it's even cleaner than my room." Hee. Suhao said helplessly, "That little girl from next door often comes over, so I have to keep the place tidy." Xiao Miahan blinked. "I heard there's a meteor shower tonight. Want to go watch it together?" "Another meteor shower?" Suhao was taken aback. His luck with women was really strong today, as girls kept inviting him. "Is it not okay?" Xiao Miahan saw Suhao's strange expression and looked slightly disappointed. "It's not that." Just as he was about to explain, the doorbell rang again, and Xiaoyi peeked in wearing her school uniform. "What smells so good?" "Suhao, what delicious food have you made again?" Seeing Qiu Miahan, Xiaoyi frowned slightly. "Huh? Why is she here too?" "I baked some egg tarts and brought them over." "Try Try one. Xiao Miaohan walked over and handed one to Xiaoyi. Oh, Xiaoyi took it without hesitation and finished it in a few bites. It's SOSO. After finishing the egg tart, Xiaoyi tugged on Su Hao's sleeve. Brother, let's go to the rooftop. We don't know when the meteor shower will appear. How about going early to wait for a while? Xiao Miaohan heard this and her gaze fell on Su Hao. Su Hao said, Xiao Miaohan also wants to see the meteor shower. How about we go to the rooftop together? Ha, she's coming too? Xiaoyi reluctantly nodded. Alright, I guess. Are you planning to go to the rooftop? Xiao Miaohan asked in confusion. Isn't the gate to the rooftop in the residential area locked? I have the key. Xiaoyi proudly took out the key. The three of them first went downstairs to buy some snacks and drinks, packed them into a bag, and then took the elevator to the 33rd floor, arriving at the gate to the rooftop. Xiaoyi hopped over and unlocked it. A gentle breeze brushed their faces on the rooftop, with the faint glow of the setting sun visible, peaceful, and pleasant. The scenery is unexpectedly nice. Su Hao stood at the edge, gazing into the distance. With his excellent eyesight, even the bustling street scene outside the neighborhood was clearly visible. Spreading out the tablecloth, arranging the snacks and drinks, the three sat around, feeling utterly relaxed. What ended up happening with the martial arts school? Xiao Miaohan asked curiously, having overheard Yang Hongwu and Su Hao's conversation in the morning. Nothing major. I easily drove off all the challengers. Su Hao's tone was calm, as if it were a trivial matter. He handed the ice cream to Xiaoyi, the promised strawberry-flavored Häagen-Dazs. Xiaoyi happily took it and ate a big bite with satisfaction. Rubbing Xiaoyi's head, Su Hao said to Xiao Miaohan, if your manager phone harasses you again, just tell me. I have ways to make him behave, like sending the muscular guys from the martial arts club to discuss philosophy with him. Xiao Miaohan couldn't help but laugh. Little E, eating ice cream, curiously asked, what are you guys talking about? Time slowly passed in idle chatter. The sky gradually darkened, and as the sunset completely disappeared, a light arc quietly streaked across the horizon. Look, a shooting star. Little E excitedly pointed to the north. The three of them gazed at the night sky, and sure enough, they saw shooting stars streaking across the heavens, like God's casual brushstrokes, instantly blooming with stunning brilliance, so dreamy it felt surreal. This is just the appetizer. The real feast is yet to come. At first, only a few meteors streaked across the sky. Seconds later, it was as if a torrential downpour had begun. Countless meteors descended simultaneously, resembling a cascade of stars falling from the heavens, covering the entire canvas known as the night sky. Su Hao widened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the endless streams of light, yet he still found it difficult to fully take in the magnificent meteor shower. Amidst the awe, he silently marveled, is this the meteor shower mentioned in the main storyline mission? It truly is a peerless spectacle before the great upheaval of heaven and earth. People across the globe will likely never forget this night, and after tonight, the world will usher in a wave of awakened abilities. Stunned for several seconds, the three of them quickly took out their phones to record this astronomical phenomenon that might only occur once in a millennium. The meteor shower didn't last long, only a few brief seconds. With Su Hao's eagle-like sharp vision, he noticed that these meteors did not dissipate in the atmosphere as experts had claimed. Instead, a significant portion seemed to have strong momentum and might crash onto the ground. What exactly are these meteors? Why can they trigger a wave of supernatural abilities? Since they might land, could I find a way to collect a piece of meteorite? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Just then, he caught sight of a meteor growing brighter, his pupils contracted, and an ominous feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Get down! Su Hao shouted, abruptly pulling Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan into his arms and dropping to the ground. Sure enough, the next moment, the meteor plunged straight down, a scorching wave of air swept over the trio's heads, and it struck the ground just over 10 meters away. Boom! The entire building shook violently, the rooftop was smashed into a large hole, and flying debris scattered everywhere, with several pieces nearly hitting the three of them. What happened? The loud noise made their eardrums buzz. Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan were so frightened they didn't dare move, huddling tightly in Su Hao's arms. A meteorite flew overhead. What luck! Su Hao released the two of them, his gaze fixed on the meteorite crater. Stay here for now, I'll go take a look. Before the words had finished, his figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow, so fast that the two girls didn't have time to cry out. The meteorite crater was not large, about 1 meter in diameter. Amid the billowing smoke and dust, the meteorite could be faintly seen embedded in the unfinished apartment on the 33rd floor, fortunately with no residents. Assessing the situation, Su Hao jumped into the crater without hesitation. In the dim light, a silver-white bead the size of a ping-pong ball faintly appeared, crystal clear like glass, embedded in the floor of the crater. It continuously emitted silver-white light particles, which seemed to gradually dissipate, its mass diminishing. Is this the truth about the meteor shower? Su Hao was stunned. Seeing the bead dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, he estimated it would completely disappear within 10 seconds. Without delay, he rushed forward to grab it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a miniature ability source bead. This ability source bead can provide 10 ability points. Would you like to absorb it? Ability source bead? Su Hao was both surprised and delighted. It can actually provide 10 ability points? So many? Quickly absorb it. Silver-white beads merged into the palm, slowly seeping into the skin. Begin absorbing the ability energy bead. Absorbing. Low physical fitness detected. Unable to quickly absorb the bead's energy. System automatically switches to slow absorption. Ding! Estimated completion of absorption requires 1 month, gaining 1 ability point every 3 days. What? It takes a whole month to absorb? The notification sound kept ringing in his ears, and Su Hao was dumbfounded. My physical fitness is still low. What kind of joke is this? Do I need to reach Superman level to absorb quickly? Feeling slightly disappointed, but overall not bad. After all, 10 ability points were gained for free. Brother Su Hao, are you down there? Are you okay? The voices of Chiao Miaohan and Xiaoyi came from the edge of the crater. I'm fine. Su Hao jumped up, grabbed the edge of the pit, and easily climbed back to the rooftop. Let's hurry downstairs. Someone will probably come to check soon, and if the property management finds out we sneaked onto the rooftop, it'll be trouble. The three hurriedly packed up the tablecloth and snacks, carrying a pile of things, and took the elevator back to Su Hao's apartment on the 5th floor. Sitting on the sofa, the three let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. I never thought the meteor would actually crash down. If Su Hao hadn't pulled Xiaoyi and me down in time, we might have been tomorrow's headline news. Chiao Miaohan said with lingering fear but a hint of laughter, recovering her composure quickly. Yes, thanks to brother Su Hao. Xiaoyi still hadn't recovered from the shock. I never dreamed I would almost be killed by a meteorite. I probably won't dare to go to the rooftop again. Compared to the two girls who were still shaken, Su Hao was in a good mood. He took 2 cans of cold drinks from the fridge and handed them to them. Surviving a disaster brings good fortune. Here, have a drink to calm your nerves. Xiaoyi took a sip and curiously asked, by the way, brother Su Hao, why did you suddenly go to the meteorite crater? Actually, I was worried whether the meteorite might have hurt someone, since there are people living downstairs. Fortunately, that house was empty. With a sudden inspiration, Su Hao came up with a perfect excuse. After hearing this, the 2 women had no doubts but instead curiously asked if he had seen the original appearance of the meteorite. Naturally, Su Hao wouldn't reveal the ability pearl, so he simply said he hadn't seen it and made up a story that the meteorite might have exploded along with the crater or fallen to a lower level. To divert attention, he turned on the TV and switched to the news channel, which was indeed reporting on the meteor shower. Breaking news: multiple meteorite fall incidents have occurred across various regions. Experts warn that the meteorites may possess dangerous radioactivity. If you discover a meteorite crater, please stay away and report it immediately. The first person to contact authorities will receive 1,000 yuan reward. 1,000 yuan reward! Xiaoyi exclaimed excitedly. Brother Su Hao, let's report it quickly. I'm afraid it's too late. Su Hao shrugged with a smile, looked downstairs. The sound of police sirens outside grew louder as a police car drove into the neighborhood. Xiaoyi leaned out the window for a look and said dejectedly, there goes the 1,000 yuan bonus. Due to the meteorite falling on the rooftop, the neighborhood instantly became bustling with activity. Many residents, believing the news reports and fearing the potential radioactive danger of the meteorite, fled their homes to avoid the building where Su Hao and the others were, waiting for the police to handle the situation. Xiaoyi and Chiao Miaohan also planned to go downstairs, but Su Hao stopped them, advising that there was no need to leave. He knew in his heart that the meteorite was absolutely harmless, as it was a treasure that could increase ability points. Even if it were radioactive, he had already absorbed it completely, so there was nothing to fear. The 3 of them stayed at home, waiting for the police car to finish its inspection before leaving. Afterward, they each said their goodbyes and returned home. A radioactive meteorite. Could these be the catalyst for awakening abilities? Su Hao combined the information and felt the possibility was very high. He had no intention of seeking other meteorites, as despite the abundance of shooting stars, it was highly unlikely for 2 to fall in the same city. Moreover, fallen meteorites would automatically dissipate. Even if one found the crater, it would be impossible to obtain a second energy crystal. As for whether others could obtain an energy crystal, the chances were extremely slim. Unless they were like him, rushing to the crater the moment the meteorite fell and seizing it without hesitation, there would be no opportunity at all. How many people dare to approach the dangerous meteorite crater? Even if curiosity seekers get close, they would hesitate out of fear, while the energy crystal has long since dissolved. The probability of others obtaining a complete energy crystal is practically negligible. In comparison, he could be considered a 1 in a million lucky individual. Lightning flickered at his fingertips as Su Hao snapped his fingers, crackling arcs of electricity scattering. Even if supernatural abilities awaken worldwide in the future, he will never be trampled underfoot. With lightning element powers and an upgrade system, he is destined to stand at the forefront of the era. He turned off the TV, washed his face, and prepared to sleep. The night was quiet and still. While he was sound asleep, a loud knocking at the door in the entryway woke him up. Who is it? Frowning, he got up and walked toward the door. This rough knocking was definitely not Xiao Miaohan or Xiaoyi. Looking through the peephole, he saw a strange man standing outside the door, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his face exuding a roguish air as he impatiently knocked several more times. Who's out there? Su Hao asked. I'm from the Public Security Bureau, the man urged. Hurry up and open the door for inspection. If you don't cooperate, I'll charge you with obstructing law enforcement. Public Security Bureau? Don't be ridiculous. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. Middle of the night, not wearing a police uniform, smoking, and pretending to be a cop? Did you escape from some mental hospital? You punk looking for trouble? Dare to call me mentally ill? The ruffian-looking man glared angrily and suddenly punched the door. Nearby came a gloating laugh. Brother Lu, I told you this trick wouldn't work. Should we just break the door? Don't rush. Breaking the door makes too much noise. Isn't Monkey good at picking locks? It's his turn to perform. TCH, only thinking of me now? I told you to open the door earlier. Don't block the way. Hurry up, in case he calls the police. What are you afraid of? If he dares to call the police, we'll just leave and come back next time. Amid the chaotic conversation, it seemed there were more than 3 or 4 people outside the door. Click, click, the lock sounded, being pried open with tools. Are these people deliberately looking for trouble? Su Hao had yet to figure out the situation when the system prompt sounded. Ding! Side quest triggered, midnight attack. Mission requirement, beat up Lu Bapi's cousin and his group, and send them all to the police station. Task reward, 100 experience points, 20 practice points. So that's how it is, Lu Bapi came for revenge. Sitting at home, and tasks come from the sky. Su Hao's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly pushing the door open, the thug at the door hit his head on the doorframe and fell to the ground screaming. He opened the door, someone shouted, and 7 or 8 people swarmed in like locusts, surrounding Su Hao. The ruffian man held a machete, spat on the ground, and said, brothers, pin him down and beat him to death. If he doesn't die, I lose. Su Hao glanced around. Among the 8, the ruffian man held a machete, 3 others wielded batons, and the rest were barehanded, mostly there to make up the numbers. An ordinary person would have been scared stiff at such a scene, ready to be at their mercy. But Su Hao is no pushover. When the thug charged at him, he landed a straightforward punch to the face, knocking the leader out cold. Still dare to fight back? Pin him down quickly. The other thugs rushed forward. Pin me down? What a joke! Su Hao sneered. In the confined space, he reacted swiftly, using both fists and feet, targeting joints and vital points. Within a few moves, he had taken down several people who fell to the ground wailing in pain, unable to fight any longer. The thugs were truly weak, their attacks uncoordinated and lacking force, only capable of bullying ordinary people. They were no match for him at all. Seeing his men fall one after another, the ruffian leader panicked. He raised his knife and roared angrily, "Stop! This blade doesn't have eyes, believe it or not. I'll cut you down. Oh, let's see how you plan to strike." Su Hao knocked down the last fleeing thug and stepped closer to the ruffian-like man. The man swung his knife in a panic, but the disparity in skill was evident. Su Hao easily dodged, seized the knife, and reversed it to press the blade against the man's neck. Want to kill me? Su Hao narrowed his eyes. The blade of the machete drew a thin line of blood, making the cocky man turn deathly pale, frozen in terror. Wait, let's talk this out. Put the knife down, the man begged, all his swagger gone. At the entryway, a young man in pajamas stood with a machete pressed sharply against the neck of a man in a black jacket. In the living room, no more than 20 square meters, a mess of small-time thugs lay sprawled across the floor, some groaning and wailing, others unconscious. The atmosphere was eerily tense. You're Lu Butcher's cousin? Su Hao asked coldly. Yeah, the man replied weakly, his bravado deflated. Without hesitation, Su Hao slapped him twice across the face, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. The man started to flare up, but the cold edge against his neck shut him up instantly. He swallowed his curses and forced himself to plead, fine, you win. I won't get involved in your business with Lu Chang. Just let my brothers go, let us walk out of here. This is my home. You think you can just come and go as you please? If you've got something to say, tell it to the police, Su Hao said, gripping the machete tight. With his other hand, he calmly took out his phone and dialed the police station. Don't call the police. The man panicked. If you dare call the police, tomorrow my big brother will bring dozens of guys to kill you. Oh, who's your big brother? Su Hao asked with great interest, wanting to gather some information about the underground gangs, which would surely make future tasks easier. My big brother is Brother Long, who runs this area. The man raised his voice, sounding more confident. Brother Long has a boss above him. Do you know the Badgerman Martial Arts School? My ultimate boss is the leader of that school, known in the underworld as Brother Wu. He has a group of martial arts trained brothers under him. Even though you're strong, Brother Wu could crush you with one hand. What did you say? Brother Wu? Su Hao looked confused. Is his name young Hanwoo? You've heard of Brother Wu too? The man said arrogantly, since you know his reputation, why don't you quickly put the knife down? It's not too late to let us go now. Suhao couldn't help but laugh, staring at him with a peculiar expression, and burst out laughing. Alright, I'll call your Brother Wu right now. He casually dialed a number and turned on the speakerphone. Yang Hongwoo's voice came from the other end of the line. What's up, Brother Su? In the middle of the night? Suhao asked bluntly, does your martial arts school manage gangs? Well, sort of. Yang Hongwoo hesitated. Running a martial arts school is expensive, so I interact with people from various circles. Do you know Brother Long, who's in charge of this area? Oh, you mean Little Long? He used to train in our martial arts school for a few years, Yang Hongwoo replied. The ruffian-like man recognized Yang Hongwoo's voice and looked at Suhao in terror, unable to believe that he was acquainted with the big boss, and that Yang Hongwoo treated him with such respect. Suhao cast a cold glance at the man. Someone under him tried to cause me trouble. I was just about to send this group to the police station. Got it? Who dares to trouble Brother Su? Yang Hongwoo exclaimed in surprise. In his heart, he admired Suhao's martial arts prowess, which even surpassed his master's, making it routine for him to take on 10 opponents at once. He hadn't expected this guy to actively provoke a big shot. Suhao handed the phone to the ruffian-like man, who was already scared stiff and stammered, unable to respond. Yang Hongwoo said, Brother Su, handle it as you see fit. I'll inform Xiaolong and make sure his men behave better in the future. After hanging up the phone, Suhao stared at the man again. Anything else to say? Brother, I was wrong, call the police. The man hated his cousin to the core for getting him involved with a big shot. Offending Brother Wu required utmost respect. He was done for. Brother Long would no longer protect him, and after leaving the police station, he was determined to give his cousin a beating. Ding! Side quest completed. Quest reward, 100 experience points, 20 training points. After this small episode, several police cars drove into the neighborhood. Two officers, after understanding the situation, followed Suhao upstairs and escorted the thugs lying on the ground one by one into the police cars. Buddy, you're incredible. You took down all these people by yourself? The young policeman downstairs clicked his tongue in amazement. Just lucky, Suhao replied calmly. How long will these guys be sentenced? Another policeman shrugged. Detention for 15 days and a fine of around 1,000 yuan. Although they committed the crime of illegal trespassing, since you weren't injured, it usually gets downgraded. While the two were chatting idly, the police car suddenly roared, and the car door was kicked off with a bang. WTF? What happened? The young policeman exclaimed. They saw a thug suddenly swell up, his muscles bulging, his height surging to nearly 3 meters. He flipped over several policemen in one move and then fled, dashing out of the neighborhood. What kind of monster is that? The policemen were dumbfounded, too scared to give chase. In the country, police rarely carry guns, relying instead on batons and stun sticks for self-defense. Everyone knew that there was no way they could handle this rampaging giant with sheer brute strength on their own. A police officer quickly pulled out a radio for help. Headquarters, a monster has appeared in the Zhuke community. This is no joke. It kicked the police car door flying with one blow. Send armed SWAT support immediately. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Seeing this, Suhao was also shocked. He understood the inside story better than others. The wave of supernatural powers might have already begun. That little thug is very likely to have awakened a strength-based superpower, becoming immensely strong after transformation. How much brute force is needed to kick a car door flying? It's beyond what an ordinary person can achieve, with strength likely exceeding 20 points, or even 30 points. Ding! Side mission triggered, rampaging superpowered individual. Mission requirement: subdue the rampaging strength-type superpowered individual before police reinforcements arrive, rendering them unconscious or powerless. Task reward, 300 experience points, 70 practice points. That person has indeed awakened a strength-based superpower. Doesn't look easy to deal with. Suhao narrowed his eyes slightly, closely chasing the giant as he sprinted toward the neighborhood entrance. Hey, what are you doing? The young policeman exclaimed. Don't go that way, it's too dangerous. He tried to grab Suhao, but his hand caught only air. Before he could finish speaking, Suhao had already darted out like a cheetah, disappearing without a trace. The speed was so fast that even cheetahs in the animal kingdom would feel ashamed, making one wonder if this guy was also a monster. Rushing out of the neighborhood gate, Suhao immediately caught sight of the giant sprinting wildly toward the north. However, due to his massive size, his steps were unusually heavy, producing loud thuds as he stomped on the ground. Despite his all-out sprint, his speed was no better than an average person jogging. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and the streets were almost deserted. Otherwise, this rampaging giant would have definitely caused a major commotion. Strong but slow? This setup is so cliché. Suhao couldn't help but complain, his tense nerves relaxing slightly. Although this power-type ability user is extremely terrifying, with a single punch capable of knocking him to the ground despite his physique, brute strength alone is useless if you can't hit your target. Combat techniques exist precisely for this reason. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up to the giant's back. Up close, the nearly 3-meter-tall giant resembled a moving high wall. Due to his swollen physique, his shirt had long since torn apart, revealing well-defined, solid muscles. Just standing in front of him exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Taking advantage of the giant's lack of reaction, Suhao tentatively delivered a fierce punch to the vital point beside the vertebra. The fist struck the thick, muscular back with a dull thud. So tough. Suhao's heart tightened. The sensation of his fist didn't feel like hitting a person. Instead, it was like striking thick leather, leaving his knuckles slightly numb. Who hit me? The giant roared in pain, abruptly turning to glare at Suhao, his hatred burning like flames. It was you. I'm going to beat you to death. Although this little thug had awakened his superpower and his mind had become sluggish, his memory remained clear, and he hadn't forgotten the grudge of being beaten up by Suhao earlier. He decided not to run and charged forward, swinging his fists fiercely. Want to beat me to death? You'll have to hit me first. Suhao retreated effortlessly, dodging the punches, and then delivered a swift kick straight to his abdomen. The dull thud persisted, as if kicking a rubber tire, having no effect at all. Ah! The giant's face twisted in rage, wildly swinging his fists, unable to even graze the hem of Suhao's clothes. This guy's fists contained enough terrifying power to smash a skull, but his overly massive muscles made his punches even slower than an average person's. To Suhao, he was nothing more than a moving leather sandbag. Suhao nimbly dodged wave after wave of attacks, his fists and feet continuously striking the giant's body, producing dull thudding sounds, like beating a drum. The police officers chased out from the residential area and were dumbfounded by the scene before them. They saw the towering giant wildly swinging his fists on the street, while in front of him, a young man darted around with astonishing agility, his movements as swift as dancing on steel beams. From time to time, the young man countered with a few punches, completely toying with the giant. A police officer exclaimed in shock, "I wonder if I fell asleep in the duty room. Am I dreaming right now? Isn't that the guy who took on 8 people earlier? Damn, he really knows kung fu." The young officer's eyes widened in amazement. He can handle that kind of monster so easily. It's unbelievable. Another officer sneered sarcastically, "Monsters again, and some badass taking on the monsters. Isn't this just the usual movie trope? Aren't American comic superheroes all like this? What do you think? Should we go up and help?" The young officer gripped his police baton and hesitantly asked his colleague, "Help with what? Your small frame wouldn't even withstand a single punch from that monster. Don't risk your life." A police officer patted him on the shoulder. "I've already requested reinforcements from headquarters. The armed police will definitely arrive within 10 minutes. For now, it all depends on how long this superhero can hold out." A group of police officers gathered to watch the scene, with some even pulling out their phones to start recording videos. Tisk, these guys are really bold. Not helping is one thing, but can't they see I'm unarmed? Couldn't they toss me a stun baton or even a regular police baton? Suhao shook his head helplessly. Forget it, he hadn't expected these people to be of any help anyway. In just over 10 seconds, he exchanged more than 10 moves with the giant. This strength-type superhuman not only possesses immense power but also has extremely durable muscles. Punches and kicks have no effect. Even with Suhao's extraordinary strength, he could only make the opponent feel pain for a few seconds, without causing any substantial damage. The giant's massive physique also restricted Suhao's ability to utilize many combat techniques. Relying solely on hand-to-hand combat, neither side could gain the upper hand in a short time. "I can only use that move?" Suhao frowned, his control over the lightning element still rough and unrefined. He really didn't want to use it on a living person. But right now, there was no other choice. Time was running out. He had to subdue this power-type ability user before the armed police arrived, or the mission would fail. "Damn brat, all you do is dodge like a slippery eel. If you've got guts, take one of my punches," the giant roared in frustration. "When I catch you, I'll snap those damned legs of yours first. Let's see how you run then." "Take your punch? Good. That's just what I wanted." Suhao actually grinned. This time, he didn't dodge but charged straight at the giant's fist. Just narrowly avoiding the incoming punch, he wrapped his arms around the giant's thick arm, and a flash of lightning element flickered in his palm. The giant's arm twitched uncontrollably, completely limp and powerless. "What did you do?" The giant's head was spinning, his face full of terror, as he saw Suhao press his palm against his stomach again. In an instant, lightning burst forth. The giant curled up clutching its stomach, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, its limbs convulsing in pain. "Is it over just like that?" The lethality of the lightning element on living beings is truly astonishing. Suhao was also surprised. The giant couldn't hold out after he used only 50% of his strength. Fortunately, he didn't use his full power, or the person might have been electrocuted to death on the spot. Wielding the lightning element, he was like a walking high-voltage power pole, even more powerful than a stun baton. His palm rested on the back of the giant's neck, with faint electric arcs flickering in his palm. Almost instantly, this once arrogant power-type ability user completely lost consciousness, falling into a coma, and his body gradually shrank back to a normal human size. Ding! Side quest completed. Quest reward, 300 experience points, 70 training points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 6, gained 4 allocatable attribute points, 1 ability point. Ha, leveled up? Su Hao was stunned. After reaching level 5, he hadn't paid much attention to experience points. Unexpectedly, he had quietly leveled up, and leveling up even granted ability points? Opening the system interface for a quick glance, he discovered that reaching level 7 only required 730 experience points, much less than expected. Completing 2 or 3 more missions to subdue ability users made the path to leveling up seem not too difficult. Seeing the giant shrink back to a normal size, the onlooking police officers cautiously approached, tentatively poked him, and, summoning their courage, took out handcuffs to restrain the thug. A police officer hesitantly asked Su Hao, "Is this guy dead?" "He's not dead, just passed out," Su Hao reminded. "You'd better give him a sedative and keep a tranquilizer gun ready, in case he wakes up and goes berserk again." "Understood." Several officers quickly nodded and dragged the thug into the police car. Having witnessed the intense fight earlier, the officers were full of awe and amazement towards Su Hao. But now was not the time for questions. The commotion caused by the giant had woken up many residents, and they still needed to calm them down. Actually, Su Hao was also fed up. If it weren't for the system task, he wouldn't want to stand out at all. Next, he would definitely have to face a full-scale interrogation by the police. After all, in reality, being a superhero isn't as easy as it is in the movies. So many people saw him take down the strength-type superhuman with their own eyes. It's not something that can be brushed off with knowing a bit of martial arts. He might even be officially classified as a superhuman, which would make it impossible to develop in secret. Apart from the trouble, Su Hao wasn't worried about being taken for experiments. After all, the wave of superpowers is sweeping across the globe. Just tonight, a strength-type superpower emerged in this city and neighborhood. In the future, there will definitely be more and more superpowered individuals. "Buddy, you were amazing just now. We didn't even see clearly how exactly did you take that guy down?" The young policeman who had spoken to Su Hao earlier approached excitedly and admiringly. Su Hao replied perfunctorily, "I just used my elbow to strike the back of his neck with force, barely managing to knock him out." It seems the lightning element went unnoticed. After all, the arc wasn't obvious, and with the police officers being far away, it's normal that they couldn't see it. Since it wasn't exposed, Su Hao decided to keep the lightning element as a backup. In life, leaving yourself a way out is never wrong, especially when the world seems like it's about to descend into chaos. "I didn't expect there to actually be mutant criminals in the world." The young policeman admired him. "Big brother, you even dared to fight such a monster and actually managed to take it down. Could it be that you're one of those legendary hidden martial arts masters? Have you been watching too many movies?" "I'm just an ordinary person who knows a bit of combat technique," Su Hao said with a shrug and a smile. "That mutant giant is full of brute strength, but its punches are slow. It's actually not that hard to deal with. Anyone with a bit of martial arts knowledge could hold their ground against it." Standing undefeated is indeed correct, but wanting to win is almost impossible. Strength-type ability users are not only incredibly strong but also have tough and thick skin. Their fists are impenetrable, and Su Hao even suspected that a sharp knife would struggle to pierce their skin, which felt like thick cowhide. With nothing else to do, Su Hao chatted a bit with the young policeman. Through the conversation, he learned that this young policeman was indeed very young, 2 years younger than him, named Shen Jiahao. He had just graduated from the police academy last week, and this was his first field assignment. The first time on duty, encountering such a supernatural event, it's hard to say whether the luck is good or bad. At this moment, several police riot vehicles roared in from the distance down the street. A team of fully equipped, armed paramilitary police jumped off the vehicles. They cautiously scanned the surroundings with their guns raised, only to be dumbfounded the monster had already been dealt with. The paramilitary police quickly took over the scene and began to understand the situation from the veteran officer who had requested backup earlier. Next, it was quite simple. The unconscious power-type ability user was escorted onto a riot control vehicle, destination unknown. Su Hao, on the other hand, was respectfully invited by the police into a patrol car and taken to the station to give a statement. The first matter was the testimony regarding trespassing into a private residence. Seizing this great opportunity, Su Hao naturally didn't forget to deal with Lu the Skinflint. He claimed that those people were sent by Supervisor Lu, as he had previously had a dispute with Lu, who should bear the responsibility as the mastermind behind the incident. The police officer in charge of recording the statement had personally witnessed Su Hao's fight with the giant and was full of admiration for him. Without hesitation, the officer listed Lu the Skinflint as a criminal as per Su Hao's request, sentencing him to at least 15 days of detention. After recording his statement, Su Hao should logically be able to leave. However, the police officer asked him to wait in the interrogation room, saying that someone from the higher-ups at the police station wanted to personally commend his act of bravery. The battle with the strength-type ability user really did alarm the national authorities, Su Hao thought to himself, clicking his tongue inwardly. What commendation? Clearly, the state had sent someone to investigate him. Actually, this was normal. Whenever something major happened in the world, the first to grasp the information would undoubtedly be national agencies. agencies. Perhaps they had long been aware of the wave of abilities but just hadn't made it public. Feeling uneasy, unsure of the government's attitude toward those with special abilities. The strength he displayed wasn't particularly impressive. It took him so long to subdue the giant that, to others, he might seem only slightly stronger than the giant. The national agencies likely wouldn't pay much attention to him. Actually, if he weren't fighting barehanded, even without using the lightning element, he could easily overpower strength-type ability users. Of course, Su Hao didn't want to attract too much attention. While being valued might bring fame and fortune, the price would be strict surveillance and the loss of freedom. Su Hao thought to himself, with the system in hand, becoming powerful is only a matter of time. For now, it's better to keep a low profile. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, a middle-aged man in a high-ranking police uniform walked into the interrogation room, holding a form in his hand. "Are you Mr. Su?" "That's me." Su Hao nodded, sizing up the officer. The 2 horizontal stripes and 3 four-pointed stars on his shoulder, the insignia of a first-class police superintendent, indicated that he was the county-level police chief. Unexpectedly, even the district police chief had come, which made Su Hao feel somewhat flattered. He had originally thought that the investigation would be conducted by SWAT officers or perhaps a deputy chief. "Mr. Su, first of all, thank you for your bravery in assisting the police in capturing the fugitive." The police chief started with a bunch of formalities, promising to present a banner and a 500 yuan reward. Just as Su Hao was beginning to lose patience, the chief suddenly changed his tone. "Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Su. Have you awakened any special abilities?" "Special abilities?" Su Hao's face showed just the right amount of vigilance. "What do you mean?" "Bang. For example, suddenly gaining some extraordinary ability? Or perhaps your physical fitness suddenly surpasses that of ordinary people?" The police chief crossed his hands and said with a calm smile, "Mr. Su, there's no need to worry. While it's rare for people to awaken special abilities, it has happened before. The state refers to such individuals as supernatural ability users. As long as you don't misuse this power, the government generally maintains a friendly attitude toward such individuals." The chief's words made it clear that he was almost certain Su Hao was a supernatural ability user. "Alright, my physical fitness has indeed improved significantly recently." Su Hao had no intention of hiding it. After learning the country's stance from the director, he simply decided to be upfront. The director's expression turned a bit more serious. "Physical fitness? Specifically, which aspect? Strength or speed?" "Both, I guess." Su Hao replied vaguely, "My strength has increased by nearly half compared to before, and I run almost half as fast again as I used to. My reaction speed, stamina, and so on have all improved. Although I haven't measured it precisely, I should be far ahead of top athletes." "Comprehensive improvement in physical fitness?" The director pondered for a moment and wrote a few notes on the form. "No other special abilities?" "Probably not." Su Hao yawned. "Officer, when can I go back to sleep? I just had a fight with that giant, and I'm really tired. By the way, is that thug who turned into a giant also an esper?" He pretended to know nothing, feigned ignorance, and tried to fish for information. That's right." The director nodded. Considering Su Hao was also an ability user, he didn't hide anything. "Based on the current intelligence, we speculate that he should be a mutation-type strength ability user who greatly enhances his power by altering his body size." "Mutation-type strength ability user?" Su Hao frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Are there many types of superhumans? Mutation type? Does that mean there's also a normal type?" "Of course," the director explained. "Normal-type power superhumans enhance their bodies directly, while mutation types are different. Their strength isn't significant on its own, but they can strengthen their bodies by altering their form. Moreover, their physical constitution after transformation is generally much greater than that of normal-type power superhumans. So, does that mean mutation types are somewhat stronger than normal types?" "No, it should be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. After all, the variant type also has the transformation process, but having a weak main body is a major flaw." Su Hao asked, "What type of ability user am I?" "According to what you said, your body has been comprehensively enhanced, so it should be considered a general type of ordinary ability." The director said uncertainly, "We'll need to find time to conduct a test to confirm. For now, we still don't know how much stronger your physique is compared to ordinary people." Su Hao asked again, "How will that special type of power ability user be dealt with?" "Detained, re-educated, turned into a pillar of the nation." The director said these 3 words expressionlessly. "All right." Su Hao's mouth twitched slightly, fully understanding the nation's attitude towards superhumans. As expected, the nation would undoubtedly exercise strict control over this unstable factor, with the best-case scenario being their inclusion in the system for utilization. After chatting for a while longer, in response to Su Hao's questions, the director was remarkably forthcoming, sharing a lot of information about superhumans and even subtly mentioning that those within the government system enjoyed excellent benefits and treatment. With the groundwork laid, it was no surprise that the director extended an olive branch to Su Hao in the end. "Is it a government position? I happen to be unemployed at the moment." "What kind of role?" Su Hao looked very interested. If he could work at the police police station, he would have the chance to encounter more incidents. This way, the probability of triggering system tasks would increase significantly, making upgrades faster. The specific position hasn't been arranged yet, but at the very least, it will be at the deputy section level, with additional allowances available. The director paused and said, however, to join the ranks of the superhumans, you may need to undergo a period of training and assessment. Not just anyone can qualify. Training and assessment? Su Hao frowned. What exactly does that entail? The director handed over a document that had been prepared in advance. The document roughly outlined that superhumans need to undergo an ability evaluation, participate in specialized training to master their abilities, and take written exams on various rules and regulations. A series of training and assessments that would take at least 2 to 3 weeks. 2 or 3 weeks? That's too long, definitely not acceptable. The entire world is at the beginning of a wave of superpowers. If he goes for training for 2 or 3 weeks and becomes disconnected from the outside world, who knows what the world will look like by the time he comes out? Is it possible to skip the training and directly join the organization? Su Hao tentatively asked. After all, my superpower is a full-body enhancement, so there's absolutely no need for training. As for rules and regulations, I can slowly memorize them at home. How about we get on board first and pay later? I can't make the decision on this. I need to report it to my superiors. You should go back and wait for notification. Someone will contact you by tomorrow at the latest, so make sure your phone is accessible. The bureau chief, seeing that he didn't agree immediately, didn't seem to care much and directly ended the conversation. After reminding Su Hao not to reveal anything about his abilities to ordinary people, he called over a police officer to register Su Hao's personal information in detail for record keeping, then indicated that he could go home. As he left the police station, the sky was already faintly bright. Su Hao looked up at the sky. Although the director showed an intention to win me over, it seems he doesn't place much importance on my abilities? Well, that's fine. If he doesn't value them, it means the monitoring won't be too strict, which is good for me. He learned from the director that ability users are roughly divided into 4 categories: elemental type, special type, mysterious type, and ordinary type. Ordinary abilities are the simplest, merely involving the enhancement of a certain aspect of the body. Subcategories include strength type, agility type, comprehensive type, and so on. The director mistakenly assumed Su Hao's displayed abilities were of the comprehensive type. Ordinary type superpower? It sounds so ordinary, just strengthening the physical body. In this era dominated by advanced weapons, enhancing a bit of strength is practically useless. No wonder it's not valued. Su Hao clenched his fist. Even without using lightning element skills, just relying on the attribute points gained from leveling up is enough to rival most ordinary type superpower users. That being said, if anyone dares to treat him as an ordinary type superpower user, they will definitely regret it. Don't forget he also has system specialization. His combat skills are elite among elites, and he can continue to level up. When the strength gap between the two sides is not too wide, Su Hao can crush his opponent with exquisite moves. As for elemental abilities, there's not much to elaborate on. The lightning element currently mastered by Su Hao belongs to one type of elemental ability. The scope of special abilities, on the other hand, is extremely broad, somewhat similar to the special abilities and passive abilities in the system's ability module. For example, invisibility, cloning, finger regeneration, absolute balance, and so on all fall under the category of special abilities. As long as he works hard to level up and finds ways to obtain more ability points, one day he will unlock all the abilities in the ability module. By then, he will be almost comparable to the legendary immortals and gods, capable of anything under heaven and earth. The problem is, where can ability points be obtained from? Apart from leveling up, he currently knows only one way to obtain them, and that is through ability crystals. The meteor shower that fell from the sky earlier was entirely composed of ability crystals, and it is very likely that these crystals triggered the so-called ability wave. Su Hao was very puzzled. Was the appearance of these crystals a coincidence, or did someone deliberately throw them onto Earth? Doubtful as he was too lazy to think much about such a complicated matter. The main issue was that those ability crystals evaporated too quickly. The ones that came down with the meteor shower had probably long since evaporated completely, and he had no other means to obtain them, leaving him stuck once again. Forget it, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. I'll figure out a way to look for them later. Since he had no leads, Su Hao didn't dwell on it too much. He went home, ate something, and fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours ago, he had just fallen asleep in the middle of the night when he was woken up by some thugs, got into a fight with a strength-type ability user, and then spent half the day giving a statement at the police station. Now, he was utterly exhausted, sleepy, and hungry. Before he unlocked the passive ability Mana Fountain, using lightning elements would consume a large amount of physical energy. The most obvious signs of physical energy depletion were fatigue and hunger. Su Hao had once tested his limits and found that he could release lightning elements capable of rendering someone unconscious about 9 times at full strength. However, this time, when dealing with the strength-type ability user, he had to expend nearly half of his physical energy invisibility in one go just to barely knock him out. This showed that the stronger the opponent's physique, the exponentially greater the amount of lightning elements required to subdue them. Waking up from sleep, it was already noon. Upon waking, Suhao opened his phone and the first thing he saw was Yang Hangwu transferring another 50,000 yuan to him. His WeChat wallet now had over 110,000 yuan. Having money and not treating myself would be such a waste, wouldn't it? So, Suhao happily opened the food delivery app and ordered a family bucket and a pizza combo. His personality has never been one for extravagance. Instead of going out to fancy restaurants, he'd much rather stay comfortably at home, watching a movie while munching on a bucket of chicken drumsticks and wings. How delightful. After reaching level 5, the main quest still hadn't refreshed, so Suhao wasn't in a rush to level up anymore and decided to take a little break. After finishing his wash-up, the delivery arrived just in time. He lounged lazily on the sofa, gnawing on a drumstick and sipping a cold drink, casually turning on the TV and switching to the news channel. The news is reporting on the damage caused by last night's meteorite falls. According to statistics, at least half of the cities nationwide experienced meteorite impacts, and even the TV tower in Shanghai was destroyed by a meteorite, resulting in losses of at least several billion yuan. In addition to domestic areas, many regions abroad also suffered from the meteor shower bombardment. Experts say that the frequent meteorite falls may be due to the hard and highly heat-resistant material of these meteorites, which allowed them to withstand the erosion of the atmosphere and reach the ground. This meteor shower has been hailed by news media worldwide as a once-in-hundreds-of-thousands-of-years global disaster. The most astonishing part is that despite the numerous meteorite impacts, there were miraculously no casualties anywhere in the world, apart from structural damage. According to this, if I hadn't reacted quickly last night, the three of us might have become the world's only unlucky souls to die under a meteorite? Ha, if we were really that unlucky, we might even have been written into history books. Suhao chuckled at himself, not feeling particularly unlucky. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune are interdependent. If it weren't for the meteorite narrowly missing them, he wouldn't have obtained the ability crystal. That was a full 10 ability points. Although it would take a month to fully absorb, he was already very satisfied. He finished his cold drink in one gulp and switched to a few other satellite news channels, almost all of which were reporting on the meteorite. Suhao was quite surprised. There's actually no news about superpowers on TV? It seems the government has tightly sealed off the information. For now, the wave of superpowers won't trigger a major global upheaval? Although it's called a wave of superpowers, it's estimated that only a small portion of people can awaken them. It's impossible for billions of people worldwide to possess superpowers. After watching the news for a while, he turned off the TV, summoned the system interface, and fell into deep thought. How should he use this single superpower point gained from leveling up? I'll put elemental powers aside for now. I haven't even fully grasped the lightning element yet, so it's better not to dabble in other elements for the time being to avoid being jack of all trades and master of none. Suhao stroked his chin. The remaining upgradable abilities are just X-ray vision, invisibility, absolute balance, and near-death survival. The first two are quite appealing to me. Should I learn the invisibility ability first? A faintly playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Most people have probably fantasized about what they would do if they could turn invisible, haven't they? Anyway, no one can see him, so he can freely do those things he usually doesn't dare to do but really wants to. For example, sneaking into a bank to withdraw a large sum of money, or secretly slipping into the women's bathhouse to take a look. The system's basic invisibility probably isn't that invincible, otherwise, it wouldn't only require a small amount of ability points to upgrade. Suhao dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind and clicked on the introduction to the invisibility ability. Basic invisibility achieves the visual effect of invisibility through light refraction, unable to conceal scent, sound, body temperature, and other details. Maintaining invisibility requires consuming 1 mana point per second. If mana is unavailable, stamina will be consumed instead, at a rate of 3 stamina points per second. Whoa! Consuming 3 stamina points per second, isn't that way too much? Suhao widened his eyes and couldn't help but complain. I only have 17 points of stamina right now, which means I can barely maintain invisibility for just over 5 seconds? That's such a short time, I wouldn't even have enough time to take off my pants. Ahem, the topic went off track. In any case, 5 seconds of invisibility is really too short. There's not much you can accomplish, whether it's something serious or not. Suhao sighed. It seems that early-stage invisibility can at most serve as a trump card for surprise attacks during battles. To maintain invisibility for a long time, at least learning Mana Fountain is necessary. To be honest, 5 seconds of invisibility isn't weak at all. In battle, this move might just secure victory. Think about it: if you're fighting someone and suddenly the opponent disappears, you'd definitely be stunned for a moment, wondering whether the enemy has fled or is hiding somewhere. And at that moment, a knife silently pierces a vital spot. The way of the assassin, strike to kill. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Invisibility, though it consumes a lot, can be used for both offense and retreat. Whether it's for escaping or ambushing, it it comes in handy. Should I level it up? Suhao pondered for a while but ultimately decided not to use the ability points. Almost all abilities require a significant amount of physical energy. If he used the invisibility ability, he would inevitably lack the energy to use the lightning element ability. The saying biting off more than you can chew applies here. It may seem like gaining an additional ability, but in reality, it doesn't significantly enhance combat power. The invisibility ability isn't needed for now, so it would be better to save up 3 ability points and unlock the mana fountain ability first. As long as I reach level 7, combined with the feedback from tomorrow's ability crystal, I'll have enough points to upgrade the mana source. Suhao glanced at the 4 allocatable attribute points, pondered for a moment, and decisively added them all to Constitution. Instantly, his Constitution soared to twice that of an average person, 21 points. His reasoning was very simple. With greater stamina, he could release the lightning element ability more times, significantly boosting short-term combat power. As for the strength and agility attributes, he had already surpassed the average person by more than half, so there was no need to add to them for now. The phone rang. Suhao picked up the phone and looked at it. An unknown number. He answered, "Hello? Who is this? May I speak to Mr. Suhao?" A crisp, unfamiliar female voice, official tone, meticulous. I am. Please proceed to training building number 3 at the provincial stadium within 2 hours for an ability assessment. Upon arrival, call this number to contact the relevant personnel. Regarding the matter of registration, we will discuss it after the assessment. Assessment? Alright, I'll head over right away. Suhao hung up the phone, thinking to himself that the country's efficiency in handling such matters was truly impressive. He had only learned this morning that he was an ability user, and before noon, they had already arranged an ability assessment for him. Ding! Main quest triggered. Ability assessment. Quest requirement. Achieve a rating above E level in the ability assessment. Quest reward. Additional reward of 4 allocatable attribute points. The main quest has been updated? Suhao was momentarily stunned. This time the main quest actually had a reward, and it was attribute points. He wondered what an E-level evaluation truly represented in terms of standards. Once he arrived at the assessment site, he would need to first understand the situation to avoid accidentally failing the mission. After all, the value of 4 allocatable attribute points was significant. After getting dressed, he prepared to head to the provincial sports stadium. The residential area was less than 5 stops away from the provincial sports stadium. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of training building number 3, only to find the entire building sealed off. The entrance was marked with seals and barricade tape, strictly prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering. He took out his phone to contact the woman from earlier, and before long, a young woman in a police uniform walked out from the side door of the training building. "Mr. Su, we've been expecting you for quite some time. Please come in." The young policewoman sized up Suhao and gestured for him to follow. Suhao followed behind, noticing the 2 horizontal bars and 2 4-pointed stars on the young policewoman's shoulder. He was slightly surprised that this woman, who seemed only a few years older than him, was actually a second-level police inspector, at least at the deputy section level. Generally speaking, it usually takes an ordinary police officer at least 10 years to reach the rank of second-level inspector, unless they have connections, an exceptionally high level of education, or perhaps, are an Esper? Suhao recalled what the director had said. Joining the Esper division guarantees at least a deputy section level rank. Could it be that this female officer in front of him is also an Esper? Lost in thought, Suhao followed the female officer into the training building. This building is usually used as a venue for gymnastics training. The hall is very spacious, covering at least several thousand square meters. The training equipment has been moved aside, replaced by some testing machines, speed measurement tracks, machines for testing punching power, high jump bars, and so on. Even he noticed blood sampling equipment and doctors nearby. Such a grand setup. Could it be prepared just for me? Suhao quietly asked the policewoman, "Miss, can you reveal what the standards for joining the organization are? Something like running 100 meters in 9 seconds? Besides you, other superhumans will also undergo evaluations." The policewoman was well prepared, pulling out a sheet from the folder and handing it over. "As for the standards, see for yourself." Suhao took the folder and carefully read through it. The evaluation standards for superhumans are typically divided into 7 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with the minimum requirement for joining the organization being an E-level evaluation. Superhuman abilities have 3 major scoring criteria. The first category is type, the second is characteristics, and the third is strength. For example, if you have an elemental ability, you can directly receive a B-level or higher evaluation and will be strictly protected. It is said that the rarity of elemental ability users is comparable to that of giant pandas. As for special characteristics, it depends on the type of ability. Abilities like X-ray vision or invisibility are naturally rated C-level or higher, but if it's something like absolute balance or clinging to life when near death, it might only be rated F. As for ordinary abilities like Suhao's, they are generally initially rated between C and F depending on the strength of the ability. As long as one physical attribute is 3 times that of a normal person, or 2 attributes are twice that of a normal person, you can achieve an E-level evaluation? Suhao read the description on the list and pondered. So, according to this, the mutated strength ability user I took down yesterday must be at least E-level or above? His strength was definitely more than 3 times that of a normal person, and his physique wasn't weak either. Pretty much, but mutated ability users often lose their sanity, so for now, we don't consider recruiting them. The policewoman blinked at Suhao and suddenly smiled. You actually don't need to worry too much. I watched the video of the scene yesterday. Being able to suppress a mutated ability user in such a short time, with your skills, getting an E-level evaluation is absolutely no problem. You might even have a chance at D-level. Suhao asked in confusion. Video? What video? You don't know? The policewoman took out her phone and opened a short video app. See for yourself. Suhao took the phone, and the screen was playing footage of him fighting with the giant in the middle of the street. Not only that, the battle scenes were accompanied by stirring background music. If it weren't for the fact that the person filming was standing too far away and the streetlights were somewhat dim, one might mistake it for a promotional clip for some big-budget movie. From a third-party perspective, he effortlessly dodged and maneuvered under the giant's onslaught, finally seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, turning the tide and bringing the massive giant crashing to the ground. The stirring background music also reached its climax at that moment. It was simply exhilarating, absolutely electrifying. What the heck? Someone actually uploaded the video online? Suhao was dumbfounded. Staring at the screen, he discovered that the video had been shared over 100,000 times. The likes had surpassed 1 million. Unable to resist, he clicked on the 999 plus comments section to take a closer look. Martial arts master battles the Hulk? Whoa, what movie is this? I want to watch it. What movie? Can't you see this was shot on a phone? It's real life. Hey, isn't this our neighborhood? No wonder it was so noisy last night. Oh my god, are there martial arts masters hiding in our neighborhood? All martial arts in the world are invincible when it comes to speed. So thrilling. Master, please take me as your disciple. Coach, I want to learn Kung Fu. Coach, get lost, you upstairs. You want to learn everything. Scrolling through a series of bizarre comments, Suhao's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but ask, isn't it a national regulation not to disclose information about ability users? Doesn't the official care about this video? It's revealing too much. Information lockdown is the higher-ups' business. What's the point of asking me? The female police officer shrugged innocently. Didn't you see that the video has been shared over 100,000 times? Even if we delete it now, it won't make a difference. It'll still circulate privately, which indirectly confirms its authenticity. It's too late to block it. Suhao complained helplessly. So if it's too late, you're just going to completely ignore it? The female police officer replied, actually, it's not a big deal. After all, nothing particularly special was exposed. Ordinary people will just think it's 2 people fighting. Besides, your face is very blurry in the video, so no one can recognize you. Indeed, because it was nighttime and the distance was relatively far, the photos taken with the phone were not very clear. Moreover, Suhao's speed in the video was very fast, and during his swift movements, his facial features were almost unrecognizable. However, just based on his physique, clothing, and the neighborhood, acquaintances were still very likely to recognize him. Suhao opened his phone and, sure enough, his WeChat was flooded with messages. Many acquaintances had forwarded the video to him and asked if the person in it was him. The biggest problem isn't here. He opened the video, squinting slightly as he watched the scene where he finally knocked down the giant. While ordinary people might not notice anything unusual, with his eyesight he could vaguely see a trace of blue light flashing between his palm and the giant's abdomen. Troublesome. Perhaps it would be hard for most people to detect, but if someone observant noticed it, coupled with the testimony that the power wielder might give, like their body being numbed by electricity, his ability to control lightning elements would still be exposed. Should he continue to keep it a secret, or simply reveal it and gain a better and higher ranking position? Suhao frowned deeply, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Is there really any need to be so confused? The policewoman noticed Suhao's unpleasant expression and comforted him. Being famous isn't necessarily a bad thing. Maybe the higher-ups will even use you as an example for promotion in the future. Look at me, I want to be famous but haven't had the chance yet. Promotion? What do you mean? Suhao asked in confusion. Will information about abilities be made public in the future? Let's not talk about that for now. Hurry up and go for the test. Don't keep everyone waiting. The next tester could return at any moment. The female police officer realized she had misspoken, her expression stiffening slightly as she urged Suhao to proceed with the ability assessment. Seeing that the female officer was unwilling to say more, Suhao had no choice but to drop the topic and step forward for the test. The evaluation of supernatural abilities is both complicated and comprehensive. It starts with explosive tests such as the 100-meter sprint, punching power, grip strength, weightlifting, and jumping. Relying on his mastery of combat and precise control over his body, Suhao performed exceptionally well. With a base strength and agility of only 16 points, he managed to achieve nearly twice the standard of an average person in the tests. The subsequent tests included endurance evaluations like long-distance running, carrying weights, and diving. In this round, Suhao demonstrated the advantage of his 21-point physique, easily being evaluated as more than twice the standard. After completing the blood draw and activity test, he was effortlessly classified as an E-level ability user, with a plus sign added to the rating, indicating that his actual combat power could reach D-level. Main quest completed. Quest reward, additional reward of 4 allocatable attribute points. Finished testing. Back in front of the policewoman, Suhao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Can we discuss the issue of joining the team now? I feel that training is meaningless for me. After all, my abilities have also enhanced my reaction speed, so there's no situation where I can't control my power. The policewoman nodded. Let's go, follow me to meet the team leader. With that, the policewoman headed toward the corridor of the training building. Suhao followed closely behind and arrived at an office, where 3 men and 1 woman were seated inside. Sitting behind the desk was a middle-aged man. The police rank on his uniform was a wheat ear with 1 flower, a 3rd-level police supervisor, at least a department-level official. This department-level official was explaining something to 2 men and 1 woman. Words like Special Abilities Unit, Benefits, Regulations, Social Insurance, Confidentiality Agreement could be heard in his speech. The policewoman said, Group Leader Sheng, this is the person we mentioned yesterday, while handing over Suhao's evaluation form. Group Leader Sheng looked up and glanced at Suhao, then took the evaluation form and looked at it briefly. You are Suhao? It's me, Suhao nodded. Before he could carefully observe the few people in the office, suddenly, an incredibly fast punch came at him from the side. Suhao slightly shifted his body, dodging the punch, and smoothly clamped the attacker's wrist with his arm. At the same time, his other hand pressed against the attacker's neck. The entire movement was executed seamlessly, taking less than half a second. Looking at the buzzcut young man whose throat he was gripping, Suhao frowned and said, What do you mean by this? The buzzcut young man said nothing, struggling fiercely a few times. Surprisingly, his strength was extraordinary, and he almost broke free. Suhao didn't go easy on him, twisting his arm backward with force. A crisp cracking sound came from the joint. Ow, it hurts. Bro, let go. The buzzcut young man's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly shouted, Don't get worked up. I didn't mean to fight you. It was Team Leader Shing who asked me to test you. Blame the right person, bro. Suhao released the buzzcut young man's arm and turned his gaze toward Team Leader Shing in front of the desk. Team Leader Shing had a smile of approval on his lips and clapped his hands. Such exquisite combat skills, crisp and efficient, even better than professional special forces personnel. Truly worthy of being someone who can subdue a mutated strength ability user unscathed in just 2 minutes. Suhao shrugged. Officer, that little test just now wasn't very friendly. I've reviewed your file. There are no negative records, and you meet the basic requirements for joining the official roster. Team Leader Shing seemed to ignore Suhao's complaints and continued, As for your request, I've also heard from Director Hu. You want to skip training and directly join the roster. With your skills, this request is naturally not an issue. Oh, Suhao's expression shifted slightly. However, but what? Training is unnecessary, but you still need to undergo an assessment. Suhao asked, What kind of assessment? Before the assessment, we first need to confirm that you truly want to join the national system. The topic shifted, and Team Leader Shing flipped through the documents on the desk, handing a contract to Suhao. Think carefully. The contents of this contract are classified as state secrets. Once you read the contents, you must join the ranks of the superhumans, or the state has the right to detain you until the secrets are declassified. Suddenly bringing up something as lofty as state secrets? It really makes a person a little nervous. Suhao couldn't help but mutter under his breath, scanning the contract quickly and carefully, 10 lines at a glance. Finished reading the contract, Suhao learned that this so-called ability user organization actually belongs to a special independent military institution of the state, officially named the Special Ability Action Group, abbreviated as the Ability Group. The Ability Group does nothing else but specializes in handling major cases such as supernatural crimes and supernatural events around the globe. During operations, their authority even surpasses that of local judicial institutions, and they only follow orders from superiors within the Ability Group. Initially, the Ability Group had very few members, as ability users were already rare. However, with the recent awakening of more ability users and the frequent occurrence of supernatural phenomena, the higher-ups decided to expand the scale of the Ability Group. Supernatural crimes I can understand. When individuals with special abilities cause trouble, it falls under supernatural crimes. But what exactly are supernatural events? Speaking of supernatural events, Suhao couldn't help but recall the strange incident he encountered a few days ago when he took Xiaoyi to play at Qingfeng Park. At that time, the system had warned him to leave as soon as possible and not to delve into any supernatural events before reaching level 5. What exactly was inside the deep hole in the woods? Whenever he thought about the eerie feeling of being watched by something back then, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He also wondered what had become of that part park afterward. Back to the main topic, apart from a few brief points, there isn't much truly valuable information in the contract. It's nothing more than requirements like accepting transfers by state agencies, obeying superior management, and some related benefits. Finished reading. Su Hao signed directly and handed the contract back. I agree to join the ability group. Captain Xing, go ahead. What's the assessment? Great, straightforward. Team leader Xing glanced at Su Hao and the others. There is only one assessment, which requires you newcomers to complete it together. This assessment is also your first task after joining the paranormal unit, and that is to investigate the supernatural phenomena in Qingfeng Park. Qingfeng Park? A trace of surprise flashed in Su Hao's eyes. It really is a case of speaking of the devil. He had just been thinking about the supernatural phenomena he encountered in the park that day, and now the first assessment after joining the paranormal unit is to investigate that very matter. Seemingly coincidental, but actually inevitable? Ding! Main quest triggered. The park disappearance case. Mission requirements: investigate the supernatural phenomena in Qingfeng Park and personally eliminate the root of the problem. Mission reward: 1 ability point. I'm teaming up with those three? Su Hao's gaze turned to the 2 men and 1 woman beside him. The buzzcut young man was moving his arm with a pained expression. The other man wore black-framed glasses and looked about 27 or 28 years old, while the last woman appeared to be in her early 30s, with an ordinary appearance. These 3 should be new recruits too, right? I wonder what their abilities are. To be precise, it's the 5 of you. Team leader Xing turned his gaze to the policewoman at the door. Xiaoying, you're responsible for taking these newcomers to broaden their horizons. The policewoman called Xiaoying was stunned and hesitantly asked, is this appropriate? Letting newcomers who haven't undergone training directly encounter supernatural phenomena seems too dangerous. Normally, the assessments are all. According to the intel, the supernatural phenomenon in that park is only E-level. If it's just an investigation, the danger isn't significant. Team leader Xing's tone shifted, and he said sinisterly to Su Hao and the others, but if you let your guard down, you might still die. The faces of the 3 people, excluding Su Hao, changed slightly upon hearing this. Who would have thought that just an assessment could pose a life-threatening danger? It seems that being part of the ability user organization is no easy task. The buzzcut young man said awkwardly, boss, are we just going to investigate empty-handed? Don't we have any equipment or something? Of course, there is equipment, but you'll only get it after the assessment is over. Before passing the assessment, you're not considered official members. Xiaoying, explain the rules of the ability group to them on the way. Team leader Xing lowered his head and continued browsing the files, waving his hand at them to indicate they could leave. Su Hao and his group exited the office. What exactly are supernatural phenomena? The only woman among the newcomers looked at the policewoman, her expression somewhat uneasy. Will there really be a life-threatening danger? There might be. The policewoman hesitated and said, but team leader Xing is just asking you to investigate. Observing from the sidelines should be enough. As long as you don't get too deeply involved, nothing should happen. After all, none of the people present are ordinary. The 4 exchanged glances, then followed the policewoman out of the training building and got into a police car heading to Qingfeng Park. In the car, Su Hao sat in the passenger seat. By the way, I still don't know how to address you, senior. My name is Miao Yueying. The policewoman reported her name while driving. I joined the ability group 3 months ago, not much earlier than you. My ability is also E-level ordinary type, with an explosive speed about 3 times that of an average person. My name is Zhang Chenghui. My ability is also E-level ordinary type, with explosive strength 3 times that of an average person. The buzzcut young man also leaned in to introduce himself, looking at Su Hao. Buddy, your ability must be pretty strong, right? I tried to ambush you just now, but you pinned me down in one move. I couldn't even fight back. Just a bit of combat technique, nothing much. My name is Su Hao, rated E+, with double physique, speed, and strength. Su Hao modestly stated his name and glanced around at the group. Are all of you standard type abilities? I'm a special type ability. A woman in her 30s said, my name is Lu Yuan. My ability is sensory enhancement. Hearing, smell, and vision are all more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Although it's a special type, the ability evaluation isn't high. Like everyone here, I'm also E-level. An ability related to the senses? Su Hao couldn't help but glance at the woman a few more times. It was his first time seeing a support type ability user. The man with glasses said briefly, my name is Gao Sibo, E-level evaluation. My strength and speed are twice that of an ordinary person. This person stopped speaking after finishing their sentence, gazing out the window as if lost in thought. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed to be the type of person who was not easy to approach. The few people on the bus finished introducing themselves and were now somewhat acquainted with one another. Su Hao didn't pay much attention to the other 3 newcomers, nor did he intend to build any kind of relationship with them. After all, once the assessment was over, these 3 would go on to receive training, and there would be no further interaction with him in the short term. He asked Miao Yueying, who was in the driver's seat, what exactly is the supernatural phenomenon? How should we investigate it? This is a bit complicated to explain. Miao Yueying showed a troubled expression expression. Originally, you were supposed to undergo training before the assessment. This time, team leader Xing, for some reason, decided to let you directly encounter supernatural phenomena. Forget it, I'll briefly explain. Supernatural phenomena come in many types. Generally speaking, the most common are ghostly or demonic entities. The supernatural phenomenon in Qingfeng Park belongs to the latter category, possibly caused by some kind of spirit-turned-demon causing trouble. The three newcomers in the back seat exclaimed in shock, monsters? Ghosts? Do such things as demons and spirits actually exist in this world? Even though Suha was mentally prepared, hearing Miao Yueying personally confirm this still felt very shocking. After all, the worldview he had built over a long time wasn't so easy to change. Was the eerie gaze inside the pit that day some kind of unknown monster staring at him? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Su Hao couldn't help but shiver. He recalled the crying little boy in the forest, whose father had been dragged into a pitch-black cave by a monster. There was a high chance he had already met his end. If Su Hao hadn't appeared in time, the little boy would likely have faced the same grim fate. Supernatural phenomena are indeed not something ordinary people can handle. Miao Yueying continued, supernatural phenomena, like those with special abilities, are categorized into 7 danger levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Among them, F represents harmless situations that generally don't require handling. Our regional special abilities team mainly deals with situations of E level and above. Su Hao asked, how are the danger levels determined? By human lives. Miao Yueying calmly said, supernatural phenomena that haven't caused any deaths are classified as F level. Once there is a fatality, it is immediately categorized as E level or higher. The other 3 newcomers couldn't sit still and began nervously discussing in private. Su Hao, however, had already anticipated it. How many people died in Qingfeng Park? Currently, only one is known. Miao Yueying said as she drove the police car into the cordoned-off Qingfeng Park and stopped in front of a forest path. We've arrived. Let's go check out the scene. Remember to stick together, and no matter what you see, don't act on your own. A few people got out of the car one after another. Several officers patrolling near the police cordon approached to verify their identities. Miao Yueying took out an ID card from the pocket of her police uniform. The officers glanced at it, saluted, and let them pass, watching as the 5 of them entered the forest. Walking along the sparse forest path, apart from Miao Yueying and Su Hao, the other 3 were on edge, their nerves taut, fearing that a monster might suddenly jump out from behind a tree. Su Hao, on the other hand, remained calm. Even if they did encounter so-called demons or ghosts, he had his lightning element superpower to back him up and wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Didn't walk far before arriving at a dim forest. Not far away, a deep pit the size of a human head was surrounded by horizontal bars, with a large cross sign erected nearby, warning people not to approach. Stopping in front of the horizontal bars, Miao Yueying pointed at the pit and said, 2 days ago, a middle-aged man went missing in this forest. When the on-duty police officers came to search, they saw a shadow resembling a monkey darting into this pit from the shadows. One officer recklessly reached his hand into the pit to grab it, and then, his hand was gone. The 4 of them breathed unevenly, staring at the not-too-big, not-too-small deep pit, their gazes filled with fear, curiosity, tension, and other complex emotions. Based on the current intelligence, the organization speculates that the creature in the cave might be some kind of spirit beast. Miao Yueying glanced at the cave behind her, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it inside. As soon as the stone flew into the cave entrance, something swiftly knocked it away. The stone hit the tree trunk with a dull thud, causing the small tree's branches to tremble violently. The impact was surprisingly strong. The strength and speed of these little creatures are beyond what ordinary people can match. Moreover, they are mostly cautious by nature and won't leave the cave unless absolutely certain. Even at close range, firearms are difficult to hit them. Su Hao asked, since it's so dangerous, why not just use explosives to blow up whatever's inside the cave? It's useless. Miao Yueying shook her head and said, unless you bomb the entire park, it's very difficult to kill the creatures hiding in the soil. They're not stupid, they'd have run away long before you set up the explosives. Grenades are useless too. That pebble just now was an example. The buzzcut young man, Zhang Chenghui, couldn't help but ask, then how do we investigate? Should we find a way to lure it out first? I'd rather ask, what exactly are we investigating? Gao Sibo adjusted his glasses. According to what you said, the murder happened 2 days ago. The higher-ups have already speculated that it might be the work of some supernatural creature, and the cave is in an obvious location. So, what exactly do we newcomers need to investigate? There's indeed not much to investigate. As he said, all you need to do is find a way to lure the thing in the cave out. Take a couple of photos, and the assessment will be over. Miao Yueying took out her phone from her pocket, pointed it at the 4 of them, and started recording. She stepped aside. You can call on the park's police force for assistance, but you cannot disclose any information about supernatural phenomena. From now on, your performance will be truthfully reported by me. The assessment officially begins. The 4 of them stood still, looking at each other in confusion. Zhang Chenghui leaned over. Buddy, how about we get a wooden stick or something? See if we can poke out whatever's inside? A wooden wooden stick probably won't be much use. At the very least, we should get something made of iron, right? Su Hao stared at the pit. The creature inside could tear off a human hand, let alone a mere wooden stick. It would probably be shredded the moment it was poked in. Besides, I don't think poking it with a stick will force it out. This is a spirit creature, not a wild beast. It's still most practical to use water to flood it. The bespectacled man, Gao Sibai, said, since we can mobilize the station police force, why not get a hose to fill the hole with water? Actually, there are many ways to force the thing inside out. The question is, if we do force it out, will it be dangerous? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Hao and the others fell silent. According to Miao Yueying, the creature is so fast that even firearms have difficulty hitting it at close range. Coupled with team leader Xing's warning about potential life-threatening danger, it made everyone even more anxious. It seems like there's a sound coming from inside the cave. The middle-aged woman Lu Yuan whispered, the cave entrance is too dark. I can't see what's inside, but I can hear something digging in there. Do you think the creature might be preparing to escape? Stop hesitating. If the creature comes out, I'll handle it. Su Hao didn't want to waste time dwelling on it. He decisively took charge and directed the others. Inch head, go find some iron rods, and it'd be best if you could bring some weapons too. Glasses, go borrow a water hose from the police. Special type, keep monitoring the movements inside the hole, and if you can figure out where it extends to, even better. Zhang Chenghui, alright, I'll be back right away. Gao Sibo, I'll go borrow the water hose from them now. Lu Yuan, got it, I'll give it a try. The three of them originally lacked a backbone, and with Su Hao being the strongest among them, no one resisted his orders. They all followed his instructions and got busy with their respective tasks. Taking advantage of the fact that the three were occupied with their duties, he walked over to Miao Yueying, who was filming nearby. May I ask, just how strong are the spirits? Besides their speed, are there any other dangers? The danger level of the little sprites is roughly equivalent to that of a trained E-level psychic. Their weapons are claws and teeth, and their attack methods are similar to those of wild beasts. So far, many forms of little sprites have been discovered, most of which do not possess special abilities. Miao Yueying answered truthfully and added, however, the higher-ups are only speculating that the cave contains little sprites. It's not 100% certain, so you'd better be prepared to run at any moment. Okay. Su Hao glanced at the gun holster on her waist. Can I borrow your gun for a bit? Miao Yueying looked at Su Hao suspiciously. What do you need a gun for? Of course, for self-defense. Su Hao replied confidently. The ability group does such dangerous work. Surely they wouldn't leave us without guns, right? According to the rules, it's not impossible to lend you one. Miao Yueying hesitated slightly. But do you know how to use a gun? You're not a police academy graduate. A little bit. Su Hao looked up at the sky, feeling guilty as he said, during college military training, I was lucky enough to shoot live ammunition at a target, though I only fired 5 shots. The rifles used in school military training are different from handguns. The policewoman couldn't help but complain. Don't worry about the details. Su Hao shrugged. Using a pistol isn't that hard, right? It's just 4 steps, loading, unlocking the safety, aiming, and shooting. After watching so many action movies, who wouldn't know how? With my reaction speed, accuracy won't be an issue. Alright, you do have a point. Miao Yueying, with a defeated expression, pulled out a police-issued Type 92 pistol from her waist and handed it to Su Hao. The creature moves very quickly. At close range, you might not have the chance to aim. Be careful not to let it bite your neck, it could kill you. Thanks for the reminder. Su Hao took the handgun, his expression calm, but inwardly he was as excited as could be. This was the first time in his life he had ever touched a handgun. Which man doesn't like firearms? The cold metallic texture, the heavy weight, the powerful lethality, all of it is so thrilling. Although he had used a rifle to shoot targets during his university military training, he had only fired a few shots. His memory of it was already very vague, and apart from recalling the soreness in his arm from the recoil, he had little impression. Once this assessment is over and he joins the Special Abilities Unit, he will rightfully obtain his own assigned firearm. New specialization added, firearms. A system notification sounded in his ear, and Su Hao was overjoyed. He brought up the system interface and located firearms specialization. Do you want to spend 3 experience points to upgrade firearms mastery to beginner level? Do you want to spend 10 experience points to upgrade firearms mastery to proficient level? Do you want to spend 30 experience points to upgrade firearms mastery to elite level? He upgraded his firearm mastery to elite level in one go. After completing a few tasks, he had plenty of experience points on hand, and could spare 30 to 50 points. To ensure his speed could keep up with the monsters, Su Hao allocated all 4 attribute points obtained from the previous main quest to agility. His body suddenly felt lighter, and his agility attribute broke through 20 points. Still have 108 experience points left. Su Hao glanced at the remaining experience points and immediately decided to level up his combat specialization by 1 more level. Consume 100 experience points to upgrade fighting to master level? Hiss, upgrading to master level actually requires so much experience? It's more than triple the amount. count. Su Hao was both shocked and a little expectant about master-level fighting. He had originally planned to save the experience points to learn the Bajikwan techniques at the martial arts school, but on second thought, specializing in fighting wasn't weak either. Upgrading it to master level first and then learning other techniques might even lead to a better understanding, wouldn't it? Upgrade. A large influx of knowledge and experience flooded into his mind. When Su Hao opened his eyes again, it felt as if a long time had passed, though in reality, he had only been dazed for a few seconds. Before long, the rookie trio over there had gathered their equipment, connected a plastic tube to a nearby faucet, and began filling the pit with water. Bro, I asked those police officers for a few batons and riot shields. What do you think? Zheng Chenghui ran back carrying a pile of police equipment. When he saw the police gun in Su Hao's hand, his eyes widened. Damn, where did you get that gun? Su Hao pointed at Miao Yueying. Got it from her. Sis, can you get one for me too? Zheng Chenghui threw away what he was holding and approached Miao Yueying with a flattering expression. You're late, Miao Yueying said, spreading her hands. I only have one pistol. No way. Zheng Chenghui let out a wail, reluctantly picked up the police baton and riot shield from the ground, occasionally casting envious and jealous glances at the gun in Su Hao's hand, regretting why he hadn't asked Miao Yueying for a pistol earlier. Su Hao ignored him and picked up a riot shield, weighing it in his hands. This was the kind of police riot shield commonly seen in police stations or security rooms. Made of transparent polycarbonate material, it was lightweight yet sturdy, with impact resistance that was almost on par with steel. With this shield, safety was significantly better ensured. Su Hao handed the remaining 2 riot shields to the other 2 people and said, Lu Yuan, your ability isn't suited for combat. Stay farther from the cave to avoid being targeted by any small monsters that escape. Lu Yuan nodded and ran to a distance behind the group. Apart from the sound of water pouring in the cave, there are also some strange low growls. However, the sound of digging has temporarily stopped. Low growls? Made by the little creature? Su Hao instinctively glanced at Miao Yueying. The policewoman was also holding her phone and walking toward the back, away from the cave entrance, clearly not planning to help them easily. Can you use the sound of the water to figure out where this cave leads? Su Hao asked Lu Yuan. He could faintly hear water flowing through the cave and even sense the sound of water beneath his feet. Be wary of things in the cave escaping from other places. Lu Yuan closed her eyes to listen carefully, extending her finger, with the fingertip starting to move in the direction of the pit. The group knew she was indicating the direction of the water's spread. They gripped their riot shields tightly and looked in the direction her finger pointed. A muffled sound came from beneath their feet. Before Su Hao could react, he saw a creature resembling a hairless monkey emerge from the ground, covered in mud, baring its teeth and claws as it lunged at him. Startled, he reflexively raised the riot shield in front of him. The monster crashed into the shield, letting out a painful howl as it was bounced back and fell to the ground. Su Hao was also jolted by the intense impact, his body swaying and nearly losing his balance. The little creature before him stood less than a meter tall, its entire body covered in grotesque wrinkled skin. Its eyes were as small as 2 green beans, its limbs resembled those of a beast, and the corners of its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, still bore horrifying remnants of flesh and blood. It looked utterly terrifying. Ah! Lu Yuan, who was carefully listening to the sound of flowing water, opened her eyes and saw the spirit creature lying not far in front of her, letting out a piercing scream. Although the appearance of this spirit creature was indeed quite terrifying, this woman's mental fortitude was truly lacking. As for Lu Yuan, not to mention that she wasn't a combat-type ability user, the other 2 young men were also frightened by the creature's appearance. Even though they were holding batons and riot shields in their hands, they froze in place and failed to assist Su Hao immediately. Su Hao hadn't expected these people to help him. He steadied himself and quickly aimed the already loaded pistol at the monster in front of him. With elite-level firearm mastery, the pistol at this moment seemed like an extension of his body. This seamless connection, while not perfect, ensured that within a range of at least a dozen meters, he could hit wherever he aimed without fail. In almost an instant, Su Hao aimed at the small goblin's short frame and pulled the trigger. Deafening gunshots echoed. The little sprite, however, had already kicked off the ground a second before the gun was aimed at it, darting several meters away at an astonishing speed and escaping into the depths of the forest. The bullet embedded itself in the ground, kicking up a spray of dirt. Tisk, missed it. Su Hao clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and fired several more shots at the fleeing little monster, but as expected, it was still futile. What a pity! The distance between the gun barrel and the target was less than 2 meters just now, which could be considered an excellent opportunity. Unexpectedly, it still managed to escape even at such close range. As Miao Yueying had said, firearms are hardly effective against such creatures. Their speed is simply too fast, and their bodies are small. Trying to hit them at close range is as frustrating as using bullets to shoot flies. Phew, it escaped, huh? Does this mean the assessment is over now? Seeing the little monster escape, everyone except Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the assessment only involved investigation. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how they could deal with a creature that even firearms couldn't handle. I can take care of it. Give me a few minutes. minutes. Suhao threw away the riot shield and, without saying a word, chased into the forest alone. He hadn't forgotten the main mission, which required him to personally eradicate the root of the problem, not just conduct a simple investigation. Hey, don't act on your own. Miao Yueying, who was in charge of supervision, saw this and quickly chased after him, turning her head to remind the other three before leaving. You guys wait here. The rookie trio exchanged glances, feeling like they were just there to make up the numbers. In the forest, the short and nimble creature moved incredibly fast, running on all fours like a wild beast, darting between the trees. At this speed, it's at least twice as fast as an ordinary person, right? Luckily, I allocated 4 points to agility in advance, or I probably wouldn't even be able to keep up. Suhao looked around, searching for the best route to chase the creature. What are you doing? The assessment is over, and the follow-up cleanup doesn't require your involvement. Behind him, Miao Yueying quickly caught up. Her supernatural ability made her 3 times faster than an ordinary person, so catching up to Suhao, who was moving at double speed, was a breeze. I have confidence I can take care of it. Suhao casually made up an excuse. If we resolve the supernatural phenomenon during the assessment, the evaluation will be higher, right? Or does the ability group not allow us to eliminate this little sprite? Miao Yueying pondered. You can kill. That's right. Suhao tentatively asked, Miss Miao, can you do me a favor? Miao Yueying rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you say you were confident in solving it? Suhao chuckled dryly. With your help, I feel more confident. Go ahead. Miao Yueying tacitly agreed to help, perhaps because she had seen Suhao suppress a mutated ability user in a short video. She had particular trust in Suhao's strength. Suhao whispered a few words to Miao Yueying. After a brief hesitation, Miao Yueying sped up and went after the little sprite first. The little sprite noticed someone trying to block its path and, without the slightest hesitation, turned around and lunged at Miao Yueying with claws bared, adopting a life-or-death combat stance, revealing its ruthless nature. Miao Yueying quickly changed direction and fled backward. Although she was fast, her strength was no match for the little sprite. If it got close, she would be doomed. A gunshot rang out. Suhao took advantage of the little creature lunging at Miao Yueying and preemptively fired, the bullet hitting one of the creature's forelimbs. The little creature, wounded and in pain, decisively abandoned Miao Yueying and continued to flee. However, with one leg crippled, its speed was greatly reduced, and it didn't get far before Suhao caught up with it again. Suhao fired another shot, this time piercing through the little creature's chest. Blood and flesh spilled as the monkey-like small creature collapsed to the ground on the spot, motionless. Is it over? Suhao slowly approached, but suddenly realized that the system hadn't indicated the task was complete. His heart tightened, and he stopped in his tracks to fire a few more shots. The little monster lying on the ground indeed let out a howl of pain. It twitched and rolled on the ground. It was playing dead. If he had gone over to check just now, he might have been ambushed by this thing. Suhao couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Although he had a physique that was not inferior to the little monsters and possessed lightning element abilities, life and death battles often came down to a split second. If this creature suddenly lashed out at close range and bit his throat, it would definitely be a terrible experience. This creature's vitality is truly tenacious. It took several shots and can still move. An ordinary person would have died long ago. He was considering whether to fire a couple more shots and pulled the trigger, only to find there were no bullets left. The magazine capacity of the Type 92 pistol is as much as 15 rounds. In other words, Suhao, who possesses elite-level firearm expertise, fired a full 15 shots to barely inflict serious damage on the little monster. You succeeded? Miao Yueying, who had caught up, saw the little monster lying motionless on the ground, her tone full of surprise. She had joined the supernatural team for 3 months and had participated in similar missions. She was well aware of the dangers posed by the little creatures. Under normal circumstances, at least 3 or more E-level ability users were required to form an encirclement and block off the routes in advance to barely manage to take them down. But Suhao managed to do it all by himself. Although she had assisted during the process, his strength was undeniable. Just lucky, fired a few random shots, and unexpectedly hit the target. Suhao handed the pistol back to Miao Yueying. The magazine is empty. Do you have any extra bullets? Miao Yueying took the pistol, pulled out a new magazine from her belt, and skillfully reloaded it. If we can capture the little sprite alive, that would be best. You stay here and keep an eye on it. I'll go find a rope to tie it up. There will be a reward from the organization when we turn it in. This thing can still survive? Suhao glanced at the little sprite struggling not far away. He had fired several more shots at this thing. Even if it didn't die on the spot, it shouldn't live for long. Miao Yueying, however, said, it's just a few holes. The vitality of a spirit creature far surpasses that of ordinary beings. As long as its head and heart aren't destroyed, it's hard for it to die. Keep an eye on it and don't let it escape. After saying that, she ran outside the woods to borrow some rope. Suhao approached the little spirit creature, keeping a safe distance of several meters, and observed it cautiously. Upon closer inspection, the blood of this creature turned out to be purplish red, and the gunshot wound was automatically contracting. The bleeding gradually stopped, and its self-healing ability was simply beyond imagination. information. Within a few minutes, Miao Yueying returned with a rope, tossed it to Su Hao, and signaled him to tie up the creature. Su Hao approached with the rope, while the little creature still bared its teeth fiercely, trying to intimidate him. Grabbing the little creature's claws, he tied its limbs together with a rope, binding it tightly in the same way crabs are tied. Carrying the tightly bound little creature, Su Hao and Miao Yueying retraced their steps. My goodness, you actually caught this monster. The three onlookers waiting at the spot were utterly shocked when they saw Su Hao holding the feeble little creature in his hand. Why is there such a big gap between newly joined espers? I can't be of any help here, while others can handle monsters on their own, and the whole process takes less than 5 minutes. Miao Yueying waved her hand and said, the assessment is over. You can go back and wait for the notification. The police will come to handle the scene later. Mr. Su and I need to go to the esper unit to submit the task. After speaking, she motioned for Su Hao to follow. The two returned to the police car, with Su Hao in charge of restraining the little sprite in the back seat. Ding! Main quest completed. Task reward, 1 ability point. Wrapping the tied-up little sprite in a cloth bag, he asked, where are we going? The ability group branch office? That's right. Miao Yueying drove away from the park. Honestly, I didn't expect you to actually catch the little sprite. This supernatural phenomenon was something Captain Xing had planned to send someone to handle this afternoon, but now that's no longer necessary. Su Hao asked curiously, why does the ability group want to capture them alive? They have research value. Miao Yueying said, the little sprites are actually mutated life forms caused by genetic mutations. They were originally just ordinary animals. The country has yet to figure out the cause of their mutation, just like how the reason for the awakening of abilities in ability users remains a mystery. Simply put, these little sprites are equivalent to animals that have awakened abilities? Su Hao pondered for a moment. From a certain perspective, ability users are essentially mutated life forms resulting from genetic mutations. Glancing at the ferocious-looking little creature, Su Hao said disdainfully, by the way, what exactly is this thing's original form? It's really ugly. Miao Yueying responded in a joking tone, maybe it's something like a stray cat or dog? Animals mutate much more freely than humans, so drastic changes in appearance are normal. During our last mission, we even encountered a creature that looked like a facehugger from Alien. Su Hao laughed as well. Really? If there really is something like that, I'd love to see it for myself. There will be opportunities to meet in the future. Miao Yueying lowered her voice. I heard Team Leader Xing complaining privately yesterday that the workload for the ability group might increase in the future. I didn't expect that early this morning so many ability users would suddenly appear. You know, usually, there might not even be a single new member joining throughout the entire year. Oh, did something happen? Su Hao pretended not to understand. I'm not sure either. The higher-ups haven't released any information. Miao Yueying shook her head. However, I speculate it might be related to yesterday's meteor shower. That meteor shower really seemed like a large-scale supernatural phenomenon, don't you think? It does seem a bit like that. Su Hao nodded. A large-scale meteor shower covering the entire country. No matter how you think about it, it's very strange. Not just the entire country. Miao Yueying corrected. This meteor shower is actually worldwide. Really? Su Hao was startled. Earlier, he had only seen TV reports about major cities in the country being hit by meteorites and hadn't paid much attention to international news. A meteor shower covering the entire globe, damn. Just thinking about it feels eerie. This can't simply be explained as an astronomical phenomenon, right? He'd even believe it if someone said alien civilizations were behind it. Miao Yueying asked, according to the information on your file, a meteorite hit the roof of your building yesterday, right? Did you go to check out the meteorite crater? Yes, that did happen. Su Hao replied, feeling a bit guilty as he glanced out the window. Check it out? Didn't the TV say there was radiation? I didn't go. The meteorite didn't just hit the roof of his building, it almost hit him directly. As for checking out the meteorite crater, the meteorite had already been completely devoured by his home system. Was there even a need to check it out? I heard from Team Leader Xing that the radioactivity of the meteorite is actually beneficial to those with abilities. According to research from the higher-ups, it can slightly enhance abilities? Miao Yueying glanced at Su Hao in the rearview mirror. It seems like the entire city only had a meteorite fall in your neighborhood. After work, I plan to visit your neighborhood to check out the meteorite crater. You're coming to our neighborhood? You're welcome. Su Hao had long known that the meteorite was actually a crystal of ability energy, but to avoid exposing himself, he pretended to be surprised. Still, the idea that the meteorite crater can enhance abilities is just too incredible. Did the higher-ups manage to capture the fallen meteorite? I'm not sure about that, but with the country's strong capabilities, capturing a meteorite shouldn't be a problem, right? After finishing this topic, the atmosphere in the car became somewhat quiet. The tightly bound little creature kept roaring incessantly. Su Hao simply stuffed part of the rope into its mouth to shut it up completely. Unexpectedly, the creature's mouth began to ooze disgusting reddish saliva, emitting a foul stench. Su Hao said, can we put this thing in the trunk? Of course not. Miao Yueying glanced at the rearview mirror. What if it breaks free from the rope? up. Just bear with it a little longer. We're almost at the station. Helpless, Suhao could only put another sack over the little creature's head and roll down both windows to let the air circulate. Looking at the saliva mixed with blood on the car seat, he couldn't help but recall a few days ago, the lost child he had sent to the police station. The person dragged into the cave, was he really eaten by it? Yes. Miao Yueying's expression turned slightly grave. Most small spirits, when hungry, are actually no different from wild carnivores, extremely aggressive. And in a big city, humans are undoubtedly the most common prey. Then, how do we explain this to the victim's family? Su Hao remained silent for a moment. The father of the missing little boy was destined not to return. Handling the aftermath is the responsibility of the local police department. Generally, they announce cases as missing or murdered to the public, and the government provides appropriate compensation to the victim's family. The topic gradually became inexplicably heavy. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Hao patted the burlap sack containing the little creature and said, "What reward is there for handing this thing in?" 20 points and a third-class merit. Miao Yueying explained, the ability group has a points contribution system. Points can be used to evaluate promotions and transfers, as well as to exchange for some special things, such as extra paid vacation days. Oh, there's such a system? 1 point can be exchanged for 1 day of vacation. Miao Yueying laughed, that's really enviable. You've just joined the ability group for less than a day and already earned 20 days of paid vacation. Normally, capturing small creatures like this would require 3 or 4 people to split 20 points. During the casual conversation, the car arrived at a semi-restricted special police bureau in the suburbs. The two got out of the car. Su Hao carried the sack and followed Miao Yueying into the hall, walking along the corridor to a place resembling a detention room, separated by dense iron bars, with a narrow space of less than 10 square meters. At Miao Yueying's signal, Su Hao threw the little sprite inside and locked the cell. At the latest by tomorrow, the research institute will send someone to transport this thing. Come with me to register your contribution points first. After saying that, Miao Yueying led him toward the other side of the building. Su Hao glanced at his phone. It was 3 in the afternoon. From the morning until now, he hadn't even had a meal. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering how much longer the process of joining the ability group would take to finally be done. A man in a yellow shirt walked toward them from across the corridor and greeted them. "Oh, Xiaoying is back. Is this person next to you a newcomer?" Miao Yueying smiled and said, "Yes, this is the martial arts expert who's been trending online today." Faced with the girl's playful teasing, Su Hao shrugged and introduced himself to the man in the yellow shirt. "My name is Su Hao. I just joined the special abilities team today. I look forward to learning from you in the future." The man in the yellow shirt before them had a burly build, standing half a head taller than Su Hao, who was 1.8 meters tall. His face had a rugged, tough guy look, and he appeared to be in his early 30s. "So, you're the legendary expert everyone talks about online. Impressive." The man in the yellow shirt smiled back and patted Su Hao on the shoulder. "My name is Ji Chungjun. From now on, we're colleagues. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Changmin." "Alright, sure." Su Hao didn't mind. This man in the yellow shirt was nearly 10 years older than him, so calling him brother didn't feel like a loss. Miao Yueying joked, "Su Hao, this guy is a senior member of the team. Not only is his physical fitness twice as strong as an average person, but he also has a special ability that can incapacitate living beings. Although it only lasts for 10 seconds, everyone in the team calls him Ji Wu." "Hey, Xiaoying, what are you saying? Don't ruin my majestic image in front of the newcomer." Ji Changmin hurriedly interrupted, seemingly showing a harmonious relationship between the two. Su Hao asked curiously, "Incapacitate living beings? What does that mean?" "Oh, literally, as long as I touch a living being, I can make them completely powerless." Ji Changmin pointed to the hand he had placed on Su Hao's shoulder. "I haven't read much, so explaining the principle is a bit tricky." "Little brother, do you mind if I demonstrate? Does it have any side effects?" "Don't worry, absolutely none." "Then show me how it's done." Su Hao was actually quite curious about special abilities. Since there were no side effects, experiencing it wouldn't hurt. Ji Changmin exerted a bit of force on the hand resting on his shoulder, and a sensation akin to a mild electric shock quickly spread from his shoulder. Su Hao instantly froze in place, unable to even blink. That feeling was hard to describe in words, numb and uncomfortable, like accidentally hitting a nerve in the elbow. His entire body was paralyzed, unable to move, and even his blood seemed to flow more slowly. Ji Changmin touched him briefly and quickly raised his hand. A few seconds later, Su Hao's body gradually regained sensation. "How was it? Impressive, right?" Ji Changmin said with a smile. "It truly is a terrifying ability." Su Hao nodded in agreement and said, "That feeling of complete paralysis just now was like the brain losing all control over the body. If you were to engage in close combat with an enemy, this ability could definitely determine the outcome in an instant. This ability to neutralize is even more formidable than his lightning element power. If he had possessed this special ability back then, he might have subdued the mutant ability user in just one move." "Young man, you're quite impressive too. Normally, when an ordinary person gets touched by my ability, it takes at least 10 seconds seconds before they can speak again. I didn't expect you to recover in just 3 or 4 seconds. Seeing Su Hao recover so quickly, Ji Changmin looked astonished and turned to ask Miao Yueying, Xiaoying, how many seconds did it take you to recover back then? 7 or 8 seconds, wasn't it? What's the point of asking that? Bang! Miao Yueying rolled her eyes and mercilessly exposed the shortcomings. Su Hao, his ability isn't actually that impressive. Not only does it require physical contact, but the stronger the individual, the shorter the nullification time. Moreover, living beings gradually develop resistance to his ability, and by the third time, it becomes completely ineffective. Oh, so there are so many flaws? Su Hao was slightly surprised, not expecting Ji Chengmin's special ability to have such significant limitations. Little brother, what is your special ability? Su Hao said, my special ability is just the ordinary type, with physical fitness being twice that of an average person in all aspects. You're being too modest. Miao Yueying said, I feel like your special ability is not as simple as just being the ordinary type. The records don't show that you've undergone any training, yet your skills are comparable to those of rigorously trained special forces. The first time you held a gun, you were even able to hit small monsters. These are things that other ordinary type ability users cannot achieve. Ji Changmin was surprised, shot and hit the little sprite. What were you guys doing? Old Ji, we're free this afternoon. Miao Yueying shrugged and said, Team Leader Xing told me to take this batch of rookies to investigate Qingfeng Park as an assessment project. Who would have thought this young man here would simply catch the little sprite directly? Yes, caught it single-handedly. Su Hao calmly said, not at all, not at all. It was all thanks to Miss Miao's assistance. Ji Changmin was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He patted Su Hao on the shoulder and praised him with a few words like, young man, your future is limitless. How many people with special abilities are there in our city? Su Hao asked. 9. Miao Yueying said, if we count the few of you who just joined, there are now 13. So few? Does everyone else work in this building? Su Hao was slightly surprised. Only 9 superhumans in the roster of a big city? It was imaginable that the entire country's superhuman division might not have had more than 200 members before. The superhuman division has flexible working hours. They are only summoned when there's a task. Normally, apart from the administrative staff, there are only a few superhumans on duty in the building. Miao Yueying added, actually, the number of people in our city isn't considered small. The neighboring city only has 6 people. Recently, the superhuman division has been expanding recruitment. I heard the higher-ups want to establish a roster of at least 100 people per city. I really don't know where they're going to find so many superhumans. 100 people in the organization, expanding more than tenfold? Su Hao understood clearly. The wave of superpowers has arrived. From now on, superpowered individuals will emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, growing in number. But where did the country get this information? Have they already deduced that the meteor shower is the root cause of all this? After chatting for a while, Miao Yueying took Su Hao to register his points record, while Ji Changmin left first due to other matters. The information was entered into the archive in front of the computer. At this point, he became a civil servant with an official national position. Bang! The titles within the ability group are divided into 9 levels. Su Hao is currently a level 1 member, the lowest level, with a surface identity as a level 2 inspector, which corresponds to a deputy section level civil servant position. Getting an official position right upon joining is not bad. Looking at the points on the computer, Su Hao asked, how many points are needed to advance to a level 2 member? According to the rule of advancing 1 rank in police title with each level promotion, a level 2 member corresponds to a level 1 inspector, which is a regular section level official. 50 points. Level 3 members require 100 points, and level 4 requires 300 points. Miao Yueying said helplessly, the paranormal group doesn't have many tasks usually. I've been working for 3 months and only accumulated 30 points. I'm afraid it might take another year or so before I can even reach level 3. That's not necessarily the case. Su Hao smiled and said, isn't it said that supernatural phenomena will become more frequent in the future? Maybe you'll reach level 3 as early as next month. Miao Yueying chuckled helplessly, spare me, will you? Too many tasks will wear me out. That's true. Su Hao also laughed heartily twice. This policewoman named Miao Yueying appeared gentle and refined, but in reality, her personality was quite carefree. This wasn't really a flaw, at least interacting with her was very easygoing. Having such a colleague wasn't bad at all. After recording the files, the two went to the warehouse to collect standard equipment. A police-issued Type 92 pistol, a satellite phone, and a National Special Operations ID. The treatment for the Special Abilities Unit is indeed generous. Even first-level members are allowed to carry firearms uniforms, and the originally required month-long training was skipped for Su Hao. However, the rules and regulations still need to be memorized, otherwise, it's easy to get penalized if something goes wrong. Miao Yueying sent Su Hao a copy of the rules and related information in an electronic document. Su Hao flipped through a long list of rules and regulations, feeling overwhelmed. Memorizing all of this wouldn't be easy. Maybe he should just upgrade his mental capacity? It was a good chance to see if that attribute was linked to intelligence. Miao Yueying glanced at her phone. After passing the assessment, we were supposed to meet with team leader Xing, but it seems he has other matters to attend to. Let's just head out for now. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The matters with the ability group were finally wrapped up. Miao Yueying blinked and said, "Let's go, we're heading to your neighborhood." Oh. Su Hao then remembered that Miao Yueying had mentioned wanting to check out the crater earlier. Before heading home, let's grab a meal first. My treat. He hadn't had a chance to eat since the morning, and his stomach was almost empty. Then I won't hold back? Miao Yueying smiled and said, "There's a nice rice bowl restaurant nearby. I'll take you there." The two went to the restaurant for a meal and then took a taxi back to Su Hao's residential complex. The fence gate on the rooftop of the complex was open, but there was a sign in front of it saying no entry. Su Hao crossed the barricade and noticed two police officers guarding near the meteorite crater, with some strange movements coming from the bottom of the pit. One of the police officers drove them away, saying, "What are you doing here? Didn't you see the sign outside? Get out immediately." Miao Yueying skillfully took out the Special Abilities Group ID. "We are from the National Special Operations Department, here to inspect the meteorite crater." The two police officers glanced at the ID and let Su Hao and Miao Yueying in. One of them even muttered quietly, "Which Special Operations Department is this? People keep coming every day. This is already the fourth group." It seemed that besides the two of them, other members of the Special Abilities Group had been here before. This crater is so small. If we didn't know beforehand, it would be really hard to believe this is a meteorite crater. Miao Yueying approached the roughly 1-meter wide crater and peered inside. "Huh? There are people down there. Are they residents of this building?" Su Hao said, "I remember this unit is unoccupied." He also moved closer to the crater, leaned his head in, and saw several staff members in hazmat suits digging up the floor inside the house. It looked like they were planning to excavate the entire crater. TSK, digging 3 feet deep, not even sparing the ashes left by the energy crystal. It turns out they are from the Research Institute. Miao Yueying noticed the staff's attire and pointed to the Big Dipper emblem on the back of the isolation suit, introducing it to Su Hao. "This is the emblem of the Northern Science Research Institute. Many of the supernatural items our abilities team acquires, aside from being handed over to the Kyoto Research Institute, are mostly managed by the Northern Science Research Institute. For example, the little sprite you captured today also needs to be sent to the headquarters of the Research Institute." "I see," Su Hao joked. "Good thing we came early, otherwise there wouldn't even be a meteorite crater to see. The Research Institute always acts quickly." Miao Yueying also smiled. She walked around the meteorite crater again, her face gradually showing confusion. People from the other city's ability groups all said they felt warm all over in front of the meteorite crater, with their abilities slightly enhanced. But why don't I feel anything special? Could it be that we came too late? Su Hao, do you feel anything? No. Su Hao spoke truthfully. He suddenly had a guess. Could it be that because he had taken the yet to dissipate ability crystal, Miao Yueying couldn't feel the phenomenon of enhanced abilities? He truly felt sorry about it. With the answer in his heart, Su Hao's expression remained unchanged. "Since there's no effect, shall we head back first? Want to come over to my place for a bit? So enthusiastic. Are you trying to hit on me?" Miao Yueying looked at Su Hao in surprise and threw him a flirtatious glance. "Little brother, although you're quite nice, your big sister here isn't planning to date anyone for now. I'm just being polite." Su Hao shrugged helplessly. "As long as you're happy." Miao Yueying said unhappily, "Hey, you're being so blunt, that's really hurtful." Alright, my bad." The two chatted for a while longer. In the end, Miao Yueying went to Su Hao's house to familiarize herself with the place, left her contact information, and reminded him to carry a satellite phone with him before bidding farewell and leaving. After seeing Miao Yueying off, Su Hao sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. The ability group? Not bad. Apart from the time spent on missions, the rest is free, and you can even use points to exchange for vacations. For someone like me who has a system, it's simply an ideal and perfect job. Su Hao speculated that the attendance tasks of the ability group would likely become part of the system's tasks, just like today's main assessment mission. Main mission? Generally speaking, the main missions in games are used to guide the core storyline. But this system of his, apart from the first main quest guiding him to reach level 5 before the meteor shower, all subsequent main quests were triggered by himself. Now, the main quest has been cut off. This system seems a bit unreliable, doesn't it? Ding! Main quest released. Ability group promotion. Quest requirement. Advance to a level 3 member within 1 month. Quest reward. Increase all attributes by 2 points. Speak of the devil. Su Hao heard the notification sound in his ear and frowned slightly. Advancing to level 3 within within a month means I need to earn 150 points? This main quest seems quite challenging. Miao Yueying has been in the ability group for 3 months and still hasn't advanced to level 2. Certainly, after the surge of supernatural abilities, earning points has become much easier than before, but advancing to level 3 within a month is still too rushed. 150 points mean he has to single-handedly capture nearly 8 little monsters alive. Not to mention whether he can catch them. Where would he find so many little monsters to capture in just one short month? Encountering 1 or 2 more would already be fortunate, while the rest of the assignments depend entirely on luck with no clear direction for effort. What a hassle. Su Hao opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Although the system tasks don't have an explicit punishment mechanism and won't result in elimination for failing to complete a task, which is great, this main quest is just too arbitrary, with no pattern at all. It's truly frustrating. Could it be that the system intentionally wants him to become a high-ranking official in the supernatural division? Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Has Little E come back from school? Su Hao walked to the entrance to open the door, only to unexpectedly find a figure both familiar and unfamiliar standing outside. Wen Qinglu, why are you at my house? That's right, the person standing outside the door was the receptionist girl from his previous company. Well, are you okay? I heard this morning that a lot happened in your neighborhood last night. I originally planned to call you at noon, but no one answered, so I took the liberty of coming to check on you. Wen Qinglu timidly hung her head, holding a fruit basket in her hand. Of course I'm fine. I just went out to handle some things at noon and put my phone on silent. At noon, he was catching little sprites in Qingfeng Park with his phone set to do not disturb mode, so it was normal that he missed the call. That's good to hear. When Qinglu clutched her chest with her small hand and let out a sigh of relief, I saw Supervisor Lu being taken away by the police today, and I thought something had happened to you. Come inside first, then we'll talk. Su Hao naturally wouldn't turn her away and invited her to sit in the living room. The two sat on the sofa. Su Hao opened the fridge, took out a can of drink, and handed it over. Thanks for the reminder on the phone yesterday. It's nothing. When Qinglu secretly smiled and then asked worriedly, what exactly happened yesterday? Did those people cause you trouble? Sort of. Su Hao said calmly, those guys came in the middle of the night to disturb my sleep, so I had no choice but to beat them up, call the police, and send them to the station. You beat up the people manager Lu brought? When Qinglu blinked in disbelief and said, really? You're amazing. How many of them were there? Su Hao shrugged. Actually, I used to practice martial arts. Beating up a bunch of small-time thugs is just like playing around, as long as you're okay. When Qinglu was half skeptical about Su Hao's words. After all, during her more than a year at the company, she had never heard that Su Hao practiced any kind of combat sports. To be honest, the two of them didn't interact much on a regular basis. At most, they would greet each other after work. Su Hao only found out that when Qinglu liked him through their colleagues. If manager Lu hadn't started targeting him a few months ago, he might not have believed it. Is there anything else? Well, when Qinglu hesitated, took a sip of her drink, her gaze wandering as if she was struggling with something in her heart. Finally, she mustered up the courage, raised her delicate hand, and said, well, I have something I want to tell you. Can you hold my hand first? Hold hands? Why? Su Hao was momentarily stunned. What? Could it be a confession? Bro, I haven't even prepared myself mentally yet. His heartbeat slightly quickened. Before he could say a word, when Xingliu's delicate hand was already resting on the back of his hand. Warm, soft, cold. Wait, what? Cold? Why are your hands so cold? Su Hao showed a look of surprise and grabbed her delicate hand. He discovered that when Xingliu's entire body was as cold as a lifeless object without any body heat. I don't know what's going on either. When I was leaving work today, my colleague said my hands were very cold, and that's when I noticed. When Xingliu put down the drink can in her hand and said nervously, I clearly don't feel anything wrong with my body, but I just don't have any body heat, and everything I touch becomes so cold. Do you think I should go to the hospital to get it checked out? Su Hao noticed that the drink can she had just put down was covered with a layer of frost, emitting an even colder white chill than when it was taken out of the refrigerator. The strange phenomenon of her whole body being icy cold could even chill the things she touched. Could this girl have awakened some kind of superpower? When Xinglu, would you like to play a little game with me? Su Hao's expression was solemn as he grasped Wen Xingliu's delicate hand and said, close your eyes and try to focus all your attention on this hand. Apply force throughout your body. Okay. With her hand held by Su Hao, feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, Wen Xingliu's cheeks flushed red as she closed her eyes in slight panic. Sure enough, the temperature of her palm grew increasingly cold, dropping from its original coolness of around 10 degrees all the way to freezing point. Even her previously soft and smooth skin became as firm and sleek as ice. Su Hao felt as if he were holding a chunk of ice freshly taken out of a freezing chamber, the chill seeping into his hand bones to the point of being unbearable, and the temperature was still dropping. It really is a superpower. Ice element? Or perhaps some kind of special ability? A few seconds later, even with Su Hao's physique, he couldn't withstand the low temperature. He let go of Wen Qinglu and moved his frostbitten, reddened palm a bit. If it had been an ordinary person, their entire hand might have been frozen solid. Don't worry, your low body temperature isn't due to any illness. Su Hao pondered, unsure how to explain the matter of supernatural abilities to Wen Qinglu. Do you believe in the existence of supernatural phenomena in this world? Why are you asking this? Wen Qinglu was puzzled as to why Su Hao suddenly brought up this topic. She paused for a moment and replied vaguely, I'm half convinced, I guess. I can't really say whether I believe or not. Her opinion is actually the attitude most people have towards supernatural phenomena. Even if they say they don't believe, deep down, they can't possibly not care at all. What if I told you that your current state belongs to a kind of supernatural phenomenon? Would you believe it? Su Hao smiled. Since he knew Wen Qinglu wasn't a staunch materialist, it would be much easier to explain. What are you talking about? Wen Qinglu slightly parted her small lips, looking at Su Hao with a face full of confusion, not understanding the meaning of his words for a moment. See for yourself. Su Hao poured a drop of water from the beverage can onto the back of Wen Qingliu's hand. The chill on the back of her hand had not completely dissipated yet, and under their gaze, that drop of beverage quickly froze into ice. No way! It's actually frozen? How is that possible? Are my hands really that cold? Wen Qinglu widened her eyes, staring incredulously at the ice beads on the back of her hand. She herself couldn't feel any change in temperature and had no idea that her hands had just dropped below freezing point. I suspect you might have awakened an ice-type superpower. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of it being a special type. Su Hao spoke clearly and logically. When he initially awakened, no, it should be said upgraded his lightning element ability. His whole body felt like it was coursing with electricity. His skin was scorched black, and it could almost be said that he shed a layer of skin. Could Wen Qingliu's current condition also be some kind of phenomenon caused by awakening an elemental ability? Lightning element coursing with electricity, ice element feeling cold all over doesn't seem wrong, does it? Su Hao, you're not trying to mess with me on purpose, are you? Where did you buy the magic props? Wen Qinglu naturally couldn't believe in supernatural powers so easily. She blinked, thinking Su Hao was performing a magic trick. When did I ever learn to perform magic? Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. He did want to show off by summoning the lightning element with a wave of his hand, but considering that elemental abilities should be kept as a trump card, he resisted the urge to show off. If you don't believe me, here, go to the kitchen and get some water yourself. Try closing your eyes again the way I just told you and see if the water freezes. Wen Qinglu walked to the kitchen, half believing, and cupped some water in her hands from the faucet. She closed her eyes and focused her attention. Moments later, the water in her hands gradually began to freeze. In just a few seconds, it turned into a solid block of ice from the bottom up. When Qinglu opened her eyes and was stunned by the scene before her. It actually froze? She stared wide-eyed at the ice block in her hand, her face full of disbelief. She threw the ice block back into the sink, scooped up another handful of water, and sure enough, it turned into a lump of ice again shortly after. So, still think it's just a magic trick? Su Hao laughed and said, if anyone's performing magic, it's you doing the show. But this, where would I get any special abilities? This is way too sudden. When Qinglu was at a loss, her mind in chaos, feeling as though her long-held worldview had been shockingly overturned. This is a long story, but let me put it this way, there are very few people in the world who suddenly awaken some special abilities. For example, immense strength, the ability to control ice, fire, wind, or thunder, or even things like invisibility or X-ray vision, just like in the movies. The state refers to these people as superhumans. Su Hao spoke eloquently, while Wen Qinglu blinked her eyes and listened quietly. Nation? She asked in confusion. Yes, the nation has an organization specifically responsible for overseeing this area. But, Su Hao, how do you know about all this? Su Hao smiled faintly. Actually, I am also an esper. He casually took a pot off the wall, flipped it over onto the chopping board, and punched it with ease. With a loud bang, the sturdy pot was dented deeply, with cracks along the edges and faint signs of splitting. This was an iron wok used for cooking. A regular person would need to hammer it several times just to barely damage it, but Su Hao, he only used his bare fist. Compared to this, breaking bricks in taekwondo or karate looks like child's play. When Qinglu was also startled, her beautiful eyes fixed on the broken pot, looking it over from left to right, then turning to Su Hao's unharmed fist. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Su Hao shrugged, of course, I'm not like you. I just improved a bit in terms of physical fitness, far inferior to your awakened ability. Naturally, he wouldn't casually expose his lightning element ability. When Qinglu quickly shook her head, what are you talking about? I think you're amazing. You can even smash an iron pot with one punch. In comparison, all I can do is have a slightly lower body temperature, which is completely useless. Su Hao chuckled speechlessly. Your ability has just awakened, so of course, you can't see much yet. But once you fully master this power, it'll be incredible. Far stronger than ordinary abilities. Really? When Qinglu blinked her eyes, her face showing some excitement. I suspect the ability you've awakened might be an ice element power. Even if it's not, it's at least a special ability related to temperature. Su Hao gave an example. Although you can only freeze water into into ice cubes now. If you become more skilled in the future and lower the temperature further, wouldn't you be able to freeze a person into an ice block instantly? Is it really that powerful? When Xinglu stared blankly at her own hands, Su Hao pondered for a moment. Since we've learned that you've awakened a special ability, there's something I must ask. Have you ever considered joining a national organization? National organization? Yes, this organization is called the Ability Group. When Xinglu asked curiously, are you part of this organization too? Su Hao nodded and didn't hide it from her. That's right, I just joined recently. How recent is recent? Actually, just this morning. Alright, I want to join too. When Xinglu giggled, and how could Su Hao not know her little thoughts? It was nothing more than wanting to work together with him. Speaking of which, this girl had an inexplicably high level of affection for him. Su Hao asked himself if he was really that handsome. At most, he might be considered a little bit good-looking, and besides, he hadn't had much interaction with Wen Qinglu before. Why would this girl happen to like him? He was completely baffled. The Ability Group isn't as simple as you think. You should learn more about it before making a decision. Don't worry, since we know each other, if you don't want to join, I won't reveal anything about your abilities. With good intentions, he explained to Wen Qinglu everything he knew about the Ability Group. 9. From the process of capturing the little sprite at noon, it was clear that the Ability Group was definitely not the kind of great place that everyone would want to join. This organization might offer decent benefits, but it's also highly dangerous. What they face are all unknown and terrifying supernatural phenomena, which might be even more dangerous than being a frontline soldier during wartime, especially with the recent turmoil caused by the wave of superpowers. Su Hao said earnestly, the work of the superpower unit is too dangerous. You should think it over carefully. After hearing Su Hao's description, Wen Qingliu's face showed a hint of fear. After all, she was just an ordinary girl from a regular family. How brave could she be? Upon hearing that she might have to fight life and death battles with monsters, she naturally started to have second thoughts. Then, Su Hao, why did you join that kind of organization? Aren't you afraid of monsters? Wen Qinglu asked curiously. Me? Su Hao smiled helplessly. I lost my job, and with such a good government position right in front of me, what reason do I have not to take it? Besides, my ability enhances my physical fitness in all aspects. If nothing else, at least I can protect myself. I'm sorry. Wen Qinglu slightly lowered her head. After all, it was because of her that Su Hao lost his job. Su Hao said indifferently, it's not your fault. I've disliked that scoundrel Lu Skinner for a long time. Before leaving, I even gave that bastard a good beating. No regrets. Wen Qinglu couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth, her side profile looking rather adorable. That's it. I've decided I want to join that national organization. Even if it's dangerous. Su Hao, aren't you in it too? We can support each other. Su Hao was slightly surprised. Are you sure? The monsters the Ability Group deals with are no less terrifying than those in horror movies. You're just a girl. Aren't you really scared? Of course, I'll definitely be scared. When Qinglu brushed aside the strands of hair in front of her forehead and said with a faint smile, but I don't want to stay at the front desk forever. Just like you said, with such a great opportunity for a national position right in front of me, what reason do I have not to take it? She only has a junior college degree. Honestly, in this era where master's degrees are everywhere and bachelor's degrees are undervalued, the opportunities for someone with a low level of education in society are very limited. Being able to join the national system might be a great chance to change her life. Su Hao nodded and did not try to persuade Wen Qinglu further. Her awakened ability is not weak. Even if it's not an elemental type, it should still be a powerful special ability. After joining the Ability Group, her initial rating would definitely not be low, and who knows, her rank might end up far higher than his. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Miao Yueying, are you home? The sound of running water and a lazy voice came from the other end of the line. I got home a while ago. I'm taking a bath. What's up? I have a friend who just awakened an ability. Is our Ability Group still recruiting? Oh, this matter. You said someone awakened a superpower? A surprised shout came from the other end of the phone. Su Hao rubbed his ear and said helplessly, why are you shouting so loudly? Nonsense. Superpowered individuals aren't as common as cabbages. Of course, I'm surprised another one suddenly appeared. What superpower does he have? I'm not quite sure. Her whole body is as cold as if she has no body temperature, and she can lower the temperature of anything she touches to below zero. I suspect it's an ice element ability, though I can't rule out the possibility of it being a special type ability. Su Hao glanced at Wen Qinglu beside him and roughly described her symptoms to Miao Yueying. An elemental or special type ability user? Miao Yueying's voice carried a hint of excitement. Wait a moment, I'll report this to team leader Xing right away and call you back later. Oh, by the way, congratulations. Discovering a new ability user comes with a lot of reward points. Introducing them to the organization earns you even more points. Can this also earn points? Su Hao was pleasantly surprised and shook his head, saying, let's not talk about that for now. The ability she's currently showing, is it elemental? I'm not sure about that. Miao Yueying said, there aren't many historical records about elemental ability users to begin with. We, as lower level ability ability users don't have access to all the archival materials. Plus, awakened abilities are so varied that it's hard to distinguish. As for the specifics of her ability, we'll have to wait for team leader Xing to review it. Su Hao seemed thoughtful. Oh, alright then. The person on the other end hung up the phone. Su Hao said to Wen Qinglu, I've already informed them. Later, I'll probably take you to the bureau to meet team leader Xing and test your ability type. Wen Qinglu said uncertainly, will they really accept me over there? The ability group is currently recruiting more people, so they'll definitely take you. Su Hao smiled and said, your ability should be either elemental or special type, which is much stronger than my ordinary type ability. Once you join the ability group, your position might even be higher than mine. When Qinglu asked curiously, are abilities categorized into types? Yes, abilities are divided into 3 major categories. Anyway, since he was idle, Su Hao took the opportunity to explain the basic information he heard today to Wen Qinglu. This clueless and adorable girl listened in a daze. Who knows how much she could actually remember in the end. In any case, Su Hao himself only had a partial understanding, and the information wasn't particularly complete. It was enough for her to get the gist of it. Before long, the phone rang. Hello? Miao Yueying laughed and said, Team Leader Xing was very happy to hear the news. He asked you to bring some people to the bureau. You know the way, right? I just finished showering, so I won't go with you. You've been catching all the good things today. Remember to treat me to a meal tomorrow. He. Alright, no problem. I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Su Hao also smiled, hung up the phone, and said to Wen Qinglu, let's go, we're heading to the special abilities unit. He casually tossed the drink can in his hand into a trash bin several meters away, got up, and led Miao Yueying toward the door. Just as I stepped out, I happened to run into Little E, who was coming home after her evening self-study session. Ha, brother Su Hao, are you heading out? Little E, carrying her backpack, tilted her head curiously and looked at Miao Yueying behind Su Hao, slightly furrowing her brows. Who is this? This is my colleague, Wen Qinglu. Su Hao casually rubbed Xiaoyi's head and introduced with a smile, this little girl is my neighbor's daughter. I usually call her Xiaoyi. What an adorable little girl. Wen Qingliu's eyes lit up, and she leaned in, wanting to pinch Xiaoyi's chubby cheeks. With a gentle smile, she said, little sister, how old are you this year? Come over here to me. Xiaoyi, however, was not in the mood and dodged Wen Qingliu's hand. Don't call me little sister. You're not that much older than me. Being treated coldly, Wen Qinglu looked embarrassed and withdrew her outstretched hand. Ha ha. Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be fooled by her short stature that makes her look like an elementary school student. In fact, she's almost in her 3rd year of high school and usually hates it when people treat her like a child. Xiaoyi pouted coquettishly, Su Haogage, do you believe I'll bite you? I was just joking. Su Hao smiled and said, this sister and I still have some work-related matters to handle. You should go home and do your homework first. Brother Su Hao, didn't you already quit your job? Xiaoyi was puzzled. She had also heard a bit about Su Hao resigning. I found a new job, and it's an official government position. Hee, impressive, right? Su Hao revealed a smug smile. National establishment? Xiaoyi took out her pink phone and glanced at it, surprised. It's not April Fool's Day today, is it? Su Hao's brow darkened. What do you mean? You don't believe I can find a job with a national establishment? Xiaoyi dodged backward. Hee, of course not, I was just joking. Brother Su Hao is so outstanding, I'm not surprised at all that he could find a good job with a national position. Really, not surprised at all. Hey, you little rascal. Su Hao grabbed Xiaoyi and tickled her under her arms, making her laugh uncontrollably. After a bit of playful punishment, he let her go. Xiaoyi asked curiously, what kind of job is it? A civil servant? More or less, and the position isn't bad either. Su Hao nodded, but since he couldn't reveal too much about the special abilities group, he didn't say much. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment while looking at Xiaoyi and said, if anything unusual happens in the next few days, make sure to let me know immediately. Unusual things? Little E tilted her head in confusion, not understanding what it meant, then replied, got it. She used the key to open the door and went home. Su Hao's reminder to Little E had its own reasoning. Yesterday, he, Little E, and Xiao Miaohan were the closest to the meteorite, almost brushing past it. As far as he knew, the meteor shower composed of those ability crystals was the source of the ability wave. Therefore, logically speaking, Little E and Xiao Miaohan, who had been in close contact with the meteorite, had a high probability of awakening abilities, which was worth paying attention to. After watching Little E obediently go home, Su Hao and his companion took the elevator downstairs, hailed a taxi outside the residential area, and headed to the suburban location of the Ability Group's branch office. About a half-hour drive. The Special Police Bureau where the Ability Group is located is a semi-restricted area, strictly off-limits to anyone without proper credentials. The taxi dropped Su Hao and his companion off about a mile away, leaving them to walk the remaining short distance on their own. Su Hao paid the taxi fare and clicked his tongue, saying, looks like I need to buy a car soon. Otherwise, every trip to the bureau will cost a fortune just on transportation. I wonder if the bureau can reimburse this with public funds. He had obtained his driver's license back in college, but he had always been too broke to afford a car. Now that money was no longer an issue, purchasing a necessary travel tool naturally had to be put on the agenda. What kind of car should he buy? A Mercedes? A BMW? Seems like he can't afford those. Currently, he only had 110,000 yuan in his account, transferred by Yang Hangwu. It's not a lot, but not too little either. However, it's definitely not enough to buy a good car. He still needed to think about other quick ways to make money. Su Hao pondered how to make money while leading Wen Qinglu toward the ability group. Following behind, Wen Qinglu looked uneasy, her delicate hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, which even showed signs of frost forming at the edges. Relax, there's nothing to be nervous about. Noticing her unease, Su Hao smiled and said, actually, that place isn't anything special. It's just a group of ordinary people with some unique abilities, no different from you or me. When Qinglu heard this and slightly nodded her head, she quickened her pace to walk alongside Su Hao. She curiously asked, Su Hao, how did you join the ability group? Well, that starts from yesterday. Su Hao rubbed his nose, opened the short video app on his phone, and handed it over. Yesterday, I helped the police catch a mutated strength ability user, and then the ability group approached me. See for yourself. The blurry footage of his battle with the mutant ability user is being played on the app. This short video had only 100,000 shares in the morning, but after just one day, it skyrocketed to 1 million shares. It's ridiculously popular. The officials haven't intervened at all, and the comments section is bustling with over 1 million messages. Is this you? When Qinglu stared at the screen without blinking, then looked at Su Hao in astonishment. So impressive. Just so. Su Hao chuckled, feeling quite pleased inside. After all, how many people in this world don't enjoy being in the spotlight? If it weren't for wanting to keep something in reserve, he might have even shown off his lightning element ability. Reason told him that before understanding the situation, keeping a low profile was the best course of action. Walk along the road to the police bureau. Although the Special Abilities Unit has few members and a small scale, the area occupied by the branch is by no means small. It is even comparable to the decoration of the Public Security Department in the urban area, except that it is built in the suburbs, far from any villages or shops. The sky was dim, and the over 2-meter-high iron gate was tightly locked. Su Hao looked around but couldn't find a guardroom. Walking up to the gate, he discovered it was actually a high-tech access control system with iris and fingerprint recognition. No wonder Miao Yueying had him record all his physiological markers, such as iris and fingerprints, into the file at noon. After scanning the iris and fingerprints, the small door on the left side of the iron gate opened with a sound. Su Hao led Wen Qinglu into the bureau, walking according to the floor and room directions Miao Yueying had mentioned, heading to office 302. The large building, though brightly lit, was eerily quiet, as if no one was there. Only 1 or 2 duty personnel in black uniforms quietly passed through the corridor, their gaze briefly sweeping over Su Hao and Wen Qinglu. Knock on the door before entering the office. Come in. The voice of Team Leader Xing came from inside. Su Hao entered, bringing Wen Qinglu with him. Team Leader Xing, I've brought someone to report in. Team Leader Xing was holding a few file documents, and as he set them down, he looked at the 2 people who had just entered and smiled. Not bad, Xiao Su. You just joined the Special Abilities Unit today and already achieved 2 major accomplishments. Oh, not at all, just lucky. Su Hao naturally knew what Team Leader Xing was referring to. He chuckled and introduced, this is my former colleague from the company, Wen Qinglu. She just awakened an ability similar to the ice element, which can rapidly lower the temperature of objects. Is she really an elemental ability user? Team Leader Xing's gaze couldn't hide his look of anticipation. He stood up, walked to the 2 of them, and sized up Wen Qinglu. Wen Qinglu felt uncomfortable being stared at and shrank slightly toward Su Hao. Team Leader Xing realized his rudeness and coughed twice. Could you demonstrate your ability for me? Wen Qinglu glanced at Su Hao, and Su Hao nodded at her. Team Leader, could you lend us some water? Team Leader Xing picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water from the desk and handed it to Wen Qinglu. Wen Qinglu held the bottle of mineral water, closed her eyes, and gripped it tightly with both hands. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her fair jade-like hands even emitted a visible chill. Frost appeared on the plastic bottle, and the water inside gradually spread and froze into ice. Team Leader Xing watched from the side, nodding repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. A very rare ability. Even if it's not elemental, it is enough to qualify as a special ability rated C level or above. After speaking, he turned around and walked back to his desk, pressing a button underneath it. With a crisp click, a small hidden drawer popped out from the side of the desk, revealing a transparent diamond-shaped crystal inside. The crystal was about the size of a thumbnail, with a smooth surface, sparkling and clear like a diamond. Team Leader Xing picked up the rhombus-shaped crystal. This elemental crystal can detect elemental abilities. Hold it and try activating your ability. If the crystal changes color, it proves that your ability is indeed elemental. Alright. When Qinglu carefully took the crystal, placed it in her palm, and activated her ability again. Her palm quickly cooled down once more, with wisps of cold air seeping out. However, after a few seconds, the rhombus-shaped crystal showed no change at all. Team Leader Xing Shing appeared slightly disappointed. Not an elemental type? As mentioned before, elemental type abilities are extremely powerful and far rarer than the other two types of abilities, practically akin to pandas among ability users. There are currently only a few in the entire country. If they could recruit an elemental type ability user, it wouldn't take long for their ability team to gain a new ace to hold the fort. Upon learning that Wen Qinglu was not an ice element ability user, Su Hao also felt it was a pity, but he wasn't too surprised, as he had already anticipated this possibility. Sorry. Wen Qinglu opened her eyes and looked innocently at the two of them, as if it wasn't her fault as an elemental type. Su Hao chuckled in disbelief. Why are you apologizing? Wen Qinglu said, I don't think I have the ice elemental ability you were talking about. Not being one is just fine. Powerful special abilities are no weaker than elemental ones. Su Hao comforted Wen Qinglu with a few words, then picked up the elemental crystal from her palm, preparing to return it to Captain Xing. Unexpectedly, the elemental crystal in his hand suddenly emitted a faint azure electric current. WTF? Su Hao was momentarily stunned, realizing something was wrong. His hand trembled, and the crystal emitting a bright blue glow slipped and fell. The fallen elemental crystal quickly reverted to a transparent hue, bounced a few times on the floor, and landed by Team Leader Xing's feet. Just now, did the elemental crystal light up? Team Leader Xing couldn't bother picking up the crystal stone and instead stared at Su Hao in astonishment. It seems to be glowing. Su Hao was momentarily speechless and tentatively asked, could the crystal stone have been mistaken? I'm clearly just an ordinary type ability user. No. Team Leader Xing shook his head and said, there has never been a precedent where the elemental crystal made a mistake. Hearing Team Leader Xing's affirmative tone, Su Hao helplessly stopped talking. How could he have expected that this thing would light up just by touching it? He hadn't even activated his lightning element ability. When Qinglu asked in confusion, is Su Hao an elemental ability user? I'm not. But that crystal lit up. Su Hao looked up at the sky. I'm just as confused as you are. His mind was in complete chaos. He had only hidden his lightning element ability for less than a day, and now it was inexplicably exposed? What kind of situation is this? Now, he can only pretend to be clueless while knowing the truth and leave it to fate. Try again. Team Leader Xing picked up the elemental crystal and stuffed it back into Su Hao's hand. The crystal was obtained, emitting a bluish glow like an electric current, as beautiful as a shimmering sapphire. The elemental crystal is reacting. Team Leader Xing frowned slightly, raising his hand to stroke the beard on his chin. Is there a phenomenon resembling an electric arc inside the crystal? Could it be a lightning type ability? This kind of ability is an exceptionally rare gem among elemental types. Su Hao said awkwardly, well, Team Leader, although I don't know why the crystal is reacting, apart from physical enhancement, I haven't discovered any special elemental abilities in myself. Besides, isn't it necessary to activate an ability to identify it when using an elemental crystal? Elemental crystals have a chance of producing anomalies as long as they come into contact with an elemental ability user. Having her activate her ability during the appraisal was just to ensure success. After Team Leader Xing finished explaining, he sized up Su Hao from head to toe and pondered, you really haven't awakened an elemental ability? No, Su Hao said, spreading his hands. That shouldn't be the case. Team Leader Xing muttered to himself in confusion, could it be that you haven't awakened yet? The crystal identified your ability potential? Su Hao pretended not to understand and asked, I already have a basic ability that enhances physical fitness. Is it still possible to awaken an elemental ability? There is a probability. Team Leader Xing nodded and said, ability users don't necessarily have only one ability. A very small number of people can awaken more than two special abilities, known as super ability users. Among them, the combination of basic abilities with the other two types is the most common and not unusual. Oh, does that mean I really have a chance to awaken elemental powers? Su Hao deliberately put on a happy expression, secretly thinking to himself that there truly are people in this world who possess multiple abilities. This could serve as a cover for upgrading his ability modules in the future. As his ability points increase, he will inevitably learn more abilities. If others discover this, he might as well use the excuse that he is a superpowered individual who has awakened multiple abilities. There should be a probability. Team Leader Xing took the crystal back from Su Hao's hand, patted his shoulder, and said, if you awaken elemental abilities, remember to inform me immediately. At that time, your salary and benefits will be raised by at least 2 levels, and you might even have the opportunity to go to headquarters for advanced training. Keep it up. The team leader's attitude toward him was noticeably more enthusiastic than before. With a cheerful laugh, Su Hao responded casually and then asked, what exactly is my friend's ability? There are too many types of special abilities, and there are almost no examples to reference. It's difficult to identify for now. Team Leader Xing looked at Wen Qinglu. However, I suspect her ability might be related to body temperature. For example, the ability to freely lower her body surface temperature below freezing point? That makes sense. Su Hao thought this possibility was quite likely. Wen Qinglu's body temperature has always remained around 10 10 degrees, and when she uses her ability, her body becomes even colder, causing water to freeze. The identification of special abilities is relatively complicated. If it truly is an ability to lower body temperature, we would need to assess its minimum temperature limit, duration, coverage area, and so on. Team leader Xing changed the topic. However, based on the ability you just demonstrated, the minimum rating is above D level. So, we'll skip the evaluation for joining the ability group. You can directly join the training with the 3 people who joined this morning. Did I pass? When Xing Lu was delighted. Training? What kind of training? Team leader Xing said, training you to control your abilities and some tactics for carrying out missions. When Xing Lu looked at Su Hao, are you going to train too? Me? I don't need to. Su Hao shrugged. When Xing Lu asked in confusion, huh? Didn't you just join the ability group today too? Why don't you need training? My superpower has also enhanced my reaction speed, so I don't need to train to control it. Su Hao touched his nose and said, keep it up. The training period is only about half a month. Hearing this, when Xing Lu was visibly disappointed, lowering her head. Don't get too happy too soon, team leader Xing interjected. Once you awaken an elemental superpower, you'll have to undergo training as well. Su Hao replied indifferently, let's talk about it then. Next, team leader Xing introduced Wen Xing Lu to the salary and benefits of the special abilities team and signed several paper contracts. Su Hao glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that the salary and benefits were indeed significantly higher than what he had signed, and the position started at level 3 upon entry. The disparity between special type and ordinary type abilities was clearly evident. Discovering a person with special abilities earns 5 contribution points. Introducing them to join the special abilities team adds an extra 5 points. After signing the contract, team leader Xing glanced at Su Hao and smiled. Not bad, Xiao Su. Including the 20 points you earned at noon for capturing that little creature, you're already close to becoming a level 2 member on your first day at work. Just lucky, that's all. Su Hao looked at the sky outside the window. Team leader, we'll head back first then. We'll just wait for further notice, right? Team leader Xing continued working on his documents without looking up and said, remember to come for training at 9 o'clock tomorrow. As for you, Xiao Su, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Xiao Miao. According to the rules of the ability group, apart from a few days each month when members are required to be stationed at the bureau, the rest of the time is quite free. As Niao Yueying put it, ignoring the dangers of missions, the ability group is actually quite leisurely. The 2 bid farewell to Captain Xing, left the ability group, returned to the highway, and took a taxi back. Su Hao first sent Wen Xing Lu home, and after running around until nearly 10 o'clock at night, he finally returned to his own home. Why does it feel like things are getting more and more chaotic? Lying on the bed, Su Hao stared at the ceiling, suddenly doubting whether his choice to join the supernatural abilities group was the right one. Although being part of an organization had many benefits, being monitored and mobilized by the state was inevitable. In a sense, his freedom would be greatly reduced. Oh well, it was already a done deal anyway, so there was no point in overthinking it. He opened the system interface and browsed for a while, then drowsiness overtook him, and he fell asleep. Alright, yes. In the early morning, Su Hao woke up naturally after a good night's sleep. Hastily preparing some breakfast, he ate while checking unread messages on WeChat on his phone. The battle clips on the short video app attracted messages from many acquaintances, such as long-lost college friends, former colleagues from his previous company, Yang Hangwu, Qiu Miaohan, and so on. However, aside from Yang Hangwu, most of the others' inquiries were laced with teasing. After all, acquaintances definitely wouldn't think Su Hao is that impressive. They just noticed the person in the video looks like him and took the opportunity to come over for a laugh. Only Yang Hangwu and the people from the martial arts gym truly understand how advanced Su Hao's fighting skills are. It's worth noting that during the challenge, Su Hao single-handedly turned the tide against 5 opponents. And he wasn't fighting ordinary people, but actual martial artists. As for Xiaoyi and Xiao Miaohan, although they witnessed Su Hao sparring with Yang Hangwu, they were merely outsiders watching the excitement and don't really know how skilled Su Hao truly is. Faced with these unread messages, Su Hao replied to each one, either pretending not to know or brushing it off with a laugh. The only person he didn't hide the truth from was Yang Hangwu, to whom he sent a message saying, yes, it was me. The moment he sent the message, the other side almost instantly responded with a voice call. Su, you're amazing. I saw that video yesterday, and my first thought was to guess if it was you. Turns out it was. By the way, Su, how did you end up fighting that big guy? Was he really close to 3 meters tall? That guy is indeed quite big, probably even taller than Yao Ming. Su Hao chuckled helplessly. That night, the guy tried to violently escape police custody. The incident happened right at the entrance of our neighborhood, so of course, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. That's why I ended up fighting him. Impressive, Yang Hangwu said excitedly. I've never encountered someone that big in my entire life. Just looking at his punches, you could tell he was really strong. Brother Su, how did you manage to subdue him in the end? The sudden question made Su Hao feel a headache. Those last few moves might fool an amateur, but as a martial artist from a dojo, Yang Hangwu couldn't possibly miss the fact that, while those moves cleverly struck weak points, it was was impossible for a mutant ability user of that size to be subdued so easily. There must have been other external factors involved. Many sharp-eyed viewers on the short video app also noticed this point, thus questioning the authenticity of the video. Brother Su, could it be that you used the legendary hidden force in your last few moves? Just as Su Hao was racking his brain on how to dodge the question, Yang Hongwu on the other end of the phone eagerly said, I heard my father say that when martial arts reach the highest level, one can cultivate an invisible power called hidden force, which can explode in an instant and even split gold and crack stones. I always thought he was exaggerating. Could it be that, Brother Su, you used hidden force to subdue that person? What? Hidden force? What is it? Su Hao was momentarily stunned and, as if compelled, followed his words, oh, that's right, I did use a special power to subdue that guy. It might be what you call hidden force. Yang Hongwu was thrilled. Brother Su, can you teach me how to cultivate hidden force? Su Hao stammered, this can't be taught. Sorry, I was being abrupt. Yang Hongwu apologized, I got too excited just now and forgot the rule that martial arts can't be easily passed on. I hope Brother Su can forgive me and just ignore what I said earlier. Su Hao was speechless. No, I meant it literally. This thing really can't be taught. Can't be taught? Yang Hongwu seemed thoughtful. Brother Su, do you mean that it can only be understood but not explained, that there are no shortcuts in martial arts, and that one must practice internal strength to a profound level to comprehend it on their own? Something like that. Su Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Talking to this martial arts fanatic Yang Hongwu was really exhausting. His imagination was just too wild, and it was impossible to keep up with his erratic train of thought. Yang Hongwu said, Brother Su, do you have time to visit the martial arts hall? Is there something you need? Brother Su, weren't you interested in learning Bajikwan? I called my father yesterday, and he agreed to let me teach you some basic routines. He also asked me to thank you on his behalf. If it weren't for your righteous intervention in driving away the challenger, the reputation of the martial arts school would have been tarnished. It was just a small effort, nothing worth thanking me for. Hold on, I'll head to the martial arts school right now. Su Hao's face lit up with joy. His expectations for traditional martial arts were quite high. Compared to specialized combat, China's martial arts, which have been passed down for thousands of years, are undoubtedly more profound and extensive. Moreover, modern combat is mostly just self-defense techniques, whereas true martial arts are genuine killing skills. The two cannot be compared at all. The only drawback is that most traditional martial arts require a long time to achieve mastery. Modern combat can be mastered in just a few months, but ancient martial arts may take 2 or 3 years without significant progress. Some traditional martial arts masters often spend decades immersed in martial arts before they can truly refine their techniques. In the fast-paced and impatient modern society, the decline of ancient martial arts, which require long periods of dedication, is inevitable. But for Su Hao, the shortcomings of ancient martial arts are nothing significant. Don't forget, he's a man with a system by his side. As long as he learns a bit of the basics of martial arts, the system interface will generate the corresponding specialization, allowing him to use experience points to level up through spending 3 years to get started, 10 years to achieve minor success in the ancient martial art of Bajikwan. TSK, as long as he has ample experience points, he can max it out in no time. Hanging up the phone, Su Hao hummed a little tune happily, tidied up the dishes, and then went out to catch a taxi to the Bajikwan Martial Arts Hall. When he arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall, many apprentices greeted him with cheerful smiles. Su Hao responded to each of them one by one, not forgetting that he still held the title of a temporary coach at the martial arts hall. Since the incident a few days ago, he has become quite famous in the martial arts school. Whether they were present or not at the time, all the students have heard of this temporary coach's heroic feat of taking on 5 opponents single-handedly, and naturally, they treat him with great respect. On the second-floor training area, Yang Hongwu was teaching 7 or 8 students the proper punching posture. When he saw Su Hao coming out of the elevator, he hurriedly rushed over to greet him. Brother Su, you're finally here. Can you demonstrate that hidden force for me? I've been so curious about it. Su Hao's eye twitched, and he decisively refused. Hidden force isn't something that can be used casually. It takes a significant toll on the body. My skills aren't deep enough, and I won't be able to perform it again within just a few days. Does it consume that much? Yang Hongwu seemed very disappointed and brought up some topics about hidden strength, which gave Su Hao a headache. What did he know about hidden strength? His understanding of ancient martial arts was still stuck in TD dramas and novels, and he couldn't connect with Yang Hongwu at all. One lie requires countless lies to cover it up. This saying is indeed true. Su Hao changed the subject. Weren't you going to teach me the basic moves of Bajikwan? Let's get started quickly. I can't wait any longer. Yang Hongwu sighed. Brother Su is also a lover of martial arts. Alright, let's begin. First is the starting stance. Yang Hongwu dismissed the apprentices on the training ground and began one-on-one instruction with Su Hao on the basic moves of Bajikwan. Bajikwan takes the 6 major openings and the 8 major techniques as its technical core. Its routines include small frame Bajikwan, Bajikwan partner drills, 6 elbow strikes, hard power Bajikwan, new frame Bajikwan, and double soft Bajikwan. Bajikun. Its force emphasizes explosive power, shaking strikes, sudden charges, impacts, proximity techniques, thrusting, squeezing, leaning, as well as crashing and wrapping energy. The characteristics of the boxing technique include concise movements, a combination of long and short strikes, rapid force delivery, prominent crashing, binding, and throwing techniques, layered elbow techniques, and a stable lower stance. Don't be fooled by what seems like a simple punch. There's a lot of depth hidden within it, whether it's the way force is generated, footwork, posture, or shifts in balance. Each set of techniques contains unique and unparalleled secrets. In our martial arts school's Bajikun, the stances are mainly divided into straight strike, top elbow, left and right lifting strikes, arm blocking, window support, rotating palm, large twining, small twining, collapse press, knee strike, face thrusting palm, and step dropping smash. Yang Hongwu spoke while practicing punches in a horse stance. The footwork mainly consists of bow stances and horse stances, with steps combining stomping and advancing. The key points are flicking, rubbing, sweeping, hooking, bursting, kicking, biting, fanning, intercepting, and stepping. Su Hao perked up his ears and listened attentively, memorizing every detail of Yang Hongwu's movements. I'll teach you the most basic 8 forms of Vajra first. Yang Hongwu continued. The fist techniques are divided into supporting hammer, subduing dragon, subduing tiger, splitting mountain palm, scouting horse palm, tiger embrace, bear squat, and crane step push. As he spoke, he performed a set of bold and vigorous fist techniques. His punches were executed with such force that even an amateur like Su Hao could easily see how each move perfectly unleashed its power, engaging all the muscles in his body to exert strength. After finishing the 8 fist techniques, Yang Hongwu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother Su, did you memorize them? Do you need me to demonstrate again? I think I remembered a bit. Su Hao touched his chin, recalling Yang Hongwu's previous movements, and casually executed the first move of the Qingchui fist technique. Stepping forward, the force of the punch exploded, with all his muscles exerting power. The sound of the punch's momentum roared like 1,000 pounds of force. Aside from the footwork being slightly off, the power technique is very standard. To achieve this level after just watching it once is almost unbelievable, truly worthy of being Brother Su. Yang Hongwu commented and praised from the side. I only remembered the general movements of the first form. The impressions of the later forms are rather vague. Su Hao, however, was not surprised. After all, he had the foundation of master-level combat specialization, and with such a solid base, it was naturally impossible for his initial learning of Bajikun to be subpar. New specialization added, Bajikun. A system notification sound came to his ears. Finally, it's here. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He summoned the system interface, clicked on Bajikun specialization, and upgraded. Do you want to consume 8 experience points to upgrade Bajikun to the beginner level? The amount of experience points required is indeed quite a lot. Basic combat only needs 3 experience points, but Bajikun requires nearly 3 times as much. Su Hao glanced at his remaining experience points. 8 points. Just enough to level up. Without hesitation, he confirmed the upgrade. In an instant, his mind was flooded with a vast array of martial arts moves and techniques. He tentatively took a step forward, his movement like the arc of the moon, with his fists, elbows, and nose aligned in a straight line. His body slightly bent, his center of gravity lowered. This was the most standard opening move of Bajikun. Brother Su, let me demonstrate it for you again, huh? Before Yang Hongwu could finish speaking, he saw Su Hao energetically throwing punches. It was none other than the Vajra 8 forms. If it were merely a superficial imitation of the moves, that would be one thing. But to his astonishment, he found that every punch Su Hao threw, whether in terms of footwork or the way he exerted force, was incredibly precise. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. His punches were even several times fiercer than the set he had just performed. For a moment, Yang Hongwu began to doubt his life. Who the heck was the apprentice of the Bajikun martial arts school here? After finishing the Vajra 8 forms, Su Hao regulated his breathing and withdrew his strength, a fine layer of sweat appearing on his forehead. After completing this set of punches, even with his physique being more than twice that of an ordinary person, he still felt a slight trace of fatigue. The power-exerting techniques of Bajikun truly had some depth. Every punch could mobilize the entire body's muscles, unleashing nearly full force. Brother Su, you didn't just memorize it after looking at it once, did you? Yang Hongwu swallowed hard, staring at Su Hao in disbelief. More or less, Su Hao admitted, wiping the sweat off his forehead. The Bajikun technique truly lives up to its reputation. It's quite exhausting to practice, and memorizing these complex steps and PowerPoints is really no easy task. Brother Su, are you even speaking human language? Yang Hongwu was almost in tears. Back then, when I was learning the 8 styles of Vajra, my dad had to train me hard for nearly 2 weeks before I barely managed to master it. But you, Brother Su, just watched it once and remembered everything. How can the gap between people be so huge? I guess I have some foundation, so barely remembering a few moves is quite normal, right? Su Hao shrugged. By the way, are you interested in sparring a bit? I just have happen to want to try out these newly learned Bajikwan moves. I won't fight with you. Yang Hongwu decisively refused. Although I enjoy sparring in martial arts, it doesn't mean I'm willing to be beaten up. Su Hao laughed heartily. I'll try to go easy on you. Really? Yang Hongwu was somewhat tempted. He thought that Su Hao had just learned Bajikwan, and even if he had memorized the techniques for generating power, it wouldn't be easy to integrate the moves into actual combat in a short time. Moreover, Su Hao had also promised to hold back. Maybe fighting a match wouldn't result in being beaten too badly? Really, I promised to only use 70% of my strength. Su Hao assumed the Bajikwan stance and urged, stop dawdling, come on, let's fight. Alright. Yang Hongwu made up his mind, also adopting the starting stance, stepped forward, and raised his fist to strike at Su Hao's chin. Su Hao remained unfazed, his foot tracing a crescent arc as he shifted his position. With a move called splitting the mountain, he intercepted Yang Hongwu's punch trajectory, then followed up with his right fist, striking downward toward his chest. Let's not talk about this for now. Yang Hongwu was startled and quickly used another boxing technique to block Su Hao's punches. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, Su Hao swiftly changed his moves, feinting with his right fist to block both of Yang Hongwu's attacks, then following up with his left fist. Yang Hongwu shifted his steps to create distance, re-established his stance, and continued with an offensive approach, giving Su Hao no time to find any openings. The two fought fiercely for a while, surrounded by martial arts school apprentices watching intently. In terms of technique and moves, Yang Hongwu is undoubtedly superior, but he lacks Su Hao's swift reactions. Therefore, it appears as though he is at a disadvantage. In reality, if both had the same physical condition, Su Hao would likely lose within a few moves. But Su Hao's physical prowess is undeniable. With agility and physique more than twice that of an ordinary person, even if he slightly restrained his strength, he is still far beyond what an ordinary person can contend with. By the seventh move, he could have directly taken Yang Hongwu down, but he chose not to. Instead, he deliberately exposed a flaw and continued sparring with his opponent. The outcome of this match doesn't matter. The key is to hone his application of Bajikwan. I can't do it. I can't fight anymore. After exchanging about dozens of moves, Yang Hongwu retreated frantically, panting heavily with sweat dripping down his face. This is too exhausting. I've never used Bajikwan to fight someone for this long. Brother Su, don't you feel tired at all? Unlike ordinary combat, Bajikwan involves utilizing the full strength of the entire body in every move. An average person would probably be exhausted after performing 2 standard sets of the Vajra 8 forms, let alone during actual combat, where one must frequently forcefully change moves and control their strength. It is a bit tiring. Su Hao had some beads of sweat on his forehead, though they were not very noticeable. After all, he had a physique of 21 points, nearly double that of an average person. How could he be so easily exhausted? Just a little bit? Yang Hongwu looked at him with an expression as if he were staring at a monster and let out a deep sigh. I won't compare myself to a beast like you. I thought I had the upper hand in my mastery of Bajikwan and might win this round by a slight margin, but I still lost. Come on, I just got into the groove. One more round? Big brother, I'm really out of energy. How about you practice with other students? Yang Hongwu dashed away as if fleeing, grabbed a bottle of energy drink, gulped it down, and tossed another bottle to Su Hao from afar. Su Hao caught the energy drink, took a few sips, and agreed with Yang Hongwu's suggestion. That's actually a good idea. Since I still hold the title of temporary coach, I might as well take this opportunity to spar with the students in the martial arts school and give them some pointers. Ah, are you serious? Yang Hongwu was dumbfounded. But the gap in strength between you and the other trainees is too big. It won't help refine your martial skills, right? Moreover, for the trainees, being unilaterally beaten up won't provide any guidance either, right? Of course, Yang Hongwu didn't dare to say the latter half out loud and only muttered it in his heart. I never said it was a one-on-one duel. Su Hao finished a can of energy drink in one go, wiped his mouth, and confidently said with a smile, let them all come at me together. All together? That's right, the more, the merrier. Yang Hongwu's mouth twitched. Seriously? This is too over the top. Su Hao said, don't worry, I'll try to hold back. Hold back? This is insane. Oh well, maybe true martial artists are supposed to be like this. Yang Hongwu laughed heartily, turned around, and shouted to the martial arts students watching around them. Did you hear that? Coach Su wants us all to come at him. We have so many brothers here. Do we have the confidence to take him down? Of course. More than 20 martial arts school disciples were watching. As the two fought, their blood was already boiling. When they heard Su Hao boldly declare that he would single-handedly take on all the school's students, it was no surprise that their fighting spirit was immediately ignited. Although they admitted Su Hao was indeed very strong and deeply respected him in their hearts. However, any rational person would know that it's impossible for someone to go barehanded against over 20 sturdy men in such a confined indoor space. Reality isn't like shooting a movie. No matter how amazing Su Hao is, he's not Superman. Hold on a second, I never said you could join in too, did I? Su Hao was stunned for a moment. Yang Hongwu had just said he didn't want to fight anymore, but now he suddenly included himself. Shameless. Ha, I finally have a chance to defeat Brother Su. How could I miss it? Yang Yang Hongwu laughed heartily, took a step forward, and launched a punch. Everyone, come with me. Let Coach Su see our strength. In an instant, the martial arts school apprentices who were watching surged in from all directions, surrounding Su Hao tightly. The spacious training ground suddenly became chaotic and crowded, filled with a dense crowd of people as far as the eye could see. Ding! Side quest triggered. One-man army. Task requirement. Go for it. Take down everyone present and become the last one standing, the ultimate victor. Task reward, 400 experience points, 80 practice points. Well done. A long-awaited side quest. Su Hao was ecstatic. He crushed the empty soda can in his hand and casually tossed it into the corner, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Assuming the defensive stance of Bajiquan, he adjusted his entire state to its peak, ready to face the enemy. Of course, when necessary, he would also consider utilizing his master-level combat expertise. Crack, snap, pop. For the next 10 minutes or so, the entire martial arts hall was shrouded in waves of miserable wails. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but glance over, wondering if the hall was secretly running a pig slaughtering business. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 400 experience points, 80 training points. TSK, not a single one worth fighting. Su Hao patted the dust off his hands, stood in place, and looked down at the martial arts apprentices sprawled across the floor like a field of corpses. The exhausted and fallen trainees silently shed tears. Although they were unwilling to accept this evaluation, they had no way to refute it. Who would have thought this inhuman guy could actually take them all down single-handedly? Don't be fooled by Su Hao's seemingly relaxed appearance. In reality, his clothes were already soaked with sweat. If it weren't for his master-level combat expertise allowing him to take others down with the most energy-efficient techniques, he would have long since run out of stamina and collapsed from exhaustion. Sigh, if only there were a superpower for unlimited stamina. It seems like there really is one in the superpower module, but the points required for such a powerful ability must be ridiculously high. Brother Su, you're cheating. Yang Hongwu, clutching his stomach and lying on the ground, squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. We clearly agreed to only use Bajiquan, but starting from the second minute, the moves you used weren't even part of the Vajra 8 techniques. Su Hao pretended to be clueless. Did I say that? Of course, you did. Yang Hongwu said with grief and indignation. You said it right from the start, that you wanted someone to practice Bajiquan with you. That's why we agreed to spar with you. Brothers, am I right? The martial arts school students lying on the ground groaning in pain all joined in the commotion. Correct. We all heard it. Coach Su is cheating. You promised to only practice Bajiquan. Unfair. Let's go again. The commotion was chaotic as Su Hao glanced around at these martial arts school trainees. TSK, was I too lenient just now? Alright, my bad. Su Hao said nonchalantly. How about we have another match? This time, I promise to only use Bajiquan and no other techniques? Really? Yang Hongwu instantly perked up. He knew very well that Su Hao had only recently started learning Bajiquan. His mastery of the Vajra 8 techniques wasn't even as good as his own. There was no way he could rely on such an unfamiliar fighting style to defeat more than 20 of them. Of course, it's true. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Let's rest for half an hour, then we'll go again. Alright, it's a deal. Yang Hongwu perked up. Everyone, take a quick break. In half an hour, we must show Coach Su what we're made of. This is our only chance to win. If we lose again, I'll lead everyone to run 100 laps around the track. No problem. Ding. Side quest triggered. 9 provinces, 8 extremes. Mission requirements. Second round of battle. Use the 8 extremes fist technique to defeat everyone present and become the last one standing as the victor. Mission rewards, 400 experience points, 80 practice points. Another side quest? Su Hao was slightly startled. He felt that he was gradually discovering the knack for triggering side quests. As long as he deliberately challenged some difficult events, it was very likely to trigger corresponding tasks, especially combat events, as they are the easiest to trigger system tasks. Completing this task will allow me to level up to 7. Su Hao's heart burned with excitement. Reaching level 7 means he has accumulated 3 ability points, allowing him to activate the mana fountain in the ability module. Once he possesses the mana fountain, he will no longer need to worry about stamina when using lightning element abilities, and his strength will be greatly enhanced. If he ends up in close combat with little monsters, he won't be afraid. 100,000 volts at full output. Stun one after another. Su Hao happily envisioned upgrading his abilities, while the martial arts apprentices, led by Yang Hongwu, enthusiastically discussed their upcoming siege tactics nearby. In response, he simply smiled indifferently, completely unconcerned, leisurely sipping an energy drink while seated. Lose? Impossible. With his personality, how could he possibly fight a battle he wasn't confident in winning? His confidence stems from 2 aspects. First, they had just finished a fight, exhausting all their strength, and the agreed-upon half-hour rest time was definitely not enough for an ordinary person to fully recover. If the martial arts apprentices could regain more than half of their condition, it would already be considered good. But he is different. His 21-point constitution not only means enduring strength, it also means his recovery speed is more than twice that of an ordinary person. Half an hour is enough for him to recover to nearly his peak state. With this advantage, his chances of winning naturally increase significantly. Besides, who says his Bajiquan is necessarily bad? The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Calling up the system interface, Suhao made an almost imperceptible swipe with his fingers, and the interface switched to the specialization module. Would you like to consume 50 experience points to upgrade 8 Extremes Fist to the mastery level? Ha! 50 experience points? Suhao was stunned. It had only taken 8 points to reach the beginner level just now, so why did it suddenly require 50 points to advance to the proficient level? That's a 6-fold increase. In the past, this amount of experience points would have been enough for him to upgrade his combat specialization to the elite level. As expected, the further one progresses in ancient martial arts, the harder it becomes to train. Correspondingly, the experience points required for specialization upgrades also increase significantly. Fine, you win. I'll accept it. I just hope this boxing technique is strong enough. Sigh, I don't even want to think about how many experience points it'll take to reach the elite or master levels. Just the thought of it makes my heart sink. Suhao gritted his teeth and confirmed the upgrade. Experience points were deducted, and waves of knowledge appeared out of nowhere in the depths of his mind. Various fist techniques and adaptive strategies. So this is how fist techniques can generate power. So the human body's vital points are this numerous. So martial arts truly are lethal skills that can decide victory in an instant. Suhao's eyes grew increasingly bright, as if he had been enlightened, suddenly seeing the light. The deeper he delved, the more he understood the gap between modern combat and ancient martial arts. Immersed in the profound martial arts knowledge in his mind, Suhao appeared to others as if he were sitting in a chair in a daze. Could Coach Su have given up on himself? The martial arts apprentices discussing tactics noticed Suhao spacing out. This is no surprise. Although Coach Su's martial arts skills are extraordinary, his mastery of Bajiquan might not be the same. He only learned the Vajra 8 forms from Brother Wu today. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to have grasped it deeply. Making him use a newly learned boxing technique while we send over 20 people to gang up on him, doesn't that seem a bit shameless? Hey, whose side are you on? Do you still want to avenge the humiliation, or not? Revenge still needs to be taken, but let's go a bit easier on him later. Yang Hangu said solemnly, stop talking nonsense. We can't claim victory just yet. Let's continue discussing tactics. In a moment, I'll keep Coach Su occupied, and you guys rush in from the other angles and grab his limbs. Wu Ji, isn't that a bit too underhanded? Yang Hongwu's face turned slightly red, and he righteously declared, war is the art of deception. How can you call it underhanded? A group of people chattered away, discussing tactics. Their voices weren't too loud or too soft, and they didn't deliberately avoid Suhao, so he could vaguely catch bits and pieces of their conversation. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Suhao stood in the center of the training ground, hands clasped behind his back, facing off against more than 20 fierce and imposing men who were as aggressive as wolves and tigers, eager and restless, ahem, brimming with intimidating momentum. Brother Su, please enlighten us. Yang Hongwu shouted loudly, assuming the stance of the Bajiquan grappling technique, and closed in on Suhao with a swift advance. The remaining 20 or so martial arts school students also rushed in from all directions, their eyes fixed on Suhao's limbs, clearly looking for an opportunity to lock his arms and legs. These guys really have no shame just to win a round. Since you're not fighting properly, don't blame me for using heavy moves. Suhao lowered his stance slightly, instantly adopting the Bajiquan posture. At this moment, he no longer displayed the beginner-level awkwardness and stiffness, but instead executed a series of masterful moves seamlessly. He skillfully utilized every punch and step with precision, achieving perfect fluency. One step forward, a punch shaking the air. The punch seemed to be a feint aimed at Yang Hongwu, but in truth, it concealed a snap kick targeting a martial arts apprentice rushing in from the side. The tip of the foot struck an acupuncture point on the apprentice's back, causing him to collapse weak and powerless. Suhao's footwork followed the core movements of Bajiquan, dodging left and right. Using his agility to his advantage, he deliberately avoided engaging with Yang Hongwu, and with every shift in his moves, he took down 1 or 2 martial arts apprentices attempting to close in. In terms of physical fitness, this group from the martial arts gym was already at a disadvantage compared to Suhao. Coupled with their poor condition, no one could truly restrain him for the moment. Suhao moved through the crowd with ease, as if strolling in his own courtyard, completely at home. The more he dodged, the more comfortable he became. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he grew, racking up victories like a whirlwind mowing down grass. On the other hand, Yang Hongwu and the martial arts school students watched their companions fall one by one. The harder they fought, the more exhausted they became, the more they struggled, the more despair set in. Yet they were utterly helpless against Suhao. They couldn't catch him, couldn't defeat him, and were so frustrated they could spit blood. To everyone's surprise, this group fight ended even faster than expected. In less than 5 minutes, not a single martial arts school student was left standing on the field except for Yang Hongwu. WTF, Brother Su, are you even human? How are you this beastly? The helpless Yang Hongwu was on the verge of tears. tears. I only taught you the Vajra 8 techniques less than an hour ago, right? How are you already better at it than me? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed in my wildest dreams that just relying on the Vajra 8 techniques, you could take on 20 people at once. Maybe it's just drawing analogies. After all, I do have a foundation in martial arts. Su Hao shrugged and urged, whatever you want to say, save it for after the fight. If you don't make a move, I'll go first. I won't fight anymore. I admit defeat. He was just about to go all out to deal with Yang Hangwu, but unexpectedly, this guy conceded defeat without any hesitation. Side quest completed. Task reward, 500 experience points, 100 training points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 7, gained 4 distributable attribute points, 1 ability point. As the level up notification sounded in his ears, Su Hao was a bit dumbfounded. The bit of passion that had just ignited vanished without a trace. Damn, you're supposed to be the senior disciple of this martial arts school, can't you have some backbone? At this critical moment, you say you won't fight? Yang Hangwu said guiltily, you have to choose the right occasion to show backbone. The difference in strength is so obvious, only a fool would rush up to let you beat them. If I can't provoke you, can't I at least avoid you? Su Hao was speechless and too lazy to argue with him. He chuckled and said, suit yourself, but I think I just heard someone say they'd run around the track 100 times if they lost. At least let us rest for a bit. Yang Hangwu smiled bitterly. Thinking about the vow he had just made, even the martial arts school students lying on the ground looked dejected, as if they had suffered a silent loss. No longer paid attention to the people from the martial arts school. Su Hao sat to the side drinking an energy drink, recovering his strength while opening the system interface to check. At the bottom of the ability tree diagram, there were clearly 3 ability points listed. Finally saved up enough, let me see what that mana fountain is all about. Slide the tree diagram to the area of passive abilities, and Su Hao cheerfully activated the ability mana fountain. The next second, a scorching and burning stream of energy suddenly surged in his abdomen. A pain as if being stirred and roasted by knives pierced into his brain. Su Hao's entire body stiffened, and he instinctively clutched his stomach in pain. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead. The pain was so excruciating, as if something was churning violently inside his organs. Damn, what kind of joke is this? Upgrading a mere passive ability is this painful? The pain made Su Hao curse uncontrollably. Even when he had acute appendicitis in middle school, it wasn't this painful. Su Hao's face turned pale as he downed the remaining energy drink in one gulp. Perhaps it was just psychological, but the cold drink entering his stomach seemed to slightly alleviate the burning sensation. He could clearly feel the airflow coiling and rotating in a certain spot in his abdomen, and every circulation brought searing pain. What else could he do? Just grit his teeth and endure it. The path he chose, he must finish it even if he cries. He remembered a great man once said that pain could infinitely extend time. At this moment, Su Hao stated that he could testify this was real. Only a dozen seconds had passed, but to him, it felt as long as several hours. The pain was so intense that he was almost brought to tears. The burning and cramping pain gradually subsided, replaced by a warm and comfortable flow of warmth. How to describe that feeling? Everyone has experienced an upset stomach, right? When you're holding it in and can't bear it anymore, then suddenly find a restroom and let it all out. That was exactly how Su Hao felt at this moment. In an instant, he ascended from hell to heaven. Su Hao let out a long, contented sigh, as if his entire being had been redeemed. A warm current settled steadily in his lower abdomen, swirling slowly like a vortex, and branching out into countless streams that spread throughout his body. Amazingly, the spreading warmth was rapidly replenishing his weakness. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the exhaustion from fighting with the martial arts hall members was completely swept away. He was once again full of energy and vigor. Is this the wonder of the source of all laws? It can even restore physical strength. Why does it feel a bit like the inner energy described in martial arts novels? Su Hao seemed lost in thought. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the warm current in his abdomen. This warm current, roughly the size of a fist, resided 3 inches below the navel, precisely in the area commonly referred to as the dantian. Qi flow? Dantian? Could this really be the legendary inner strength? Su Hao's mouth twitched twice. Could the intense pain just now have been caused by inner strength opening up the dantian? Setting everything else aside for now, he was eager to test how powerful the lightning element ability he could unleash after obtaining the source of all laws. Not to disturb your rest, I'll head back first. I'll come by in a couple of days to give you some pointers when I have time. Su Hao walked to the elevator and waved to the martial arts disciples lying on the floor. You go ahead with your work, we can practice on our own. The group of martial arts disciples said in unison. How could we possibly accept this? Su Hao scratched his head with a smile. After all, I'm a temporary coach at the martial arts gym. How can I just take the salary without doing any work? I'm not that shameless. Well, let's set it for tomorrow. We'll have a few more matches like today. No, please. The disciples of the martial arts gym were on the verge of tears. Even Yang Hangwu, who was usually obsessed with martial arts, looked as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant, unable to muster share any joy. Ignoring the wails of this group, Su Hao hummed a little tune, stepped into the elevator in high spirits, and made a dashing exit. Had a boxed meal at a fast food restaurant and took the bus home. I wonder how Wenqing Lu is doing over there. She should be undergoing training with the ability group by now, right? Sitting on the sofa, Su Hao casually gave Wenqing Lu a call. A busy tone came from the other end, indicating that the phone was temporarily unreachable. Most likely, the training doesn't allow phones to be turned on. Put aside Wenqing Liu's matter for now. Let's test the effect of the source of magic power. Su Hao raised his hand, his palm forming a loose grip with tiny crackling currents dancing. Maintaining a moderate amplitude of the electric current, he could clearly feel that as the current was released, the airflow within his abdomen was gradually decreasing, roughly by 1/10 every 3 seconds. How about this, then? Su Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, walked to the kitchen, and slapped the back of the cutting board, leaving another slightly scorched mark. This was an electric current voltage sufficient to make an ordinary person faint. Based on his measurements when his physique was at 17 points, he could roughly release about 9 bursts. Now, with a physique of 21 points, the number should increase to around 11 or 12 bursts, right? Successively left 10 charred palm prints on the cutting board, and the vortex in his abdomen consumed less than half. This means Su Hao can unleash the thunder element ability at least 20 more times without affecting his stamina. The number of uses suddenly increased by nearly twofold. How significant is the improvement in raw strength? Truly worthy of being a passive ability worth 3 ability points, the effect is extraordinary. Although the awakening process is a bit painful, the value of this mana fountain is truly undeniable. Stopping the use of the lightning element ability, the cyclone in the abdomen naturally begins to rotate, slowly and steadily drawing power from the air. At this rate of recovery, even if the mana fountain is completely depleted, it can be replenished in about 1 or 2 days. Speaking of which, could the last mental attribute be linked to this? For example, the stronger the mental power, the more mana fountains there are, and the faster the recovery speed? 4 attributes. I've already improved the other 3 quite a bit, but only the mental attribute is still at the level of an ordinary person. Gazing at the system interface in front of him, Su Hao pondered for a moment. Come to think of it, in games, the mental attribute is generally linked to the strength of skills. Perhaps this system of mine works in a similar way? Could increasing the mental attribute enhance abilities? Well, might as well give it a try. Even if the guess is wrong, there's no real loss. Besides, he doesn't like leaving any weaknesses in himself, and the mental attribute would have to be increased sooner or later. With a swipe of his finger, he allocated all 4 upgrade points to the mental attribute. The next moment, his brain seemed to be cleansed by holy water, and he became exceptionally clear-headed and calm. Not only had his mental state reached a new height, but even his thinking speed had significantly improved. What a remarkable effect! Su Hao was utterly stunned, clearly not expecting the effects of the mental attribute to be so extraordinary. He could distinctly feel his thoughts becoming more active, and even some knowledge and memories long forgotten were being unearthed from the depths of his mind. His entire being was in an unprecedentedly comfortable state, more exhilarating than being on stimulants. He took out his phone and opened the rules of the ability group sent to him by Miao Yueying. Su Hao's gaze quickly skimmed over the text line by line. A minute later, he closed his eyes and was amazed to find that he had actually memorized an entire page of rules and regulations just by glancing through it once. This speed, even if it wasn't as impressive as the legendary hyperthymesia, was at least far superior to those so-called memory geniuses promoted online. Oh, by the way, just to mention, hyperthymesia is a medical anomaly that exists in reality. People with this condition lack the ability to forget. They can remember everything they have personally experienced with absolute clarity, down to every detail. This is a real-life superpower, as known to the public. Su Hao had also seen the hyperthymesia ability on the ability tree diagram. Although it wasn't particularly powerful, it likely required a significant number of ability points due to its involvement with the brain. Like Mana Source, it required 3 ability points. TSK, after increasing my mental attribute to 15 points, my thoughts are unexpectedly quick and agile. Su Hao shook his head. Why did his thoughts suddenly shift to hyperthymesia? Right now, researching the system's abilities should be the top priority. He raised his hand, and with a gentle flick of his fingertip, a blue arc of electricity emerged, like a lively sprite dancing at his fingertips. In the past, Su Hao had to exert great effort to concentrate in order to release the lightning element. Now, however, it had become much more proficient and effortless, to the point where he could even confine the arc to the range of a single finger. Precise control, enhanced power. Su Hao suddenly had a bold idea. He toyed with the lightning flickering between his fingers for a while, then raised both hands to face each other in midair. His 10 fingers clawed with force, and a sudden current shot out from his palms, piercing through the air and converging at the center of his hands, producing a fierce crackling sound. Gradually increasing the current output, the arc of electricity between his palms grew wider. From the initial thickness of a chopstick, it expanded to nearly the width of a thumb. Stretching out his arms, a beautiful yet ferocious arc of electricity was drawn out between his palms. The flickering glittering electric light illuminated the dim room. Even the air can be pierced through. If this current were to hit someone, wouldn't it instantly electrocute them to death? Suha was shocked. Before he could test the power of the electric arc, the mana source in his abdomen was completely depleted. The electric arc in his palm began to drain his physical strength, and a sense of weakness quickly spread from his arms to his entire body. Astonishing power, but astonishing consumption as well? Without hesitation, he stopped releasing it. The current vanished abruptly, as if the power plug had been pulled. As expected, enhancing mental attributes really makes abilities easier to control. Suha casually glanced at the system interface. The experience points required for the next level upgrade had, unsurprisingly, exceeded 1,000. He still needed 1,330 points. Although the required experience points were high, he was no longer surprised. After all, the experience points gained from side missions were also substantial, and the two offset each other. In fact, the difficulty of leveling up hadn't increased significantly. Ding! Side mission released. Capture ability criminals. A faint system notification sounded near his ear. Side mission? Suha was taken aback. It was the first time the system had actively issued a side mission. Mission requirements: on the street outside the community, there is an ability criminal relying on invisibility to commit theft who has not yet been discovered. Find him and capture him. Mission reward: 500 experience points, 100 practice points. Invisibility superpower? Which big brother is actually using this ability to steal things? Normally, shouldn't they first take a day trip to the women's bathhouse? Suha smiled wryly and walked out towards the neighborhood's exit. At the entrance of the neighborhood, he stood by the street and looked around. After observing for a long time, he still didn't spot anyone suspicious. Instead, he himself seemed quite suspicious, as the security guard at the gate kept staring at him in confusion. If it weren't for his familiar face, the guard might have already come over to question him. Suha scratched his head and simply plopped down on a stone bench. This side quest is really baffling. Since that guy can turn invisible, where am I supposed to start looking? I don't have any infrared equipment specifically for detecting invisibility. Just as he was at a loss, a gentle breeze blew by, and there was a subtle unusual sensation in his pocket. An ordinary person might not notice it, but Suha was different. With his master-level combat experience and agility far beyond that of an average person, how could he possibly ignore something happening to himself? Something was trying to take the wallet from his pocket. Searching high and low without success, and now it comes right to me? Delivered straight to my doorstep? Suha's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile as he calmly focused his attention, determining the direction from which the tweezers in his pocket came. Suddenly, he sprang into action, grabbing the transparent arm behind him. The thief, who was fully engrossed in committing the theft, never expected someone could actually notice him. Startled, he couldn't help but exclaim what the and hurriedly tried to pull his arm back to escape, only to find it clamped like a tiger's jaws, completely immovable. Relying on sound to locate the target, Suha wasted no time and threw a punch straight at the invisible thief's face. Bang! A solid feeling came from the punch, and the invisible thief let out a cry of pain, immediately having his invisibility broken by the blow. What the hell? It's you, kid? Seeing the invisible thief clutching his nose with tears streaming down his face, Suha was astonished. This guy turned out to be the same blonde-haired punk who had tried to steal something on the bus and was later taught a lesson by him. This world is really small, enemies are bound to cross paths. The blonde-haired guy saw Suha looking at him and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "B brother, if I said I just wanted to say hi to you, would you believe me? Come on, who says hi by reaching into someone else's wallet?" Suha was so angry that he couldn't help but laugh. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 500 experience points, 100 training points. Unexpectedly, the superpowered criminal mentioned by the system turned out to be this blondie. The coincidence was so amusing it was hard not to laugh. A pickpocket happened to acquire the ability to become invisible. What's that called? Like a fish in water. If no one intervenes, who knows what kind of trouble he might cause. No wonder the system suddenly issued this side quest. It's probably to nip the trouble in the bud. Been a few days, and your courage has grown, huh? You even dared to steal from me? Suha stared at the blonde-haired guy with a half-smile, making him feel chills all over. The blonde-haired guy's legs went weak. "Boss, let me explain. Can you let go of me first?" Suha rolled his eyes at him. "Let you go? Do you think I'm stupid? What if you run away? How would I dare to run?" The blonde guy flattered and said, "With your skills, boss, even if I grew 2 more legs, I still wouldn't be able to escape. Don't you agree?" This guy thought Suha didn't know about his ability to turn invisible. He figured the only reason he got caught was that Suha noticed someone rummaging through his pocket and just happened to grab him by sheer luck. As soon as Suha let go of his grip, he would immediately turn invisible. No matter how skilled this guy was, he'd be at a loss if he couldn't see his target. The blonde-haired man was smugly plotting, but unexpectedly, Suha smacked the back of his head with a slap. "Bull, you really think I don't know you can turn invisible?" Suha was so amused he laughed in anger. "Behave yourself, or I won't hesitate to knock you out and take you away." Ah, the blonde guy was completely dumbfounded and still pretended to be clueless, in invisibility? Big brother, what are you talking about? What invisibility? Still pretending to be dumb with me, huh? Suha didn't waste any more words and slapped the back of his head again, leaving the blonde guy dizzy and seeing stars. Huang Mao knew he couldn't hide it anymore. How did you know I could turn invisible? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm blind? Just now, when my fist was about to hit your face, your whole body turned transparent. How do you think I figured out you could turn invisible? Su Hao, annoyed, raised his hand again. Huang Mao quickly used his hands to protect the back of his head. Who would have thought that Su Hao raised his hand just to take out his phone from his pocket instead of hitting him? With a half smile, he said, I'm really curious, which part of your brain short-circuited? How did you come up with the brilliant idea of stealing my wallet? This time, the blonde-haired guy didn't dare to lie and confessed honestly. It turned out that not long ago, he was wandering around the neighborhood looking for a big target to strike. He happened to spot Su Hao sitting on the edge of a flower bed and had malicious thoughts, planning to sneak up and beat Su Hao. However, after some careful consideration, he chickened out and settled for stealing his wallet as a form of revenge. Su Hao chuckled, be glad you didn't make a move, or things wouldn't have been as simple as just punching you once. The blonde-haired guy wore a bitter expression, nodding in agreement, feeling as if he'd swallowed a bitter pill. What was I thinking? Why did I have to go and provoke this big shot? I had just awakened my invisibility ability, ready to soar freely like a bird in the sky or swim like a fish in the sea, and now look at me completely screwed. He secretly vowed in his heart that if he ever saw Su Hao again, he would stay as far away as possible. Unfortunately, his vow was destined to remain unfulfilled. Su Hao grabbed Huang Mao with one hand while dialing a phone with the other. Hello, Team Leader Xing? I've found another superhuman. Yes, this quickly. I ran into him on the street. He tried to steal a wallet while invisible, and I caught him. Oh, okay, I'll bring him over to you right away. The blonde-haired guy froze, sensing something was wrong. Where are you taking me? Don't worry. Su Hao flashed a bright smile. It's not the police station, anyway. Oh, as long as it's not the police station, that's fine. Huang Mao subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had a criminal record. But he quickly reacted, staring warily at Su Hao. No way. Where exactly are you taking me? Who were you just talking to on the phone? As a modern superpowered individual, most people have fantasized about whether they would be captured and used as lab rats or dissected for experiments if discovered by some organization. No wonder Huang Mao was so on edge. Anyone would panic if they were suddenly about to be taken to an unknown place. Cut the nonsense and just follow me. Su Hao couldn't be bothered to explain further to the blonde-haired guy and twisted both his arms behind his back, holding them with one hand. The blonde-haired guy panicked and struggled desperately. Let go of me, or I'll start yelling. Su Hao's face darkened. Yell my ass. You're a grown man, don't use such vulgar words. You're ruining the serious atmosphere here. Anyone who doesn't know might think I have issues with my sexual orientation. If you don't want me to yell, then let go of me right now, the blonde-haired guy shouted. Facing the blonde-haired man's resistance, Su Hao remained indifferent. Let me make it clear in advance, I'm not afraid of you shouting. Even if you scream your lungs out, it doesn't matter. Ah, help, murder, kidnapping. The blonde-haired man really started shouting loudly without any hesitation, completely disregarding his dignity. Passers-by on the street, hearing the blonde-haired man's cries, stopped to watch. Some took out their phones to record, while others actually prepared to call the police. Make way, police handling a case. No filming over there. Otherwise, you'll be arrested for obstructing official duties. Su Hao calmly took out his special abilities group credentials from his pocket and displayed the black booklet to everyone. The blonde-haired man was dumbfounded when he saw the black booklet in Su Hao's hand. Having been in and out of the station numerous times, he was very familiar with the authenticity of police credentials and was momentarily unsure whether to continue resisting. The bystanders, realizing that Su Hao was a government official handling a case, hesitantly put down their phones and stopped calling the police. Those who had secretly filmed were also ordered by Su Hao to delete their videos. Hailing a taxi and showing his credentials to the driver, Su Hao escorted Huang Mao into the car and left the scene. Big brother, where exactly are you taking me? Just give me a straight answer, or I really can't stop worrying. Huang Mao finally gave up struggling with a bitter expression. Su Hao shrugged. You'll know when we get there. Anyway, it's an official state institution. Along the way, the taxi driver occasionally glanced at the two through the rearview mirror. Every now and then, he asked some questions, all of which Su Hao dismissed with no comment. After a dozen minutes, they arrived at their destination. Su Hao handed the driver a 50 yuan fare and pushed Huang Mao along the road toward the Abilities Bureau Police Department. Seeing the desolate outskirts with no one around, Huang Mao's legs trembled uncontrollably. He laughed dryly and said, Big brother, you didn't bring me here to kill me and silence me, did you? Your imagination is quite vivid, isn't it? Su Hao glanced at the blonde-haired guy. What's your name? The blonde-haired guy replied, Shen Sishui. Your name sounds quite refined, wouldn't have guessed. Su Hao joked, I'm Su Hao. Nice to meet you. Big brother, you're being too polite. The yellow-haired man smiled nervously. Su Hao shrugged. No need to be so distant. As the old saying goes, knows, you don't truly know someone until you've fought them. We're all superhumans here. Who knows, we might have a chance to work together in the future. What? Espers? A chance to work together? Niao Yueying raised an eyebrow slightly. Team leader, isn't this a bit too hasty? I heard that the mutated dog is several times stronger than the little sprite. This blonde guy's psychological resilience is clearly just that of an ordinary person. Even with invisibility abilities, it's still very dangerous. Hearing Su Hao's words, Huang Mao's mind froze on the spot as the amount of information contained in that sentence was simply overwhelming. No problem. Since they had nothing else to do on the way, Su Hao explained, espers is the term the state uses to refer to people with special abilities. You can turn invisible, which makes you a special type esper, while I am an esper with enhanced physical abilities. Team leader Xing waved his hand. According to the intelligence provided by the research institute, that mutated dog doesn't have a strong tendency to attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just sent the two of you. Alright, go get ready quickly. Don't let that mutated dog wander around the city center for too long. As for the chance to work together, you'll find out soon enough. Ding! Side mission triggered, catch the dog. After speaking, Su Hao didn't say much more to the blonde-haired man and gestured for him to follow quickly. They each ordered a few bowls of rice with toppings at the restaurant and sat at the table, chatting while waiting. Entering the abilities unit building, Su Hao escorted the blonde-haired man directly to team leader Xing's office door, knocked, and went in. Su Hao asked, Sister Miao, what do you think the research institute is studying all day long? I've brought the person. Not too sure, I don't know many people at the research institute. Su Hao pointed to the blonde-haired man behind him, who was Shin Sishui. Niao Yueying thought for a moment. Group leader Xing was sipping his tea. He put down the teacup and chuckled. Xiao Su, your efficiency is simply astonishing. You just brought in a special ability talent yesterday, and today you've already caught an ability-related criminal. It's truly unbelievable. Just lucky, that's all. Luck is also a part of strength. Group leader Xing nodded approvingly and shifted his gaze to the blonde man with his arms tied. His expression turned serious again. What's your name? I am Shin Sishui. The blonde-haired man saw team leader Xing in a white police uniform and immediately wilted. He knew that ordinary police officers in the station wore light blue uniforms, and only the leadership wore white ones. The person in front of him was at least a high-ranking official with the rank of police superintendent or above. Since the blonde-haired man was a pickpocket with a criminal record and had used his abilities to commit multiple thefts, team leader Xing interrogated him firmly for a while, asking questions such as when he awakened his abilities, the strength of his abilities, and so on. Su Hao listened attentively from the side. It turns out that Huang Mao awakened his invisibility superpower during the meteor shower 2 nights ago. He can maintain his invisibility for up to 6 minutes. Don't underestimate these 6 minutes, it's enough time for a pickpocket to accomplish quite a lot. Of course, sneaking into the women's bathhouse is probably not doable, since the time is still relatively short, ahem. Although he can currently only stay invisible for around 6 minutes, according to Su Hao, superpower users can strengthen and prolong their abilities through long-term training. Extending invisibility to over an hour is not impossible. After learning about Huang Mao's superpower, team leader Xing immediately ordered a comprehensive review of his entire file for investigation. Quite a record, huh? You were sent to the juvenile detention center for theft back in middle school, and as an adult, you've been detained almost every year for stealing. Have you turned pickpocketing into a craft? Team leader Xing flipped through Shin Sishui's file, slightly frowning. Normally, we don't recruit someone with such a questionable record into our special abilities unit. However, your invisibility ability could be of some value to the organization. I'll give you a chance. Are you interested? I want it. Of course, I want it. Although Shin Sishui didn't know what it truly meant to join the abilities group, how could he dare say no in such an atmosphere? Alright, there is a task for you to handle. Team leader Xing nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Su Hao. Xiao Su, come over as well. The task I'm about to assign will probably require you and Xiao Miao to take him along to complete. What task? Su Hao's interest was piqued. This is his first official mission after joining the ability group, apart from yesterday's assessment. Team leader Xing kept a stern face and solemnly uttered 2 words, catch dogs. Ha, catch dogs? Su Hao was initially quite nervous, but upon hearing those 2 words, he nearly collapsed on the spot. Even the blonde-haired Shin Sishui beside him looked utterly baffled, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at the 2 of them. Of course, it's not an ordinary dog you're after. Team leader Xing dismissed it lightly and explained, what you're after is a mutated dog that escaped from the research institute. Although its size isn't large, it possesses extremely dangerous mutated abilities. The most important thing is that it must be captured alive, as per orders. Su Hao asked, what special ability? The research institute refers to that mutated dog's ability as beast intimidation. Team leader Xing said, any creature that is gazed upon by it will suffer severe psychological pressure, involuntarily feel fear, and dare not confront it. Ordinary people stared at for more than 3 seconds will enter a weakened state, and after more than 10 seconds, they may experience a mental breakdown. Does substantial harm only occur after 10 seconds? That doesn't sound too too dangerous? Su Hao was puzzled. Although the so-called beastly intimidation takes effect just by being stared at, wouldn't it be enough to capture the mutant dog within 10 seconds? Beastly intimidation isn't as simple as you think. Team leader Xing shook his head and said, moreover, the physical strength of the mutant dog is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person, especially its speed even Xiao Miao can't catch up. Coupled with its small size, it's extremely difficult to capture in the city center. After all, such a confidential operation must be carried out discreetly. We can't openly block off neighborhoods or mobilize the military. Its physical strength is even higher than that of the little sprite. Su Hao's expression changed slightly. I'm afraid just the two of us, Miao Yueying and I, won't be enough. The little sprite's strength and agility are estimated to be less than 20 points, with only its speed possibly approaching 30 points, which is already hard to deal with, let alone a mutant dog with strength and agility attributes exceeding 30 points. Even firearms might struggle to pose a threat to it. Don't worry, the mutated dog does not have an inclination to attack actively. As long as you're careful not to make eye contact with it, the danger level is not high. Team leader Xing took a document out of the drawer and handed it to Su Hao. Su Hao took the document and glanced at it. On it was a photo of a small grayish stray dog, probably only 3 or 4 months old, wearing a futuristic-looking metal collar around its neck. While it couldn't be considered particularly cute, it was definitely not associated with adjectives like vicious or dangerous. Do you see the collar around its neck? Team leader Xing said, originally, this collar was equipped with a remote-controlled tranquilization mechanism, but for some unknown reason, it malfunctioned, which has made it impossible to capture the mutant dog smoothly. Your task is to manually activate the red button on the collar, and the collar will automatically inject a powerful tranquilizer into its vein to put it to sleep. I see. Su Hao looked over at the blonde-haired Shinsishua and said, we just need to find the mutant dog, then let him stealthily approach and press the button? That does make the task much easier. About that. Shinsishua hesitated and said, don't dogs have really sensitive noses? What if it smells me before I even get close? Team leader Xing said, no need to worry about this. The research institute has sent powder to mask the scent, as well as equipment for the locator collars. When Xiao Miao arrives, let her take you to the warehouse to retrieve them. Team leader, I'm here. Speak of the devil. Miao Yueying's voice came from outside the door. Su Hao, you arrived even earlier than me. Did you know about this mission in advance? Miao Yueying looked at Su Hao with some surprise, then turned her gaze to the blonde-haired man with his hands tied nearby and asked curiously, who is this? Why is he tied up? Su Hao introduced, this guy is Shinsishua, an invisibility ability user. I caught him on the street while he was trying to steal my wallet. Invisibility ability? Miao Yueying looked surprised. I remember you just introduced an esper to the organization yesterday, right? How come with you, usually rare espers pop up like cabbages? Just happened to run into one. Su Hao shrugged and pointed at the blonde-haired guy. By the way, team leader Xing said to let him participate in this mission. His invisibility ability should be useful for capturing mutant dogs. Seriously? Letting a newbie participate in a mission? Mission objective, a mutated dog that escaped from the research institute, agile in movement and possessing dangerous special abilities. Your goal this time is only one, capture it alive. Mission rewards, 800 experience points, 150 practice points. Su Hao, Shinsishua, and Miao Yueying stepped out of the office, exchanging glances. Inside the office, Shinsishua hadn't had a chance to speak. Unable to hold back, he asked, Big bro, what is that mutated dog? Is it very dangerous? Here, take a look yourself. Su Hao handed the mutated dog file to Shinsishua and said to Miao Yueying, Miao Jia, why do I feel like our ability group isn't very serious? Just the 3 of us handling this kind of sudden task? The process feels pretty casual too. The ability group doesn't have many members to begin with. There's no choice. Recently, it seems the others have all been sent out on assignments. Miao Yueying said indifferently, as for the casual atmosphere, the circle of ability users is small to begin with. Captain Xing faces just the 10 or so of us all day long. Over time, everyone gets familiar with each other, so even if he wanted to be serious, it's hard to keep it up. That's not the seriousness I meant. Forget it. Su Hao shook his head, feeling that the vibe of the ability group was slightly different from what he had imagined. Miao Yueying asked, Su Hao, did you finish reading the ability group rules I sent you earlier? Su Hao paused for a moment, feeling guilty, and said, I looked at some of it, but I haven't finished yet. It's been less than a day. He hadn't had time to look at the document after returning, only glanced at a few lines while testing his mental attributes. However, with his current memory, he should be able to roughly finish reading it on the way. Miao Yueying nodded. As long as you've looked at it, it saves me from explaining again what you shouldn't do. Come on, let's go get the equipment. With that, Miao Yueying quickly walked toward the building's warehouse, and Su Hao called Shinsishua to follow along. The warehouse of the ability unit is divided into 3 levels. The first level contains commonly used equipment, such as handguns and walkie-talkies, which regular members can access freely. As for the second and third levels, they cannot be easily accessed. Even senior members must file a report to gain entry. The device for the locator collar is a handheld console-like rectangular display, metallic in appearance, with only a red and a blue button on it, as well as a rotary dial for adjustments. Does the red button indicate direction, and the blue one trigger a malfunctioning anesthetic injection? Suhao fiddled with the metallic locator. The display screen showed radar-like concentric circles, along with an arrow pointing toward the northeast. Niao Yueying said, the researchers mentioned that if the distance is too far, the locator can only roughly indicate the direction. We have to wait until the mutant dog appears within a 10-mile radius for the radar to show its precise location. Additionally, the Research Institute sent over a whole bag of concealing powder, a light white substance with a slightly fragrant scent, weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds, more than enough to coat the three of them completely. After roughly applying the powder on their bodies, there wasn't much else that needed preparation, so the three set off. Since this operation needed to avoid drawing attention, Niao Yueying neither wore her police uniform nor drove a police car. Instead, she selected a regular Volkswagen car from the parking lot and drove the three of them toward the city center in the direction indicated by the locator. Big bro, what exactly is it that you guys do? What kind of organization is the Ability Group? Why have I never heard of it before? The blonde-haired Shen Sishue cautiously asked Su Hao. With nothing else to do, Su Hao introduced the basic information about the Ability Group to him. The kid listened in a daze, his eyes widening into perfect circles. His expression shifted from initial fear and anxiety to growing excitement. Whoa! A government-established special abilities organization? That's insanely awesome. Shen Sishue was beaming with excitement. Big brother, if I join the special ability unit, does that mean I'll become an official employee eating from the government's plate? I never dreamed I'd have the chance to become a cop one day. What cop or no cop? Watch your mouth. Suha glanced at him. Don't get too excited yet. Joining the special ability unit isn't even close to being confirmed. Whether you make it or not depends on your performance. Relax. I promise to perform well. After learning about the benefits of joining the special ability group, Shen Sishue was instantly full of motivation. Shaking his tied hands, he asked with an awkward smile, Big brother, how about untying the rope first? Su Hao didn't hesitate and casually untied the rope. Don't do anything stupid. Shen Sishue chuckled awkwardly. Big brother, look at what you're saying. With such a great opportunity to become a civil servant, how could I possibly run away? No one worried that Shen Sishue would escape, unless he wanted to have no place to hide anywhere in the country. One should never underestimate the power of a state agency. With the right amount of manpower and resources, finding someone would be a piece of cake. Su Hao looked at the scenery outside the car window and said helplessly, honestly, I never thought that my first official mission after joining the special ability team would be such a low-tier job like catching a dog. Niao Yueying, who was driving, replied, come on, when I first joined the special ability team, I practically had nothing to do for almost half a month. Compared to that, you got a big job on your first day, so your luck isn't too bad. Is this considered good luck? Su Hao asked with a laugh. Although having a mission to do was indeed good fortune for him, for normal people, wouldn't fewer troubles mean a more easygoing life? Of course it counts. There's a bonus for completing each task, and you can also accumulate points. Niao Yueying paused, suddenly realizing something. By the way, your points seem to have already surpassed mine, right? 20 points for catching the little sprite, 10 points for recommending a psychic last night, and you found another one today, so you already have 40 points. You're almost about to level up to a level 2 member, aren't you? As she calculated, her tone changed from initial confusion to growing astonishment. You don't realize it until you calculate it, but once you do, it's truly shocking. Su Hao had just started his first day on the job, and his points skyrocketed like a rocket, almost reaching level 2 membership. Truly unbelievable. Niao Yueying frustratedly patted the steering wheel. The points I earned in 3 months aren't even as much as what you got in just 1 or 2 days. Luck, it's just luck. Su Hao responded with a laugh. He hadn't expected his points to accumulate so quickly. If the mission to capture the mutant dog could earn him another 10 points, he might even rise to a level 2 member of the supernatural group today. The main mission is to reach level 3 within a month. Su Hao initially thought this task would be challenging, but judging by the current momentum, it might not even take a month, perhaps in less than a week. He could be promoted to a level 3 member, right? Feeling delighted, Su Hao said generously, once this task is completed, it's on me. Niao Jia, what would you like to eat? Sure, I won't overburden you. Just treat me to a seafood buffet, and that'll be fine. Niao Yueying chuckled and said, I've heard before that a new upscale seafood buffet called Heart of the Sea recently opened on Donghua Street, and the food there seems pretty good. I just haven't had the chance to try it yet, so I'll count on you for the treat. Heart of the Sea? I've heard colleagues mention it before. store. Sure, once the task is completed, we'll go eat there. Suhao remembered that Heart of the Sea seemed to be a high-end buffet restaurant, costing around 200 to 300 per person, offering everything from abalone to lobster. This kind of seafood buffet might have been a bit extravagant for Suhao in the past, but to him now, it's nothing, just a few $100. With the system's assistance, sooner or later, he'll make big money. Arrived at the city center. Driving around the street for about 10 minutes, the locator finally displayed a faintly visible light spot. Suhao adjusted the distance on the monitor and opened the phone map for comparison. The target is to the west, more than 4,000 meters away from us, roughly located in the Shiqing Street area. Niao Yueying turned the steering wheel and drove along the street toward Shiqing Street. Although the light spot on the locator was also moving, it did not move very quickly. As the car entered Shiqing Street, the distance on the display screen grew closer and closer, ultimately stopping in front of a bustling small alley. At the entrance of the alley hangs a plaque, Golden Alley. It's hidden in the urban village, cars can't drive in. Niao Yueying frowned as she looked at the narrow alley ahead. The already narrow road was further occupied by street vendors, and the flow of people on the street was considerable. Even if a car could drive in, its speed would probably be slower than walking. Let's walk, it's not too far anyway. Suhao held the locator, noticing the light dot was less than 500 meters away. Hold on a moment, let me check if there's a parking lot nearby. No need for a parking lot. Niao Yueying didn't hesitate. With a quick turn of the steering wheel, the car smoothly stopped by the side of a small alley. She turned off the engine and got out. Suhao was stunned for a moment. This place doesn't seem to allow parking, right? You might get a ticket. Niao Yueying had a nonchalant expression. Fine, let them ticket it. Anyway, this is a government vehicle. There's no way the traffic police would send their fines to the abilities unit, right? Suhao felt a bit awkward. Alright, I guess I just haven't adjusted my mindset yet. The abilities unit's authority in handling cases surpasses that of the local police. Within the limits of the law, they can exercise a lot more privileges. Parking haphazardly is nothing to worry about. Holding a locator, the three of them headed deeper into the urban village. In recent years, most of the urban villages in the city center have been demolished, with only a few scattered locations remaining untouched by real estate companies. This Sajin Lane is one of the few surviving urban villages, but it's estimated that within a few years, it too will be torn down and replaced with towering buildings. Is the mutant dog in this small courtyard? Looking at the locator, which showed less than 20 meters away, Suhao raised his head and looked toward the house in front of him. The house in front was a typical duplex building seen in urban villages, approximately 3 stories high and occupying a few hundred square meters. The 2 black wooden doors of the courtyard gate were half open, and an elderly woman was seated at the entrance, basking in the sunlight while munching on sunflower seeds. Shun Sishue muttered, could it be that the mutant dog was adopted by this household? That's possible, Suhao agreed deeply. The mutant dog described in the file looked no different from an ordinary young Chinese rural dog, with gray fur that appeared quite endearing. Moreover, it showed no signs of aggression, so it wasn't impossible for an unsuspecting resident of the urban village to take it home and raise it. Niao Yueying said, I think the possibility is rather low. According to the people at the research institute, that mutant dog is very timid and cautious by nature. Plus, it only escaped during transportation this morning. It's unlikely that it could have been picked up by an ordinary person in such a short time, right? The 3 people muttered a few words. Actually, it doesn't really matter whether the mutant dog was adopted or hiding in the courtyard. Suhao stepped forward and asked the elderly woman cracking sunflower seeds at the door, Ma'am, may I ask if you're a resident here? The elderly woman looked up at Suhao while cracking sunflower seeds. I'm the owner of this courtyard. Young man, what's the matter? Are you looking to rent a room? Excuse me, I wanted to ask if any of the residents in this courtyard happened to find a little mutt today? As he spoke, Suhao took out the document, showing only the page with the photo of the mutant dog. My pet dog went missing in this area this morning. It's the one in the photo. A little mutt? The old lady frowned. I don't know about that, but our courtyard doesn't allow keeping dogs. Suhao felt a bit disappointed. If the mutant dog had been taken in by someone, he could have figured out the specific floor and location. The tracker could only show a general internal position, making it difficult to pinpoint within a few meters, and it couldn't indicate vertical positioning either. Shun Sishue's invisibility can only last for 1 minute. Searching for the dog floor by floor might not be enough time. Niao Yueying leaned in and said, Ma'am, could you allow us to go in and look around? I heard from people nearby that the stray dog ran into this yard. The elderly woman glanced at the 3 of them, her gaze fixed on Shin Sishue's head of yellow hair. No, we don't let outsiders enter our yard casually. Suhao and Niao Yueying followed the elderly woman's gaze and looked at Shin Sishue. This guy was completely confused, not understanding why everyone suddenly started staring at him. Shin Sishue was originally a street punk, standing there with an air of arrogance, coupled with his non-mainstream yellow hair, as eye-catching as it could be. At a glance, he looked like no good person, so it was no wonder the old lady refused to let the 3 of them into the yard to look for the dog. Suhao glared at him. Once the mission is over, you better dye that yellow hair back immediately. Alright, Shinshishua innocently touched his hair. The old lady insisted on not letting them into the yard. Left with no choice, Miao Yueying had to take out her police credentials to prove they were not bad people. Only then did the old lady reluctantly accompany them into the yard to look for the dog. Originally, Su Hao and Miao Yueying did not want to reveal their identities, as capturing mutant dogs was a covert operation not suitable for public knowledge. The three of them searched roughly around the yard, from the first floor to the rooftop, but unexpectedly didn't even catch sight of a single dog hair. Strange, the locator shows this is the correct location. Su Hao frowned, staring at the flashing dot on the screen, right at the center of the crosshair. Could it be gone? Just as the three of them were at their wits' end, a little girl of about 11 or 12 years old came hopping out of the room. She seemed to be holding something in her hand. Su Hao, with his sharp eyes, instantly recognized it was the mutated dog's collar. The metallic collar had been torn in half, with the positioning device in the lower right corner still blinking, corresponding to the indicator on the tracker. In shock, Su Hao quickly stepped forward. Little one, where did you pick up the thing you're holding? The little girl saw a stranger suddenly approaching and timidly hugged the collar. Retreating a few steps, I picked it up at the courtyard gate when I got out of school at noon. Could it be Big Brother's thing? Noon? Su Hao frowned slightly and took out his phone to check the time. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. This means the mutant dog broke free from its collar at least 4 hours ago. Without a target to locate, where should they start looking for the mutant dog in this chaotic urban village? With a gap of 4 whole hours, it's uncertain if the mutant dog is even still in the urban village. Using 20 yuan and small change as a reward, they obtained the collar back from the little girl and left the house feeling dejected. What should we do? That dog even broke its collar. Where can we possibly find it now? Walking through the bustling alleys, Shinshishua wore a worried expression. What if this task gets cancelled? Will I still have a chance to join the supernatural abilities team? It's not easy to get a chance at becoming a civil servant. Miao Yueying, why don't you call team leader Xing first to report the situation? Su Hao glanced at the broken collar and locator in his hand, sighed helplessly, and said, things are getting tricky. I didn't expect the first mission to go so poorly. Hopefully, the research institute has a backup plan. Miao Yueying nodded, took out her phone, and reported the news about the broken collar to team leader Xing. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone. Well, it seems we can't hope to rest today. Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. That mutated dog seems to be very important to a research institute's scientific project. We must catch it before tomorrow. The team leader wants us to continue searching near the urban village for now. He's having the institute send reinforcements to help us look. Do we really have to search? Su Hao glanced at the intricate maze of winding paths in the urban village. In a place like this, finding a dog, let alone a person, wouldn't be easy. Miao Yueying blinked. We don't have any leads anyway. How about we grab some food first? I rushed over as soon as I got the team leader's call around noon and haven't had a chance to eat lunch yet. Alright. Su Hao was feeling a bit hungry himself and looked toward the street-side restaurant specializing in rice bowls. Do you guys eat rice bowls? You're treating? Su Hao laughed involuntarily. I'll treat. Hee hee, then I won't hold back. Since Miao Yueying had no objections, it was settled. As for Shinshishua, he wasn't in a position to have any objections. Su Hao treating him to a meal on the side was already considered generous. But as old Ji said, it seems the research institute has been focusing on studying how to enable ordinary people to awaken superpowers, trying to develop something similar to the super soldier serum from Marvel movies? Su Hao pondered. Could that mutant dog be an experimental subject? Most likely. Miao Yueying nodded in strong agreement. Based on experience, if that stray puppy is a natural mutation, it would more or less have an aggressive tendency. Generally speaking, its appearance would also undergo changes. I mentioned before, didn't I? Most small creatures are formed through mutations of stray cats and dogs. However, the mutated dog in the record shows no changes in appearance, nor does it exhibit any violent animalistic tendencies due to the mutation. This is completely different from other naturally mutated animals. Let's make an assumption. If the higher-ups really allowed the research institute to develop a super soldier serum, at least 2 prerequisites must be met. First, it cannot cause mutations in human appearance, violating ethics. Secondly, one must not let a person's character become brutal for easier control. And mutant dogs without aggressive tendencies and with a normal appearance happen to meet these 2 conditions. Following this logic, that mutant dog is indeed an experimental product created by the research institute. Su Hao stroked his chin. If that's the case, could it be that the research institute is close to developing a finished product? A serum that can give a stray puppy 3 times the physical strength of an average person, along with such a dangerous wild deterrence ability TSK. This is even more impressive than the super soldier serum in movies. If such a thing were truly developed, it might bring about a major revolution for the entire world. However, the tidal wave of supernatural abilities has already arrived ahead of time, and this revolution is destined to be nothing more than the ashes left after the blaze. What he's truly interested in is whether the serum developed by the research institute can enhance his attribute points or grant him new abilities. abilities. The lightning element ability he currently possesses is not something he awakened himself but rather something granted by the system. Strictly speaking, he is not an ability user, nor has he ever awakened his own powers. Of course, if the system is his awakened ability, that's a different story. A finished product? I don't think that's likely. That mutated dog might just be a fluke, don't you think? Miao Weiying propped her face with her hand, her fingertips lightly tapping on the table. Think about it, if they had developed such a powerful serum, why would the country still need to recruit us freelance ability users with such high benefits? Wouldn't it be more manageable to directly inject the serum into rigorously trained special forces soldiers? Besides, even if the serum could actually be created, it would probably take years before it could be mass-produced. The manufacturing costs would be high, and there might even be risks of failure. I guess only the wealthy and powerful could afford it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us people at the bottom. Miao Yueying spoke eloquently. Actually, there's no point in thinking too much about it. If the research institute really comes up with something good, our ability group will definitely get the inside scoop. After all, we've been cooperating with them for so many years. That's true. Su Hao stared blankly at Miao Yueying, feeling that his perception of this colleague had deepened yet again. Leaving aside her abilities, her series of analyses alone was enough to earn admiration. Immortal dialogue, I don't understand but feel it's awesome. Shin Sishue, who couldn't join the conversation at all, muttered to himself. He reached into his trouser pocket but remembered his phone had long been confiscated, leaving him no choice but to helplessly stare at the scenery outside the window. As he stared, he suddenly froze. Huh? Why does that dog look a bit familiar? Hearing Shin Sishue's murmuring, the two of them both followed his gaze in that direction. Outside the window, next to a fast food restaurant across the street, a few middle school kids were gathered around a small gray mongrel, feeding it ribs. A daring girl even reached out to try to pet the dog's head, but the wary mongrel avoided her every time. Grabbing a big piece of leftover rib meat, it darted into a nearby alley with astonishing speed. It's that one. Quick, chase it. Su Hao slammed the table and got up, rushing out of the shop, with Shin Sishue and Miao Yueying close behind. Hey, customers, the dishes are ready. Where are you going? The waiter had just brought over 3 plates of rice with toppings when he saw the 3 of them hurrying outside and quickly called after them. Something urgent, no need to look for it. Su Hao didn't even turn his head, handed over 50 yuan, and walked out to chase into the alley. The mutant dog was incredibly fast, and tracking such a nimble and cautious dog in the complex maze of narrow alleys was by no means easy. Fortunately, as an agility-specialized superhuman, Miao Yueying could barely keep up. She snatched the iron collar from Su Hao's hand and rushed ahead. Su Hao instantly understood the meaning. There was a locator locking onto the position of the collar. Even if they were shaken off by the mutant dog, as long as Miao Yueying didn't lose track, they could continue chasing from behind. Within seconds, the figures of the mutant dog and Miao Yueying disappeared from the two's line of sight, one after the other. Bro, I'm running out of breath. The agility gap between the 3 gradually became apparent. Shin Sishue did his utmost to keep up, but still lagged far behind Su Hao. The exhausting sprint had drained all his strength, leaving him powerless to continue the chase. Su Hao frowned slightly but could understand the physical difference between the two and did not insist. You stay here and wait. We'll come back for you after we confirm the whereabouts of the mutant dog. After saying that, Su Hao once again hurriedly chased in the direction of the locator. After running along the winding path for about 10 more seconds, weaving through twists and turns, Su Hao finally caught sight of Miao Yueying. She was crouching by the edge of a wall in a small alley. When she saw Su Hao, she shushed him and pointed inside. Su Hao quietly approached. The little gray stray dog was lying on an open space, crunching on a piece of rib meat. Its sharp teeth easily crushed the hard bones, swallowing them whole along with the meat. In just a few bites, it finished off a sizable rib, something that would be nearly impossible for other canine pups to achieve. After finishing the meat, the little gray stray dog seemed satisfied and crawled into an abandoned concrete cylinder on the open ground to rest. The two exchanged a glance, took a few steps back, and began whispering to each other. Su Hao said, "Watch here, I'll go get Shin Sishue. The collar should still be usable, right?" He cast his gaze at the iron collar in Miao Yueying's hand, which flickered. Aside from the broken chain, there were no other damages. Miao Yueying was stunned for a moment. You mean to put the collar back on it and then administer a strong anesthetic? That's right. Su Hao nodded. If we try to fight it head-on, there's no way we can capture this dog alive. We'll have to rely on the strong anesthetic in the collar. The collar should still work. Miao Yueying asked doubtfully, but can that guy's invisibility work on objects? Su Hao rolled his eyes at her. Nonsense, if it couldn't work on objects, wouldn't he have to streak to stay invisible? Even his clothes can turn invisible with him, so adding a strong sedative shouldn't be too difficult. That's true. Miao Yueying was at a loss for words. He retraced his steps, and about a minute or two later, he brought Shin Sishue, who had been waiting by the roadside, over. Go ahead, it's up to you. Confirming that the mutant dog was still in the cement cylinder, Su Hao solemnly handed the collar to Shin patted him on the shoulder, and entrusted him with an important task. Shin Sishue's hands trembled slightly. Big brother, I'm a little nervous. Suhao reassured him. Don't be nervous, think about something good. Once this mission is successfully completed, you'll become a civil servant, and at the very least, you'll be a deputy division level officer. Miao Yueying interjected, if you fail, the country will take care of your remains, and you might even earn a spot on the martyr wall of the ability group. Shen Sishue's hands trembled even more violently. Don't tease him at such a critical moment. Suhao glanced at Miao Yueying and added, that mutated dog doesn't have much of an aggressive tendency. As long as you don't provoke it recklessly, there won't be any danger to your life. Alright, hurry up and get going, so we don't waste too much time and risk unexpected changes. Alright, I'll go. Shen Sishue gritted his teeth, putting on an expression as if heading to his doom. His entire body gradually became transparent, eventually vanishing completely into the air. Only faint footsteps could be heard gradually moving away. The two hiding in the shadows also grew alert, pulling out from their pockets special material bags provided by the Institute for capturing mutant dogs, ready to rush forward to carry out the capture at any moment. Miao Yueying whispered, do you think there's any way to avoid the sound of his footsteps? What if a mutant dog hears it? Probably no way. Invisibility, theoretically speaking, should only be an optical refraction disguise, and can't completely eliminate all traces. The ability of invisibility may seem very powerful, but it actually has many flaws. Not to mention unavoidable things like footsteps, breathing, heartbeats, and smells. There's even the intangible sense of presence. For example, even if you can't see or hear someone behind you, you can still feel their presence. This is intuition sensing the existence of a living being. Scientifically, this might be explained as the influence of a biological magnetic field. Suhao had only read about it briefly in books and didn't know much about it. The invisibility ability might be effective against ordinary people who rely solely on vision and have weak intuition, but if used against martial arts experts or other beings, it would likely have minimal effect. It was precisely because Suhao had considered these factors that he didn't rush to activate this ability but chose to first activate the source of mana. Closer. From the subtle footprints in the dust on the open ground, Suhao could deduce that Shen Sishue was now less than 3 meters away from the mutant dog. His steps were becoming smaller and slower. Fortunately, the mutant dog had just finished eating the ribs and was resting with its eyes closed, while a gentle breeze blew in the air. Otherwise, whether it was the sound of breathing or the unusual disturbance of the dust on the ground, they could have easily exposed Shen Sishue's presence. Just as he was about to successfully put the collar on the mutant dog, several children came running and playing outside the open ground. Upon hearing the commotion, the mutant dog abruptly stood up on alert, scaring Shen Sishue, who was not far from it, and froze in place, maintaining his invisible state, not daring to take a single breath. Damn, what bad luck. Suhao rubbed his face in frustration. I should have sealed off this area in advance. Now things have gotten complicated again. What do we do now? Miao Yueying blinked as she asked. Originally, she was supposed to lead the 2 new recruits this time, but somehow it turned into Suhao taking command, and it felt perfectly natural. No choice, we just have to push through. Suhao's expression was serious as he took a few deep breaths. Since the hard-earned opportunity was interrupted, we'll just create our own opportunity. You on the left, me on the right, try to grab its attention. Suhao gestured toward the open space and pretended to walk past it casually. Miao Yueying also walked in the opposite direction, and the two managed to block the exit perfectly. The mutant dog, noticing that its recently found haven was suddenly filled with humans, warily bared its fangs. However, seeing that these people seemed oblivious to its presence, it decided to retreat into a cement cylinder to hide. Walking slowly toward the plane tree beside the open space, Suhao's forehead was already sweating anxiously. Shen Sishue didn't know if he understood the meaning of the hand gesture. Why hasn't he acted yet? They're just waiting for him to attach the collar now. Ah! The mutated dog suddenly barked loudly. Did it work? Suhao quickly turned his head to check the situation, only to find that Shen Sishue had exited stealth mode. With a face full of terror, he was desperately sprinting toward the two of them, while the mutated dog furiously dashed out, its blood-red eyes fixed on Shen Sishue. Although the mutated dog wasn't immediately tranquilized, which was somewhat unexpected, what slightly reassured Suhao was that there was indeed a partially hung iron collar around its neck. Shen Sishue, tears and snot streaming down his face, shouted, "Help! Big brother, save me! Can't you have a little backbone? Is it really that scary?" Suhao was both amused and helpless. He pulled a special folded capture cloth from his pocket and charged toward the mutated dog. The tranquilizer should have taken effect by now. The small mutt was clearly weak and listless. Suhao felt confident dealing with the mutated dog in this state. Just as he got within 5 meters of the mutated dog and was about to bag it, the dog suddenly turned its head, its bloodshot eyes locking onto him. Instantly, an uncontrollable sense of fear suddenly arose from the depths of the heart. Panic, helplessness, fear, and other negative emotions exploded in the mind all at once. The feeling was like being targeted by a natural predator, as if needles were pricking the back. The heartbeat stopped, and even movements became stiff and sluggish. So terrifying. No, I can't go over there. I'll be killed. I have to to escape. I have to get away from this dog as quickly as possible. The mind is filled with thoughts of fear and retreat. Although reason told him that this mutated dog was no longer much of a threat, the fear still lingered, even continuously eroding the little sanity he had left. Is this the intimidation of animalistic nature? Completely different from what I expected. Even just the most basic sense of fear has such a profound effect on actions. It's hard to imagine what a mental breakdown would be like after being stared at for 10 seconds. Fortunately, I boosted my mental attributes in advance, otherwise, I might have turned and fled like Shin Si-shue. Su Hao held his head, barely suppressing the fear, took a big step forward, opened the special capture bag with both hands, trapped the mutated dog with no way to escape, and tightly tied the rope at the bag's opening. Once the beastly intimidating gaze was gone, the fear instantly vanished without a trace. Side quest completed. Task rewards, 800 experience points, 150 practice points. Phew, it's finally over. Su Hao let out a long breath and plopped down onto the ground. Enduring the fear caused by the mutated dog's beastly intimidation took quite a toll on his spirit. Simply put, he was mentally exhausted. To be honest, this special psychic attack ability is neither avoidable nor preventable. From a certain perspective, it's practically unsolvable. I wonder if there are many espers with abilities like this? Anyway, he's thinking that he must quickly boost his mental attributes, and when he has time, he should also get himself a psychic ability. Did you catch it? Miao Yueying rushed over, looking excitedly at the bulging bag, then noticed Su Hao's somewhat gloomy face. Are you okay? I'm fine, just a little confused. Su Hao shook his head and couldn't help but complain. That dog's power is terrifying. What kind of monster did the research institute create? It's just a pup, and it's already this dangerous. If it escapes back to the wild, it would definitely have no natural enemies. Is it really that scary? Miao Yueying, who hadn't experienced the beastly intimidation, was skeptical. I'll report to the team leader first and let him know we've already captured the mutant dog, so he doesn't need to send anyone over. Patting the dust off his clothes, Su Hao stood up with the bag in his hand. The mutated dog inside was completely still, likely due to the strong anesthetic taking effect. The bag was made of special material, not only solving any ventilation concerns but also ensuring that even if the mutated dog woke up from its anesthetic-induced state, it would be nearly impossible for it to tear through this sturdy bag. Very safe. Are you okay? Su Hao turned his gaze to Shin Si-shue, knowing that the feeling of beastly intimidation was unpleasant. I'm fine. Shin Si-shue hurriedly wiped the snot and tears from his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. He had cried so miserably in public. Carrying the bag with the mutated dog, the three-member team walked out of the urban village and drove back to the ability group to deliver the assignment. They placed the limp mutated dog into the pre-prepared reinforced iron cage. A team of specialists from the research institute arrived in a dedicated vehicle to transport it away, officially marking the conclusion of this task. Due to their excellent performance in the task and actively resolving unexpected incidents, although they actually went to eat, each person is rewarded with 10 points of credit, along with a cash bonus of 10,000 yuan issued on the spot. Let's set aside the 10,000 yuan bonus for now. 10 points of credit, although it doesn't seem like much to Su Hao, is actually quite significant. Credits in the ability division are not easy to earn. Bear in mind that routine missions to capture small monsters are typically carried out by a team of 4, and catching a live small monster earns just 20 points of credit. Split among 4 people, that's only 5 points each. These are not the main points. The point is, he accumulated 50 points. Congratulations, from today on you are a level 2 member of the ability group, with permissions upgraded to the rank of section chief. Group leader Xing joked, Xiao Miao, you better work hard. You've barely been a senior for 2 days and you're already surpassed. Currently, aside from the few in training, you're the only level 1 member left in the ability group. Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. If I could run into a superhuman every day, I would have been at level 2 already. Of his 50 points, 20 were earned by introducing superhumans to join the organization. Since superhumans used to be very rare, there might not have been even a few hundred across all of China. That's why the superhuman organization had this reward system in place. However, in reality, earning points in this way was normally even harder than completing tasks. After all, superhumans aren't cabbages. Where would you typically get the chance to encounter a wild one? But Su Hao knew that after the meteor shower, superhumans would no longer be rare. Perhaps, I can farm points with this? This thought surfaced in his mind. At least before the rules change, he could recruit as many freshly awakened superhumans into the organization as possible. 10 points per superhuman. As long as he recruits 10 more people, he can effortlessly advance to a level 3 member. The only problem is, how to find an esper in a short amount of time. Su Hao pondered as he opened the ability module, browsing and searching through the complex tree diagram. Hard work pays off within a few minutes. He found an ability that suited perfectly. Detection. Stare at the target for 3 seconds to obtain basic attribute information about the target. Through touching the target, more detailed data can be acquired. This ability requires 2 ability points to unlock. This is undoubtedly a very practical auxiliary superpower. It can not only help help him locate superpowered individuals to earn points but also gather information about enemies during combat. In online games, scouting-type skills are almost essential as they allow players to understand the strengths and weaknesses of both sides in advance, avoid unnecessary injuries, and even leverage their advantages to attack the enemy's weaknesses and secure victory. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. It's decided, the next superpower will be yours. After completing the task, Miao Yueying and Su Hao both received bonuses and points, while Shen Sishua successfully joined the special abilities team as he had hoped. Team leader Xing assigned someone to drive Shen Sishua to the military district designated for training individuals with special abilities. After bidding farewell to the two, he left by car, and their next meeting would likely be several weeks later. Outside the office, Su Hao asked Miao Yueying, "Sister Miao, what benefits do level 2 members get?" Miao Yueying thought for a moment. The monthly salary increases from 8,000 to 10,000. The police rank rises to level 1 police inspector, which is equivalent to a division level rank. Actually, the difference between level 1 and level 2 isn't that big. Only by reaching level 3 or higher can you get significantly higher privileges. Su Hao pondered, after the promotion, can I still use those 50 points to exchange for vacation? Of course you can. Miao Yueying said, the rank promotion in the ability group follows a cumulative system. The system will calculate all the points you've earned since joining, even if you've used some along the way, as long as they're recorded in your file. I see, that's pretty convenient. Su Hao walked toward the gate, smiling as he said, the rice with gravy earlier wasn't eaten, so according to our prior agreement to treat, let's go to that Sea Heart Buffet restaurant for a meal before leaving. Miao Yueying grinned cheekily, then I won't hold back. The two drove the special ability team's car straight to the Sea Heart restaurant on Donghua Street. This newly opened high-end buffet restaurant had impressive decor and quite an elegant atmosphere. After Su Hao bought the tickets at the counter, the two entered the restaurant, found a spot, and then split up to raid the seafood available at the counters. Miao Yueying truly lived up to her reputation as a tomboy. She piled her plate high with lobsters, salmon, and other seafood, filling up more than half the table. Her selection was even half again as much as what Su Hao had taken, leaving people wondering if she could finish it all. As it turned out, his doubts were completely unnecessary. Miao Yueying devoured the seafood on her plate with astonishing speed, showing not the slightest bit of restraint one might expect from a girl. Her eating manner was hardly better than gobbling down food like a starving wolf. Watching her eat so heartily, Su Hao felt hungry too. He sipped a glass of soda and started in on his plate of barbecue. 8 to 8/10 full, he wiped his mouth and said, the food at this restaurant is indeed quite good. The main thing is, the portions are generous and filling. Miao Yueying chuckled and ran to the buffet area to grab more seafood. Only then did Su Hao realize she had already finished that huge pile of seafood on her plate. Her speed and appetite were practically comparable to those internet big eating streamers. Before long, Miao Yueying returned to her seat with a large plate of barbecue, grinning from ear to ear. Su Hao exclaimed, Sister Miao, you have such a great appetite? That's perfectly normal, isn't it? Most ability users have big appetites to balance their energy consumption. In the organization, my appetite is considered small. Miao Yueying didn't think much of it and instead looked at Su Hao in confusion. Why are you eating so little? Aren't you hungry? I'm not that hungry, Su Hao replied with an awkward smile. Previously, when he did not have a source of magical power in his body, it was true that every time he used his abilities, he needed to eat a large amount of food to fill the hunger. But now it's different. As long as his physical exertion is not overly intense, his food intake is not much different from that of ordinary people. To be honest, Su Hao couldn't figure out the exact energy source of the magical power fountain. As long as he left it alone, the cyclone would recover on its own, much like the automatic energy regeneration in games. He could only roughly speculate that the cyclone might be drawing energy from the air. After eating his fill, Su Hao sat to the side playing on his phone, occasionally glancing at Miao Yueying, who was still dining. This female police officer isn't exactly stunning, but if we were to score her looks, she'd probably rank around a 6. She's slightly more refined and attractive than the average person, falling into the easy on the eyes category. However, her straightforward personality paired with her chic short hair gives off an indescribable charm. Su Hao has only known her for less than 2 days, so it's hard to say if he likes her or not. It's just that during these 2 days of interaction and shared experiences, he's developed a slight fondness for her. Why do you keep staring at me? I can't even eat properly. Miao Yueying noticed Su Hao's gaze and teased, oh, little brother, you're not really thinking about hitting on me, are you? Alright, just for today's meal, big sister might give you a chance. Saying this, she even blew Su Hao a kiss. I just haven't seen a girl eat so fast before. I couldn't help but take a second look, that's all. Fine, I won't look anymore. Su Hao shrugged and continued lowering his head to eat the seafood on his plate. Heh, it's just you being ignorant. Miao Yueying glanced at him briefly, then turned her gaze to the left and frowned, saying, by the way, did you hear that it seems pretty noisy over there? Oh, Su Hao looked in the direction Miao Yueying pointed, but his view was obstructed by a Japanese-style screen. However, However, upon closer listening, there was indeed some commotion coming from behind. It seemed like a conflict had broken out, with the occasional sound of things shattering. It seems like a fight broke out. If you're curious, do you want to go take a look? Su Hao suggested. Niao Yueying shook her head. Forget it, let's not join the excitement. Let's continue eating our food. After saying that, she resumed battling the food on her plate. Most people encountering such situations generally don't bother to intervene. After all, watching the excitement isn't exactly a good habit, and meddling in others' business often leads to trouble. It might even bring unnecessary problems. But Su Hao was different. One of his sources of experience points was meddling in others' business. After completing the dog catching task, I'm just 30 experience points away from reaching level 8. I just need to do one more random task to level up immediately. Su Hao browsed through the system interface, looked toward the source of the commotion, and couldn't hold back. I'm going to the restroom. After speaking, he quickly walked toward the screen. Rounding the screen that was blocking the view, he looked closely and saw that it was a couple in conflict, arguing. It seemed to be a relationship dispute. The man had overturned the table, while the woman was cursing at him. Several staff members were standing by, trying to mediate. Ahem, just as expected, there was no reaction from the system mission. It's hard for an outsider to mediate domestic quarrels. Since it was a lover's spat, it wasn't his place to intervene. What a pity. Just as Su Hao was regretfully about to turn and leave, he unintentionally noticed that the scattered fragments of tableware on the ground were inexplicably trembling irregularly. An earthquake? Su Hao's nerves instantly tensed as he looked around. His enhanced attention, already sharper than that of ordinary people, allowed him to notice these subtle anomalies that no one else had detected. Only the fragments near the overturned dining table were trembling, while there were no abnormalities in other areas. Could it be? He looked up in horror at the young couple and found the man clenching his fists, struggling to suppress his anger. His face became ferocious and twisted, and as his body trembled with restraint, the small objects around him kept shaking. Ding! Side quest triggered. Prevent the awakening. Mission requirements. The awakened ability of this superhuman has a high danger level. The energy suppressed for a long time could potentially destroy the current building. For the sake of public safety, please interrupt the awakening temporarily. Mission rewards: 8,000 experience points, 150 training points. Someone else has awakened, and their ability is actually this dangerous. Su Hao's expression was grave. Ignoring his surprise, he quietly approached with a subtle current of electricity brewing in his palm, and gently placed his hand on the back of the man's neck. Seeing Su Hao step forward, the woman who was pointing at her boyfriend and cursing froze for a moment. Who are you? Lu Yuanming's friend? Oh, something like that. Su Hao answered carelessly, his mind entirely focused on brewing the lightning element in his palm, releasing a current strong enough to stun an ordinary person. The stimulating current surged into the man's neck, causing his entire body to convulse as he suppressed his anger, letting out meaningless screams of agony. Subsequently, the extraordinary power he had been accumulating suddenly erupted. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. An invisible shockwave burst forth from his body. The light bulb overhead shattered, and the tatami-covered ceiling cracked open into a large hole. Even the onlookers within several meters of the impact were forced back a few steps by an invisible force. Guests farther away couldn't help but cover their ears and glance toward the source of the sound. What was that loud noise just now? It scared me. My ears are almost deafened. What's going on with the restaurant? Could it be a gas explosion? Should we call 119? If it really was a gas explosion, it might even cause a fire. How about we evacuate first? The restaurant guests were all talking at once, and the buffet area was in complete chaos. Many people even put down their utensils and hurriedly left. The culprit behind all this, after releasing the shockwave, rolled their eyes and passed out completely. Similarly, Su Hao wasn't feeling well either. Being the closest to the source, he undoubtedly bore the brunt of the impact. His whole body felt as if he'd been hit by a car, his stomach churning violently, and he couldn't help but vomit up all the seafood he'd just eaten. There was a trace of blood mixed with the vomit at the corner of his mouth, suggesting that his organs might have been injured by the shock. Taking out a napkin to wipe his mouth, Su Hao casually picked up a glass of juice from the nearby table, rinsed his mouth, took a few deep breaths, and finally regained his composure. Hey, seriously? I even electrocuted this guy unconscious, and I still can't interrupt his ability release? And this power is way too brutal. What kind of incredible ability has this guy awakened? Looking at the mess around him, he couldn't help but complain. His physique is more than twice that of an average person, yet he almost couldn't withstand it. If this man had accumulated energy for a longer time, blowing up the entire restaurant wouldn't have been impossible. It's hard to say whether this is fortunate or unfortunate. Apart from Su Hao, the only ones who witnessed the man releasing the shockwave, two waiters and his girlfriend, were all knocked unconscious. At such a close distance, only someone with Su Hao's beast-like physique could endure it. Sir, are you alright? We deeply apologize. The restaurant seems to have had an unexpected accident. We'll call an ambulance right away. The restaurant manager heard the explosion and rushed over. When he saw several people fainted on the ground and Suhao with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His mind went blank. Their restaurant had been open for less than half a month, and now they were facing such an accident. The impact would undoubtedly be very negative. If they didn't suppress the matter and resolve it privately, it was uncertain whether they could continue operating smoothly. No need. Suhao waved his hand, refusing the restaurant manager's assistance, and took out the credentials of the Special Abilities Unit from his pocket. Law enforcement by the Public Security Agency, please cooperate. The manager, upon seeing the rank of first-class police supervisor on the credentials, was almost dumbfounded. What was going on? Did their restaurant accidentally involve a public security officer in this incident? This is a complete disaster. There's no way to downplay this situation. This matter has nothing to do with your restaurant. As for the specific cause, I am not authorized to disclose it. Suhao saw the person in charge with a bitter expression and explained, however, you still need to publicly announce that it was a natural gas leak. Of course, this is just a formality. The incident won't be reported in the news, and no one will investigate it. Later, the relevant authorities will compensate your restaurant for the losses. The person in charge nodded blankly. Alright, our restaurant will fully cooperate. Receiving a positive response, Suhao hoisted the unconscious man onto his shoulder and left a special card from the ability group for the person in charge. I'll take this man with me first. Later, when the police come to investigate, just give them this card. After saying that, Suhao carried the man to find Miao Yueying. What was that sound just now? Did the natural gas really explode? Miao Yueying was still focused on eating her crayfish, completely calm and unaffected by the explosion sound earlier. She looked up and saw him carrying someone on his shoulder, her face full of surprise. What the heck? Where did you go? How did you end up bringing a guy back just from a trip to the bathroom? You're not secretly into that, are you? Cut it out. I have something serious to say. Suhao was speechless. This guy is an esper, and the noise just now was caused by him awakening his ability. Another esper? Miao Yueying's eyes widened, her tone full of incredulity and astonishment. How do you do it? Just casually grab someone and they turn out to be an esper? Actually, I just went to watch the commotion earlier, and this guy was one of the people arguing. Suhao awkwardly scratched his head. I saw the fragments trembling under his feet when he was angry, and instinctively felt that this guy's ability might be somewhat dangerous. To prevent any trouble, I took action and knocked him out first. Unfortunately, the suppressed power still erupted before he lost consciousness, knocking out several people over there. I guess we'll need the logistics team to clean up the mess. I really have nothing to say. Miao Yueying slapped her forehead. Being with you always gives me a sense of defeat stemming from sheer luck. Ha ha. Suhao let out a dry laugh. Looks like I need to make another trip to the ability group. Why don't you head back first? No need, I'll stay with you. Miao Yueying crossed her arms. You've already treated me to a meal. Wouldn't it be unkind of me to leave you behind and run home alone? By the way, is your injury okay? Your lip is bleeding. This side. She pointed to the left side of her lips, indicating that Suhao hadn't wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, earlier he had only casually wiped his mouth, and bloodstains aren't that easy to clean off. Suhao wiped away the bloodstains with his finger. I'm fine, it's just that my internal organs feel a bit uncomfortable from the shock. Miao Yueying said worriedly, I heard that the shockwave from an explosion can cause internal organ rupture. If left untreated, it can lead to internal bleeding. How about going to the hospital for a checkup first? Suhao pondered for a moment. I personally feel the injury isn't too serious. Let's send the person to the ability group first. Going to the hospital can wait a bit. So, the two of them made a call to team leader Xing and drove back to the ability group together. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, level 3. You have gained 4 allocatable attribute points. You have gained 1 ability point. Inside the office. After listening to Suhao's description of the process of discovering the ability user and his speculation about the ability, team leader Xing coughed twice, glanced at the unconscious man, then at Suhao, and didn't know what to say. Once or twice could be luck, but the third time becomes somewhat unbelievable. An ability related to shockwaves? And the longer it's suppressed, the more powerful it becomes. It truly is a dangerous ability, practically equivalent to a walking shock bomb. It can't be left unchecked. Team leader Xing pondered for a moment. Very well, Xiao Su, you've made another great contribution this time. If you hadn't knocked him out midway, there might have been even greater casualties. In addition to the 10 points for discovering an ability user, you'll be rewarded with an extra 10 points and a bonus of 10,000. Thank you, team leader. Suhao smiled, having just earned another 20 points. Awesome. Ha! No need to thank me. Team leader Xing waved his hand. I heard from Xiao Miao that your internal organs were injured by the shock. This is no minor injury. Don't delay, go to the hospital for a checkup right away. The medical expenses will be reimbursed from public funds. After bidding farewell to team leader Xing, Miao Yueying drove Suhao to the hospital to register and get a checkup. After taking the x-ray and undergoing a series of comprehensive examinations, the diagnosis was revealed. His internal organs suffered some minor injuries, but nothing serious, not to the extent of requiring surgery. The main issue was some signs of bleeding in the stomach, which had already healed on its own. However, the doctor still recommended hospitalization for rest and observation. Suhao naturally refused to be hospitalized. Are you kidding? His time is far too precious. Just a few days lying in a hospital bed would be enough for him to level up again. To be honest, that guy's awakened ability is way too strong, isn't it? Just taking a hit from an unfinished shockwave almost ruptured my internal organs. If he had fully charged it, wouldn't it have turned someone into an idiot on the spot? Suhao clutched his stomach with a gloomy expression. This could be said to be the most severe injury he had suffered since obtaining the system. Didn't he know how serious ruptured internal organs could be? If there was massive internal bleeding, he'd have to be rushed to the emergency room for surgery, or else his life would be in danger. If he'd known that guy would release a shockwave even before passing out, he would have stayed far away and smashed him with a brick instead. Are you really not going to stay in the hospital for observation for a while? Miao Yueying couldn't help but say, anyway, it's public healthcare. What's the harm in staying in the hospital for a few days? Internal bleeding is no joke. You still don't know my constitution? Since the hospital has already diagnosed that my internal organs have healed themselves, there's definitely nothing serious. Suhao shrugged. Besides, I've hated hospitals since I was a kid. Unless it's a major injury requiring stitches or bone setting, I generally don't come here, let alone stay hospitalized. Miao Yueying asked curiously, why? Suhao suddenly looked serious. What if I told you I could see ghosts when I was a kid? Would you believe me? I would. Miao Yueying nodded. Ha! Suhao was stunned and scratched his head. That's not how the script goes. Aren't you supposed to say you don't believe me at this point? Miao Yueying rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense. Even though I haven't seen a ghost myself, our paranormal team specializes in handling supernatural phenomena, and one of our jurisdictions includes ghosts and spirits. So, do you think I'd believe you or not? Well, I actually forgot about that. Suhao helplessly spread his hands. But I did see a ghost when I was a kid. To be honest, I'm not sure if it really was one. Anyway, it was just some childhood nightmares and hazy experiences. In any case, I've never liked staying in hospitals for too long since I was young. What kind of hazy experiences? Tell me about them. Miao Yueying became interested. Perhaps every woman is born with a curious heart, and even a tomboy like her couldn't escape it. Suhao looked down at his phone. It's past 9. We've been busy until this hour without realizing it. Why don't we head back first? We can talk about this topic next time. Are you teasing me? Miao Yueying looked displeased. Fine, considering you're injured, I won't argue with you. Get in the car, let's go. Remember to tell me next time you're on a mission. Definitely, definitely. Suhao laughed heartily. In fact, he avoided the topic simply because he didn't want to discuss it in the middle of the night. Some memories, when deeply unearthed, are too intriguing. After all, they are personal experiences, and it's hard not to repeatedly dwell on them and become overly suspicious. Later, when he gets home, he still wants to have a good sleep. The fact that he experienced a paranormal event in his childhood was not a fabrication. Most people, as children, have likely gone through some indescribable experiences, but they naturally forget about them as they grow up. Took a ride back to the residential area. After bidding farewell to Miao Yueying, Suhao returned to his own room. After a busy day, my own bed is still the most comfortable. Suhao lay down on the soft, large bed, planning to have a good sleep. Who would have thought that his stomach would start growling at this moment? Only then did he remember that everything he ate in the afternoon had been vomited out due to the shock, leaving his stomach completely empty. Damn it, I finally got to enjoy some high-end seafood buffet, and it was gone before I could even digest it. Looks like I'll have to rely on takeout to survive. With a face full of helplessness, Suhao opened the app, randomly picked a restaurant, and ordered a few light dishes. Like a salted fish, he lay flat on the bed, silently staring at the ceiling, feeling the hunger while waiting for the takeout to arrive. I'm absolutely exhausted today. First, I wandered around the urban village to catch a mutated dog, and my mind was hit by supernatural powers. Then, while having a buffet meal, I encountered someone awakening their abilities, and my body was ravaged by supernatural forces again. The phrase, physically and mentally drained, couldn't be more fitting. Only gains can heal my wounded soul. However, the thought that after today's efforts he had finally leveled up again made all of Suhao's unhappiness vanish. He contentedly opened the system interface. His current attribute interface is as follows. Character, Suhao, level 8. Physique, 21 points. Strength, 16 points. Agility, 20 points. Spirit, 11 points. Allocatable attributes, 4 points. Experience points, 530. Experience needed for next level, 2,230 points. Experience points have already accumulated to over 500? Alright. Seeing the astonishing number of experience points, Suhao's heart trembled. He hadn't expected the accumulation of experience points from each task to be this much. With these experience points, he could even upgrade all the specialization modules once more. The experience points required for the next level skyrocketing to 3,000 was within his expectations. There was nothing surprising about it. The further one progresses, the more experience points are needed needed for upgrades. This is the law of all upgrade systems. It's just that, for now, he doesn't know if the growth rate follows a fixed multiplier. Side quest completed. He clicked on the specialization module. Task rewards, 800 experience points, 150 practice points. Suhao pondered for a moment and decided to first upgrade Bajiquan. He was also very curious about the power that could be unleashed by delving deeper into ancient martial arts. Do you want to spend 500 experience points to upgrade Bajiquan to the elite level? What the heck? This is daylight robbery. Even though Suhao had mentally prepared himself, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he saw the staggering number of experience points required. The total experience points he spent upgrading all his specializations combined probably don't even reach this number. Even upgrading martial arts to the master level only cost him 100 experience points, right? But what about Bajiquan? Upgrading it to the elite level requires 500 experience points. This is insane. Wouldn't it take several thousand experience points to upgrade this thing to the master level? And to reach the grandmaster level, wouldn't it exceed 10,000? Holding his forehead, Suhao went through a difficult mental struggle and finally gritted his teeth and pressed the confirm button, consuming a large amount of experience points to upgrade Bajiquan to the elite level. For no other reason, he just wanted to see what was so extraordinary about such an expensive Bajiquan. The experience points dropped back to double digits, and with it, a massive influx of knowledge and experience surged into the depths of his mind. This time, the knowledge transfer seemed somewhat complex. Suhao lay stiffly on the bed, his body involuntarily twitching and trembling. He could even clearly feel subtle changes occurring in certain joints and muscles of his body, aligning with some of the power exertion points of Bajiquan. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt as if he had experienced years of martial arts training in his subconscious. In fact, only a few breaths had passed in reality. The body regained control. Suhao tentatively stood up, performed a few moves of boxing, and discovered that every punch he threw seemed to instinctively exert all his strength. His muscles perfectly aligned with the force points of the boxing technique, unleashing 120% of its power. Is this the essence of elite-level Bajiquan? The value of ancient martial arts lies not only in the moves themselves but also in the long-term tempering of the body through practice, integrating the essence of martial arts into one's flesh and blood. No wonder it requires so much experience value. These 500 experience points were well spent. Suhao praised with admiration. He now had confidence that even without relying on physical strength, he could use the precision and mastery of his techniques to utterly defeat those dozens of people in the martial arts hall. And it would be a flawless victory. He wouldn't be hit by even a single punch from his opponents. By the way, let's improve my constitution a bit and heal the internal injuries, so I can enjoy my meal later without any discomfort. He casually added 2 points to constitution, fought for a moment, and then added 2 points to strength. He hadn't increased his strength attribute in a long time. It had been around 16 points for ages. Even after adding 2 points, it only reached 18. Next time he leveled up, he'd have to raise it to more than double that of an average person just to satisfy his OCD. A warm current surged through his body. Under the healing of the warm current, the faint pain from the injuries in his body completely disappeared without a trace. The system upgrade really cures all ailments. Next time, I should save a few attribute points and see if this warm current can even save me from the brink of death. Suhao muttered to himself. Just as he was about to close the system interface, another system notification sounded. Ding! 1/10 of the ability crystal has been successfully absorbed, gaining 1 ability point. 3 days are up? Suhao was taken aback. He had almost forgotten that the system was still absorbing the ability source crystal. Within a month, every 3 days, it would add an ability point for him. What did this mean? He had now accumulated 2 ability points. Detection ability, here I come. Hee. Overjoyed, Suhao wore a mischievous grin and eagerly clicked on the ability tree diagram, flipping to the detection ability and lighting it up without hesitation. A peculiar, tingling warmth surged into his eyes, and a faint golden glow flickered in his pupils. The light radiated from the surface of his eyes before retreating into the depths of his pupils, leaving only a faint glimmer visible. Rubbing his eyes, Suhao turned his gaze to the nearest smartphone and silently activated detection in his mind. Smartphone, Rice brand smartphone, owner Suhao, market value approximately 3,000 RMB. That's right. Investigative abilities can be used not only on people but also on objects. With just a casual glance, he obtained this basic information from the phone. What would happen if he delved deeper into the investigation? Suhao picked up the phone and activated his investigative ability while holding it in front of his eyes. Smartphone, a Rice brand smartphone with 8 GB of RAM, 128 GB of storage, a core of. Owner, Suhao. It contains bank cards, social media accounts, photos, documents, and various private information. Unlock password. Market value, approximately 3,000 renminbi. Not only the configuration, but it can even detect the phone's password. No way, really? Suhao was dumbfounded, a little incredulous. It was probably because this was originally his phone, so it could detect the password. Otherwise, Otherwise, this detection ability would be too overpowered. If it could identify phone passwords, wouldn't it also be able to detect bank card passwords? He might as well quit his job and focus on hacking accounts to get rich, starting with stealing Manhwa Tang's QQ account. Try someone else's phone tomorrow and you'll know. The consumption of reconnaissance isn't that high. After using reconnaissance twice, the cyclone of the mana fountain only weakened slightly, even less than the consumption of casually releasing a lightning element. After confirming that this ability was both practical and convenient, Suhao felt at ease, closed the system interface, and fell into a deep sleep. A night of good dreams. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Suhao groggily wanted to sleep a little longer, but a knocking sound came from outside the door, forcing him to get out of bed to open it. However, he didn't recognize the person outside, a young man dressed in black, which immediately put Suhao on alert, his drowsiness vanishing. Before the man could speak, he preemptively used his newly acquired ability to investigate. Zhou Chuliang, upright primate, estimated height 178 centimeters, healthy condition, exhibits a certain degree of aggression, abilities unknown. For more information, please make physical contact with the target. Another ability user? What on earth is going on? Even if the meteor shower triggered a wave of abilities, there's no reason for ability users to swarm to his doorstep like cabbages every day. What do you want? Suhao raised his eyebrows slightly, unable to figure out the intention of this Esper's visit. The reconnaissance information even indicated an aggressive tendency? Could it be that the visitor harbors ill intentions? Are you Suhao? The man in black spoke in a condescending tone, his attitude disdainful. Nonsense. Suhao snorted coldly. Before asking someone else's name, report your own first. The man in black raised an eyebrow. Without even a greeting, he swung his fist directly at Suhao's face. This man's punch was incredibly fast and came from a tricky angle. Suhao couldn't estimate the exact force behind it, but he was certain this punch was not something an ordinary person could throw. This man in black was a trained fighter. Ding! Side quest triggered. Defeat the man in black. Task requirement. Someone has come to provoke you. How can you not fight back? Task reward, 800 experience points, 150 practice points. The system notification sound flashed past his ears. Even without the task, he would never be careless when it came to fighting back. Suhao's face turned cold as he reversed his grip to intercept the man's punch, firmly locking his elbow. His right fist then twisted, using the explosive force technique of Bajiquan, counterattacking straight toward the man's face. Not bad. The man in black frowned, tilting his head to the side, narrowly dodging Suhao's punch in an extremely precarious manner. An unexpected scene unfolded. His head quickly turned back, using his cheek and shoulder to forcibly clamp Suhao's wrist. Then, feigning an attack with his foot, his empty left fist swung fiercely toward Suhao's side abdomen. If it landed, it would almost certainly cause organ rupture. A dilemma. If Suhao used his leg to block the punch, the feigned attack from the opponent's foot would turn into a real one, likely knocking him down. Even if he let go of the opponent's right fist, the disadvantage would remain, to no avail. For an ordinary person, this would already be a fatal situation. However, a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of Suhao's mouth. Think this can stump me? What a joke. I'm not that easy to deal with. Facing this life or death peril, he suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing the explosive force of Bajiquan. Every muscle activation point simultaneously erupted with immense power. Stomp and shift the hips and twist the waist and thrust the shoulder, rotate the shoulder and thrust the arm and shake the fist. The 5-step force is executed in one seamless motion. This punch carries the power of 1,000 pounds. This is the profound essence of elite-level Bajiquan. Using the momentum of this full-body force, Suhao forcibly pulled out his trapped hand. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he dodged the punch, closed in, and bent his arm to hook toward the neck of the man in black. As long as he hooks the vulnerable neck, he can easily subdue the enemy. What terrifying strength! The man in black was stunned by Suhao's punch, and before he could even react in surprise, he was forced to deal with Suhao's relentless follow-up attacks. After these few exchanges, it was clear that the man in black was inferior to Suhao in both speed and strength. At this moment, Suhao had taken the initiative and was utterly unstoppable. Just as he was about to hook the man's neck, the man in black remained calm and composed. He stomped his foot, leaned to the right, and avoided Suhao's arm with a posture that no ordinary person could achieve. Why is this guy as slippery as a loach? Suhao frowned and seized the opportunity to throw a few more punches, but each time, just as he was about to land a hit, the man in black narrowly dodged with subtle movements. Every time, it was just a fraction of an inch away. It was truly infuriating. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Clearly, his physical fitness and moves are inferior to mine, yet every time I'm about to hit him, he manages to dodge at the most unbelievable angle. Suhao was utterly perplexed. He could only speculate that it might have something to do with the enemy's special ability. If he didn't block all of the opponent's escape routes, it would probably be very difficult to catch this slippery eel. Countering each move with another, after more than a dozen exchanges, although Suhao was overwhelmingly suppressing the man in black, neither side managed to land a punch on the other. You've got some skills, I must must admit, looks like I underestimated you. I'll have to get a bit more serious. The man in black was clearly not as physically strong as Su Hao and was already panting heavily, but he still refused to back down, spouting tough words. What's the source of your confidence? Can you spare me a few carats of it? Su Hao was speechless. Aside from being ambushed at the beginning, this guy was basically getting beaten up the entire time. Where did he get such confidence to think about a counter kill? Does he think he's Ultraman, able to unleash a big move to instantly defeat the monster when he's on the brink of defeat? But considering that this idiot is at least an Esper, it's better to be a bit cautious to avoid any unexpected mishaps. Losing to someone else wouldn't be a big deal, but losing to this guy would be a bit embarrassing. Take this. The man in black raised his fists in a comical pose, yet his face was solemn as he charged straight at Su Hao with a do-or-die attitude. What the heck? A self-destructive attack? Su Hao couldn't help but laugh, neither dodging nor retreating, as he assumed a defensive stance of the Vajra 8 forms. The disparity in strength was too great. He basically didn't treat this as a duel but approached it with a playful attitude, curious to see what tricks this fool could come up with. Even if something unexpected happened, he had his lightning element ability as a safeguard. Losing? Impossible. In an instant, the man in black attacked, closing in. It's worth mentioning his posture. Both fists held out in front of him. Should it be described as resembling a zombie hop or a superhero flying pose? Either way, it was ridiculously comical. No child would use such a silly move in a fight. His entire body was full of openings. Su Hao originally intended to grab this guy's two fists with his hands and then kick him flying with one foot. Who would have thought that just as he raised his fist, the opponent's left fist dropped down at just the right moment to block his punch. Su Hao frowned and had to change his move temporarily, but as soon as he adjusted, the opponent seemed to predict his move again. The left fist slightly adjusted its position and once again blocked his punch. Restricted at every turn, it was incredibly frustrating. Just as Su Hao was considering changing his move, the man in black took the opportunity to launch his right fist at a tricky angle towards Su Hao's chest. If one looked closely, it wouldn't be hard to notice that the man's left leg was also poised, aiming at Su Hao's lower body. If he dodges the punch, he definitely won't escape the deadly strike below. What the hell? Do you have no shame? You're even using such a despicable move like a groin kick? Su Hao couldn't hold back anymore. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone in the face, and you don't kick someone in the groin. Since you don't play by the rules, I won't hold back either. Without hesitation, he decided to go all in. Using his chest to take the punch from the man in black head on, he didn't even let out a grunt. Reaching out, he grabbed the back of the man's neck, and a surge of electricity burst from his palm, knocking the guy out on the spot. Phew, trying to take me on? You're still too green for that. Su Hao patted his chest. With over 20 points of physique, taking a punch only left him feeling slightly stuffy in the chest. Where on earth did this fool come from? He acts like he has a grudge against me, and not only is he an Esper, but also a martial artist. Have I offended anyone recently? Glancing at the man in black convulsing on the ground, Su Hao tilted his head, pondered for a long while, but couldn't figure it out. He's been busy with the Esper group matters these past few days and doesn't recall provoking any martial artists. Forget it, better find a rope and tie this guy up first. When he wakes up, there'll be plenty of time for interrogation. Dragging the man in black into the living room, Su Hao couldn't find any rope at home, so he had to use a belt to tie up his hands and feet, casually tossing him onto the floor. Before sending this guy to the superpower unit, he first needed to figure out who this person was, why he knew his address, and why he seemed to have a grudge against him. For now, all he had discovered through investigation was that the man in black was named Zhou Chuliang, possessed a superpower, and nothing else. After the previous fight, he had a rough understanding of the man in black's strength. After pondering for a moment, he used his scouting ability on the man again. Zhou Chuliang, upright primate, height 178 centimeters, weight 145 kilograms, unconscious state, ability unknown. Target attribute information acquired. Constitution 13 points, strength 14 points, agility 16 points, spirit 10 points. This guy's agility isn't low, is it? But it's still strange. Even with 20 points in agility, I might not be able to pull off those extreme dodges he just did. Su Hao frowned as he scrutinized the man in black. This guy's physical fitness is clearly far superior to that of an average person, and his agility is even much stronger than most trained fighters. If it weren't for encountering someone like Su Hao, who not only excels in martial arts but also possesses dual abilities, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. Moreover, this guy wasn't completely powerless to fight back. Before losing consciousness, he even managed to land a punch on Su Hao's chest, though it embarrassingly failed to break through his defense. Little fists punching your chest? Su Hao shivered in disgust, fetched a glass of water from the bathroom, and splashed it on the man in black's face to wake him up. The man in black was initially a bit dazed, but upon seeing Su Hao, he immediately snapped awake. He struggled to stand up, only to realize that his hands and feet were tightly bound. Breaking free from a belt wasn't going to be easy. Damn it! Let me go right now. Are you stupid? Have you assessed the situation? Still dare to order me? Su Hao glanced at the guy, ignored him, leisurely leisurely went to the fridge to grab a cold drink and sat on the sofa while watching the man in black on the floor squirm and struggle like a maggot. After a few minutes, guessing that the guy had worn himself out, he stopped struggling and lay on the floor like a dead dog, glaring fiercely at Su Hao. Only then did Su Hao speak. Done struggling? The man in black said nothing, just stared at Su Hao with a deadly glare, though unfortunately, looks couldn't kill. Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll face severity. Su Hao coughed lightly. Be honest, who exactly are you? Who sent you? I don't recall offending anyone recently. Could it be that scoundrel Lu Bapi? Though I find it hard to believe he could hire someone like you. The man in black snorted coldly. You beat up my senior brothers, and you still have the nerve to play dumb? I came here today to settle the score. As he spoke, he suddenly fell silent, probably feeling that lying on the ground and talking tough was a bit embarrassing. He kept saying he wanted to turn the tables, but look at him now tied up like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Beat up your senior brothers? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, racking his brain. Why don't I have much impression of that? I've been so busy these past few days, maybe I can't quite remember some minor things. How about you remind me again? The man in black angrily said. You are going too far. He probably thought Su Hao was deliberately pretending not to remember, secretly mocking that beating up his senior brothers was just a trivial matter. Su Hao expressed his innocence. He genuinely couldn't remember. These past few days had been so hectic that he had taken on more than a dozen system tasks. Besides, he didn't even know this man in black, and as for the name Zhou Chuliang, he had never even heard of it. Stop pretending. My master originally brought the senior brothers to your martial arts school for an exchange and sparring, but you, disregarding your role as a coach, insisted on fighting with our senior brother. The man in black said indignantly, you are so unreasonable. Exchanges and sparring should be between apprentices, so why did you, a coach, meddle in it? You made my senior brothers upset for several days. Are you from the group that practices Tongbei Fist? Su Hao finally remembered. A few days ago, he did help young Hangwu drive away a group of challengers. Could it be that those people, unable to swallow their pride, came back to settle the score? He glanced at the man in black. Are you the apprentice of Master Lu? The man in black raised his head proudly. That's right. Fourth disciple of the Lu-style Tongbei Fist. Zhou Chuliang. The words sounded impressive, but this guy was lying on the ground with his head raised, looking more like a turtle stretching its neck. Oh, so you're the fourth disciple. Su Hao almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I don't think I was being unreasonable. It was your master who first suggested that I spar with your senior brother. To avoid bullying the younger ones, I already made enough concessions by taking on 5 of you at once. Could that still be considered bullying your senior brother? The man in black, Zhou Chuliang, was rendered speechless. It was indeed their master who had suggested Su Hao spar with the senior brother. Moreover, taking on 5 opponents at once certainly couldn't be considered bullying the younger ones. There was no fault to be found from any perspective. Actually, when he came to the door, he never intended to reason with Su Hao, so upon closer examination, he didn't really have much of a valid point. A few days ago, he awakened his special ability and found that his strength had greatly improved. He originally planned to take this opportunity to go to Su Hao and give him a beating, regaining face for his master and senior brothers. As for reasoning, if he could win the fight, what need was there to reason? Proving that their martial arts school was stronger would be enough. However, what he didn't expect was that this martial arts coach was even stronger than his master and senior brothers had described, and unbelievably strong at that. He didn't even know how he had been knocked unconscious just now. Clearly remembered that he had managed to land a full-force punch on the chest with great difficulty, so why was the next person to pass out actually him? Why are you silent? Speak up. Seeing Zhou Chuliang remain silent, Su Hao chuckled twice. Coming to my doorstep early in the morning to deliberately stir up trouble by the rules, giving you a good beating is nothing you can blame others for, right? Zhou Chuliang closed his eyes and stiffened his neck. Kill me or cut me, do as you please. How can there be so much fighting and killing in a society governed by the rule of law? Su Hao shrugged. Beating you up doesn't benefit me either. I'll let the matter of the fight slide for now. Let's talk about something else first. Talk about what? Zhou Chuliang said warily. Coming to find you was entirely my own idea. It has nothing to do with my master or senior brothers. Look at what you're saying. I never planned to cause them any trouble. Su Hao leaned forward, his eyes fixed on him without a trace of emotion. What is your ability? Zhou Chuliang was startled but pretended to be calm, feigning ignorance. What ability? You can think of it as a special power. Su Hao spoke eloquently. Your superpower should have awakened just in the past few days, right? Playing dumb won't work. I already know you have a superpower. I'm just curious about what exactly your superpower is. Exposed by Su Hao about the secret of his superpower, Zhou Chuliang fell silent. Who exactly are you? To be honest, I also have a superpower. Su Hao shrugged. You've seen my physical fitness. If it weren't for the fact that every time I was about to land a hit, you slipped away like a loach, with your limited fighting skills, forget about taking me on one-on-one. Even if 7 or 8 of you came at me, I could easily knock you all down. Yeah, right. Zhou Chuliang retorted stubbornly. Bragging doesn't cost you anything, huh? Cut the nonsense and spill it Pilot, what exactly is your superpower? If you don't talk, don't blame me for resorting to harsher methods. Su Hao couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with this guy. He looked around nervously, then simply grabbed a toilet plunger from the restroom and waved it in front of Zhou Chuliang's face. This immediately scared the guy into silence, making him shrink his neck and shut his mouth tightly. My ability is to temporarily accelerate my own thinking. Unable to resist Su Hao's intimidating interrogation, Zhou Chuliang confessed honestly. I only discovered this ability the day before yesterday while sparring with my senior brother. As long as I focus, I can speed up my thinking by about 10 times, giving me more time during a fight to analyze the situation and consider how to dodge or counterattack. Accelerated thinking? Su Hao was taken aback upon hearing this, momentarily unsure whether this ability was strong or weak. Calling it strong seems a bit much, as it merely accelerates thinking and lacks any practical combat effectiveness. If faced with an unavoidable situation, such as a bullet heading straight for the face, even if thinking is accelerated 100-fold, it would be useless if the body isn't fast enough to dodge. If it is weak, accelerating one's own thinking is equivalent to slowing down the actions of the entire world from a certain perspective. The various extreme evasions previously performed by Zhou Chuliang were precisely thanks to this special ability. Originally, with his skills, he wouldn't have lasted even 3 moves against Su Hao. However, relying on the ability to accelerate his thinking, he managed to fight dozens of moves and even force Su Hao to take a punch head-on to knock him out. Su Hao couldn't help but ask, how long can you maintain the state of accelerated thinking? Zhou Chuliang reluctantly replied, under normal circumstances, it's 1 second. If I grit my teeth and push through, I can maintain it for about 3 seconds. After each acceleration, there are always a few seconds where it's hard to concentrate. No wonder, the duration is very short. Su Hao understood. A single instance of accelerated thinking can only last a few seconds at most, and it's difficult to perform continuously, which makes it quite limited. Anyway, since his superpower was already exposed, Zhou Chuliang simply shouted, do you have anything to eat at your place? I just used accelerated thinking too many times, and I'm starving. Even prisoners of war have human rights, right? Give me something to eat, will you? Su Hao couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't refuse the request. He untied the rope binding Zhou Chuliang's hands and threw him a pack of whole wheat bread from the fridge. He wasn't worried that Zhou Chuliang would break free and retaliate against him. His strength was evident, and he had confidence. Zhou Chuliang obediently shrank into a corner, drinking water and eating bread without making any rash moves. However, he occasionally stole glances at the front door and the belt tied around his feet, seemingly plotting how to escape. Su Hao took out his phone and called Team Leader Xing. Hello, Team Leader, I found another superhuman. The person on the other end was stunned. Xiao Su, don't joke around so early in the morning. Su Hao calmly said, for some personal reasons, a superhuman just came to my house to cause trouble, and I subdued him. He said his ability is accelerated thinking, another special type superhuman. There was silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds. Alright, bring the person to the ability group. Team Leader Xing was almost numb to it, but Su Hao constantly finding ability users wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, the ability group was expanding its recruitment nowadays, and no matter how many ability users were brought in, they could handle it. Hanging up the phone, Su Hao took out his police credentials and flashed them in front of Zhou Chuliang. Come with me, your ability needs to be registered with the national agency. Ha! Zhou Chuliang was dumbfounded. Aren't you a coach at the Bajiquan martial arts school? How did you suddenly become a cop? Temporary coach. Su Hao corrected him. Also, I'm not a cop but a member of the Special Operations Bureau. Even though he showed his credentials, Zhou Chuliang couldn't help but ask questions left and right. Su Hao completely ignored him, dragged him out of the residential area, and hailed a taxi to head to the ability group. Zhou Chuliang complained, aren't you with a government agency? Why are you still taking a taxi? Just shut up, will you? Su Hao glared at Zhou Chuliang irritably, feeling frustrated himself. It seemed like he needed to move up his plan to buy a car. Or, secretly taking a car for covert operations from the bureau wouldn't be a bad idea? Isn't that exactly what Miao Yueying did? Arrived at the Special Abilities Unit. Following the same procedure as before, Zhou Chuliang was brought to the office and introduced to Captain Xing. Captain Xing was very interested in Zhou Chuliang's identity as a martial artist. Ordinary people with the ability of accelerated thinking find it hard to achieve significant results without training, but it's different for trained fighters. Their control over their bodies rivals that of specially trained soldiers, and accelerated thinking is like adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, Zhou Chuliang's ability also enhances physical fitness, making his combat power far from weak. Accelerated thinking is not only effective in combat but also excels in firearms usage. With just a bit of practice, one can perform skills similar to bullet time in games, becoming a sharpshooter with perfect accuracy. The allure of the ability group to ordinary people, coupled with Zhou Chuliang's clean record, it didn't take long for both parties to sign a contract, and like Su Hao, it was the kind of contract that didn't require immediate training. The ability group generally won't interfere with your matters at the martial arts gym, as long as you complete your your missions on time. I'll have someone take you to the shooting range later for firearm practice. From now on, Xiao Su will be your senior. Since you two already know each other, feel free to consult him if you have any questions. Team leader Xing organized the documents, smiling cheerfully at the two of them. Consult him? Zhou Chulian looked disgusted. Team leader, can you assign me someone else? Team leader Xing immediately rejected the request. You're all comrades in the same organization. Don't be so dismissive. Spend more time together, and you'll get along just fine. With no other choice, Zhou Chuliang had to agree. Su Hao didn't mind. He was only concerned about how much his points had increased. Team leader, are there any tasks recently? Team leader Xing looked surprised. Huh? No. Su Hao couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. If there's a mission, call me first thing. For others, going on a mission is a troublesome and exhausting task, but for him, it's completely different. Not only does he need points to get promoted to a level 3 member, but he also requires a large number of side missions to level up and accumulate experience. Xiao Su, your work attitude is very proactive. Not bad. I'll apply to the higher-ups to get you a bonus when there's a chance. Team leader Xing nodded approvingly, thinking about how Su Hao had made so many contributions just days after joining the ability group. What leader wouldn't like such a hard-working subordinate? Side quest completed. Task rewards, 800 experience points, 150 practice points. Su Hao also seized the opportunity. Team leader, I've taken no less than 10 taxi rides recently just to commute to the special abilities unit. Do you think the bureau could lend me a duty car for now? Team leader Xing thought for a moment. Alright, there are a few duty cars in the garage that are still available. It's fine to lend you one temporarily. Go find the administrator in the garage later and pick a car. As he spoke, the team leader tore off a note from the side, wrote an approval, and handed it to Su Hao. Thank you, team leader. Su Hao cheerfully accepted the approval note. The cars in the bureau's garage aren't particularly good. They're mostly civilian models, and not a single one costs over 100,000. With his current financial situation, buying one wouldn't be difficult. However, according to Su Hao's idea, if he's going to buy a car, he'd rather save up for a good one worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Until then, he'll just make do with casually driving the bureau's cars. Zhou Chuliang was taken to get equipment and file records, leaving only Su Hao and the team leader in the office. Su Hao asked, Team leader, how was that ability user from yesterday dealt with? He was taken to the military district for isolation. As you guessed, that person's ability involves releasing shockwaves through body resonance. It's highly destructive and prone to emotional outbursts, making it difficult to control. Team leader Xing took a sip of tea. For those with abilities that pose a threat to public safety, it's necessary to isolate and monitor them. Until he can proficiently control his ability, the ability group won't assign him a position. Emotional outbursts? Yesterday afternoon, that man unleashed a shockwave precisely because he was suppressing his anger. It seems this isn't a coincidence. Whenever his emotions become overly intense, he involuntarily accumulates shockwaves. By the way, let's not talk about this for now. Team leader Xing looked at Su Hao, puzzled, and asked, Xiao Su, how did you manage to find so many people with special abilities in such a short time? Can you share a bit of your secret to satisfy my curiosity? I really don't know. Su Hao smiled wryly. Team leader, look, when Xing Lu was my colleague before and came to me voluntarily to talk about it. Shen Xishue tried to steal my wallet on the street and got caught by me. That guy yesterday almost blew up a restaurant, and even the guy just now came to me looking for a fight. I completely found out they were special ability users passively. There's no secret at all. Team leader Xing fell silent after hearing this. Indeed, upon careful reflection, almost all of Su Hao's encounters with those ability users were coincidences, and it was always the other party who actively sought him out. Su Hao suddenly thought of something. By the way, team leader, do our ability group members get any special privileges when it comes to loans? Team leader Xing asked curiously, what do you need a loan for? Are you short on money? I was just asking, how much can I borrow? Su Hao's plan was that if he could borrow a few $100,000, he might as well just buy a car directly. Su Hao seemed lost in thought. In the past, when he was working hard and living paycheck to paycheck, he never considered buying a car. But now that he had the system and was bound to achieve great success in the future, he started thinking about getting a good car. As for things like a house, he would think about those later. The desires in life are nothing more than clothing, food, shelter, transportation, eating, drinking, and entertainment. Su Hao did not consider himself a saint without desires or ambitions. With the ability, he naturally wanted to elevate his life to a higher level as soon as possible. Team leader Xing pondered, if you're in urgent need of money, as a second-level member, you can probably get an approval for around 200,000. It's an interest-free loan for 1 quarter. I'll try to negotiate a bit more for you. The limit might be increased. 200,000 interest-free? Su Hao immediately perked up. Then I'll trouble you, team leader, to report it to the higher-ups. Thank you. 200,000 may not be a lot, but the key is that it's interest-free for 3 months. Why not take advantage of it? What do you need so much money for? Team leader Xing was puzzled. Didn't we just give you a 20,000 yuan bonus yesterday? Isn't that enough for you to spend? I'm planning to buy a car. Su Hao didn't beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. Team leader Xing looked surprised and sighed. It seems I really am getting old. I just can't understand young people these days. Alright, I'll report it to the higher-ups. The loan will be approved within 3 days at the latest. Thank you, team leader. Su Hao was in high spirits. A loan of 200,000 plus the 20,000 bonus from yesterday and the 110,000 reward from Young Hangwu added up to over 300,000. It's the first time since he started working that he's had such a large sum of money in his hands. Actually, if he really wanted money, he could just go to Young Hangwu and borrow it. The other party would definitely lend him hundreds of thousands without hesitation. But Su Hao is a very proud person. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily ask others for money. Especially for something like buying a car, he felt it should rely on his own financial capability. Team leader Xing, however, said, "Don't rush to thank me. Speaking of which, there is indeed something I need you to handle." "What is it? A mission?" "That's right, you could call it a mission, a solo mission." Team leader Xing paused and asked again, "Xiao Su, I just heard Zhou Chuliang say that you're a coach at a martial arts gym. Do you know martial arts?" Su Hao was taken aback and nodded. "I know a little, I guess. Just knowing how to do it is enough." Team leader Xing nodded slightly, took out a few documents from the drawer, and handed them over. "This afternoon, there's a privately organized business ball in the Villa District on Yongquan Road. The participants are all business elites. The higher-ups need us to protect someone. This task might end this afternoon or could last for several days." Business ball? Su Hao took the file in surprise. At first glance, he saw a beautiful and graceful young girl printed on it, seemingly under 20 years old. She was dressed in a light white gown, a faint smile on her lips, and a striking purple-red jade bead hanging around her fair neck. Is she the one to be protected? That's right. This girl is the granddaughter of the richest man in Shanxi province. The higher-ups have received reliable information suggesting that a criminal group with supernatural abilities seems to have targeted her. Team leader Xing waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about any of that. The key is to ensure her safety. Originally, I planned to send Xiao Mingchang, since his ability can block bullets. However, his mission out of town ran into some trouble, and it seems he won't be back anytime soon." "What? The granddaughter of the richest man in Shanxi province? A superpowered crime syndicate?" Su Hao was dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Don't worry about it. There were way too many details in that sentence just now that are impossible to ignore, okay?" The granddaughter of the richest man in Shanxi province aside, he had long anticipated that becoming a member of the supernatural abilities team would inevitably involve numerous tasks interacting with high society. Protecting people was perfectly normal. But can someone tell him, what on earth is a supernatural abilities crime syndicate? Could it be that, apart from the state-controlled supernatural abilities team, there are also numerous criminal organizations composed of individuals with supernatural powers? "Oh, I forgot, you might not know yet." Team leader Xing only realized this belatedly and explained. Ability crime syndicates are organizations illegally formed by civilian ability users. Their actions are unpredictable, and they dabble in many gray areas. Some larger-scale ability crime syndicates even have a history older than the ability division, with records dating back to the late Ming dynasty. Su Hao looked astonished. The late Ming dynasty? Wouldn't that make them like sects, passed down through generations? Don't worry, this time the people you need to guard against are just a small group of supernatural criminals, at most 4 or 5 individuals. The supernatural teams in various provinces have been keeping an eye on them for a while. Team leader Xing stood up, patted Su Hao on the shoulder, and said, "Although these supernatural criminal groups haven't undergone any formal training, their abilities are unpredictable. You need to be mentally prepared for a tough fight." Su Hao asked in confusion, "Am I the only bodyguard?" "Yes, to avoid alerting them, the fewer peripheral personnel attending the business ball, the better." Team leader Xing said, "Xiao Su, you know martial arts, and your combat skills are among the best in the special abilities unit. I heard from Xiao Miao that your shooting accuracy is also quite good. This bodyguard mission is perfect for you." Su Hao smiled wryly. "Team leader, you're overestimating me. I don't even think I can handle 3 special abilities criminals. The mission is just to ensure the safety of the richest man's granddaughter, not to fight head-on with the special abilities criminals." Team leader Xing took out a small, fingernail-sized hidden button from the drawer and handed it over. "Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. As long as the members of the supernatural crime gang show up, just press this button, and the nearby members of the supernatural team will immediately take action." "Oh, so there are others involved too." Su Hao understood and pointed to himself, saying, "So, I'm the vanguard in this mission?" "You could say that." Team leader Xing said earnestly, "This task is indeed a bit challenging. Comrade Xiao Su, if you feel you really can't handle it, I can assign someone else. However, if you successfully complete this task, the reward will definitely not disappoint you." "What reward?" 200,000 in cash and 40 points. Team leader Xing smiled and said, "That's just the basic reward. If there are outstanding performances during the task, the cash reward will be adjusted upwards. For example, capturing an extra superpowered criminal ahead of schedule will earn an additional additional 300,000. Holy crap, what a cushy job. Su Hao was stunned. The base salary for the mission was actually 200,000, and there was an additional reward of 300,000 for capturing a single superpowered criminal. His motivation instantly skyrocketed, didn't it? Yesterday, catching a mutated dog only earned a 10,000 bonus. Although everyone got 10,000 each, it had to be said that the research institute was still pretty stingy. Besides, the person he was tasked to protect wasn't some rough man, but a graceful and beautiful young lady. Wealth and beauty combined, how could he possibly refuse such a wonderful task? Leader, how could I possibly be incapable of handling this task? Do I need to prepare anything in advance for the afternoon ball? Su Hao quickly accepted the task. Focus on money. Earn big. Nothing else matters, just the 200,000 bonus alone is absolutely not to be missed. And those walking 300,000 from the supernatural crime gang, if they dare to show up, he definitely won't let them off easily. Even if it means exposing his lightning element ability, he must capture this group. Anyway, after the elemental crystal incident, team leader Xing already knows he has the lightning element aptitude. At worst, he'll just say he suddenly awakened it while fighting against supernatural criminals. His trump cards nowadays are far more than just this one, and with time, there will be even more. A thunder element ability? If it's exposed, so be it, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, the organization has prepared everything you need for the ball. Team leader Xing chuckled cheerfully, picked up the phone on his desk, called in a staff member, and instructed him to take Su Hao to the preparation room to collect the suit, dress shoes, and other attire specifically for the ball. A dozen minutes later, Su Hao changed into an expensive suit, moved his hands and feet, and felt somewhat uncomfortable. He asked puzzledly, "Team leader, aren't I going to be a bodyguard? Why am I wearing a suit and leather shoes? When did I say your identity was a bodyguard?" Team leader Xing retorted, "Your identity is the general manager of a medium-sized company. At the ball, you need to try to get close to the richest man's granddaughter and protect her without leaving her side. Additionally, she doesn't know your identity." Su Hao complained, "You want me to approach her without knowing her identity? How am I supposed to do that?" Team leader, "Do you really think I have that much personal charm? Actually, don't underestimate yourself. Clothes make the man, and the saddle makes the horse. Xiao Su, you look quite sharp in this outfit." Team leader Xing joked, "No need to worry so much. At a ball, how hard is it for a gentleman to approach a lady? No one's asking you to invite her to dance, just get close enough to ensure safety." Su Hao reluctantly agreed. "Then how do we handle the weapons? How am I supposed to bring a gun into the ball?" Team leader Xing said, "This will be negotiated by the higher-ups. You just need to tuck the pistol into your waistband and take it in. There will be a special mark on your invitation, and the security personnel will let you in when they see the mark. It's quite thorough. There's nothing much to say about the follow-up." Team leader Xing also had Su Hao go to the equipment room to replace it with a specially made tranquilizer pistol. Su Hao curiously fiddled with the tranquilizer pistol. In appearance, this pistol somewhat resembles a miniature version of the Type 92, with a scale of about 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. However, the barrel is slightly smaller. The magazine has been modified to accommodate tranquilizer rounds, and it is much lighter than a regular pistol. It is said that this specially designed pistol is a new model developed by the Research Institute. It holds more than 10 tranquilizer rounds, and a single shot can make a person sleep for an entire day, taking effect within 3 seconds. He tucked the small pistol into the holster at his waist, leaving no trace visible from the outside. Team leader Xing glanced at his watch. There are still 3 hours before the ball. You can adjust your state in the room first, or go to the shooting range to practice with the tranquilizer gun. There's plenty of ammunition in the warehouse, but once you're at the ball, you'll only have the 15 rounds in the magazine. Alright, I'll go to the shooting range to practice. Su Hao responded, picked up his pistol, and headed toward the indoor shooting range in the building. Inside the shooting range, deafening gunshots rang out. Su Hao was wondering who was practicing shooting at the range so early in the morning. When he walked over to take a look, he found out it was Zhou Chuliang, who had just finished registering his file and had come to the range to practice shooting. After all, ordinary people in the country rarely have the chance to handle a gun, so this guy was extremely excited to get his hands on one. He glanced at the target. The 3 shots just now all hit the target. 2 of them barely made it, but 1 shot hit the bullseye. It was most likely the result of this guy using accelerated thinking to aim for a long time. "You're here to practice shooting too?" Zhou Chuliang had already noticed Su Hao. That last shot just now was deliberately aimed for a long time using accelerated thinking to hit the bullseye, purely to show off. He provocatively blew the smoke from the gun barrel and said, "What, dare to compete with me in marksmanship? 10 shots to decide the winner. Let's see who scores higher." Su Hao was speechless. Why was this guy acting like a little kid, always trying to compete? He felt that if he agreed to the duel, his own style would be dragged down. Just practicing shooting, what's the big deal? Ding! Side quest triggered, shooting range competition. Mission requirement, hit the bullseye at least 8 times out of 10 shots. Task reward, 500 experience points, 100 training points. Alright, let's compete. Just as Su Hao was about to refuse, he suddenly changed his tone. The tranquilizer gun spun in his palm, and his fighting spirit surged, leaving Zhou Chuliang completely dumbfounded. In the face of the temptation of experience and training, what does dignity matter? Can it be eaten? Speaking of which, a competition should have some stakes. What do you plan to bet on? Since it's a competition, it's best to profit on both ends. Su Hao suggested adding a wager in a persuasive manner. Zhou Chuliang pondered. How about the loser gives the winner 3,000 bucks? This stake isn't too big or too small, just right, don't you think? Alright, it's a deal. 3,000 yuan may not be much to him now, but even a small mosquito is still meat. At least it can cover a few months' rent. Standing in front of the shooting platform, Su Hao unlocked the safety of the practice gun, loaded the bullets, chambered around, and casually moved his fingers in front of him. Would you like to consume 100 experience points to upgrade firearm mastery to the master level? Confirm. A lion uses all its strength even to catch a rabbit. Since agreeing to the competition, one must ensure absolutely no chance of losing. After all, upgrading firearm mastery is inevitable sooner or later. After the targets were arranged, the two took their positions to prepare, and soon gunshots echoed through the shooting range room. With the bonus of master-level firearm mastery, Su Hao's movements of raising the gun and shooting were as smooth as flowing water. 10 bullets spewed out like tongues of fire, fired consecutively with a rhythmic interval. Within a few seconds, all the targets on his side had fallen. On the other side, Zhou Chuliang had just fired 2 shots. This guy probably used accelerated thinking to aim for a long time with each shot, which is why he fired so slowly. What's the point of shooting fast? Only accurate shooting matters. Hearing the gunfire stop on Su Hao's side, Zhou Chuliang sneered disdainfully, not even bothering to look, and continued shooting targets. After all, he had heard that Su Hao had only joined the ability group less than 3 days ago. Even if Su Hao had handled a gun a few days earlier than him, so what? Zhou Chuliang's ability gave him a natural advantage in target shooting, and coupled with the superior physical control of a trained practitioner compared to ordinary people, there was no reason for him to lose. About half a minute later, Zhou Chuliang finally fired the last shot. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling very satisfied with his performance this time. Out of 10 targets, half hit the bullseye with 10 rings, while the other half didn't score below 7 rings. The total score added up to an impressive 89 rings. This result wouldn't be considered bad even for someone who practices shooting regularly. He confidently turned his gaze to the other side, wanting to see how poorly Su Hao had shot. After all, this guy had finished shooting all the bullets in just a few seconds, and he even doubted whether Su Hao had aimed properly. He had no idea until he looked, and what he saw shocked him. He widened his eyes. Are you kidding me? How is it possible that they're all bullseyes? On Su Hao's shooting range, without exception, every target had a black dot right in the center of the bullseye. Hitting the bullseye with difficulty is one thing, but hitting the exact center of the bullseye is another matter entirely. Zhou Chuliang can hit the bullseye because he can only hit within the 10-ring area, while Su Hao can hit the bullseye because the bullseye itself is the 10-ring. Even if the bullseye were halved in size, he could still hit it effortlessly. With master-level firearm control, within the 50-meter effective range of a pistol, he can hit wherever he aims. Damn it, I've been tricked. How could you possibly have just joined the ability group in the past few days? Were you a cop before? Your shooting is unbelievably accurate. Zhou Chuliang looked unwilling. What do you mean by tricked or not tricked? That's such an unpleasant way to put it. Weren't you the one who suggested a shooting contest? Su Hao shrugged. I've never been a police officer. My shooting relies entirely on instinct. After all, everyone knows some sharpshooters are born with talent. Zhou Chuliang was left speechless. Indeed, some people are naturally accurate, and with a little training, they can reach the level others take 3 to 5 years to achieve. In the end, Zhou Chuliang had no choice but to accept his loss and transferred 3,000 yuan to Su Hao before leaving the shooting range in frustration. Let's compete in something else next time if we get the chance. Su Hao watched him leave with a beaming smile. Upon hearing the last sentence, Zhou Chu almost tripped over the threshold as he left in a hurry, probably cursing inwardly. After practicing with the tranquilizer gun at the shooting range for a while, he lost interest and went back to the preparation room to lie down. With master-level firearm control, using this small handgun was like child's play for him. He could hit wherever he aimed without needing any practice. Sometimes upgrading the specialization module also means losing something, like worries, perhaps? Taking out his phone, Su Hao played a game out of boredom, and more than 2 hours quickly passed. The ability group specifically arranged for someone to drive a luxury car to take him to the villa district for the ball. Su Hao sat in the back seat, carefully examining the car's interior. Judging by the model, it seemed to be an Audi A series. He didn't know much about luxury cars, but he could estimate that the price of this car was at least around $1 million. Once this job is done, I'll buy a luxury car worth $1 million too. Why does this sound so strange? It doesn't feel like going on a mission, but rather like a bandit leader coming down the mountain to rob a convoy. The driver sped him to the Yongquan Road Villa District, a place where wealthy and powerful people reside. The villas here aren't sold by square meters but as entire units, each priced in the tens of of millions. The business ball was held in the grand hall at the center of the villa district. Looking out from the car window, it was easy to spot a dazzling array of luxury cars and sports cars lined up in the parking lot like cabbages. The people stepping out of the cars were all rare big shots in the business world, though Suhao didn't recognize a single one. "Sir, we've arrived." The car stopped in front of the red carpet. Suhao was about to push the door open and step out, but the driver got out first and opened the door for him. Cough, cough. The habits of the wealthy are truly hard to imitate. Dressed in a fitted black suit, Suhao stepped onto the carpet and walked toward the hall's entrance, handing the invitation to the security guard at the door. The security guard carefully glanced at the contents of the invitation and then at Suhao. Sure enough, he didn't check his belongings, nodded, and let him in directly. Walking through the main entrance of the hall, Suhao instinctively touched the tranquilizer gun at his waist, feeling somewhat like he was heading into an abyss dungeon armed with just a basic knife. Entering the hall, everything was just like the ballroom scenes seen in movies, magnificent and luxurious. To be honest, Suhao, as an ordinary person, was attending such a high society gathering for the first time, and it felt somewhat unreal. Throughout his life, he had barely attended a few banquets, let alone a business ball. Moreover, his identity as the general manager of a heavy company was merely a disguise. Naturally, he didn't know anyone in such a setting. Watching the business elites chatting in small groups, he felt out of place and didn't know what to do for a moment. "Sir, is there anything I can assist you with?" A waiter noticed Suhao standing still in a daze, holding a tray of wine glasses, and politely approached to ask, Just give me a random glass of red wine." Suhao took a glass of red wine from the tray, sipping it as he walked into the ballroom, his eyes scanning around, searching for the target of his mission. According to the information, the granddaughter of the richest man in Shan province, named effortlessly, is 18 years old this year. This business ball is essentially held in the form of celebrating her coming-of-age ceremony. The richest man in Shaanxi province is named effortlessly. He made his fortune in real estate and shifted his investments to the field of biological research a few years ago. With a net worth of over 10 billion, he wields considerable influence in both the business and political worlds, attracting many high-ranking figures from these circles to attend, resulting in this lively and large-scale banquet. The deeper you go, the more you realize that the poor and the rich seem to live in completely different worlds. Many TV dramas or novels depict high society as if it's easy to access, with protagonists effortlessly mingling with the wealthy, making it seem like a joke to fool audiences who have never encountered high society. In reality, social classes are almost insurmountable to a certain extent. If it weren't for Suhao's identity as part of the Special Abilities Group, he wouldn't have been able to attend the ball as a guest at all. There's a saying on the internet that fits perfectly: the gap between people can sometimes be greater than the gap between humans and dogs. However, with the system by his side, Suhao believed that one day he would stand in such a setting with his true identity. For him, it was merely a matter of time. Walking through the luxurious and spacious hall, he quickly found his target. In the side hall of the ball, effortlessly was surrounded by young men and women, like stars encircling the moon. From a distance, she was dressed in a light purple gauze gown, standing in the center of the crowd. She occasionally smiled faintly, and under the lighting, even her profile was stunningly beautiful. She was even more gorgeous in person than in the photos. It must be said, in terms of appearance, this effortlessly was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman Suhao had ever seen with his own eyes. Alright, ding. Side mission triggered. Secret bodyguard. Mission requirements: protect effortlessly's personal safety, prevent her from being abducted, avoid her suffering serious harm, and ensure her necklace is not stolen. Task reward: 2,000 experience points, 400 practice points. When Suhao saw effortlessly's face clearly, the system notification sounded at the right moment, pulling him out of his daze. The system finally showed some activity. After such a long time without issuing a side quest, he almost thought this bodyguard mission couldn't be triggered. 2,000 experience points? This number surprised Suhao a bit. This was the first time he had received a mission with experience points exceeding 1,000, and it wasn't just barely over 1,000, it had doubled in one go. Just from the rewards, it wasn't hard to deduce that this mission was probably more challenging than he had imagined. Protect her from serious injury and from being abducted. I understand these two, but why add a final condition to prevent her necklace from being stolen? Suhao was puzzled. Could that necklace be as important as her life? Forget it, just follow the system's requirements. The current issue isn't this. The problem is, how should I approach her? Suhao sipped his wine in frustration. His skills at striking up conversations with girls weren't great, and to make matters worse, he knew nothing about high society topics. Trying to join the conversation of those rich second-generation kids was as hard as climbing to the heavens. There is a saying, if three views differ, how can there be communication? By the way, I remember there should be a related specialization in the system, right? He had a sudden idea and opened the specialization module. Sure enough, he found oratory specialization inside, but he was only at the beginner level in this specialization. Would you like to spend 8 experience points to upgrade oratory to the proficient level? Would you like to spend 30 experience points to upgrade your eloquence to the elite level? Would you like to spend 100 experience points to upgrade your eloquence to the master level? Since the experience points consumed weren't much and could be replenished with 1 or 2 tasks, Suhao simply upgraded this specialization to the master level in one go. Immediately, a plethora of conversation techniques flooded his mind, and countless topics emerged in his thoughts. With a topic in hand, confidence followed. Suhao walked straight toward the group of young men and women. Using the fake identity information provided by the ability group, Suhao casually found a topic and barely blended into the group's conversation. At first, it was easy to handle, but soon the topics of these second-generation rich kids became a bit too broad. They talked about the entertainment industry, luxury cars, and travel, occasionally touching on the current economic situation. Suhao was overwhelmed. How could he possibly know so much about all these random topics? Forget about traveling abroad, he had never even been to the seaside in his entire life. A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how good your conversational skills are, there's nothing you can do without sufficient knowledge and perspective. Suhao simply pretended to be taciturn, occasionally responding with a few words, while silently cursing team leader Xing's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. That guy even said that it's not difficult for a man to approach a woman at a ball. This isn't difficult? Right now, it's not just hard mode, it might as well be hell mode. He even started praying for a superpowered crime gang to show up. He'd rather fight life and death battles with superpowered criminals than engage in awkward small talk with this group of rich second-generation heirs. Excuse me for a moment. A few minutes passed, and finally, Mo Lishuan seemed to have something to attend to and left the group of rich heirs, heading to the other side of the hall. Suhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer had to mingle with this group of second-generation rich kids. He placed the empty wineglass he had been holding aside and followed behind Mo Lishuan, heading toward the corridor on the other side of the hall. Who are you? Is there something you need? Mo Lishuan noticed Suhao following her and politely asked. Caught in the act, Suhao felt a bit awkward. Well, I was just planning to go to the restroom. Oh, my apologies. Mo Lishuan's cheeks flushed slightly. She had mistakenly thought Suhao was intentionally following her. Was she really just being too sensitive? It's fine. Suhao waved his hand magnanimously. The reason he said he was going to the restroom was not entirely to disguise his tracking excuse. He had already obtained the entire architectural structure of the ballroom from team leader Xing and roughly memorized it. From the direction Mo Lishuan instinctively moved, it wasn't hard to deduce that she was heading to the restroom. Sure enough, after the conversation, Mo Lishuan continued walking toward the restroom. Miss Mo's necklace is very beautiful. May I ask where you bought it? After the little incident just now, Suhao's attempt at striking up a conversation didn't seem abrupt. Besides, he genuinely found the purplish-red jade bead quite dazzling, making it a perfect topic to start with. I'm afraid this can't be bought anywhere. Mo Lishuan replied truthfully, this jade bead was a coming-of-age gift from my grandfather. He used to wear it close to him at all times. I heard it was given to our ancestor by a wandering Taoist priest during the late Qing dynasty, and it's said to bring health, longevity, ward off evil, and dispel disasters when worn. She spoke, subconsciously raising her hand to lightly touch the jade bead on her snow-white neck. The jade bead was about the size of an eyeball, with a faintly visible star map inside, seemingly formed by bubbles. Its color was crystal clear, refracting a magnificent purplish-red hue under the light, more dazzling than gemstones and purer than crystals. Most importantly, the bead seemed to possess an indescribable, mysterious allure that made people involuntarily shift their gaze toward it. Something from the late Qing dynasty? Suhao was slightly surprised, unable to tell that this dazzling jade bead actually had a history of several hundred years. No wonder the side quest required the necklace not to be stolen. This jade bead is not only a family heirloom but also incredibly valuable. Just based on its antique age and jade quality, it's likely worth tens of millions, and it might even be valued at over 100 million. Your grandfather giving you this jade bead shows how much he values you. Suhao pretended to sigh. It's quite a pity, really. If there were a place to buy such a beautiful jade bead, even if it were just a replica, that would be great. In fact, even if there were places selling it, he couldn't afford it. Mo Lishuan smiled. I don't think I've seen you before. Suhao didn't forget his identity and persona. I'm the newly appointed general manager of XX Company. I hadn't been developing in this Shaanxi province area before, so it's quite normal that Miss Mo doesn't know me. They chatted about some other things briefly, and at the restroom entrance, the two parted ways. Suhao stood at the restroom door, feeling a bit conflicted. Team leader Xing had instructed him to stick closely to Mo Lishuan, but he couldn't possibly follow her into the ladies' restroom, could he? If he really went in, not only would he fail to protect her discreetly, but he'd likely be thrown out of the party as a pervert on the spot. Helpless, he had no no choice but to enter the men's restroom first, keeping his ears tuned to the sounds outside. Once Mo Lishwan came out, he would follow her out of the restroom. The bonus from 20 points in agility and constitution had greatly enhanced his senses compared to ordinary people, especially his hearing and vision. For instance, distinguishing the sound of high heels outside was a breeze. Just as Suha was pricking up his ears and waiting, he heard someone in the bathroom stall making a phone call. "Hello, I've already come in. Are you all in position?" The caller's voice was slightly hoarse, and the sound of running water in the bathroom continuously masked his low voice. If it weren't for Suha's exceptionally sharp hearing, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to hear what this guy was saying at all. Hearing the content of the phone call, Suha immediately became alert. "What's going on?" He just went to the restroom and happened to overhear members of a superpowered crime gang whispering to each other. "Don't worry, this operation is very discreet. The target has entered the women's restroom. Alright, you guys get ready on your end. I'll bring the person out as soon as possible." As he spoke, the sound from the stall disappeared, followed by the rushing sound of the toilet flushing. Suha's expression was grave, his palms secretly brewing a high-voltage electric arc strong enough to render someone unconscious. As soon as the door of the adjacent compartment opened, he would rush in and use his lightning element ability to knock the man out. But unexpectedly, several seconds passed, and there was no reaction from the compartment, not even the sound of breathing. Not good. Suha's heart sank. He kicked the compartment door open, only to find that it was already empty. He couldn't care less about anything. He rushed out and headed straight into the women's restroom. He wasn't sure what the enemy's ability was, but he was absolutely certain that Mo Lishwan was in danger. Inside the women's restroom, several women were touching up their makeup in front of the mirror. When they saw Suha burst in, they were all shocked, but out of courtesy, they didn't scream. Instead, they quickly put away their makeup kits and hurried out, likely to call security. Suha had no time to explain anything to them. He did not hesitate and went up to forcibly pull open the doors of each stall one by one. Sure enough, when he opened the second stall, there was a middle-aged man inside pressing a white cloth soaked with ether over Mo Lishwan's nose and mouth, attempting to knock her unconscious. Mo Lishwan's eyes were already somewhat unfocused. The middle-aged man, seeing Suha suddenly open the stall door, showed a look of disbelief. "Damn it, you bastard made me have to come to the women's restroom. Go to hell." Suha, filled with anger, swung his fist charged with crackling lightning elements, delivering a straight punch aimed at the middle-aged man's face. Straight punches are already known for their speed, precision, and power, let alone one thrown in fury. Before the middle-aged man could react, the fist made intimate contact with his face, dislocating his jaw with a single punch. At the same time, arcs of electricity surged into his body, knocking him unconscious. So weak. Suha looked at the unconscious middle-aged man and frowned. How did this guy suddenly move from the men's restroom to the women's restroom? His clothes seemed to be soaked with a lot of water. Could it have something to do with water? He scanned the man with detection. Tang Gaiyang, upright primate, height 173 centimeters, weight 140 kilograms, status, unconscious, ability, unknown, physique, 11 points, strength 10 points, agility, 11 points, spirit, 10 points. The attribute panel is just like an ordinary person, no wonder it's so weak. Unable to gather more information through reconnaissance, Suha had no choice but to set aside the matter of the middle-aged man for now and went over to help Mo Lishwan, who was groggy from inhaling ether. "Miss Mo, are you okay? My head is spinning. What exactly happened?" Mo Lishwan held her head, regaining her senses, and a trace of panic appeared on her face. "Why is this man in the women's restroom?" "He is here to kidnap you." Suha couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and simply said, "And I am here to protect you." "Kidnap? Protect?" Mo Lishwan looked confused. "Who exactly are you people?" Suha was contemplating whether to explain when he heard a sound coming from the middle-aged man's pocket. After fumbling around, he discovered it was a walkie-talkie. Old Tang, what's going on over there?" "Damn it, boss, something seems to have happened on Old Tang's side." A muffled voice came through the walkie-talkie, followed by a crackling sound, and then the signal was cut off. "Trouble, we've been discovered over there." Suha frowned, stuffed the walkie-talkie into his pocket, and said to Mo Lishwan, "You get dressed first." She had just been in the restroom and naturally hadn't adjusted her clothing properly under her skirt. After Suha's reminder, Mo Lishwan finally noticed her disheveled appearance, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she quickly turned around to fix her clothes. Suha took out the small button given to him by team leader Xing from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, and pressed it. He was the first to take down an ability-wielding criminal. Regardless of whether the remaining ability-wielding criminal gang planned to continue their kidnapping scheme or retreat, he might not be able to handle them alone. Support from the ability group was very necessary. Side quest completed. Quest reward, 500 experience points, 100 training points. Target attribute information acquired. Within less than half a minute, the support from the special abilities team hadn't arrived, but the commotion caused by Suha barging into the women's restroom had already attracted several security guards. These security guards, having received complaints from several women, rushed into the restroom restroom and were stunned to see Su Hao and the disheveled Mo Lishwan in one of the stalls. They immediately tried to apprehend Su Hao. If something were to happen to tonight's ball's main star, Miss Mo, who could imagine how furious Mr. Mo would be? Within the area they were responsible for securing, these security guards wouldn't be able to escape accountability. At the very least, it would be considered a dereliction of duty. Facing several burly security guards rushing toward him, Su Hao frowned. Without even moving his feet, he used a combination of soft and hard techniques with his hands, and a few clever moves of Bajiquan sent the security guards retreating. For the moment, these security guards couldn't even get close to Su Hao. If it were under normal circumstances, he wouldn't make things difficult for these security guards. At worst, he would let himself be caught and explain slowly afterward. But at this critical moment, he couldn't afford to be careless. What if an ability-wielding criminal had infiltrated the security guards? If he were caught, his life would be in danger, and Mo Lishwan's safety would also be compromised. Better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go. Stop it, all of you. Mo Lishwan adjusted her dress, turned around, and hurriedly stopped the security guards. This gentleman is not a bad person, he just saved me. Several security guards looked at each other, all a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? How did this pervert who barged into the women's restroom end up saving someone? What happened? Here, see for yourselves. Su Hao pointed to the unconscious middle-aged man on the floor of the stall, who was still clutching a white cloth stain with ether in his hand. I saw this guy sneaking into the women's restroom with bad intentions, so I chased him in to protect Miss Mo. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Mo. He didn't even blink while making up the lie, though a large part of it was actually true. Well, it is indeed as this gentleman said. Mo Lishwan still felt lingering fear. Although I didn't see clearly how this man sneaked into the women's restroom, he did have ill intentions toward me just now. If it weren't for this gentleman, I might have been in grave danger. Since even Miss Mo herself said so, the security guards had nothing more to say. They apologized to Su Hao, took out handcuffs, and cuffed the hands of the unconscious middle-aged man on the floor, preparing to drag him to the security room. Su Hao said, "Make sure to tie this guy up tightly and assign more people to watch him. Don't let him get too close to any water sources." He still doesn't understand how this man managed to teleport, but his abilities are most likely related to water. Before the security guards took the man away, Su Hao, just to be safe, discreetly pulled a tranquilizer dart from his pocket and secretly jabbed it into the guy's wrist under his sleeve, ensuring he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Honestly, if it weren't for protecting Mo Lishwan, Su Hao wouldn't even want the security guards to take this guy away. This is a living, breathing 300,000 yuan reward. What if something goes wrong and he escapes? Seeing that Mo Lishwan's figure was still a bit unsteady, likely due to the lingering effects of ether, Su Hao reached out a hand to support her. He suggested, "Let's go to the hall first. It's safer where there are more people." Thank you. Mo Lishwan also felt a bit weak and did not refuse Su Hao's support, only offering a reserved word of thanks. Accompanied by several security guards, the two returned to the auditorium hall. At that moment, all the lights on the dome of the auditorium suddenly went out, plunging the enclosed venue into pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their hand in front of them. What's going on? Why did all the lights go out? Is there some kind of performance about to start? Could it be a power outage? This ball is hosted by Old Master Mo. How could there possibly be a power outage mistake from the Power Supply Bureau? Even if some accident did occur, the venue should have backup power for emergencies. It can't be a power outage, it must be some special entertainment program prepared by the venue. At first, the people in the venue were a bit noisy and panicked, but they quickly quieted down, speculating that this was a deliberate atmosphere created by the organizers. They stood quietly in place, waiting, and some even chatted and laughed. In contrast, the staff responsible for venue logistics were in complete chaos, each as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The hall manager roared, "Where's the person in charge of the lighting? What's going on? Making mistakes on such an occasion? Do you all still want to keep your jobs? It's not our fault. It seems to be a power issue, there's been a blackout. Then switch to the backup power immediately. A bunch of idiots. Do I have to teach you everything?" But the backup power can't be connected for some reason. The power department said it might be due to aging circuits, and it'll take more than 10 minutes to fix. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What were you all doing during the venue inspection yesterday? Tell them it must be fixed within 5 minutes. If the organizers hold us accountable, none of those guys in the power department should think about keeping their jobs here. The logistics team was overwhelmed, and the auditorium was plunged into darkness. No one noticed a few uninvited guests sneaking into the venue through the skylight on the dome. The perspective shifts back to Su Hao. These guys actually dared to pull off a power outage stunt like this? How audacious. Su Hao's expression was grave. He turned on the flashlight on his phone, held the phone in his mouth, and scooped up the weak Mo Lishwan in his arms. "Ah, what are you doing?" Mo Lishwan exclaimed in surprise. Su Hao said, "Shh, keep your voice down. There are kidnappers planning to take advantage of the chaos to abduct you. This power outage is most likely their doing. I'll take you to a crowded place to hide first." But why does it feel like you're the kidnapper in this situation? Mo Lishwan hesitated for a moment, didn't say the second half of the sentence, nor did she shout for security, letting Su Hao carry her as he ran toward the center of the hall. After all, Su Hao had just saved her life moments ago, so she had to maintain at least a basic level of trust. Besides, if Su Hao really wanted to kidnap her, he would have already knocked her out and taken her away. How would she still have the chance to be conscious now? Su Hao had just picked up Mo Lishwan and hadn't even run a few steps yet. Suddenly, the earth shook and the heavens trembled. In the already tense and ambiguous darkness, a sudden accident caused almost everyone in the venue to scream like mad and rush toward the door in a frenzy. The entire grand hall creaked dangerously as it shook, chandeliers swayed and fell, and the sound of objects shattering echoed from all directions. The noise of shoving, cursing, screaming, and wailing was incessant. At least at this moment, the value of human life was equal, regardless of rank or status. The ground shook, and Su Hao, who was holding Mo Lishwan in his arms, almost lost his balance. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, steadied himself, and stood firmly in a horse stance, lowering his center of gravity to barely avoid falling. An earthquake? No, it can't be such a coincidence. The city where Su Hao lived was located in a stable inland area, where earthquakes were extremely rare. Moreover, the shaking of the buildings was noticeably stronger than that of the ground, making it unlikely to be the sensation caused by an earthquake. Instead, it felt more like a top-down tremor. Considering all factors, this so-called earthquake was highly likely to have been caused by a criminal group with special abilities using some kind of method. Even an ability that mimics earthquakes exists? Truly, the world is full of wonders. There was no time to marvel. Su Hao looked around and, instead of running toward the auditorium doors with the crowd, carried Mo Lishwan back toward the restroom. What are you doing? There's an earthquake. Why aren't you running away? Why are you coming back here? Mo Lishwan panicked. She twisted her delicate body, trying to jump out of Su Hao's arms, but was firmly held in place by his arms, unable to break free. Su Hao said, "This isn't a real earthquake. It's one of the methods those kidnappers are using to create chaos. Don't worry, the auditorium won't collapse. Compared to the chaotic crowd over there, it's safer to stay in a less crowded place." Mo Lishwan was half convinced, clearly not fully believing Su Hao's explanation. Could an earthquake really be artificially created? Su Hao simply took out his credentials. "Actually, I was sent by the higher-ups to protect you. Please trust my judgment for now. Support will arrive soon, and you'll be safe then." Mo Lishwan glanced at the credentials. "But why didn't my grandfather mention this to me?" "Operation Confidentiality," Su Hao replied helplessly. Mo Lishwan bit her lip. "Alright, I trust you." At the moment, she had no choice but to trust Su Hao. Inside the venue, both staff and guests were desperately trying to escape. As Su Hao had said, in such chaos, even if she were kidnapped, no one would notice. Holding Mo Lishwan and avoiding the crowd, Su Hao's sharp peripheral vision caught a figure flashing past the skylight of the hall's dome. "They're here." He turned around and hid in the bathroom, placing Mo Lishwan down from his arms. He then pulled out the small tranquilizer gun from his waist and instructed, "No matter what you see later, don't run around. If someone tries to grab you, shout for me loudly. Do you understand?" Mo Lishwan shrank into the corner and nodded obediently. "But I still don't know your name." "My name is Su." Bang! Bang! The sound of a silenced gunshot rang out, creating two dents in the wall beside him. Su Hao quickly turned to the side and hid in the restroom, turning off the flashlight on his phone. He peeked out from behind the wall with half his face, his eyes searching everywhere for the shooter's exact location. In the pitch-black auditorium, it was not easy for Su Hao to locate the shooter, and likewise, it was difficult for the shooter to hit Su Hao. As expected, a few more shots were fired from the opposite side, but after failing to hit anyone, the shooter gave up. A figure dashed along the corridor at a speed almost impossible to discern with the naked eye. An agility-type ability user? Su Hao frowned, his gaze catching sight of a dagger-like object clutched in the figure's hand, silently on guard. Sure enough, the figure rushed to the restroom, saw Su Hao, and raised the small knife, stabbing straight toward his stomach. "The speed is quite fast, but trying to fight me in close combat? You're still too inexperienced." Su Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, assumed a Bajiquan defensive stance, stepped to the left, and intercepted the man's wrist holding the knife with both fists. With a slap and a twist, he instantly snatched the knife from his hand. Throwing away the knife, Su Hao aimed the tranquilizer gun at the figure. The man seemed to have anticipated this, turned around, and fled the restroom again, moving as swiftly as the wind, not giving Su Hao any chance to fire. Tisk, quite fast at running. He hadn't forgotten to use reconnaissance on that figure just now. Kongping, upright primate, height 157 centimeters, weight 89 kilograms, healthy condition, burst type agility ability. Agility instantly increases by 1/3 within 3 seconds. Constitution, 11 points, strength 13 points, agility, 28 points, burst 37 points, spirit, 10 points. Nearly 30 points in agility? Just slightly lower than Miao Yueying's agility, but with an added burst ability, and the strength attribute isn't low either. Judging by the name of this superpowered criminal, it should be a woman? After roughly understanding the opponent's basic attributes, attributes, Su Hao tucked the tranquilizer gun back into its holster. Using a handgun against an agility-type superpowered individual is useless. Not only are they swift in movement, but their reaction speed is incredibly fast. Forget about hitting them with a shot. By the time you even prepare to raise your gun, they'd probably already be out of sight. I must take her down in close combat. Su Hao glanced at Mo Lishuan, who was nervously standing behind him, adjusted his mindset, pressed his body against the wall, and prepared arcs of electricity crackling in his palms, waiting for the second attack from the agile superhuman. Was it you, kid, who knocked out old Tang? A rough male voice came from outside the restroom. This voice wasn't from the agile superhuman from earlier. Another enemy had arrived? It's me, so what? Got a problem? Su Hao retorted irritably. A pervert who sneaks into the women's restroom to kidnap women, just knocking him out is already letting him off easy. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a black t-shirt, walked in from outside the door, glaring at Su Hao with a hostile expression. Behind him stood a short woman dressed in a black leather jumpsuit. Her face was obscured, but it wasn't hard to deduce that she was the agile superhuman who had just attacked Su Hao. The burly man snorted coldly. Kid, you've got guts, huh? Can't you see the situation you're in? Hand over that woman, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, humph. Such nonsense. Su Hao didn't bother talking to him, pulled out a tranquilizer gun, and fired. This burly man is so massive, there's no way he's an agility-type superhuman, right? At a distance of less than 2 or 3 meters, he didn't believe the guy could dodge. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Hit in the stomach by a tranquilizer gun, the burly man remained completely unperturbed. Instead, he was enraged. Kong Ping, leave this guy to me. You take that woman out first. As he spoke, the burly man's already massive frame began to swell. His height shot up significantly, his arms and chest broadened, and, most astonishingly, his skin became rough and hardened, resembling a surface made of rocks when viewed from afar. Investigate. Shi Chang Yang, upright primate, current state mutated. Current height, 210 centimeters, current weight, 280 kilograms. Mutation type special ability petrification, temporary skin petrification, physical constitution, and strength attributes increase by 1/3. Target's attribute information obtained at this moment. Physique, 32 points, strength, 28 points, agility, 9 points, spirit, 10 points. Stone petrification ability? Su Hao was astonished. No wonder the tranquilizer gun had no effect even after hitting the burly man. The tranquilizer needle probably didn't even penetrate the outer layer of his petrified skin. Die! The burly man covered in rocks roared, swinging his rocky fist and smashing it toward Su Hao. This punch carried a fierce wind and immense weight. If it hit, it could probably crush a person's head like a tomato. Facing such a boss-like figure, Su Hao certainly wouldn't confront him head-on. He dodged the punch, grabbed his rocky wrist, and unleashed the thunder he had been preparing from his palm. Crackle! The electric arc sizzled. However, it did not achieve the expected effect. Su Hao's heart sank. Damn! The electric arc was completely blocked by the rock. This guy's ability naturally restrains lightning elements. Your attacks are useless. Ha ha ha. The stone giant laughed as he withdrew his right fist, almost lifting Su Hao, who was clutching his arm. Without much pause, another heavy punch came crashing down. Su Hao hurriedly dodged, narrowly avoiding the second punch within the confined space. The stone giant's fist smashed into the floor, shattering the tiles into pieces. It was easy to imagine that if it hit a person, the result would likely be the same. What a hassle. This petrification ability is too troublesome. Not only are bullets ineffective, but even lightning element powers have no effect. It's practically impossible to fight. If I had known there was someone like this on the other side, I wouldn't have brought Mo Lishuan to such a narrow area like the restroom. The battle here was intense, and the black-clad woman with agility-based powers attempted to bypass Su Hao to capture Mo Lishuan. Do you think I don't exist? Su Hao gritted his teeth and, taking advantage of the stone giant's pause, raised his gun and fired several shots at the black-clad woman. Really? The black-clad woman was already prepared. Her speed suddenly surged, dodging the trajectories of the tranquilizer darts, and in an instant, she was in front of Mo Lishuan. Witnessing this mind-blowing battle scene, Mo Lishuan was almost petrified with fear. When the woman in black rushed toward her, she closed her eyes in terror, clutching tightly the jade bead necklace on her chest. Swish, swish. Su Hao fired several more tranquilizer darts in quick succession, each shot precisely immobilizing her movements, forcing the woman in black to abandon her attempt to grab Mo Lishuan and retreat backward, narrowly avoiding being hit. If she were holding someone, her speed would inevitably be affected, making it impossible to dodge the tranquilizer darts. Humph, master-level firearm control is no joke. Even if you can dodge the trajectory, I can use the trajectory to completely block your movements. However, even a hero finds it hard to fight against many hands. Distracted, Su Hao almost failed to dodge the stone giant's next punch. His left shoulder was grazed by the rocky fist, and immediately, a bone-cracking pain spread through his entire left shoulder, which drooped lifelessly and lost all sensation. Hiss! Su Hao let out a groan of pain, his facial features nearly contorted from the agony. He swore that the worst injury he had ever suffered endured from childhood to adulthood was nothing compared to this pain. It pierced to the bone. It was absolutely not something that could be endured by willpower alone. How long has it been? Why hasn't the support from the ability team arrived yet? If this continues, he might really die here. No, I must leave this place. Pain stimulated the nerves, making Suhao's mind even clearer. He grabbed the tranquilizer gun with his right hand and fired several shots at the woman in black, forcing her back. He rushed forward, scooped up the terrified Emolishwan, bypassed the slow-moving stone giant, and fled toward the restroom exit. Gunshots rang out, and a tearing pain erupted from his lower back, accompanied by a sudden burst of blood. Suhao didn't need to think to know what had happened. The woman in black had definitely shot him in the back. Fortunately, the bullet only hit the side of his waist and likely didn't damage his spine, otherwise, it would have been game over. Are you okay? There's so much blood flowing from your back. Emolishwan, held in Suhao's arms, trembled in fear upon hearing the gunshot. Lowering her head, she could clearly see the wound on Suhao's side, bleeding profusely. Nonsense, who could be fine after getting shot? Suhao replied through gritted teeth, hold on tight to me. If you get thrown off, no one will be able to save you. Emolishwan hurriedly held onto Suhao, her slender arms tightly wrapped around his back, fatally allowing him to feel the warm softness of her delicate body. Unfortunately, at this moment, Suhao had no time to pay attention to such sensations. Staggering, he gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain radiating from various parts of his body. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, all his potential was forcibly unleashed. Not only did he not stop, but he even picked up speed slightly, holding Emolishwan as he charged toward the dim and chaotic hall of the auditorium. Women rely on cuteness, men rely on perseverance. Our beautiful life has just begun. How can we die in a place like this? Charge! With a roar in his heart, Suhao wondered if it was an illusion, but the pain in his back and left shoulder seemed to have lessened significantly. Moreover, his steps were swift, even faster than his usual speed. Ding! Conditions met. Hidden passive of Mana Spring triggered. Fight to the death. Fight to the death consumes the remaining mana in the Dantian Cyclone and overdrafts part of physical vitality. All attributes increase by 30% for 3 minutes. Pain perception is blocked. Certain negative states are blocked. After this state ends, a 1-day weakness period will follow, with all attributes reduced by 50%. Hidden passive? Hearing the system prompt, Suhao was overjoyed. As expected, a warm current surged from the mana source of the abdominal vortex, circulating through the wounds on his left shoulder and waist. The pain instantly dissipated, and even the incessantly bleeding gunshot wound was temporarily staunched. He had long suspected that the mana source of this special ability couldn't simply be a mere energy reserve. Sure enough, it had miraculous effects. Under the nourishment of the vortex, Suhao's severely injured body temporarily returned to a normal state. Moreover, an endless sense of strength surged within him, as if he had inexhaustible stamina. But Suhao knew that these were all just illusions. The state of fighting with one's back against the wall was based on consuming mana and overexerting physical strength, and could only be sustained for 3 minutes. For attributes in the state of fighting with one's back against the wall, Constitution 31 points, Strength 24 points, Agility 27 points, Spirit 20 points. 3 minutes, either breakthrough or counterkill. A trace of bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in Suhao's eyes. It was the first time he had been forced into such a desperate situation, like a cornered beast fighting for survival. Either you die, or I perish. Leave the person behind. The woman in black caught up. After all, she possessed agility-based abilities, making her speed a notch faster than Suhao's. She reached out to grab Emolishwan, who was in his arms. How could Suhao let her succeed? Although his speed was not as fast as this woman's, when it came to close combat, even 10 women in black wouldn't be his match for a single round. Not to mention, he was now in a do-or-die explosive state. His agility wasn't necessarily much lower than hers either. Stepping back slightly, his figure swayed, and his elbow struck directly toward the woman's face. The woman in black had assumed that Suhao, having been shot and with one arm disabled, was at the end of his rope. She never expected him to still have the strength to counterattack and even move faster than before. Faced with this elbow strike, she couldn't even think about dodging. She didn't even see clearly what had happened. In the dim environment, the collision between her elbow and the speed of her sprint happened in an instant. Just hearing the muffled sound was enough to make one wince in pain. Elbow collided with the face. The woman in black completely lost her balance, her petite body rolling several times on the ground due to inertia, knocking over a banquet wooden table in the process, before lying on the ground twitching a few times and then falling completely still. Her neck twisted at an unnatural angle, her eyes wide open, breath ceased dead beyond any doubt. A simple elbow strike, defeating the enemy in one move. Agile ability users may be hard to deal with, but their bodies are surprisingly fragile. A single hit means death. Target attribute information acquired. The elbow strike just now was already quite forceful, and combined with the black-clad woman's own collision inertia, the impact was likely equivalent to a full-strength blow of over 50 points of power. No wonder her neck broke. After using his scouting ability to confirm that the black-clad woman was truly dead, Suhao finally felt a bit bit relieved. Another stone giant, though invincible, is actually less dangerous than the agile woman. After all, Suhao's main task is to protect Mo Lechuan from being abducted. With her around, he has to fight while being cautious on all fronts. Once the woman in black is dead, the remaining stone giant poses little threat to his safety. The situation reversed very suddenly. It must be said that this was entirely thanks to the power of the fight to the death buff. If his physical condition hadn't been temporarily restored to normal and his attributes comprehensively enhanced, he might not have had the chance to land a hit on the woman in black. I wonder if there's still a bonus for killing ability criminals. Suhao took a deep breath and muttered subconsciously. This was his first time killing someone. It was impossible to say he felt no emotional impact, but perhaps anger, hatred, or simply the desperation of a last stand had suppressed some of the negative emotions and masked the unease. Surprisingly, he didn't feel much guilt. Instead, he was still thinking about that 300,000 bonus. Is that person dead? Mo Lechuan was different. She was just an ordinary girl who had just come of age, and her tone was filled with fear. Well, not to mention her family background, she truly was just an ordinary person. Seeing the thug being knocked over 10 meters away with a single elbow and completely motionless, she was still very scared, clinging to Suhao and not daring to move. Not sure if she's dead, but at least she won't be able to get up and grab you again. Suhao comforted Mo Lechuan a few times. Let's go, let's leave the auditorium first. Okay. In the dim light, Mo Lechuan's eyes were brimming with tears, her face panicked like a helpless little deer, unexpectedly a bit adorable. Just as he was about to head out, he heard a commotion coming from outside the auditorium's main entrance in the distance. The auditorium is too dangerous, you can't go in. Everyone, stop them. Yeah, there's been an earthquake and you still want to go in? Public security agency? No way, even public security agencies aren't allowed in. We're the security guards here. Even if you're from the public security agency, you can't enter the venue without official approval from above. That's the rule. Do you know what kind of place this is? The chaotic noise and shouting clearly reached Suhao's ears. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off outside. Who were those security guards stopping? Public security? Wait, damn, could it be that the rescue team from the Special Abilities group was blocked? I was wondering why I pressed the button and no one showed up after all this time. So, they were all stopped outside the door? That's a bit unreliable, isn't it? He held Mo Lechuan in his arms, intending to rush out to check the situation. Unexpectedly, the auditorium doors began creaking shut, clearly showing signs of being sealed off. Suhao was starting to lose it. What kind of joke is this? What's happening outside? Even the doors are being locked? Kong Ping, what's wrong with you? Damn it! The petrification ability user also rushed out from the restroom. He saw the black-clad woman who had chased ahead lying lifeless on the ground. Her breath ceased. Instantly, he flew into a rage, his fury causing the rocks on his body to expand even further. Suhao had no intention of fighting head-on with this invulnerable guy. He picked up Mo Lechuan and sprinted toward the skylight of the nearby auditorium. Since the main door was locked, he decided to simply jump out through the skylight. A height of 7 or 8 meters was nothing to him. He could easily leave the building that way. As for whether the stone giant will catch up, he's nothing. I'm taking advantage of his low agility and slow speed. If I can't beat him, can't I at least avoid him? The sound of the wind howling. Is something dense smashing toward me from behind? Suhao turned his head and saw that the stone giant was actually picking up tables, chairs, and stools nearby to smash at him. It even pulled out fist-sized rocks from its body and launched them at him like cannonballs. What the heck? It even has this kind of ranged attack. Holding Mo Lechuan, Suhao's movements couldn't be very agile, but fortunately, the last stand state boosted his attributes by 1/3. With 27 points in agility, he was able to dodge most of the projectiles. Occasionally, a few hit his back, causing Suhao to stagger from the impact. Thankfully, with pain suppression, he could barely hold on. The stone giant, seeing that Suhao was not greatly affected, threw objects to restrict Suhao's movements while pulling out a walkie-talkie from his waist pouch. He held it to his mouth with 2 rocky fingers. He spoke heavily to the other side. Boss, Kong Ping is dead. That kid is unexpectedly hard to deal with. I can't catch him. How about you step in and take care of this? What? Dead? How did she die? The voice on the other end wasn't surprised, just slightly irritated. Could the other side also be an agility-type ability user? Or some kind of restrictive special ability? Not sure. That kid can release electricity from his hands. Seems like an elemental ability. I don't know how he killed Kong Ping. His speed is far inferior to hers, and not long ago, he should have still been in a severely injured state, but somehow, he recovered and even managed to kill Kong Ping in return. The stone giant reported everything in detail, suppressing his anger, which showed his great awe for this so-called boss. An elemental ability user? Electricity? The person on the other end of the phone suddenly exclaimed, an elemental type? And it's the rarest lightning elemental ability user? Why didn't you report this earlier? Quick, stop him. Don't let him escape. I'll bring old 3 over personally to catch that kid. Remember, he must be captured alive. Ha! The stone giant said in confusion, not kill that kid? kid? What about avenging Kong Ping? What revenge? That woman Kong Ping's life isn't worth as much as an elemental ability user. The voice on the other end of the phone urgently said, I know of an international ability organization that has been buying elemental ability users at high prices for a long time. Do you know how much they offer? 30 billion, plus an ability crystal. Not to mention that 30 billion is enough for us to live lavishly for several lifetimes. Just that ability crystal alone is an invaluable treasure rarely seen in the world. Carrying it long term can even permanently and significantly enhance abilities. There's no need to catch that girl for now. Block off that guy's escape route with everything you've got. I'll be there with reinforcements in no more than half a minute. The stone giant replied truthfully, Boss, that guy is too fast. I'm afraid I can't stop him. Then inject me with that vial of medicine. Stop him at all costs. After shouting, the other side of the intercom hung up. The stone giant's expression flickered uncertainly, his gaze dark and fixed on Su Hao, who was already closing in on the skylight. For some reason, he deactivated his petrified state, and his body instantly shrank from nearly 3 meters tall to about 1 meter 90. Su Hao glanced at the petrified ability user in confusion. Could it be that the duration of this guy's ability had run out? He pondered in his heart. Without the invulnerable rocky skin, this brute was almost incapable of opposing him. Should he take advantage of the desperate situation not yet being resolved and try to take him out first? After all, in his eyes, that was a walking 300,000 bonus. It would be a waste not to take it. He pulled out a tranquilizer gun and tentatively fired a few shots in the direction of the burly man. Who would have thought that guy wouldn't just stand there in a daze? In a flash, he darted behind the nearby marble counter. While the firearm could penetrate wooden tables, it couldn't pierce through marble. This guy is indeed at the end of his rope. I need to take him down quickly during this weakened state and not give him a chance to transform back into that stone giant form. Su Hao became more certain of his suspicion, turned around, and decided to deal with the strong man first in order to eliminate the danger ahead. Under normal circumstances, anyone would make the above judgment, as Su Hao was unaware of the earlier conversation and had no idea that this group of ability criminals had wickedly shifted their target to him. The strong man hiding behind the marble cabinet took out a small bottle of purplish-red injectable potion from his pocket. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face before he closed his eyes and forcefully injected it into the vein of his arm. Within seconds, the purplish-red liquid in the potion had completely entered his bloodstream. The burly man's heartbeat accelerated as if it had been injected with adrenaline, his nostrils flared like fans as he took deep breaths, and even his skin turned red and scorching hot, his whole body resembling someone boiled in scalding water. Su Hao had just rushed to the other side of the marble counter when he saw the burly man, his entire body flushed red. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly fired several shots. Roar! The burly man let out a meaningless roar, astonishingly dodging the tranquilizer darts with incredible speed. Then, with a bizarre running posture, using both his hands and feet, he charged at Su Hao like a monster straight out of a horror game. What the heck is going on? Does this guy have dual abilities? Su Hao was both surprised and frustrated. He quickly dodged and used his detection ability to observe the burly man again. Sure Cheng Yang, upright primate, in an abnormally agile burst state, achieved by injecting low-quality agility serum, lasts for 10 minutes, height 192 centimeters, current weight 180 kilograms. Target's attribute information has been obtained at this moment. Agility burst state temporarily gains the speed comparable to an agility superhuman with serum raw materials. Constitution, 17 points, strength, 21 points, agility, 28 points, spirit, 10 points. Agility type serum? There's such a thing? Su Hao frowned. Moreover, judging by the serum's description, it seems to be made from some kind of material extracted from an agility ability user. The raw material for this bottle of serum is most likely extracted from that black-clad woman just now, isn't it? This is troublesome. Even in his do-or-die state, his agility isn't truly on par with that of an agility ability user. What's more, he has to protect Mo Lishuan, which makes him hesitant and cautious. It seems it will be very difficult to break out of this building. The only silver lining is that the burly man lost his sanity after injecting the serum. Otherwise, if he casually picked up a gun and exchanged fire with Su Hao might have already lost his life on the spot. The worst problem right now is that there's only just over a minute left in the do-or-die situation.